in '79, the Bruins botched Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final in the epic fashion Monday night, coughing up a pair of goals in only 17 seconds at the end of the third period. The last strike by Dave Bolin, with 53.3 seconds left, handed the Blackhawks a stunning, jaw-dropping 3-2 victory and gave them their second Cup title in 4 seasons. Like too many times in this lockout-shortened season, the Bruins found themselves comfortable, then promptly fashioned comfort into calamity. They took a 2-1 lead on Milan Lucic's goal with 7:49 remaining in regulation on their 23rd shot of the night, then became far too passive with their attack. The Hawks, once trailing in the third, landed 9 more shots the rest of the way, the Bruins only 2. Instead of forcing a Game 7, the Bruins backed themselves out of victory in Game 6. A tough way to finish the season, said Boston goalie Tuukka Rask. His game in the final series very good, but not quite as sharp as in the earlier rounds. In the end, it was the right result. The better team took home the Cup. The Hawks were faster afoot, and their touch fine-tuned around the net. The Bruins came thundering out of the gate Monday night, fired 32 times in the first period, but only managed a 1-0 lead on the strength of Chris Kelly's goal. It could have been 2-0 or 3-0, noted coach Claude Julien, but instead only 12 of those 32 shots made it to Corey Crawford, and only Kelly's shot made it into the net. Over the next 40 minutes, the force and flurry of Boston's attack was cut in half. Bruins landed only 13 more shots, time after time failing to put real pressure on the Chicago net. Crawford showed he was vulnerable here in Game 4 when the Bruins peppered him on the glove side. Their greatest failure in Game 6 was failing to cash in on their first period assault, then never regenerating the kind of attack the rest of the night. Bruins were never really the same team after losing fourth-line center Gregory Campbell to a broken leg at the end of the 4-game sweep of the Penguins. That in itself is an indictment. Fourth-line centers, though valuable, aren't supposed to be so critical to a club's overall attack. But without the reliable dogged Campbell there to drive fellow fourth-liners Danny Paille and Sean Thornton, the offense was never the same. The Boston attack became even more of a dog's breakfast in Game 5 when Patrice Bergeron exited with a fractured rib and torn rib cartilage. And it took another step back in Game 6 when Jaromir Jagr was hurt in the first period, relegating the bigger winger to the dressing room for half the game. Throughout the series, the Bruin forwards delivered only sporadically, both with the puck and without. Checking too often put extra strain on the back line, leading the likes of team captain Zdeno Chara to be on the ice for 8 of Chicago's 9 goals across Games 4 and 5. In Game 6, Big Z was on for the 2 Blackhawk goals, including one by Jonathan Toews, in which Chicago's miscue off a draw helped spring Toews for a 2-on-1 breakaway. Just one thing led to another, said David Krejci, the first-line center, recounting the breakdowns in Chicago's tying 2-2 goal by Brian Bakel. The same thing on the next goal. We just couldn't get it done. Krejci was on the ice for Bakel's goal and had ample time and space to help clear the puck out of the zone from his deep spot along the wall on Boston's end. But he failed, and soon Bakel was on Rask's doorstep for the tying forehand smash. Chara's partner, Dennis Seidenberg, was late getting back to the crease to provide the needed layer of protection. Z was there and I was playing in toward the middle of the crease, said Rask. They had the guy back door. Nice play. On the game winner, Johnny Oduya hammered a slapper from above the left wing circle, and Boland, left with too much room to operate by Johnny Boychuk, picked up the junk for the winner. By 10:52, it was all over. The cup was about to be rolled onto Causeway Street for the first time since 1990, and then, the Oilers, it went to the visiting team. The Bruins last won the cup on home ice on May 10, 1970. They now have to wait at least one more year. But not even a minute later, amid Chicago's wild hugs and high fives, the sellout Garden crowd began chanting, "Let's go Bruins." And before the clock turned 11, all the Bruins players gathered on the ice and saluted back. In a few moments, Patrick Kane would collect the Conn Smythe Trophy as MVP, and Chicago captain Toews would accept the cup from NHL Commissioner Gary Bettman. The night was over, the excruciating ending committed to memory. Chris Gasper's column, "This was a cruel twist of fate." Cruel. That was the word Bruin defenseman Andrew Ference kept using as he tried to describe what happened to his team. How the Bruins lost Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final 3-2, in the series to the Chicago Blackhawks 4-2. How their season had gone from extension to extinction. How salvation had turned into devastation. How the cup had been lost. Game 6 was cruel because this bunch of redoubtable Bruins deserved better than to see their season ended and the Stanley Cup awarded to the Blackhawks on Boston ice, thanks to a 17.7-second span that will live in heartbreak hockey history and Boston sports infamy. With the Bruins leading 2-1, the Blackhawks scored 2 goals in 17.7 seconds to swipe hockey's holy grail. The game winner came off the stick of Dave Bolland. He took a Johnny Aduya shot that was tipped off the stick of Michael Froelich and ricocheted off the left post and stuffed it past Bruins goalie Tuukka Rask with 58.3 seconds left. Just a cruel feeling, said Ferentz, who was in front of the net for the gut-wrenching goal. You play a tight game, and obviously guys gave an extra effort when everyone can look themselves in the mirror and be proud of what they did. It's just a sickening feeling, those last couple of goals. I didn't even see the tying goal, but I know the winning goal. And you get a bounce like that, high tip bounce that is perfect for the rebound. You feel helpless when you see it go in. It stinks. Boland's goal came 17.7 seconds after Brian Bickel had tied the game off a beautiful feed from Chicago captain Jonathan Toews. With a minute and 16 seconds left, the line of Toews between Bickel and Conn Smythe Award winner Patrick Kane was a Blackhawks wrecking ball that was on the ice with 7 goals in the final 3 games of the series. Just like that, in less time than it takes to microwave popcorn, the Bruins had gone from preparing to play Game 7 in Chicago on Wednesday to game over for the season. The irony of the ending was not lost on the Bruins, if not for a similar incredulous climax in their favor in Game 7 of their first-round series against the Maple Leafs. They wouldn't have been in the Stanley Cup final. In that game, Boston was down 4-1 in the third and scored 2 goals 31 seconds apart during the final a minute and 22 to send the game to overtime, where Patrice Bergeron won it. Sometimes they go your way, sometimes they don't, said Bruins coach Claude Julien. We've lived through both of them, so we now know how it feels on both sides of it, winning and being losers. The Bruins were stunned in their dressing room. Ferentz and Johnny Boychuk, who had been on the ice for the fateful goal, were still discussing exactly what had happened. Ferentz didn't even know who had taken the original shot that ended the original 6 series. Noah scrambling up top, he said. You could see the shot coming. There was some traffic in the high slot. Hit somebody. I don't know who it was. Me and Tuukka were both playing the shot and just cruelly tipped perfectly for a rebound for their guy. Like I said, it's a helpless feeling, looking as good as we played tonight. That's the way it goes. We've been on the other side of that coin. Before the shocking denouement to what was a nip-and-tuck series, 4 of the 6 games were decided by 1 goal. 3 went to overtime. It seemed like the Bruins were going to send it to Game 7. Hockey's Houdinis, a team able to wriggle out of almost any jam, appeared that for its latest trick they were going to pull a deciding game out of their hat. The hockey heartbeat of the Bruins, Bergeron first touched the puck with 18:59 left in the first period. Like the Bruins, he was wounded but refusing to go down for the count. But guts weren't always rewarded with glory. This time there was no reward for the Bruins, only a cruel twist of fate that will make Boland as dirty a word in these parts as Dent, Boone, or Tyree. How long will the Bruins remember the ending? Forever, said Boychuk. I mean, you're going to remember it forever. You remember winning it, but I think you remember losing it a little bit more now that we've had that happen. And for the Bruins, it will indeed be a cruel, cruel summer. And so the hockey season is over for the 2013 season.
You're listening to the Massachusetts Reading Network, turning print into sound.
Stay tuned to your radio reading service. The time is 5:44.
This is John. Welcome to your TV listings for Thursday, June 27th, 2013. You're listening to the Talking Information Center and Massachusetts Reading Network. We'll begin, as we always do, with what's on tonight on the Boston area basic broadcast channels. Again, Thursday, June 27, 2013. 8 o'clock on Channel 4, Big Bang Theory. On 5, Wipeout. On 7, Parks and Recreation. On 11, The British Beat, My Music. 25, Hell's Kitchen. 38, White Collar. 44, Oscar Hammerstein. 50, Law and Order Criminal Intent. 56, The Vampire Diaries. 68, Criminal Minds. 8:30, on 4, 2.5 Men. 7, Parks and Recreation. 44, Victor Borge, comedy. 9 o'clock on Channel 2. Volo We Love, excuse me. 44. Let's check the 9 o'clock hour over again. 9 o'clock on Channel 2, Il Volo We Love. On 4, Person of Interest. On 5, Motive. On 7, The Office. 25, Does Someone Have to Go? 38, White Collar. 44, Celtic Thunder Mythology. 50, Law and Order Criminal Intent. 56, Beauty and the Beast. 68, Criminal Minds. 10 o'clock on Channel 4, Elementary. 5, Rookie Blue. 7, 11, ADD and Mastering It. 25, Local News. 38, Local News. 50, OMG, Insider. 56, Local News. 68, Criminal Minds. 10:30 on Channel 2, Delicious Europe. 38, Entertainment Tonight. 50, The Office. 11 o'clock on Channel 2, Charlie Rose. 4, Local News. 5, Local News. 7, Local News. 25, Local News. 38, Seinfeld. 44, PBS NewsHour. 50, The Simpsons. 56, Everybody Loves Raymond. 68, House. Now on to what's on for the cable movie channels. The cable channels, not the cable movie channels. These are just the plain cable channels for Thursday, June 27th, 2013. 8 o'clock on A&E, Intervention. On BET, BAPS from 1997. Bravo, Housewives of New Jersey. Comedy Central, Chappelle Show. Disney, Gravity. Discovery, Property. On E, The Lake House from 2006. On Family, The Little Rascals, Already in Progress from 1994. On the Food Channel, Chopped. On History, Pawn Stars. Lifetime, Wife Swap. MTV, Girl Code. Nickelodeon, Big Bang Theory. Spike TV, Fight Master, Belater, MMA. TBS Family Guy. TLC, Say Yes to the Dress. TNT, The Hero. TV Land. Everybody Loves Raymond. USA. NCIS. VH1. Interview with
Good morning. Thank you for coming out here and videoing us on this special day. I'm AJ Dooley, the owner of Dooley Disposal, and I'm here with Jack Oppolette, town historian. And we're glad to be able to go out today and clean up the streets and put our best foot forward to get the streets nice and clean for you guys.
And this is the most incredible turnout you can imagine. A total cross-section of the community, from the very young to some of us more mature people, different clubs and organizations, sports teams, everybody. They're all out here, and spirits are flying high. It's a great day.
I'm Josh. I'm Colt.
Superstar this is supposed to be a Boy Scout activity. We had 30 till. We're going to
Foxborough, Mass. I play football. These are all football players just like Tim. Soccer player. Helps clean up Foxborough on the school. Yeah! Woo! School spirit. Zach. Nice to meet you. I'm Sam. I'm Jesus. I'm Sash. We're here to pick up trash. Yeah. Get the job done. I don't really have proof yet, so it's about it. Archive.
Last minute, and look at the turnout we got. This is phenomenal.
Yeah, right.
Clean up Foxborough Day! Yay! Thanks.
That's what I got.
Credit for my That's how you found that. Oh, Mrs. Sweet found fire.
I would put that on the side over here.
Yeah, we're working the bag for a bag for them.
What should we? There's a wire. We found a TV. I don't think it's gonna work too well.
Oh, well, what's my phone? We found the TV. What do you have there? What? We got a cushion here.
Joy, I found you some soup.
Guys, look what I found. It's an orange fries. That's a day or two. Okay?
I'm leaving some stuff for you, honey. Hello?
Jim DeVellis. We're just trying to pick up along the roads, helping out AJ in the town and Jack Othelette on the clean Foxborough day. So it's good, quite a group. Nice turnout. So it's I think if this turns into a once-a-year event, I think that's spectacular. A lot of little kids are getting into it, and hopefully it comes back year after year. Lottery tickets, beer bottles, nips, you name it. It's car parts. You know, we're having some success.
A lot of alcohol. Sutter home to be exact. So it's kind of sad, but you know, we're out here having a good time. Our town. It's a great day. That's what our town has been reduced to.
What's the weirdest thing you picked up today? Roadkill.
Doing our part. We found about 100 little Smirnoff bottles. Alcohol and pieces of cards.
And DQ.
Fast food. And KFC.
Ketchup packets.
It's hot out.
Really hot.
It's like 94 degrees.
I mean, it's not that bad when you're in the shade.
Picking up trash.
Cleaning up Foxborough!
Yeah.
We found 69 shot glasses.
Yeah.
And
a bunch of beer cans, cigarettes.
A lot of dip spit containers.
Lighters.
A lot of Gatorade bottles.
Beer cans.
It wasn't anything nice. It was a lot of stuff that people don't want to take home with them.
Found the front of a car.
Yep. Go Warriors!
Yeah.
That the insurrection was over the vast and indiscriminate collection of metadata, possibly relating to phone calls and emails. The NSA was collecting and storing the telephone numbers of virtually all Americans, as well as the times and duration of the calls. In addition, the government was vacuuming up and storing the subject lines of emails, the times they were sent, and the addresses of both senders and recipients. Now, in the wake of revelations about the Obama administration's continuation of the surveillance programs, a clearer picture of the reasons for the rebellion is beginning to emerge. Knowledgeable sources say it was about data relating to email and other forms of internet communications, but not telephone metadata. Over the weekend, the Washington Post reported that the NSA had been siphoning off email, metadata, and technical records of Skype calls from providers that included AT&T, Sprint, and MCI, which later merged with Verizon. It was this kind of internet-based surveillance that Comey objected to. By contrast, he was satisfied that the collection of phone metadata was legal. In fact, a former senior intelligence official tells me Comey signed orders authorizing the sweeping up of all call data on multiple occasions, even after the March 2004 rebellion. The phone program was never in contention, says the source. Ultimately, the Internet Collection Program was modified, satisfying Comey and his fellow rebels that it met the requirements of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act and therefore was legal. The legal distinction between the telephone program and the Internet program remains unclear. But it now appears to be a safe bet that one of the most traumatic showdowns of the Bush administration turned on highly technical aspects of digital communications and mind-numbingly complicated provisions of surveillance law. The last time Comey testified on Capitol Hill, he gave a riveting account of the hospital scene and his fight to vindicate the rule of law. If he gets a chance to testify in a Senate confirmation hearing, he might end up having to explain why it was okay to vacuum up the telephone records of virtually all Americans, but not their Internet data. Of course, it will probably take place in a closed session. Continuing with newsmakers, under the spotlight. From Nigella to Rihanna, the media spin personal pain, and this is by Lizzie Crocker. A British tabloid dropped bombshell pictures of millionaire art collector Charles Cachetti with his hands around the throat of his wife, celebrity chef Nigella Lawson, during lunch on the terrace of a swank London restaurant. A media circus ensued. Lawless has been fleeing her home with her son, while Cachetti brushed off the incident as a playful tiff. A day later, he accepted a police caution for assault to prevent the altercation from hanging over the couple and their children. Meanwhile, the papers have dissected the 70-year-old Cachetti's stormy history with his ex-wives, as well as Lawson's tearful behavior during and after the incident, with the requisite quotes from waiters, passers-by, and neighbors. Countless columnists and fans urged the 56-year-old chef to leave her bullying husband, or lamented that the UK's favorite domestic goddess is the latest celebrity face of apparent domestic abuse. Of course, this isn't the first time that a high-profile couple's violent episode has spilled out in public. From Lana Turner to Tina Turner and Rihanna, we've seen countless influential women endure abuse, despite the fact that they ostensibly have the financial means and power of fame to extricate themselves from the situation. But the media attention and their celebrity can actually make it harder to seek help or leave their abusers, experts say. It's difficult to be the victim of domestic abuse, no matter who you are, because it's often an issue of power and control, says Tina Royals, a domestic violence expert in the UK. But when a celebrity's trauma and turmoil is played out for the whole world to see, the victim will feel like they have even less control over the situation, which then reinforces the trauma. It doesn't help when there's a photographic evidence of the abuse, as with the case with the images of a battered Rihanna that went viral 4 years ago. It becomes a relived experience, says Royals. The violence itself isn't necessarily sensationalized, but the image is, and the result is often a more explosive reaction from the public. Just as Rihanna was praised by the media for breaking it off with Chris Brown after the rapper landed her in the hospital, she was shamed for getting back together with him 3 years later. In this case, the media attention was likely damaging for her, says Royals. On Tuesday, reports surfaced that Rihanna, who recently called it quits with Brown again, apparently has checked into a relationship and sex addiction center in Tennessee. Lawson has remained silent about the photographs and the tussle with Scachetti. It remains to be seen whether she will go back to him after the dust settles. If she does, that's when she'll need the most support, says Royals. If she is criticized and then assaulted again out of the public eye, it's more likely that the issue will remain behind closed doors. Next, we hear from Daniel Gross. Happy days are here again. The prophets of American economic decline revise their thinking. The hot new idea in the post-bust years was American economic decline. Now it seems to be American economic optimism. 51 months after an impressive stock rally began and 48 months after economic growth started, optimism is finally breaking out. You can even hear crowing from Charles Morris, the author of the best-selling crisis book, The $2 Trillion Meltdown, Easy Money, High Rollers, and the Great Credit Crash. In June, he released a sequel novel, albeit a slim one, called Comeback, America's New Economic Boom. His cause for celebration? The fracking revolution. The nation's supply of natural gas locked in shale is so vast that it has the potential to transform the manufacturing economy, creating jobs across the country and requiring new infrastructure that will benefit the nation as a whole. Another former economic sourpuss, banking analyst Meredith Whitney, who accurately predicted the financial crisis and then inaccurately predicted a boom in state and municipal bankruptcies, is out with Fate of the States, the New Geography of American Prosperity. Forget the coasts, she argues. The plains and interior, fueled in large part by agricultural and energy resources, are now driving economic growth. And while in his 2001 Jerry-made The Great Stagnation, George Mason University economist Tyler Cowen said all the low-hanging fruit of productivity and technology had been picked, times have changed. Having tracked continuing technological advances and the slowdown of healthcare costs, Cowen is recanting a bit in his new book, Average is Over, Powering America Beyond the Age of the Great Stagnation, due out in September. The data generally seem to agree with them. In recent years, the U.S. economy has managed to shrug off internal and external shocks, and it is showing every sign of powering through both tax increases and sequestration. The private sector has created nearly 7 million jobs since early 2010. The U.S. economic engine may be revving at a low gear, but it's not in neutral or reverse, as most developed economies are. And economists have been ratcheting up their growth forecasts for 2014. When the facts change, I change my mind, economist John Maynard Keynes is believed to have said. Some economic thinkers, following suit, have reacted to the changing facts by changing their minds, too. Next, are you man enough? A treatment playing on male insecurity can backfire in dangerous ways. And this is by Kent Sipkowitz. Men, there is something new for you to feel bad about, and it's not an expanding waistline or a receding hairline. Rather, you might have a testosterone deficiency or low T, that blah feeling of decreased libido and general lack of spark that you may experience as you get a little bit older. Or so the companies making testosterone replacement treatments would have you think. Yes, as men age, they make less testosterone. But less is not always a disease. No matter. Big Pharma, looking for another Viagra-like blockbuster, is so certain it can make men worry that it spent more than $100 million in 2012 creating and marketing the new syndrome. And it's working. Annual testosterone replacement sales just passed the $2 billion mark. But after scrutinizing the real data around the dubious disease, Consumer Reports, in its July 2013 issue, is pushing back, advising men to steer clear of the treatment, except when testosterone levels are low for a medical reason, not one of routine aging. The evidence for making a guy feel better, it says, is simply not there. Men taking testosterone replacement treatments do indeed gain some muscle strength and endurance. And a few feel a bit more frisky. These modest benefits, however, don't come close to balancing out the side effects. A short temper as well as more pimples, a superheated libido, and restlessness. Plus, there are a few paradoxical changes that happen. Men taking testosterone could develop breasts and find that they have lower sperm counts and smaller testicles. Then there's the cost, which can be hundreds of bucks a month. But worst of all, well-performed studies have demonstrated an increase in severe complications from the drug, including heart attacks, strokes, blood clots, and perhaps more aggressive types of prostate cancer. In fact, the American Urological Association has added testosterone to its list of overused, potentially dangerous treatments. Their concern and Consumer Reports findings, however, may be too little, too late. The pharmaceutical industry learned long ago that there is no safer investment than a product aimed at soothing male sexual insecurity. From Italy, we hear from Barbie Lazza Nadeau. Bunga bunga justice. Conviction, but likely no prison for Berlusconi. It took 20 months, 32 witnesses, and more than 50 hearings to convict Silvio Berlusconi of paying an underage belly dancer known as Ruby, the heart stealer, for sex. But not everyone agrees that justice was served. On June 24th, the former prime minister, now 76, was sentenced to 7 years in prison and banned from holding public office for paying Camira El Maroug for sex on 13 occasions, beginning on Valentine's Day 2010, when she was just 17 years old. He was also convicted of abuse of office for calling a Milan police station to spring El Maroug from jail on unrelated theft charges when he was prime minister. He is appealing both convictions. For many, the case was never about sex for hire or the exploitation of a minor, but instead about what Berlusconi believes is a 20-year persecution by left-wing magistrates hell-bent on embarrassing him at any cost. Both Berlusconi and El Maroug deny having sex, insisting that the $80,000 payoff was for a depilatory machine for a beauty center she hoped to open. But the all-female panel of judges came down hard on the former cruise ship crooner, adding a year more to his sentence than the prosecution had called for. Berlusconi, however, will likely never serve jail time. By the time his appeals are exhausted, a process that could take several years, he will be too old to be imprisoned under an Italian law that keeps octogenarians convicted of nonviolent crimes out of jail. The case has been highly divisive, with many Italians taking Berlusconi's side. This is a man who, despite a seemingly insatiable appetite for young women and apparent inability to follow certain rules, he was also recently convicted of tax fraud, still maintains strong support. His center-right coalition is the key to Italy's political stability, and he could easily pull his support from current government leader Enrico Letta, causing the government to collapse once again. "This is a plot to execute me politically," he said after the ruling, referring to the added penalty of being banned from holding public office for life. "But they won't keep me down. Once again, I intend to resist this persecution because I am absolutely innocent, and I will never abandon my battle to create an Italy that is free and just." Now we hear from Lauren Stribe. Baby bumponomics. For celebrities, pregnancy holds unique value. According to a study released last week by UK market research firm Centre for Resale Research, the birth of Kate Middleton and Prince William's baby will infuse nearly $400 million into the British economy between July 1st and the end of August. Joshua Bamfield, director of the center, estimates that the largest piece will come from parties, with $97 million in alcohol and $39 million in food consumed to celebrate the birth of the newest addition in line to the throne, due sometime in July. Sales of baby strollers are expected to rise 13%, thanks to the desire to keep up with the Cambridges. It's welcome news for the stagnant British economy, which also got a lift from the Prince's wedding, the Queen's Jubilee, and the retail fascination with everything the Duchess wears, known as the Kate effect. But in the industry of celebrity, pregnancy is an economic stimulus that goes beyond the royal family. Perhaps the apex of the baby boom came in 2008, when Angelina Jolie and Brad Pitt reportedly earned $11 million for the first photos of their twins. And in 2012, celebrity tabloid Us Weekly second best-selling issue featured former Jersey Shore cast member and reality show stalwart Snooki announcing her pregnancy. The issue sold 221,000 more copies on the newsstand than the year's average. But the benefits of the bump go beyond money. For A-listers, being with child makes a star seem more relatable, abetting the tabloid illusion that stars are just like us. Plus, the overwhelming fascination with pregnancy weight, how much is gained, how fast it's lost, means the media value stretches well beyond 9 months. To a great extent, the size of pregnancy's PR boost is increasingly in the hands of the celebrities themselves, and depends on how much they want to market their private lives. Beyoncé, who has been selling out stadiums for years, chose to remain mostly out of the spotlight during her guest station last year, and still keeps Blue Ivy far from the paparazzi. Snooki, on the other hand, announced her impending parenthood in the press and continues to fill her social media feeds with her son's picture. According to the Q Scores company, which measures public opinion of celebrities, the public's negative perception of Snooki decreased after she made the initial announcement. Her spin-off series on MTV and have recurring appearances was renewed for a third season earlier this year. And next, Eleanor Clift tells us about a monumental debate, a new chapter in the Eisenhower family's battle with Frank Gehry. How best to remember our 34th president? The Eisenhower family wants a green open space on the National Mall with a simple statue in the middle, while the Eisenhower Memorial Commission wants an ambitious design conceived by famed architect Frank Gehry. Last week, the commission voted to push ahead with its preferred plan, making the latest chapter in a long-standing spat between the two sides, one that raises intriguing questions about what exactly makes for a successful presidential memorial. The two camps have been at odds for years. The family's preference for a plain design was sidelined with the choice of Gehry, whose creations, including the building in New York where Newsweek is headquartered, are anything but simple. Gehry's original design featured a white fiberglass statue of Dwight Eisenhower as a barefoot boy, which granddaughter Susan Eisenhower told the House subcommittee last year was the wrong focus. The Eisenhower our nation wants to celebrate is not a dreamy boy, but a real man who faced unthinkable choices, took personal responsibility, and did his duty with modesty and humility, she argued. To accommodate the family, Gehry added statues of Eisenhower as military commander and president, but he insisted on keeping the boy, a figure that children can relate to when they view the memorial in its location by the National Air and Space Museum. And Gehry refused to change anything.
Good morning. Thank you for coming out here and videoing us on this special day. I'm AJ Dooley, the owner of Dooley Disposal, and I'm here with Jack Oppolette, town historian. And we're glad to be able to go out today and clean up the streets and put our best foot forward to get the streets nice and clean for you guys.
And this is the most incredible turnout you can imagine. A total cross-section of the community, from the very young to some of us more mature people, different clubs and organizations, sports teams, everybody. They're all out here, and spirits are flying high. It's a great day.
I'm Josh. I'm Cole. I'm Superstar Madonna. This is supposed to be a Boy Scout activity. Basically, 30 chill. We're gonna go clean up the town of Foxborough and make community service
I'm Joe D'Antona, talk from Mass. I play football. You saw football players like Tim, soccer player, helped clean up Foxborough on this. Yeah! Woo! School spirit. Zach, nice to meet you.
I'm Sam. I'm Jesus. That's Ashton. We're here to pick up trash.
Yeah. Good job, we are. Haven't proved yet, so it's about it.
Our time. Last minute, and look at the turnout we got. This is phenomenal.
Right.
you going? How you doing?
That's how you found that. Oh, Mrs. Sweet, not a fire.
I will put that on the side over here.
Yeah, we're working with the bag for them. What do we? There's a wire. We found a TV.
It's gonna work too well.
Oh, well, what's my phone? We found a TV.
What? We got a cushion here.
Joy, I found you some soup.
That's what I found. It's not fries. I did the day or two. Okay? What?
I'm leaving some stuff for you, honey. Hello?
Jim DeVellis. We're just trying to pick up along the roads, helping out AJ in the town and Jack Othelette on the clean Foxborough day. So it's good, quite a group. Nice turnout. So it's I think if this turns into a once-a-year event, I think that's spectacular. A lot of little kids are getting into it, and hopefully it comes back year after year. Lottery tickets, beer bottles, nips, you name it. It's car parts. You know, we're having some success.
A lot of wine
A lot of alcohol.
Sutter home to be exact.
So it's kind of sad, but we're out here having a good time in our town. It's a great day. That's what our town has been reduced to.
What's the weirdest thing you picked up today? Roadkill.
Pretty good, doing our part.
We found about 100 little Smirnoff bottles.
Alcohol and pieces of cards.
And DQ.
And KFC.
Ketchup packets.
It's hot out. Really hot. It's like 94 degrees.
I mean, it's not that bad when you're in the shade.
Picking up trash.
Cleaning up Foxborough!
Yeah.
We found 69 shot glasses.
Yep.
And
Bunch of beer cans, cigarettes.
a lot of dip spit containers.
Lighters.
A lot of Gatorade bottles.
Oh, beer bottle. Beer cans.
It wasn't anything nice. It was a lot of stuff that people don't want to take home with them.
Found the front of a car.
Yep. Go Warriors!
Went good, huh? Yeah, it went real well. I think I did. I was with Jim about it. They're going to brighten up the fun.
Bets was having her first child, a home birth. Her husband was not always by her side. He would watch her intensely when she'd have a contraction, then dart off to log the information about that contraction on an Excel spreadsheet. He wasn't doing this for medical reasons. He was doing it for eternity. This year, Betts returned the favor by creating a program to quantify her and her husband's relationship. After reading the book, his needs, her needs, she decided that certain things contributed to a positive relationship and other things eroded a marriage. The guiding concept for her study was a bank account. Year after year, each partner makes deposits into a marriage, kindnesses, generous acts, and if they acted selfishly or cruelly, they were making equivalent withdrawals from their joint account. These withdrawals included negative things she or her husband did or said. If he acted out, he'd get a -3, as she put it. If she picked a fight, he would take away points from her side of the ledger. If she cooked him dinner, she'd get a plus number. She charted the two of them for months, measuring their progress. Betts is no computer scientist. She's a 48-year-old actress, originally from Toronto, who educates her 2 children at home in the Bay Area. She wryly described herself as a totally disorganized person, enamored with the idea of being organized. She and her husband call themselves self-quantifiers, part of the quantified self movement. It's a movement that took off after Wired magazine editors Kevin Kelly and Gary Wolfe originally coined the term in 2008 to describe the myriad attempts to hack the self for optimum living and founded the movement. 5 years later, for the thousands of hardcore trackers, there are quantified self meetups scattered across the country, plus millions of people dabbling in self-quantifying. The more modest and granular quantifiers include a diabetic attempting to send the data from his blood glucose monitor to his smartwatch, or a guy measuring daily whether increasing his butter consumption improves his mental performance. Others measure their BMI, track their every location, sequence their genome, or simply psychologically self-assess. There are people trying to get stronger, doing a few push-ups every day, or tracking how long their commute is and whether biking is more efficient. There are those who quantify their pets' activities with GPS collars, and in Japan, they have the benefit of Fitbit for pets. And there are those quantifying their infants, including their baby's state of mind, by measuring skin temperature and movement. One man even monitors his stool samples. Ubiquitous Tim Ferriss, author of The 4-Hour Body, has forced his body hacks onto the bestseller list. For the more literary, there's the website 750words.com. People can journal daily on the site and then run word and mood analysis over their texts. There are rigorous quantifiers like Russell Poldrack, a neuroscientist and imaging expert at the University of Texas, who self-tracks through multiple weekly brain scans, MRIs, and weekly blood draws. He's trying to characterize how my own brain function and metabolism fluctuate over the course of an entire year, he writes. I have become very interested in understanding the dynamics of brain function over a day's, month's time scale and how they relate to cognitive function and bodily metabolism. And then there are more lyric self-quantifiers. Parents who take daily photos of their children in the same pose and create eerie time-lapse records of their children's growth. When you add it all together, it would be called DIY Big Data. Betts runs a Silicon Valley quantified self meetup, where dozens of people get together every other month to exchange their latest self-tracking activities, where they share strategies that work. At home, she and her husband have charted their sleep, wearing Zeo bands, now defunct, on their heads to better understand when they go to sleep and when they wake up. They chart their weight. He has charted his vitamin intake. I track my relationship, my learning, my kids' education, my body, and my house, says Betts. Often with her experiments, she attempts to just let the data be the thing. It's easy to get mired in emotions. So instead of getting agitated about her weight gain or marital spats, gathering data insulates her from their emotional power. I spoke to two other self-quantifiers, Lee Honeywell and Amelia Greenhall, who had become aware of the subculture by reading an announcement of a local meeting. They began attending meetings every other month and also monitoring their weight and sleep. I decided to figure out what keeps me up and makes me stay up late, says Honeywell, a 28-year-old computer security expert for a major software company in Seattle. Her experiments were fairly simple. Once she figured out the base amount of sleep she needed was 7.5 hours a night, she started falling asleep at 11 and waking up without an alarm at 6:30 in the morning, after years of being exhausted. I fixed a lifelong sleep disorder. The catchphrase for those of us QS is N equals 1, explains Honeywell. That means that the sample size in experiments is 1 in 1, not 1 in 2,000. It's just you. Greenhall, 26, a programmer at a startup in San Francisco who runs the Quantified Self meetup group there, calls QS a mindfulness practice. For 7 years, Greenhall has tracked her weight every day and then calculated a 10-day running average. If I am losing weight or gaining it, if I am stressed out or not sleeping enough, I'll know, she says. She also keeps a long text document entitled Read, Done, Accomplished that she keeps updated, including things like the book she has read in a given year. In a TED talk, the founder of the Quantified Self movement, writer Gary Wolf, called the information he now gathers about himself, how many times he wakes up while sleeping, his heartbeats per minute, the amount of caffeine he swallowed in a day, a form of self-knowledge. Self-tracking, in other words, is a kind of wellness philosophy that is also a philosophy of the self, a belief that the more you know in numeric detail about your everyday life, the easier it will be to improve it. It's true that some of this data may be useful. If you track your food consumption and digestion, seeing the numbers may inspire you to eat better. If you track your blood sugar, you may maintain better control of it. A person who uses Asthmasol, a wireless sensor in an asthma inhaler that records the GPS of a person experiencing an attack or shortness of breath, could be recording details of the attack that would help all of us learn what nearby plants or chemicals in the air contributed to the attack. Of course, everyone from bodybuilders of the 1950s to compulsive diarists of the 18th century, hello Samuel Pepys, could be said to be the forerunners of QS. Benjamin Franklin and perhaps even Andy Warhol, with his 8 hours of filming the Empire State Building, were proto-QSers. But the mass high-tech appeal of self-tracking is utterly contemporary and only possible because the technology abounds. Electronic sensors are better. Mobile phones are omnipresent and often used more for tracking everything than for actually calling people. All of us, billions of people worldwide with access to cell phones who produce streams of location, motion, video, photo, voice, and even medical information by the petabyte hourly are part of the quantified world, together sending nearly 3 billion emails every day, most of them spam. Self-quantifiers absolutely fit into big data, says Kenneth Kuker, author of Big Data, an optimistic book about today's gathering, storage, and analysis of information on a massive scale. Big data is not just about size. It's about doing new things with data. We are collecting material about ourselves, respiration or heart rate that we never collected before, and crunching the numbers without a big research lab. The idea is that self-quantifying is a way of being an expert on yourself, at a time when studies can tell you about percentages and probability for everything, from drug efficacy to your vote, but cannot tell you about you in particular. For Jaron Lanier, a computer scientist and author of Who Owns the Future, it can be societally productive when normal people are forced to act like scientists, challenging their biases and clearing their perceptions. Also, having been blind to our own insides, Lanier says he sees the value of seeing in real time some things that go on in your body. Now I am in my 50s. I am just starting to learn how to use my own body. Quantifying is mostly a way to take care of ourselves, Kuker says. He tells me his new UP band was being charged as we spoke so that he'll be able to monitor his sleep and set his alarm for the optimal time to wake up refreshed. In the past, experts did vast studies in lab hospitals to discover this. Now we can use $100 UP bands. As Betts put it, QSers are not asking for approval from someone else. It's empowering. I am reclaiming my health. We don't need to be told by a doctor what we should be doing. That's what this subculture is saying. According to the National Pew Study on Tracking for Health, 40% of trackers said that the information they collected had led them to ask a doctor new questions or to get a second opinion. For Kuker, the dark side of QS is Woody Allen-esque. Hypochondria. If people are constantly monitoring themselves, they may imagine they are encountering the onset of a disease when their symptoms are really statistical noise. When I asked New York psychologist Stephen Reisner about how quantification has affected his patients, he says, "The tendency to quantify is such a given that I always try to move people away from doing it. That includes a couple who came to see me complaining that they weren't value added for each other." QSers Honeywell and Greenhall both questioned why achieving a low body weight is the desired outcome of dozens of new sensors now on the market. That's not to say it doesn't work, thanks to QS. Greenhall says she lost 40 pounds over 2 years. Honeywell, on the other hand, gets too thin when she gets stressed. I'd like to tell all of these companies that offer ways to measure yourself that consumers should have the option to turn off all the diet talk, said Honeywell. I'd love Fitbit to have an option to keep your weight above a certain amount as well as below. Calories are so emotionally loaded for people with eating disorder, chimed in Greenhall. It's possible that all this quantification might be able to help with some sorts of eating and other disorders, but the reverse is also possible. After all, obsessive bodily measurement can be a fundamental symptom of anorexia or bulimia. Diana Freed, a therapist specializing in eating disorders, wrote last year about the way the proliferation of apps that obsessively quantify eating and fitness have radically transformed the way anorexia afflicts patients. Sensor manufacturers have clearly not read fat is a feminist issue. But body image ignorance aside, I did wonder about the other potential downsides of all this tracking and aggregation. Might all of these numbers eventually be used against all of us self-quantifiers? Sure, the most serious QSers were autonomous, imaginative geeks, quantifying from the bottom up. But their employers might be quantifying them as well. The invasion of privacy is an issue, says Lehner. A company in Britain has asked its workers to wear wearable computing to monitor how healthfully they are living. This seems like lunacy. In the American context, when you use self-quantifying stuff to improve your health, you are also sending this information to data aggregators, and someone one day might deny you insurance because of it. This is far from hypothetical. 3 years ago, scrapers from the Nelson Company tried to go in and get health information from mentally ill people, posting on a site's private online forum. Even if you are quantifying your own data, if it goes through the cloud service, you may be exploited, says Lanier. You are making yourself vulnerable. If you join all this DIY big data with the other data out there, not only all of our emails and Google searches, but also the sensors in the water system, in medical implants, in stoplight cameras, and sound-activated street gunshot detectors. There's so much of it that one security expert, Bruce Schneider, recently suggested that the Internet is a surveillance state. The broader context was brought home to me with particular force as I thought about self-quantifying recently after our international surveillance program of millions of web and telephone communications by the NSA was revealed. Governments and corporations are now battling privacy advocates and each other for control over this murky cascade of digital information. And yet so many of us now create incredibly detailed information. Betts, Honeywell, and Greenhall, however, are either willing to take their chances or know how to safeguard the information they have out there. QS shows us we can design our own lives to create them any way we want and change them in any way we want. Betts says, if you are self-employed, you can feel without structure. QS helps you retether yourself. I found myself drawn to the more extreme quantifiers, compelled most intensely by their broad impact. Like so many things in our period, some of the most societally redefining concepts now emerge from edge thinkers who are increasingly visible, organized, and effective, in part due to the web. Even so, whenever I spoke to them or read their blogs, at some point I always wondered why. I recalled the short story Funes the Memories, in which Jorge Luis Borges writes about a man with a perfect memory who is determined to reduce all of his past experience to some 70,000 recollections, which he would later define numerically. But the man's pristine, self-quantifying memory was also strangely limiting. As Lanier puts it, there are two dangers in self-quantifying. One is compromising privacy, and the other is its participants can narrow themselves. Adherents hyperconcentrate on certain kinds of numbers about themselves, and it can make them a little more robotic than other people. It may be too soon to know exactly how and what QS has transformed. Our memories were once defined by a wooden childhood toy or a grainy picture of a lost lover. a graduation dress, or a passionate postcard. In the future, that record could be dominated by our sleep patterns or the record of our respiration. Instead of saving a high school football jersey, will we remember our pulse? We were both entirely sure, though, that quantifying is the mode of our time. QS is not a bunch of weirdos, says Kuker. Today, we call it quantified self. Tomorrow, we are going to call it healthcare. In the future, quantifying ourselves is not going to be done by some people, but by all people. And the author of that article, Alyssa Quart, is a journalist and author of the forthcoming Republic of Outsiders, The Power of Amateurs, Dreamers, and Rebels from the New Press. Thank you for joining us, and I hope you'll be with us next week.
It's going to be sunny, warm, and humid today with some cloud cover. Temperatures will be in the upper 70s to lower 80s. When the sun shines, it will fire up thunderstorms. For tonight, muggy, murky, and mild, low in the 60s. Yeah, looking forward to Friday. It is going to be partly to mostly sunny with a temperature in the 80s once again. Again, we're talking about the potential for heavy showers and thunderstorms, particularly in the first half of the day. Steve Roberts, TIC Radio.
Hi there, I'm John Shea, Production Director here at the Talking Information Center, here to wish TIC a happy 35th birthday. Since June 19th, 1978, the Massachusetts Reading Network has provided programming for thousands of listeners in the Commonwealth and across the country. On behalf of myself and the staff here at TIC, we'd like to say
Good morning. Thank you for coming out here and videoing us on this special day. I'm AJ Dooley, the owner of Dooley Disposal, and I'm here with Jack Oppolette, town historian. And we're glad to be able to go out today and clean up the streets and put our best foot forward to get the streets nice and clean for you guys.
And this is the most incredible turnout you can imagine. A total cross-section of the community, from the very young to some of us more mature people, different clubs and organizations, sports teams, everybody. They're all out here, and spirits are flying high. It's a great day.
I'm Josh. I'm Cole.
Superstar this is supposed to be a Boy Scout activity. We're 32. We're going to clean up. We're going to go clean up the town of Foxborough. Big community service.
I'm Joe D'Antona, Foxborough, Mass. I play football. These are all football players like Tim, soccer player. Help clean up Foxborough on this. Yeah! Woo! School spirit. Nice to meet you.
I'm Sam. I'm on Jesus. That's Ash. We're here to pick up trash.
Yeah.
Good job,
We don't really have groups yet, so it's about it.
Our time. Last minute, and look at the turnout we got. This is phenomenal.
Right.
Clean up Foxborough Day! Yay!
That's what I got.
Ready.
you found that.
Yeah, honey.
Oh, Mrs. Sweeney found a fire.
Found fire.
I would put that on the side over here.
Yeah, we're working the bag for them.
What should we? There's a wire. We found a TV. I don't think it's gonna work too well.
Oh, well, what's my phone?
We found a TV. What do you have? What?
We got a cushion here.
Joy, I found you some soup.
Guys, look what I found. It's an orange fries. That's a day or two. Okay?
I'm leaving some stuff for you, honey.
Hello?
Jim DeVellis. We're just trying to pick up along the roads, helping out AJ in the town and Jack Othelette on the clean Foxborough day. So it's good, quite a group. Nice turnout. So it's I think if this turns into a once-a-year event, I think that's spectacular. A lot of little kids are getting into it, and hopefully it comes back year after year. Lottery tickets, beer bottles, nips, you name it. It's car parts. You know, we're having some success.
A lot of alcohol.
Sutter home to be exact.
So it's kind of sad, but you know, we're out here having a good time. Our town, it's a great day. That's what our town has been reduced to.
found about 100 little Smirnoff bottles.
Alcohol and pieces of card.
And DQ.
Fast food. And KFC.
Ketchup packets.
It's hot out. Really hot.
It's like 94 degrees.
I mean, it's not that bad when you're in the shade.
Picking up trash.
Cleaning up Foxborough!
Yeah.
We found 69 shot glasses.
Yeah. And a bunch of beer cans, cigarettes.
A lot of dipspit containers.
Lighters.
A lot of Gatorade bottles.
Oh, beer cans.
It wasn't anything nice. It was a lot of stuff that people don't want to take home with them.
Found the front of a car.
Yep. Go Warriors!
Went good, huh?
Yeah, it went real well. I think I did. I was with Jim about. They're going to brighten up the fun. You guys
The group, America, and other minority citizens. On Wednesday, the Supreme Court made history by ruling that legally married same-sex couples are entitled to the same rights as all heterosexual spouses. The 5-4 decision voided a provision of the Federal Defense of Marriage Act that blocked health and retirement benefits for gay couples that are available to married people. Justice Anthony Kennedy wrote for the majority, quote, "The federal statute is invalid, for no legitimate purpose overcomes the purpose and effect to disparage and injure those whom the state, by its marriage laws, sought to protect in personhood and dignity. By seeking to displace this protection and treating these persons as living in marriages less than others, the federal statute is in violation of the Fifth Amendment." End quote. The court did not rule on a constitutional right to marriage and leaves in place state laws banning same-sex marriage. But the Defense of Marriage Act decision was greeted with jubilation by gay Americans and their loved ones and celebrated by all who believe in equal rights for all citizens. Applauding the Supreme Court ruling, President Obama called DOMA, quote, "discrimination enshrined in law," end quote. Overturning it, he said, means, quote, "the laws of our land are catching up to the fundamental truth that millions of Americans hold in our hearts. When all Americans are treated as equal, no matter who they are or whom they love, we are all more free," end quote. That may be increasingly true in the case of gay marriage, but the court's ruling on the Voting Rights Act of 1965 backtracks
on one of the country's most important pieces of civil rights legislation and creates new opportunity for, quote, discrimination enshrined in law, end quote, all in the name of alleged progress. The Voting Rights Act required 9 states and a dozen cities to get advance permission or pre-clearance from the U.S. Justice Department before making any changes to their voting procedures, such as moving a polling place. The purpose was to stop jurisdictions with a history of discrimination from implementing ways to make it more difficult for blacks to vote. But in a 5-4 decision, the court ruled on Tuesday that the formula used to determine which jurisdictions require advance permission is unconstitutional. In the view of Chief Justice John Roberts, the pre-clearance requirement is a burden based on old data. Roberts wrote for the majority, which in this case included Justice Anthony Kennedy, quote, "Our country has changed. And while any racial discrimination in voting is too much, Congress must ensure that the legislation it passes to remedy that problem speaks to current conditions," end quote. Fine, except that a Congress that agrees on nothing of substance is unlikely to agree on a new voting rights formula. Besides, Roberts appears to have missed the saga of celebrity chef Paula Deen. It suggests that the country has not changed as much as Roberts and his fellow justices might want to believe when it comes to racial attitudes. Barack Obama is president, suggesting one cultural shift, but Deen has used language and insulting references about blacks that her defenders also describe as cultural. If the Deen culture still exists, so does the need for the Voting Rights Act. The Defense of Marriage Act ruling is more than symbolic. It gives more married Americans access to specific benefits. Opponents may try to fight it, but they face the challenge of a changing world that embraces the idea of equality for gay Americans. With this ruling, the court's on the right side of history when it comes to gay rights. But when it comes to voting rights, it's willing to ignore history. Again from the opinion page of today's Boston Globe, an op-ed piece by Alex Beam entitled "My Fat Problem and Yours." Last week, the American Medical Association declared that obesity is a disease. The vote was controversial, given that the AMA's own review panel had concluded, quote, "It is difficult to determine conclusively that obesity is a disease state," end quote. How could obesity be a disease? A disease is a debilitating condition, sometimes temporary, sometimes chronic. Okay, obesity fits in there. What causes disease? Everyone but Christian scientists believe that heredity, germs, and viruses cause disease. What causes obesity? Almost everyone, including America's dietitian-in-chief, New York City Mayor Michael Bloomberg, agrees. Eating too much. I'll read that again. What causes obesity? Almost everyone, including America's dietitian-in-chief, New York City Mayor Michael Bloomberg, agrees. Eating too much. Labeling obesity as a disease fits right in with the medicalization of every fitful tick and annoyance in American life. Bummed out? Can't sleep? Sexually tapped out? There's a pill for that. Just recently, psychiatrists, their doctors too, that have you remember, declared caffeine withdrawal to be a mental illness as one of a number of, quote, caffeine-related disorders, end quote. What is this really about? Money. With the AMA hoping to, quote, expand coverage for obesity-related services, end quote, newly minted diet pills such as Vivus, Inc.'s Kisimia, and that is QSYMIA, newly minted diet pills such as QSYMIA, acquire a sudden legitimacy. Diet pills generally have operated on the fringes of medicine. Remember fen-phen? And still offer plenty of risks. Quote, birth defects, suicidal thoughts or actions, serious eye problems. Seeing those, quote, serious side effects on the Semia website, maybe I'll just stay fat. And I did just check with our experts, and they say the pronunciation is Semia, QSYMIA. My body mass index is 29, one tick away from the official, quote, obese threshold of 30. BMI is TMI, I always say. Right now, Medicare, the nation's largest insurer, doesn't cover diet pills. That could change. A bipartisan group of congressmen wants Medicare to start shelling out for fat pills. Who's going to pay for that, you ask? Do you have a mirror handy? The AMA's decision is also a potential windfall for the dubious field of bariatric surgery, also known as stomach stapling, which is experiencing explosive growth. There are now over 200,000 bariatric surgeries a year, a 16-fold increase in 15 years. Stomach stapling is rapidly becoming a subcategory of plastic surgery for celebrities, such as New Jersey Governor Chris Christie and weatherman Al Roker, who want to slim down but find dieting to be awfully hard work. Medicare and some private insurers already cover bariatric surgery for people who are pretty darn fat, BMI of 35 and above, and also have an obesity-related disease. Now there will be pressure to cover stomach stapling for men and women with a BMI of 30 or more. That is, people like me. Last week, you could practically hear the corks popping over at the American Society of Metabolic and Bariatric Surgery. In a statement, the Society's treasurer, Dr. John Morton, called the AMA decision a, quote, tipping point, end quote, adding that, quote, now coverage policy must catch up to that consensus, end quote. Who's going to pay for that, you ask? Don't put that mirror away. It turns out that expensive bariatric procedures, which cost up to $40,000, are of questionable value. Dr. Edward Livingston, deputy editor of the Journal of the American Medical Association, wrote earlier this year, quote, bariatric surgery does not provide an overall societal benefit, end quote. The surgery doesn't reduce health care costs, Livingston noted, and confers little to no long-term survival benefit, he concluded in the publication Journal of American Medicine Association, Surgery. And I'll read that again. Dr. Edward Livingston, deputy editor of the Journal of the American Medical Association, wrote earlier this year, quote, bariatric surgery does not provide an overall societal benefit, end quote. The surgery doesn't reduce health care costs, Livingston noted, and, quote, confers little to no long-term survival benefit, end quote, he concluded in the publication, the Journal of American Medical Association, Surgery. Yes, losing weight is hard, and how very American to outsource that struggle to Big Pharma and the stomach staplers. AMA board member Dr. Patrice Harris suggests that I may have a simplistic view of obesity. She says, quote, it's multifactorial in its etiology, with behavioral, environmental, and genetic causes. Yes, personal responsibility is a piece of the puzzle, but we can't say we won't treat people just because they can't push back from the table, end quote. I'm going to outsource my conclusion to Dr. Elliot Berry, a nutrition expert at Hebrew University in Jerusalem. Berry told the Jerusalem Post, quote, the AMA statement is dangerous, counterproductive, not useful, or constructive. There is no magic bullet, no medicine for obesity. The way out of obesity is to eat less and better and to move your body, end quote. Again from the opinion page of today's Boston Globe, an op-ed piece by Joan Wickersham entitled Stockholm's Wall of Knowledge. Joan Wickersham's latest book is entitled The News from Spain, 7 Variations on a Love Story. This op-ed piece is entitled Stockholm's Wall of Knowledge. When my husband and I were in Sweden last month, he wanted to see the Stockholm Public Library. Years ago, in architecture school, he'd read about the architect Gunnar Asplund, and he vaguely remembered that the building was supposed to have a spectacular interior. It was a pretty day, and I was happy to walk there with him. We stood outside the building. Completed in 1928, it is monumental but modest, a cylinder on top of a square base. We remarked on how democratic it is with its plinth of street-level storefronts that include a McDonald's and a convenience store. Then we went up the ramp, in through the front door, and up a narrow, dark stairway into the main space, which was flooded with light. We stood there. After a while, I realized I was crying. We were inside the cylinder. It was a vast, round room, about 85 feet across and 80 feet high, and it was entirely lined with books, 3 floors of bookshelves wrapping all around. There was a kind of visual randomness and individuality to the volumes, a jumble of colors and sizes, but there was also unity. Together they made an artwork, a gigantic, glowing, abstract composition that was alluring and alive. For the next hour or so, we walked around inside the library, visiting the reading rooms around the periphery, climbing up and down the exposed and hidden staircases connecting the 3 floors of books, finding secret spaces like the poetry rooms, whose curves were tucked between the building's inner and outer walls. We admired the details, the carved woodwork, Asplund's simple, elegant furniture, the dreamlike mural, and scaled-down intimacy of the children's room. But we kept returning to that central space. I've never been in a building that was so utterly and solely about books. It almost seemed to be made of books, as if the books were holding up the building rather than the other way around. Asplund's concept was inspired by the new OpenStax model he saw when he toured American public libraries. Yet while his design made the books accessible, it also exalted them. The building, with its circle on a square shape and its domed rotunda, is a modernist riff on the Pantheon. This allusion to ancient Rome reflects more than just the architect's admiration for classical temples. The Stockholm Public Library is a temple too, and the deity is literature. And that really was what moved me to tears. I was like the lifelong baseball fan who grows misty in
Jim sits on it.
If the number's high. So, and it should be. They might go.
Who's taking the minutes? Hi, welcome to the Foxborough Board of Selectmen special meeting on June 27th. Tonight's meeting was asked for by the craft group to try and work out some insurance situations between the town and them. So I'd like to welcome the attorneys and the craft group to come up to the table in front of us, please. Just for the record, we can start with you, Dick. Put you on the line for the record names, please.
Thanks, Mike. I'm Dick Gellerman, Town Council.
Cindy Amara, Town Council.
John Davis from Pierce Davis and Paratano.
Jim Cobry, General Counsel of the Craft Group.
Dan Murphy, Craft Group.
Okay. And Dick, would you like to start?
Yeah, thank you. So when we met with you just 2 nights ago, just to reiterate the issue is that the current insurer for the town for law enforcement policy has advised the town that as of July 1st, the deductible for events that occur under the law enforcement policy is going to go to $50,000. Because of that increase, which the board has told me they found unacceptable, we're trying to find solutions to that problem, and we've been working with the craft organization on that. What's happened since Tuesday with regard to Maya is I spoke with them on yesterday on Wednesday and asked them to a couple of things. Would they agree to postpone the increase in the deductible from $7,500 to $50,000? Would they agree to postpone that until we had the opportunity to resolve these insurance issues with the stadium? They declined to do that. I asked them if they they would consider imposing the $50,000 deductible only for concerts as opposed to soccer events, on the theory that soccer is relatively benign in terms of crowd behavior. They declined to do that, and then with John Davis's help, we asked them whether they would consider a prorated premium change to effectively get them to the same place. The proration thinking being that we'd get this resolved relatively quickly, and therefore the net cost of the town would go down. They declined to do that. But the one bit of good news from Maya, and that came in a phone call copied by email today, is that the $50,000 deductible is applicable only to stadium events. It's not applicable townwide. So that's where we are today with Maya. Attorney Cobry and I have had more conversations with one another today and yesterday than either of us care for, and I do want to say that he's worked very, very, very diligently to try to help the town resolve this issue. He can tell you later, but if I can steal the thunder, they have been able to think they can get in place, actually, this new policy before the next event, before July 6th. And that's some kind of doing. We've been told by both Meyer and earlier in talking with Jim that we were really looking at a 30 to 60 day timeline. It looks like they've been able to manage that to go down to about 10 days. So here's where we are. You don't have an event coming up until July 6th. We're going to ask the board, after all of the presentations, to consider putting over your decision on conditions of the license until July 5th. We're going to ask the board to approve, to continue its approval of the licenses as long as you get in place by that date a law enforcement policy that provides the coverage to the town in a form acceptable to you with a deductible acceptable to you. Between now and then, there's a lot more work to do, and we've been working very hard on it. Cindy's been working both days, drafting agreements, drafting motions, dealing with Meyer, and as I have with Jim Cobry. So we've all been doing a lot of work, and we have made some progress. We are not there yet. We're further along, but we're not there yet. We have drafted and sent to Jim, sent a copy to the town manager also, a possible agreement that we could work out. That's going to depend, the resolution of this is going to depend. We first have to know what kind of a policy we can get, what it's going to cost. I do think I can represent that cost. We'll be able to work out the apportionment of the cost of the premium. I'm not talking about the deductible now, in a way that's reasonably reflective of what it would cost us on one side for the town, and secondly, what it would cost us because of the stadium. I don't know the impacts of what the new deductible or what the deductible will be that Jim's going to tell you about. There are a lot of moving parts to it that he'll explain, but I don't know the impact once we have in place a policy provided through the stadium's efforts. I don't know the impact of what that would be on Meyer, except for certain that $50,000 deductible will go down to $75,000. But one ought to think that the cost of the policy should also go down, since they're no longer since they no longer would be providing primary coverage for the town for stadium events. So the net effect cost-wise is hard to calculate at this point. We'll get there, but we're just not there tonight. So I guess I'll stop as that introduction. At the end, I will want to get back and talk to you about a motion that we've drafted. Let me say, I know we're all working hard, but we're getting paid for it, and here you are, two nights out of three. So thank you for that.
Cindy, do you have anything to add?
Not at the moment, no, no.
John?
No, the only other thing that, and this was, I think Dick alluded to this, but when we were here last, we got that, there was the issue of that letter that was accomplished the following morning and sent to Mr. Cobry, so that that could be accomplished. And if they can place something within the next 10 days, that is a lot more, that's a lot sooner than we were led to believe by other consultants we had spoken to in the past, including Maya the other day when we spoke to Joe Callahan. He thought 30 days was aggressive. He thought it would take more like 60 days. So if something can be placed in time for the first event of July the 6th, that'd be great.
Jim?
If you don't mind, I'd like to set the context of what we're doing here and what is hopefully going to happen over the next 10 days. The context, very briefly, is this all started with the Wellner-Dutton protective custody lawsuit. With that lawsuit, we realized that there were some gaps, some areas that we could improve upon, mutually improve upon our indemnification and the town's insurance program. And we spent, and when I say we, Dan, John Davis, Cindy, Dick, and I started working on this back in December, and spent a lot of time in December, January, February working out a new form of indemnification agreement, which we were able to do. And so by the end of February, we came to an agreement about a new indemnification. And I think it's a very reasonable document, and I think it does protect all of us much better from situations like the Wellner-Dutton case. When we finished that, we turned our attention to the insurance protocol and what we could do to improve that. And just so you know what we mean by improve that, the current policy is a $7,500 per person deductible. And with the Wellner-Dutton case, what happens there is each person who is involved in that case, in the event they prevail, and I don't think they will prevail, but in the event they prevail, they're not likely to get more than $7,500, but there are a lot of them. There are potentially thousands of plaintiffs in that case. And so if it is certified as a class and you do get 1,000 plus plaintiffs, all establishing damages in the $7,500 range, you have a very substantial liability there that's not covered by insurance that would be part of your existing deductible. And I think we all agree that there should be some room there to improve that coverage. And so starting in early March, we started really working pretty hard to figure out what we could do to improve that. And the first step in the process was to find out if we could improve our insurance policy. And so right now, we provide you with additional insured coverage under our general liability policy. And what that does, plain and simple, is if you are involved in any type of litigation or claim that is the result of our acts or omission, or people that we control's acts or omission, then you would presumably have coverage under our insurance policy. What it doesn't do is cover you for acts and omissions that your employees or your agents, people that we don't control, would result in liability. And so step number one was to find out if we could change our general liability insurance policy to extend the coverage to include your employees, the police officers in this case. And our insurance consultant, a gentleman named Mike Norick, he went ahead and contacted our insurer, and the insurer said no, that they would not do it. And so we reported that back. And that obviously was not acceptable. So we started to check with other insurance companies and see if we could change insurers and get a better insurance policy. And Mike approached a number of insurance companies, all of whom said basically the same thing. They are not inclined to do that. And the reason they're not inclined to do it is because they would be in a situation where they would be insuring some folks' activities and we have no control over them. And the lack of control was something that all of these insurance companies uniformly had difficulty with. And so with that information, I came back to the group and we started talking about other ways of resolving this issue. And so the next approach was for our insurance consultant to try to identify opportunities for a town-purchased law enforcement professional liability insurance policy. Or I'm sorry, for us to purchase a law enforcement professional insurance liability covering the activities of the town police force. And we're not able to do that. It's the same reason, because we don't control them. So we thought about, could we get a separate policy that the town would purchase and we would pay for? We're getting a little warmer with that one, but quite frankly, the insurance companies came back and said they'd prefer to have one policy covering the town as opposed to two policies. If there are two policies, one covering activities at Gillette Stadium and the other covering the rest of the town, the insurers had a concern that there would be what's called the other insurance clause issue, where the insurance companies effectively point at each other and each tries to suggest the other one should really be the primary insurer. So, long story, but we eventually settled on the idea that we would try to find a better alternative to your existing MIA insurance policy, and then we would work out some arrangement to allocate the premium associated with that policy. And our insurance consultant informally, because we weren't authorized to do anything officially on your behalf, but informally he went out and contacted insurance companies, and he found 3 that are active in Massachusetts who were willing to provide that coverage. And they each had a slightly different variant, and you all are familiar with insurance, and you know there's premiums and deductibles and self-insurance and every flavor you can possibly imagine. Well, we found 3 companies, and they were willing to do something, and it seemed like each of them offered something that could be interesting to us collectively. So we spoke with Dick Gellerman and Kevin Pecos, and the time frame of this is roughly April time frame, and we basically said, hey, if you can give us a letter that authorizes our consultant, Mike Norick, to review your lost data and also to talk officially with these insurance companies, we will be able to get these informal discussions reduced to formal proposals, which we can present to the town manager and whomever else, and then collectively we can decide which insurance product we want to go forward with. We did not receive that letter. We asked for it a number of times, including, by email, including in meetings. We had a meeting at Town Hall in Kevin Pecos's office in mid-May, where I emphasized to Kevin that, we were 6 weeks away from what I consider to be a deadline, June 30th, end of policy deadline, and I really needed the letter to allow us to get the alternatives reduced to writing so we could resolve this issue. I indicated to Kevin at that time that 6 weeks was really a pretty short period of time for us to evaluate proposals. First of all, to obtain proposals, then evaluate them, and then bind the insurance policy. So I was pretty emphatic that we really needed to get something pretty quickly. And at that meeting, Kevin told me that he would, that he understood the deadline, understood how important it was to get the authorization letter. And I thought we were going to receive something very shortly thereafter. We did not. And I reminded him of that. I reminded Dick that I needed to get that letter. I didn't get the letter until yesterday. And I received the letter yesterday because Dick and Cindy and John really put a lot of effort into getting the letter for us. And so yesterday was really the first time when we were able to have our insurance consultant go out there and touch the bases and really try to get what we had previously discussed 60 days ago into a more formal position. He's working very, very hard on it, as all of us are working very hard on it. Originally, this morning, he told me that this was not even possible to do in less than 30 days. Told me I was being too demanding, that this was just completely nuts on my part to think that we could make it in time for the Revolution game. He worked very hard. Late today, he sent me an email, and I don't know all the details of it yet, but he thinks that he will be able to get some proposals before the 4th of July, and that we will be able to present them to you and hopefully get your approval so that we can have a policy bound before the Revolution game. But I want to emphasize that it's unfortunate it came down to this last minute crisis. It really is. It's not because of the efforts of anyone sitting at this table that it came to this point. I mean, I think all of us were quite proactive and really mindful of the deadline and trying to make sure that it didn't become a crisis. I think that all of us, when it became a crisis, really sprang into action and tried to deal with this as professionally as possible and to get this all resolved. I wish this were not a crisis, to be perfectly frank with all of you, but I think that we are on the cusp of getting it resolved. It's going to require a little bit of luck and a lot more hard work from this group and from Mike Norick, but I'm sincerely hopeful we can do that. And that's really the background of what we're doing here.
Dan, you have anything to add?
Nothing to add.
Any questions from the board?
Just so I can look at the schedule, the event on the 6th is what? That's the first Revolution game?
Yes.
That's a Saturday. 4th of July and the holiday. Basically, it comes down to the 5th if we go in the direction of putting this off. It's just a very, very tight window, just so you can start to think of that as we discuss in scenarios.
That's it. Jeannie? Anything at this moment?
Not right now.
All right.
And just a couple of questions trying to understand the current insurance setup. With the law enforcement policy, that's currently part of our existing general liability coverage, is that correct?
Yeah, it's part of our the town's MIA policy, yes.
It's a form to the Maya contract.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we have a certain cost to the town right now, correct? Including the law enforcement policy.
Yes.
So
Right.
if we were to have that policy rewritten where that is no longer included, I would assume there's some change in the overall cost to the town of that hunk of insurance.
Yeah, I think I think if it were removed entirely because
Yes.
you have substitute coverage, I
Yes.
imagine there would be an adjustment in the premium.
Right.
Or if it was kept intact but as sort of an excess law enforcement protection over and above alternative coverage, I would again expect there to be some sort of an adjustment to the premium.
So.
And I
what-
can't speak for Maya, that's just my guess.
Right. So what I'm trying to figure out is, a simple formula for calculating this, because the impact, certainly we've already made it clear that the $50,000 deductible, we can't do that. So since we have to go this other route in terms of cost, now for this new policy, I'm thinking that the delta in our original policy which covered us before, we now have a new cost. Whatever the delta is, subtract that from the new cost, and I think that's one way of thinking about how to potentially address the cost impact of the town.
Lorraine, if I could, calculating the delta is not as simple as taking $50,000 and subtracting $7,500.
No, I'm talking about the policy cost, not the deductibles.
Okay, but when you're trying to calculate, and I think you're absolutely right, that's the question. But how do you do the calculation? You do need to look at the premium cost. Certainly you need to look at what's the new premium going to cost the town, what's our portion of it, what's the savings on the premium if Maya goes from primary to secondary or primary to nothing. Those are relatively easy calculations to make. The harder one, for me at least, and we've talked to the acting town manager about trying to get some help on this, is how do you calculate the cost to the town from going from a $7,500 per plaintiff per claim, where we are now, deductible, to a $50,000 per occurrence deductible. They're different. The potential impact is hugely different on the town. How do you factor that in? That's one of the issues that we'll certainly have to look at between now and when we see you again on the 5th. But that's an important distinction, Lorraine. Going from per claim to per occurrence is a big distinction for the town. It does limit the overall cost, whereas we don't have that kind of limit now.
I think, though, the point I'm trying to get at is that if there were not these stadium issues, and starting with the Wellner-Dutton case is really what brought all this to light, that the town would never be faced with that $50,000 deductible. So
No, but we have been and we are faced with a $7,500 deductible per plaintiff.
right, if it's determined to be a class action suit.
Yeah, well, even if not, at this case, it's times 4. It could easily, without a class action, get to be 7,500 times a much bigger number than 4, which isn't a class. You do the math, it only has to be 7 people, and then
I think you understand where I'm coming from. I'm just trying to keep the town whole in terms of, we were existing at a $7,500 deductible because of a certain policy that we had, and now because of a changed situation.
Yeah, we're all aware now of the situation that existed for a long time, unfortunately never bothered us, and which is why we're here. And that's a solution that we're trying to solve. It's a problem we're trying to solve in a way that keeps us whole. Absolutely.
If I may.
Hold on one second.
Just one other general comment. I appreciate you laying out the timeline, Jim, but I think, I see how hard and hear how hard everyone is working right now. And I think it's really not fair to throw Kevin under the bus like this and not have him be present to explain why there was a delay. I don't know the details of why there was a delay. I do know that he has been absent for some time. And so, everyone at this table knew that he was absent for that time. So, I just would ask that we dismiss that.
If I may.
Yes.
I started working on this issue with Kevin in March, well before anything happened with respect to Kevin. If at any point during that period of time he had simply delivered the authorization letter that I sought, we would never have had this crisis. I feel badly that Kevin's not here. I'm here. This is actually my 15th anniversary. My wife is furious that I'm here. But I'm here and he's not. And I'm here because I have respect for this process and I want to get this crisis resolved. And it's undeniable that Kevin could have issued this letter at an earlier point in time. It's also undeniable that if he had, we would have had this resolved a long time ago.
I just think it's unfortunate that no one on the board knew that. That's all.
If I may, I'll get back to that. Dick, you just said multiple plaintiffs at $7,500 per deductible, and there could be many more. I think that's the word I'm hearing out there. If the town was at that kind of a liability risk, and this just came about because of the Dutton Wellner case, why would ever we want to proceed in the future even with that policy? If there was going to be a chance that we could have a class action lawsuit down the road at 1,000 people times $7,500 to the point of $7.5 million, and the revenue stream that we receive per year, at 2 years,
Yeah.
I mean, we're just, it's not smart business. Do you agree or disagree?
No, I think that's right. One of the goals here ought to be to place a limit, a cap, on our exposure for any event that occurs up there which is our fault. And maybe that's the good thing that'll come out of all of this, is that we'll have accomplished that.
But you don't have the exposure in every town. You have it in so many towns that hold a big venue. Does Mansfield have the same exposure with that venue they hold? I mean, do you have any?
Well, one of the differences, Mark, is that we own the stadium. And we own the police force. Now,
we own...
We don't.
We own
the seems a fixture, I guess. Huh?
So, you know...
But that's the difference, and Jim will tell you easy solution to the problem, and I'm just repeating, but don't own the police force. Have them do their own policing. I'm not suggesting that. That's not a recommendation. There's all kinds of ramifications from that, but that is the solution.
So, by the follow-up, though, and I made this statement a long time ago. I don't know if anybody remembers, but if the town has a liability because we own the land that's in the lease agreement, why wouldn't we just change that and sell the land and get out from this whole situation? I'm asking, is there any reason why we wouldn't?
Mark, can I suggest that's a totally different topic? We've got a short window to get this thing resolved. That question itself is, I don't think we can begin to talk about that.
Well, one more thing. Jim, you kind of, Lorraine's got it right. You're throwing the town manager right now under the bus. Do you have any document to prove any of this, or you just, I mean, I can't take it as hearsay. I can't sit here and listen to hearsay. If you got something that can prove your point, and if you're going to make statements like that, you need to prove them. That's what I'm saying.
Well, I stand by my statements. I will happily send you the emails that I have exchanged over the last 3 months. I know that you were in a meeting with me when I spoke with Kevin. I know that Selectman DeBellis was also in a meeting with me, and I believe it was at that meeting where Kevin told us that he would issue the letter that week and that he understood the deadline. I mean, we discussed what would happen in the crisis situation and what, if anything, we should be doing to protect the town from that crisis. And it was 6 weeks ago, which wasn't a lot of time, and we talked about that. But we did talk about it. He did make commitments. You were both there. If I'm wrong, please tell me, because I'm not trying to throw him under the bus. What I am trying to do, though, is let you know that this group has been working very, very diligently. This group has been very, very focused on the potential crisis that could result if we miss a deadline. I personally made Kevin aware that we don't want to be in that situation. We collectively don't want to be in a crisis situation. We want to have this insurance issue resolved as early in the process as possible. And we didn't. We haven't. We're sitting here today on the 27th of June in crisis mode, and it didn't have to be that way. But I will send Dick Gellerman the emails that I have, and hopefully he'll provide them with you. But I really do go back to that meeting we had in May that you were both at, and And we did talk about this issue, and we did talk about what needed to be done, and Kevin did make commitments to all of us that he would do the authorization letter at a minimum. If he had done it back then, we would have had the proposals very, a week later, 10 days later. We would have probably had this meeting in early June. We would have decided upon a particular insurance course of action, and we would never have the crisis that we have right now. And that's not throwing someone under the bus, but that is a statement of fact, and it is about accountability.
Jim, you want to?
Yeah, again, caution the board, I understand Kevin's not here, the meeting that we were at, and please understand, Kevin is working for the town. He's meeting with you on your issue. He's also meeting with Maya. He's meeting with dealing with the Weldon Dutton case, and he's looking at the town as a whole. So to jump out of that meeting and say he's going to do something without considering all the other facets that he's dealing with. Again, if Kevin's not here, I just wish we get off this subject and focus on today is the 27th. We've got an event on the 6th. All this stuff I'm sure is going to fall out one way or the other because nobody wants to be in crisis mode. But if we're going to focus for the next hour on whose fault it was, this is a little bit of uncharted territory. We've got class action suit, we've got a stadium with events coming up, and if we don't start working together and stop pointing the fingers, especially when the third party is not here, we're going to be spinning a lot of wheels right now. So if we want to get this thing resolved for an event next Saturday, let's talk about what our options are. Now, we've spoken about individual claims versus claims in aggregate. If there's different options out there, and if we can get, maybe, the good news about that it's crisis mode is people work extra diligently because there's a deadline in a couple days versus a couple months. We've got to work together on this starting tonight. And if we don't, I mean, basically we have one day, it's the day after the 4th of July. I don't even know who the heck's going to be here that day. So if we don't leave this room tonight with some type of a consensus, I wouldn't be too comfortable about Saturday on the 6th. So,
John?
Yeah, two questions. One is, you had mentioned that the insurance company mentioned that they would prefer to have one policy. Is that the way this is going? Or are we going to have an overlay policy on our existing policy?
It's going toward one law enforcement policy covering the townwide as well as at the stadium.
Okay. And to go back to Mark's statement, if the stadium weren't here, Foxborough would just be a sleepy town in the Boston suburbs. With the stadium here, we have these issues. Is there an instrument out there that the insurance companies may provide that could cap our liability to a reasonable level? Because as you mentioned, even at the $7,500, there's still no limit. And you take a look at it, and if we were not to prevail in this class action suit, we're still open to a substantial amount of payment which the town would have to bear. So it's reinsurance? Okay, maybe that's the term. But if there's a reinsurance policy that could be an umbrella over the top that could potentially limit our liability, I think we'd all feel more comfortable, because even at the $7,500, it could go on forever depending on the amount of plaintiffs that come forward.
If I may, John, over the past 6 months, I've actually had the opportunity to learn a lot more about this particular type of insurance than I ever had any interest in learning. And what I've learned is basically the following. Every municipality with a police force buys this law enforcement professional liability insurance. And there are a lot of different ways to buy the insurance. The MIA policy that you buy is one way. And what I mean by one way, your deductible is based upon a per claimant. So the Wellner-Dutton case is a wonderful example. Every person who is wrongly placed into protective custody has a potential claim for you. And the first $7,500 of each one of those claims is for your account, not for the insurer's account. So that's one way to do this. Another way to do it, and I actually have a copy of a policy here, and that's also in place in Massachusetts and used by a lot of municipalities, is to do it on a per wrongful event basis. And if that were the case, if that policy were in place when the Wellner-Dutton claimants came into being, what would happen is each one of those people would be part of the same wrongful event. and they would all fall within the deductible. And the deductibles on those policies are, generally speaking, and once again, I'm a lawyer, not an insurance consultant, but what I've learned over the last 6 months is the deductibles on those per wrongful event policies are usually $25,000 to $50,000. And obviously, higher deductibles generally result in lower premiums and vice versa. There are a lot of variants on those, but those are in general the ways to do it. And so municipalities that have a concern about overall exposure, as you just expressed, they like to go for the per wrongful event where you have a cap. And then they decide how much of a premium tolerance they have, and they decide whether to buy a $25,000 cap or a $50,000 cap. I understand further that MIA has been evolving their law enforcement coverage to a higher deductible, that you have had the good fortune of keeping the lower deductible for an extended period of time. And you know, that's part of what's going on here. There's a little bit of an anachronism going on with respect to your policy, to your benefit. But I think the alternatives that we will be able to get will show you that spectrum, and you'll be able to choose where on the risk premium spectrum you want to be. And I will also offer the gratuitous comment that when I first looked at your policy, I thought that I would personally prefer to have the per wrongful event coverage, because I like the catastrophic protection that you get in that circumstance. You know, when you have a $50,000 wrongful event coverage, you're not ever looking at millions of dollars of exposure. You may be looking at more nuisances that you prefer not to deal with, but you never get into a situation like Weldon-Dutton where you suddenly have potentially $1 million of exposure.
John?
I'm all set, thanks.
Bob, do you have anything to add?
John's got a point.
Okay, John, sorry.
If I may, to try to address your issue, Mr. Gray, the per person cap, the per person deductible, I'm not sure whether there is a mechanism, but I have heard of insurers that have said there is a per person deductible, but up to a maximum deductible. So whether it's 5 persons or 10 claimants, I've heard of insurers that do that. I don't know whether that is an option under the Maya policy or under the policies of any of the other insurers that Attorney Cobury is speaking to. Wrongful events, I'm aware that, GL policies have per occurrence limits, professional liabilities have wrongful events limits, and I can appreciate that can be, for the catastrophic loss, a better protection for someone, an insured like the town of Foxborough. I think we have to appreciate here that, at least with respect to the Weldner-Dutton case, the claimants, there are currently four plaintiffs. Counsel for the 4 plaintiffs has said that there is maybe in excess of 2,700, and they're talking about more than just one event. So they're talking about the Bruce Springsteen concert, the Country Fest events, Patriots games. So I'm not quite sure how many, when they say 2,700, I'm not quite sure how many events they're talking about. The higher deductible, I appreciate that the Maya contract right now is at $7,500. My understanding was that the rationale for increasing it to $50,000 was that the protection that both the town and Maya thought was in place turned out not to be in place. So that's why it's going up to $50,000, and it was conditioned upon that it would stay at $7,500 if alternative insurance was in place. And I don't know, to get to whether it makes more sense, frankly, to eliminate the Maya law enforcement policy entirely, or have it as excess law enforcement coverage over whatever the other alternative policy is. I don't know.
That's a question. I'm just trying to find out what the mechanics would be.
Right.
So potentially you could structure it that if the town kept that existing law enforcement policy in place, that could apply to all town-related events, and then this other policy could strictly cover stadium-related events?
I would think so. I'm not an insurance consultant as well, but I always thought that there could be a way to define stadium event in such a way that the new policy covers stadium events, and the Maya policy covers non-stadium events.
I think that sounds like the
And they
cleanest.
agree to a common definition so that nothing falls in the
Right.
cracks.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else on the board at this point? Bob, anything to add?
I'm just sensitive to the time frame, as Jim already mentioned. We have very few days to try to apply for a policy. I understand that's the beginning of the process, correct?
Yes.
Tomorrow's Friday, you get the weekend, and you have 4th of July on Thursday, and you would need to plan another meeting
On the 5th.
on the 5th. So just
I won't be in town on the 5th.
One way also.
So those are the issues that you're dealing with. You just have to be aware of the time limitations.
I can't, there's no way I can be here on the 5th. Jim's too. Anybody else going on the 5th? And something with the whole board needs to be together. John, you?
I'm around.
And the other issue is, if you recall, the events that we permitted are contingent upon an indemnification agreement being reached by June 30th. So come July 1st, it's a potential that those permits are null and void, so we would have to have an extension tonight or up till, I guess, Friday, to extend it up till July 4th or 5th or 6th, or whenever we do that.
Yeah, I have, in anticipation of that, drafted a motion for you, but let's get, the two of you are going to be away on the 5th.
No.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm supposed to be away right now.
You have a quorum, but let us look into a way of doing I don't know that we can do this. Are you available by phone or by?
It's not allowed by our bylaws anyway, so it's just.
They didn't adopt that provision, of the open meeting.
They voted not to have it. It's not permitted.
So I think he got to Wednesday, unfortunately.
Wednesday, what's the date of it?
Well, we've got 5 people on board, we have a quorum of 3.
Yeah, but it's just not right for the whole board not to be here. I just think this is something the whole board, especially what we all have to offer, needs to be together as one. And I just don't see that. I wouldn't want that to happen. I mean,
So can we go in the direction of having the 2 separate policies, stadium definition, town definition, see if that works with Maya and whoever the other, I guess, whatever the other potential insurers are, and that way we know we're
Yeah,
covered.
we wouldn't cancel you're saying not cancel the Maya policy. The problem being that right now we can't tell you if the Maya policy is effective, whether or not you're going to be exposed to the $50,000 deductible.
Dick, right
But
now,
if we-
correct me if I'm wrong, but if the Maya policy will be in effect.
Yeah.
It will be.
However, it'll be subject to a $50,000 deductible.
For stadium events.
Right.
Which isn't a problem until July 6th.
Correct.
Right.
So
so exactly, I said this at the other meeting, why can't craft group cover that deductible until we get this straightened out? It's the simplest way of getting this through.
Because we're unwilling to do so. It's not our responsibility, if you think about it for a moment here. We made application for an event, and you rightfully said that there are some conditions, one of which is that we need to have police details for these events. And that's fine. We're happy to have police details. We're happy to pay the detail rate for them. You are the ones who obtain the law enforcement professional liability insurance. We obtain the general liability insurance. We cannot, I said earlier that our consultant has gone out there and tried to find any way possible for us to buy law enforcement professional liability insurance on your police force, and we cannot. We just simply cannot do it. It's just impossible. For the exact same reason that an insurance company won't issue that policy, we can't do the indemnity. We don't have control over the individuals that we would be asked to indemnify. And the delta between $7,500 and $50,000 is a lot of money. I mean, you'd be talking about, hundreds of millions of dollars of potential exposure over people that we don't have any control. So what you're asking, I understand. It's something that we've all thought about. If there were a way to do it, we would certainly do it. But it's just too much money with too little control. It won't work.
And that's exactly why we're here, because we can't deal with that either.
Well,
and we're dealing with it right now because
Mark, one suggestion I have in terms of trying to get us to the 5th is...
well, the 5th is out as far as I'm concerned, because I can't be here, Jim can't be here.
Well, I'm 2.5 hours away. If it's a night meeting, I'll drive back.
But if I can address that for a second, Mark, is the open meeting law does not prohibit you from talking to me. And you talking to me and what your thoughts are. I can't share that, so it's sequential. I can't say, I can't tell the rest of the board this is what Mark thinks is what Jim, but I can listen. If there were a meeting on the 5th, at that meeting, I can express on your behalf what you're both thinking. Hopefully there'll be some information to respond to. There's a way to resolve this so that there can be a meeting. You have a quorum on the 5th. I can present at that meeting, an open meeting, for the first time to your colleagues what you're thinking on the situation.
It's going to be hard to tell you what I'm thinking when I don't know the conversation, Dick, that's going to come forward.
Yep, that's the limitation, Mark.
You know what? I say go for the 3rd. That's what I say. I think, you know what, we're trying to work with you, Amber will be here, and you need to do it by the 3rd. I want to be here. I think everybody here is a must. This board works well together. Everybody has good insight and good input to put into the conversation. So, Randy, would you like to say something?
I'm just curious about the procurement rules that would apply here. Is that another stumbling block for us here or not? Bid process, is the policy going to be over $25,000? Is it subject to a bid? Because is the town paying for the policy?
Yeah, then it has to go to open bid. John, correct?
Yep.
All right, so that makes it impossible right there. Is that what we're saying?
If the town is purchasing it.
Yeah. And is that what you're saying, Jim, the town would have to purchase it?
We cannot purchase it.
So that right there, we're done.
Didn't we just get a new policy from MIA?
Yes.
This was one of the
conditions. And the town manager followed the bid process.
Okay. So that public bid process was adhered to. Mm-hmm. This would be an addenda or an amendment to that? Is that?
We set the policy, correct?
Did Maya get by?
A different insurance company.
Yeah.
Maya will not be the insurance company on a standalone policy.
Has anybody seen the bidding, the RFP for that?
Well, it's a 30-day procurement, right?
I don't know what it said.
Randy, help me out here. This is what you do. Well, you help do.
That's a minimum.
Yeah, I think that's...
A minimum 30 days. And sales bids 14 days.
Is it over 25,000?
Oh, it's absolutely going to be over $25,000.
My understanding is it will be roughly between $30,000 and $50,000 of premium.
That puts us out of the realm right there.
Well, could we do a policy for 6 months and then do another 6-month policy? Just to get it under the no?
And that's kind of really stretched. Nice thought, but I think that's against the law.
There is one piece of legislation.
Yes, Randy.
There is one piece of legislation that's pending. I'm not sure how it's doing to raise those limits to 50,000. I could check on that.
I don't think the legislation is meeting over the holidays, are they?
No, but I mean, this session would end, this week. I'm not sure if that's one of the bills that's been.
We've run into another roadblock.
I'll check on it.
Well, thank you for your input, Randy. You guys want to take a 5-minute break and think about this, or you want to just sit here and muddle the thoughts?
Muddling sounds good. Yeah.
Okay.
I look at the issue and I say the MIA policy, as it's going to take effect on July 1st with the $50,000 per person, I understand your concern about that. That is the same concern that I have about this. So I certainly share your concern on that one. We are trying our best to make this happen, and everyone is on this table. It's not an effort on my part or Dan's part. It's a universal effort on this side of the table. It may be that it's just going to take longer than next week to get this done, to comply with all the laws, rules, et cetera. I go back to what I said before. When you approve the event license, you were acting within your statutory power to impose conditions related to public health and safety. And one of the conditions that you imposed was that a police detail take effect. The problem that we have right now is that the insurance for your police detail is unacceptable in terms of the risk.
Are we really going to go down this road, Jim?
Which is what?
That you don't want us to have our police officers there?
Well,
privately secure?
No, I wouldn't suggest we privately secure them, but if, and I throw this out, and I don't offer any criticism whatsoever, but if your risk profile is such that for 30 days or so you can't do it, I would be willing to go talk to Lieutenant Stewart and see if he could provide the police presence that you very legitimately request under the event license for the 6th of July and until such time as we get this
And
fixed.
I'll have 350 grievances on my desk on Monday morning.
How are the
Plus,
state
Mark,
police
if-
insured?
If I might, we have a town bylaw that does not allow for that.
Yeah.
It states
Well,
that
really,
the
I mean, no.
chief of police, Foxborough chief of police is in charge of public safety in town, excluding, state highway.
Yeah. And so,
Just an idea.
well, you know what, that's what I thought
That's
you were going
not
with
a
this.
solution.
I don't know what we're going to do. I mean, at this point,
Yes, to say, Dick?
The disagreement that we're having,
it's $50,000 per occurrence.
yeah, but it's over a contingency. It may or may not occur, right? It may or may not occur. We disagree with the craft organization as to who ought to be responsible for that cost, should we have that cost. We may never have that cost. That would be nice. A thought is that we continue to disagree about that issue. I hope it doesn't happen. If it does happen, the thought is you issue the licenses and you put in the provision that if there is a deductible imposed upon the town, a cost of the town of $50,000 for something that occurs, that is a $42,500 of that or some number is payable by the craft organization.
I've been asking for that, and they've
But
declined.
let me finish. They're going to say no, but they could say, if we reached agreement, they could say, we don't agree with that condition. We're going to accept it, not file any litigation today over it, but accept that with the understanding that in the event that that does occur, they reserve their rights to challenge that provision. That's a possible solution. What we're doing is
I know, if I can interrupt you, owning a business, I have this thing called workers' compensation, liability, and unemployment taxation. If I don't pay those, they send a notice to everybody I do business with, and they cancel it, and I'm out of business till it's reinstated. I can't operate without insurance. It's against the law.
I'm not saying you don't. No.
Myself.
I'm not saying you operate without insurance. We go forward with insurance.
But-
We have the policy in effect. Policy says that if there's a claim arising out of a stadium event, there's going to be a $50,000 deductible. What I'm saying to you is there may not be such a thing. I mean, keep in mind that there hasn't been very many, and even with Weldon Dutton, there's no clear evidence that there even is one today. So we're talking about a potentiality that experience tells us doesn't happen very much. We're not, Jim and I have, I guess in the year that I've been working with him for the first time, we're pretty loud with one another, okay? We're not, my sense is, we're just not going to reach agreement on that. What I'm saying is that you issue your licenses, you impose the condition. They don't agree with the condition, but they accept the license. They don't run into court this week and say, unlawful condition. They say, we'll accept it, but we're going to reserve our rights in the event that it ever comes to be that there is a $50,000 deductible that we have to face. At that time, if it happens, we litigate it. It's a simple enough thing to litigate, and we either win or we lose. And but it only is for so long as we can get ourselves the kind of policy that we should have gotten before tonight.
But Dick, is it responsible for us to expose the taxpayer to that sort of claim? I don't think we can sleep at night.
John, I'd say we
on Monday morning.
Hold on now. You have been exposed. You have been exposed to claim.
I'm trying to avoid from being exposed any further, Dick.
I understand that, but you have been exposed to much more money than that, and whatever you do, you're going to have some exposure for a deductible for an insurance policy. You always have, and you will again. What that number is, we're trying to limit. But I don't think you're being irresponsible for doing that. One might argue that it's more responsible to have a $50,000 deductible than $7,500 if it's for a short period of time and we can go to an occurrence basis.
Dick, that would be fine if it was an occurrence basis, but it's not now. The exposure is multiple millions of dollars, and we're a municipality, we're not a for-profit business, so I just don't know how you could expect the board to accept that as a solution.
I don't think our stockholders would like it too much. I see John raising the name.
I've not spoken with Mr. Norick, your consultant, but if the Crafts have civil rights coverage, because they have civil rights exposure, so I assume the Craft organization would have civil rights coverage. Is there no way that the town can be added as an additional insured to the Crafts policy that provides them civil rights coverage as the named insured?
I've asked that question several times, and the answer has always been no. That because we don't have control over your officers, we cannot extend the coverage in that circumstance. If you'd like to give us control over your officers, it would happen automatically, but I don't think anyone wants that to happen.
I think that's against our bylaws. We've gone over that. That's against the law. A couple other things are against the law. The procurement thing would be against the law.
But then what was contemplated when the Crafts agreed to provide the town with civil rights coverage?
Right.
Well, I think now you're trying to position me, so I respectfully will decline to answer that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, looks like we're at a stalemate, aren't we? Anybody else got any?
So we never had civil rights coverage.
Once again, I think you're trying to position me.
I'm not.
No, I don't think you are.
What?
Well, we licensed events at the stadium, and we had the motion attached to it that if insurance coverage was not, if the insurance issue was not cleared by June 30th, then the town of Foxborough has the right to take back that license and not license that event. So it was very clear. It was very clear when we did vote that was a possibility if this insurance issue was not resolved.
If I may, the license conditions require us, it's condition 3, require us to obtain an insurance certificate with certain details. We have obtained that insurance certificate, and we've provided it to the town, and we have received no word back that the insurance certificate is acceptable or not acceptable. So at this point in time, I think that you're right that you did require us to obtain insurance, and you set it forth in the terms and conditions that were attached to the license. And we think that we've given you an insurance certificate that complies with what's in those terms and conditions. We think that what's been going on here is that you're looking for additional coverage because of the change in deductible from the MIA policy. And we're happy to work with you, we really are, and we're really trying very, very hard to deliver some alternatives to help you on that. But that's really the nature of what we're doing here. It's not so much us failing to obtain the coverage that we can reasonably obtain. It's that the time for obtaining the coverage that gives you the right risk profile is just, closing so rapidly. That's.
No, and I appreciate that, but the thing is, we cannot let the town be on the hook in case something happens. So, I mean, we are responsible, and I don't want to expose the town of Foxborough to the $50,000 deductible just in case something does happen.
It seems the only way out of this in a temporary basis, and I think the board pretty much stands together on this, is that the deductible will be covered if it needs to be by the craft organization. I think it's the only out. I think we beat it up pretty good here. If you want to take a couple of minutes, like I said, take a recess and think about it.
We don't have to. We cannot accept that.
And you're asking us to do something you don't accept,
I'm not.
Mark, could I take a break and talk to Jim for a minute or two?
For about 10 minutes,
Can I ask-
ladies. Take a break. Frank, hold us up for about 10 minutes, please. I'll be right back.
Should bother you.
Okay, we're back. Thanks for waiting. Dick, do you have anything to add?
I do. I guess we're going to ask you to do is to put this over until July 3rd, when hopefully by that date we'll have more concrete information for you. We will do this in a way that does not require a procurement by the town, so we avoid any 30B issues, or we'll do it in a way that is in compliance with Chapter 30B, depending on the numbers.
You do realize that July 3rd is...
Wednesday before July 4th.
Well, no, it's a lot of... Did you say you're not here the 3rd? Did you say you
Well,
said?
I'm not supposed to be, but if I have to be, I will be.
Right.
I mean, there's nothing they can do about the dates.
Well, I understand that, but what time are you planning to have this meeting? 'Cause it's not going to be a 7 or 8 o'clock meeting. It's going to be more like a 4 or 5 or 6 o'clock meeting. Because it's going to go 2 hours, and...
Mark, is 5 o'clock okay with the board?
5 o'clock
I mean,
okay with the board?
It's fine.
Jim, are you here or are you gone?
I'm here now.
Well, you don't, you know...
Let's set it for 5, and then let's just, but can you give us a,
If you're not status quo, if you're not going to be prepared for the meeting, we'll just...
no, but I don't want to go in, coming back on the 3rd without having an understanding of what direction you might be thinking or going.
Yeah, I mean, in order to avoid the exposure of $50,000 per claim.
I told him he can't be here, it's 5:36.
Who can't be?
The guy filming. We don't even know where we're going to be, we don't know if we have a room, we don't know...
We're saying the FCA wouldn't be able to be ready for us till 6:30, that's...
Right. Yeah. And we don't even know where we can have it yet.
No, probably can.
There's no ad column on Wednesday, right?
Right.
So town hall's open, Randy?
Does it have to be recorded?
Does it, well, I think the people deserve the right to see it, I mean,
Yeah,
it's...
but if there's no one to run the equipment.
Yeah, well, we don't, then you can have, it won't occupy the room, Cindy, it'll be over 58 people, and then you can't have the meeting anyways, so, I mean...
Mark,
Yep.
6 o'clock before 4th of July, there's going to be 5 people.
Yeah, nobody's going to be there but us.
Actually, Jim, I appreciate that, but after some of the conversation we had here tonight, I think you might see 35 police officers there, if not some other towns.
Can we circle back to the details?
Yeah, I mean, one of the solutions we discussed was not having the police, other than what's been done all these years, continue. That's not what we're talking about. The reason to go to July 3rd is we hopefully will have more concrete information about the type of policy. We will do it within the procurement law, and by that I mean it will not, is not an act, it's not, we're not going to purchase it, the town will not be expending its funds for this policy. And we will try to address, I mean, the whole goal is to try to address not having the town exposed to multiple $50,000 deductibles. Yeah, you know.
Randy, would you like to speak?
How do we, I thought, I heard Mr. Colby say that they weren't allowed to purchase insurance on the town's behalf.
I mean, the act was, we are not going to purchase, it's not going to use any public funds for this acquisition. You get a gift. We have to work those.
Yeah, but no, I'm just so if it is a gift, doesn't it have to also be accepted by the Board of Selectmen?
Look, there's a lot of things that have to be figured out and ascertained and determined between now and July 3rd, okay? You can't do that sitting here tonight. We have a procurement issue. If we can't address it, then we won't. But give us the opportunity to do so. You know, we've got a commitment that they'll pay for it. We just have to figure out a way that they can do so legally. So we're not looking to a procurement.
Okay. Anybody have anything to add?
And if that is a scenario that works, so be it, we'll go in that direction. But just so I'm clear, we have MEA coverage up until June 30th, under the 7,500 per claim. We've already signed and sent in money.
I don't know about that.
We have.
For the new coverage starting July 1st. So we're covered throughout. Is there an opportunity for either the coverage that ends on June 30th to extend it another month and work out there where it's not a procurement issue, it's a less than 10% of a change, and you can extend it to July 30th on the existing, or take the coverage that's going to start on July 1st and change it for the first 2 months, so the premiums are going to come up, the deductibles will come down, and that 1 month or 2 months to bring it through July or August would be something that we addressed on a cash value.
I mean, I'd asked that, I'll ask it again, but I've already asked and been told not those questions.
You asked it to Mia?
Yes.
You know, in the conference call that we had with Joe Callahan the other day, that was addressed, and he said no.
Yeah, at least the second part of that, whether they would give us a 30-day policy, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. But would they give us the 75, but at a higher premium for 2 months? No, he said they wouldn't do that.
Okay. Well, I think it's,
Thank you.
President.
I have a question about the civil rights coverage after July 1st and the certificates that we have received, that we have, with the conditions on that everything has to be acceptable to the town. And, there's language that's different on here from prior years' certificates. And I don't see the language that says civil rights coverage on here, so I just want to ask where that comes in on this policy, on this binder. I'm asking, Jim.
I don't know what document you have in front of you.
This is the document that comes with the applications from the stadium for the license, the certificate of liability.
It's the binder that you provided with your application.
Right.
That was on there before.
This is pulled from the Country Fest application. So
The new one.
The new one.
Was it on there before from the previous?
This was part of the application that we said we would license subject to if we have.
Oh, no, I understood, but the part about the civil rights, was that on there before and it got taken away? Is that what you're saying?
I didn't see it there before. Jim is not acknowledging whether it existed or not, so I want to know going
The question
forward that
is, is there on
does it
this
exist
one?
now? And then I'd also like to ask John if you could review the prior binders to this binder, just if that's something that you could
That
help
one
us
there?
with. Yeah. For these events that we're talking about right now. Does that make sense? Okay, thank you.
I will ask Mike Norick, if you don't mind, to tell me where that's in this certificate. There's a new certificate that we've provided that I can certainly send over to you as well.
That's been sent over
since
the application process?
Yes,
Okay.
Traditionally, June 30th is the time when insurance policies roll over, and ours does as well. So we sent you a new certificate to show that we have insurance coverage effective July 1st. Just sent that in the past Tuesday. So I will tell you this, I don't read these insurance certificates very often, and I apologize for that, but we do have civil rights coverage. Where it shows up on that certificate, I don't know, and I will ask Mike to point out to me where it is. The issue that John was raising before is it civil rights coverage that covers the craft group and its employees, et cetera, or does that coverage extend to the town? And it's a very nuanced answer that would probably bore you, and
Not really.
Okay, well, I mean,
We need to know, because it's just a black and white question.
Jim, could you also ask, because I looked at that certificate, and unless the new one is different, that covers acts of the named insured, which be the Kraft Group. So that, to me, would exclude actions of the police, the Foxborough police. So that doesn't really cover what we're talking about here.
And that's
okay.
different.
Well, please allow me. I'm not an insurance lawyer by any stretch of the imagination, but what I understand from talking to Mike Norick in particular, but also some other people, is basically the following: that we have fairly robust insurance coverage, given the nature of our fairly diverse business portfolio, and we have general liability insurance, property insurance, all those different things that you'd expect. Within the liability portion of our insurance coverage, we have civil rights coverage. We also have, as part of our overall insurance regime, standard endorsements that relate to, among other things, additional insurance coverage. And our endorsement that deals with additional insured coverage says, in essence, and please, once again, I'm well outside of my expertise here, but what I understand it says is, as an additional insured, you are covered in the event that we, or people who work for us, or over whom we have control, do something that generates liability or the threat of liability. So a good example of this is when we are the tenant and the landlord, who is purely passive, doesn't do anything but leases us space. When our employees do something that generates liability and the landlord gets sued as part of that, even though the landlord has done nothing, because they are our additional insured in that case, our coverage is extended to them because it's an action or omission of our employee that gave rise to that coverage. So we have that type of coverage, and it's routinely extended to our additional insureds. And you are one of the additional insureds, so you have that level of coverage. Where the great minds at this table diverge is whether our coverage should extend to also include the acts or omissions of your employees. And our policy does not, as far as I know, does not go that far. And that's one of the lengthy discussions that John and I have had over the past 6 months.
Yeah, I got one too. You all set, Paul? Right. What's the next event after the 6th?
Bon Jovi on the 12th.
On the 12th?
The 20th.
20th.
I don't know if
There's one on the 12th.
All right, I've
Taylor
heard,
Swift is the 20th.
I've heard,
Jovi's the 20th. Taylor Swift's the 26th and 27th.
We have them.
I've heard over and over again that there's never any situation at any soccer game.
Gotta correct the website. Okay.
That they're very low key.
They are, yeah.
Very well under 20,000 people, typically around 15. It's a very uneventful event. So why don't you just,
You should be in marketing.
I was just thinking.
Mark is not going to marketing.
No one wants to go to
I'm
that.
trying to get to a point here.
Comes with us for sleep.
Mark, why don't you, can we just work and come
I
back
just
on the
want to
3rd
say
of July?
this. No, I really don't want to. Because you're interrupting everybody's family lives here, and it's becoming troublesome. I mean, everybody here's got a family, and they've got things they want to do. And to over-dedicate yourself during that causes situations with your family. And it's not fair to the spouse, it's not fair to the kids. They've been looking forward to things for a long time, including your own, I'm sure. My solution here that I want to see happen is, you've all stated soccer events, we should just have it, don't worry about license a soccer event, there's never any issues at them. Free up the 4th for everybody, pony up the deductible for that one event, gives you another 14 days to work through this. If everybody says there's no ever any problem at it, cover the deductible for that one event. It gives you another more than 14 days to come through with a plan here. That's all you got to do.
Unfortunately, we can't do that.
Well, you can ask your boss.
No, believe me, I hear from him quite a bit.
Because you know what? It's just, I don't see it happening any other way. It gives you more time. You're pressuring everybody here at the board. I mean, you really are. You got, Ginny has plans, Jim's away for the week. I'm gone on Friday. You know, if my boss asks me to work, I tell him no. You know what I'm saying? So I just think it's an unfair thing to do. I understand the urgency in your aspect, but to pony up a deductible for one soccer event, to come through with that and free up everybody, give everybody ample time to get this straightened out, doesn't seem like a lot to ask me.
If I may, I mean,
yeah.
we just can't do that, is what it comes down to, and I hope you can understand that. I certainly understand the inconvenience, and I don't want anyone here to be inconvenienced by any stretch of the imagination. If I could figure out another way, I certainly would. But unfortunately, we just, as relatively calm as the soccer matches are, we just are not in the insurance business, is what it comes down to.
But we are insured. All you gotta do is cover the deductible in writing for that one event. It gives everybody almost 3 weeks to get through this. I don't think it's a lot to ask. Look at the history of the events. Have you ever had any problems? Because I'm about to make a motion in that aspect to the board, and I'm hoping they go with me on it. Because I really don't want this to go into next week. I just don't think, I think it's a lot to ask. We've done it before on Christmas. We've had to have major, meetings. The 2 days after Christmas. It's not general policy for the board to just make special meetings for everybody. This board has been ample to everybody that's ever asked for one. And now I'm asking you just to go back to your boss and ask them that question. That's all. I don't think it's too much to ask. It gives everybody more time. It's one event, the most under custody event of them all, right? There's hardly any custodies at them.
Hardly any.
Right. It's the same group of people. It's not a concert kind of atmosphere where it's a mixed group of people that go there once a year or whatever. It's a different entity of people. So that's wrong. What do you think, John?
Well, you're asking them to self-insure.
No, I'm not asking them to self-insure. I'm asking
I
them to
agree.
cover the deductible.
You're looking for a solution. Waiting till the 5th, I'm not sure what's going to come out of it. It's unknown.
Nothing. I can guarantee you right now, nothing will come out of it.
And we're talking about the 3rd, not the 5th.
Now we're talking about the 3rd.
And I wouldn't be certain that nothing will come out of it. I think something might. I mean, I understand the inconvenience to the board. I wouldn't be suggesting we go to the 3rd if I thought it was a waste of time.
Right.
But I understand the convenience to them.
It's not just the board. It's a lot more people than just the board. It's cable access, it's the town, the acting town manager, the finance department, it's all the people that work for the town. It's trickling down. I just don't see that there's a big issue with that for that one event. And I'm going to be adamant about it.
And if you allow me to be adamant, those events are relatively common. Another way to address this issue is for you to lessen the police detail requirement at that event.
Just how many police at that?
No, but what?
To a football game now.
If I could, you could say for that one event, we are going to allow the stadium to provide their own security, and if something happens, we call Chief O'Leary and get people to come down. That happens a lot. I mean, where you allow people, other license holders like liquor license holders in town don't always have to have police details at their bars. Sometimes they do.
Over 350 people, you need to have a police detail.
But other times they don't. And so it's within your power to say, recognizing that soccer games are relatively benign, and recognizing that this is an extraordinary circumstance, we're going to allow you to go forward with your team ops force, but it doesn't go on beyond that day, number one, and number two, if something happens, you have to call Chief O'Leary and
now we're back to bylaws, right?
Right.
Correct.
But the bylaw
I don't
is
disagree
that.
with you, but it's really not even up to this board, it's up to the chief of police. And he has made it very clear, his policy on security up at the stadium.
Could we ask Chief O'Leary if he could grant some grace on this
And
one?
he was here and he has stepped up.
Oh, has he? Sorry.
Once again, we'll have about
Against the bylaw.
35 grievances on our table on Monday morning, if not before that, probably tomorrow morning.
I'm simply trying to help.
Well, I am too.
Yep.
And I think
just
the
ask
board
something?
is. Go ahead.
How many police officers are there usually
at the stadium on a soccer event?
Oh, 25?
Well,
It's usually pretty small, yeah.
It's very small, not like 350 for a football game or more. Or concerts sometimes more than 350, right? Help me out.
We shouldn't be talking about the numbers.
Well, no, I'm just trying to figure out what type of numbers we're talking about.
I really don't think that's relevant because the chief is in charge of security and he is not going to agree to this.
Right. No, he won't.
He's just not going to.
Lorraine?
How does the stadium insure the state police for these types of situations?
They're off property, right?
Yeah.
They're not on your property?
No, they're on our property, but we don't insure them. They don't ask for insurance, and we don't provide insurance to them. If part of what I've learned over the last 6 months is that's actually relatively common. You know, we talk to the Red Sox, we talk to the folks at TD Bank North Garden. They don't have an obligation to provide insurance for the police details or the municipality. They provide an indemnity, and the indemnity is very similar to the indemnity that we have now, but there's no insurance requirement there. And you know, to be fair, Dick and I have a difference of opinion about why the Red Sox and the Bruins and Celtics operate one way and we are being asked it. And you know, I truly like and respect Dick, so I don't want to suggest otherwise, but they don't provide insurance, and the reason for that is baked into the detail rate is an overhead component, and I think that's also the case here in
Mark,
Foxborough.
you know, we're starting to get off the topic. I don't mean to cut you off, Jim, but it's really not a part of this discussion.
All right, you know what? Anybody on the board feel like my suggestion is a good one? About making them cover because I think that's an ample solution to this at this point in time. It's a low risk for you. And when I mean cover the 50,000, we'll stick to the 7,500, so you're really only at 42.5, okay? And it's got to be in writing. And then you can have your event on the 6th. It gives you to the 19th.
Mark, it isn't 42.5 because it's 42.5 per claimant.
Right, well, that's the liability this board is not willing to take on for. We've been through this over and over again. We're not willing to take that risk. You're not either. So we're at a stalemate. It's business, okay? And we represent 17,000 people that own the town. So we're asking you, since it's such a low risk thing that everybody portrayed to me over the last 10 days, I've heard, oh, soccer's no big deal, it's a low risk, you can let it go for the 50,000 deductible for just those events. Well, this buys you time, frees up everybody for 21 days, basically, and I think it's a good idea. And I don't think it's that much to ask. So how does the board feel about that? Does anybody feel like this is a good solution, or do we want to sit here and bang heads all night?
Can we do that?
Yeah, we can make that motion. If they accept it, they accept it.
Is it enforceable?
No, they can just not accept it.
Right. I think they've said that they can't, that
They
today.
said for I think the focus then is on concert events, larger venues. They're looking to get this fixed up. This gives them more time. I mean, it's either that or nothing at this point.
Right.
I mean, really, what are we going to do here?
I think one thing, if we gave everybody until the 3rd, the outcome is still potentially the same depending on what happens. We will not compromise on the $50,000 deductible, and we will have.
And then we have a 2-hour meeting.
So then on the 3rd, we, you know, hopefully, but doing it on the 3rd potentially gives time to work it out so that we don't get to that point. We're at that point today.
But we're trying to free up the board from all the inconveniences.
What about this, Mark, if it's, and I, believe me, I know what you're talking about, trying to give up the day before a holiday. I don't know what you guys talked about in the 10 minutes, but if you're fairly confident that you can get from there to the 3rd, expedite it a little bit, work on a Saturday, Sunday, whatever you got to do, and we'll wrap this up on the 2nd. If you're here on the 2nd, we'll do it. If you're not here on the 2nd, you know, I'm sorry, there's 5 people, we got to go with 4 or 3, but this is a big enough issue that I think we need to go a few days to give them an opportunity to work
But
it out.
Jim, if on the 3rd, we are still at a stalemate.
Then it cancels.
We don't have the
meeting.
meeting.
You know, then I don't know what also saying.
Right, but I'm wondering if they can discuss this with their entire organization and come back to see what's palatable.
They can go discuss this right now and take 5 minutes to discuss.
What's palatable, Mark's suggestion to
Right.
self-insure?
It's just for one event.
If I could interject, to answer your question, I'll be comfortable well before the 3rd whether or not the procurement issue is solvable. Okay? I'll let you know. If I find out there's no hope, then there's no hope. There's no sense in my coming in on the 3rd telling you that. I'll tell you that well before, and you can cancel the 3rd.
But then we still can't make a decision, Jim. We need to make a motion tonight to have them have an alternative in place, because we're not going to reconvene for some other scheme.
Mark,
That's what I'm
I
trying
know
to
you understand that, but if I could just continue.
settle down.
Mark, you gotta watch what you say and how you say it.
Well, everybody sitting at this table, Deb, is trying to circumvent the bylaws, the laws of the town, and it's not working out.
And I understand that, but if you go back to the original thing, if the letter was written 8 weeks ago when it should have been on, you wouldn't have been there.
Stop.
So Mark, let me get back to that. If you were to if you schedule a meeting for the 3rd, if prior to the 3rd, at least on the procurement issue, the bylaw issues, if it's clear to me we're not going to be able to meet, comply with those bylaws and with procurement statutes, I'll tell you well before the 3rd. Well, not well before the 3rd, I'll probably tell you on Monday. And if it's not the first meeting you've canceled, in terms of the issue, are we going to solve the problem, which to me the problem is the 50,000, it's not procurement, it's not compliance with bylaws. That's not up to me, that's up to Jim, and if he sees it's not going to happen, he'll tell me, I'll tell you, and in other words, I don't expect the board to convene on the 3rd without their having the expectation that we've solved the problem.
But what I'm saying to you, we can make the motion tonight to back up what I've said 15 times about now, to allow them to proceed and have the event if they will take on the deductible. If they don't want to accept that at that point in time, because you're going to make the board reconvene one way or another for some
No,
other...
I think that's fine. I think what you're suggesting is fine. Is we kick it over to the 3rd. In the event that the board is unable to reach agreement on that date, then in order to obtain a license, go forward, they're going to have to, for that, there's just one soccer event between...
Now and the 20th.
Then that's the condition of the board. If that's how the board feels, then I get you on that, sure. And all I have to do is draft that motion.
Yeah.
I think there's 2. I don't have the schedule with me. I think there's one the following weekend, and then the
2 soccer events.
following year is 20.
When's the next one?
I don't have it from, sorry, I thought it was like 6 and 12. So.
No, I don't have a separate schedule.
Randy?
I thought the 12th rang a bell as well, Dan.
No network.
No network connection?
I certainly appreciate your efforts. I do want to let you know, though, that Mike Norick is going out on a limb and saying he will have something for us before the 6th of July. Now we're talking about having it a couple of days earlier. So what I'd like to do, if it's okay with you, is I will call Mike first thing tomorrow morning and run this new schedule by him. And if he says it's hopeless, I will send the note to Dick and let him know that. And then this whole thing is
But then you can't have an event. I'm trying to give you an out from a motion tonight.
I'm sorry. All I'm suggesting is, as soon as I know that it's impossible, I will let you know. And hopefully that'll be at least helpful as far as schedules are concerned. That's the best I can do.
Do you want this board to make a motion where I'm getting repetitive, that you can have your event as long as the KO group agrees in writing to cover the difference in the deductible of the $50,000 to have the soccer games, giving us time to work through the rest of the situation? Because we're not going to, if you don't come together with some plan, then there's nothing. We're not coming back to the table to talk about it anymore. Then you can't have the event. I think that's how we're going here. You're saying if you don't have nothing together by Monday or Tuesday, you're not going to ask us to reconvene. If we can't reconvene before the 6th, then there's nothing. Do you want something?
Well, I'm probably being too much of a lawyer, and I apologize for that, but I'm really looking at this and saying that we have our insurance, and we've provided you with this certificate, and I need to provide an answer for you, and I will do that. This is insurance that we cannot get, and we are facilitating, in essence. We are really trying hard to find insurance for your police detail so that you can have an acceptable level of risk for the events we hold at the stadium. So with all of that in mind, I don't think it would be helpful, if that's what you're asking, to have the motion that you're suggesting. I think what would probably be most helpful, if you wouldn't mind, is for me to check in with Mike Norick tomorrow and find out what he thinks about the schedule, and then let Dick know, and then whatever you feel is appropriate, you certainly should do. But I don't want to cause you to come in when you don't have to. If we don't have something in the way of a proposal, then let's all enjoy the 4th instead.
Why don't we post a meeting for Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday and just have it there in case we need to?
Just following that's what's logical conclusion, then the event doesn't happen.
And that's exactly what I said 3 times. Then you have nothing. If you don't come to an agreement with the insurance.
To be clear, that there'll be litigation. We will be, so you'll know what's going to happen here. We're going to be in court next week if we can't solve it.
Then what good was that? Then what good was during the application process that we had that motion? What good was it? If it's not binding, if we can't pull a license because the insurance issue hasn't been
Jen, you are going to pull a license.
Yeah, but if they do litigation, that means they'll have the event anyway. I mean, what good is doing anything if the event's going to happen anyway?
And what good is trying to help
and putting the town at risk? It's unacceptable.
I'm advising. I'd be shocked if a license was pulled, that they would simply not hold the event without seeking court intervention.
And they probably will win. But you know what? We did our jobs.
Okay,
That's what it's all about here, is protecting the town and for the voters that put us here. Jim, you want to add anything to this now? This is getting turned into a rodeo.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
Please, I have, neither one of us have threatened any litigation, and want to make that clear. We're really trying to work together, and we've been trying to do that for over 6 months. And I'm going to try again tomorrow to get Mr. Norick to move even faster than he's already moving, and I'm sincerely hopeful that this could all happen cooperatively. But please, we're not threatening any litigation, and we are sincerely hopeful that things work out here. And I do really like your idea, Selectman Brew, that if you wouldn't mind having some contingent dates available to us, we'll keep you informed. Every chance I get, I'll send the note to Dick letting him know what's going well and what's not going well. I can't make any guarantees, I really can't, but we will try our best.
One motion.
So, Bob, can you post meetings for next Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday?
Well, let's not go down that. I haven't agreed to any of that.
Sorry.
Mark, if nothing else, and I know they won't agree to it is a fallback position that potentially will allow the event to take place.
Right.
It's a fallback position.
And it's showing that you're trying to work through this. I mean, I think that we should make that kind of a motion. Anybody disagree with that?
I think I do, for the reason, if I had the option of, they don't want that option. So forcing them something to do that they said 3 times that they don't want to do, I think we stand back and say we gave them the application contingent upon an insurance agreement that was worked out. We feel that it's not worked out, so at the end of this exercise, they don't get the permit.
Yeah, the permit has not physically been issued to them at this point.
So if they see that is the case, and they're still saying, obviously, we live in a real world. If I had a guess, the event's going to go forward, and we'll deal with it in the court. But to force somebody that said they don't want to do it to hold their own, to put money up when they said no, I mean, when you look at the Boston Marathon, that was always a peaceful thing, and things change overnight. So to ask a business to take $50,000 liability times 100, 200, 300 people, that's kind of unreal also to self-insure that number. So we'll do our best, the second, the third, the first. If it doesn't work, then the event has to be canceled because we have not come up with an agreeable indemnification clause that the town has said that's okay.
Okay.
So I think there's more liability to say we're going to put it on their shoulders, they're going to say no, and then we're both dealing with an issue after the fact. Because they've already said no.
Jeannie, how
So
you-
we're going to give them a permit after the fact that they said no. I don't see that working.
Well said, Jim. Jeannie, how you feel?
No, I agree. I agree with Jim.
Lorraine, you also?
Yeah, I think we
Okay.
should
I'll
try.
let you know I'm gonna post a meeting. I'll talk to Bob Cutler. I'm not posting nothing tonight.
Just for point of reference, nothing could be held on Monday night anyways, because that would have been posted by this afternoon.
Unless it's under provisions of emergency.
Yeah, but this would not be an emergency situation.
That'd be a public emergency.
So it'd be Tuesday
Tuesday would be the
Tuesday
first
and Wednesday.
opportunity
You
for a
could post
meeting.
Tuesday and Wednesday.
Tuesday and
If I'm inclined to do that, if the chair's calling, I don't know if I'm inclined to do that at this point in time. So you guys get together, no contact with any board members other than through town council or the town manager, okay? Nobody. I don't want anybody having any conversations with anybody but to Bob Cutler and the attorneys to their attorneys. All right, is that clear? Anything you want to add to that, Jim?
I would certainly defer to your lawyers on this, but I don't know if that's, I don't know if that's legal, to be perfectly frank. I mean, Dan's a citizen of town.
Well, no, I'm talking about the business. You can talk to them, and you know, we've had this discussion before. Nobody to talk about this with any board, about what we talked about tonight with the board members.
I certainly won't.
All right? Everybody can make all the little phone calls they want through Bob Cutler, town council, and they will inform me, and I can inform the board if we have another meeting. All right, is that okay? That way it just keeps it from being around robin. All right.
So, hold on, so that it's clear to me, what is the action that the board is taking tonight?
None.
None.
I think we're advising you, based on the 10-minute discussion you've had, if there's a way to work it out, we'll do our job and post it for Tuesday.
But you, as of now, you're going to post a meeting as of Tuesday?
Tuesday, Wednesday,
And
Friday.
Wednesday.
It's not going to be Friday.
If you would, just post it for those days, you don't have to hold. Post it for Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. You're just posting a meeting for those days. You do have the issue of, that's all right, but you've got a condition that expires on June 30. It expires, and it's either you're going to renew it or not, huh? I'm sorry?
Sunday night.
So the permits expire.
They expire.
That's all there is to it.
What happens if that happens? Can you then meet?
They can always vote to reissue them.
Yeah, the permits expire.
Have a public hearing, Bob?
Don't you would have, well, yeah, you would have.
Because now you need to post a public hearing.
But aren't you posting a hearing for?
No meeting.
The other thing we do is we do have a vote continuing those things to July 3rd, okay? But I haven't included the condition that you wanted because it sounds to me like the board is not behind it. So we've drafted a motion that basically puts over continues the approval until, I say not later than July 3rd, but it may be later than July 3rd. I could say July 5th, okay, knowing that you're going to meet on the 3rd. So not later, the 3rd is not later than the 5th. And I anticipated a meeting on the 5th, but you can still have a meeting on the 3rd.
No, it's not all right.
What's that?
It's the second or the third. I'm not agreeing to the 5th.
I think what he's saying is extend.
The condition.
The permit expires
The 3rd.
the 3rd. So making a motion to extend it to the 3rd, midnight the 3rd. That way we have Monday, Tuesday.
I thought it was the 5th.
We did originally say the 5th. But that doesn't mean that you have to have a meeting on the 5th. You could have your meeting on the 3rd. But
Mark,
just in case that by some fluke, say everything's all worked out, but logistically you can't get
The
some
letter's
final
not
detail that
signed.
you're okay with, or any other person's okay with, just to leave it in place so it's not expired. Doesn't mean the meeting has to happen on the 5th.
That seems reasonable.
Dick, are you saying that the license expires on the 30th?
The conditions of approval have a you have a deadline of.
Yeah, because it didn't make sense.
So I'm
that the
extending
license would
those.
expire if the event is on the 6th, so, yeah, okay, I just wasn't
So we're
clear.
extending those to not later than the 5th, but my associate's absolutely right. It doesn't mean you have to meet on the 5th. It gives us to that data. Yes.
There won't be a quorum on the 5th.
No, and this is not for a meeting on the 5th. This is for extended conditions.
Right.
That's why sharing's so much easier. Doesn't understand.
Did you make them back the 5th again?
I would say the 3rd, but 3rd at midnight, right? Is that what we're
Well, I
saying?
mean, effectively, this is. Right. So
So it will be
effectively, it's a third, this is just a placeholder for.
Maybe, yeah. I just changed nothing.
So you went with the press-up version, okay.
Dick, what's the relevance of stating the Kenny Chesney, Taylor Swift concerts and these dates beyond the 3rd, beyond the 5th?
I'm sorry.
What's the relevance of stating these, they're just.
I'm just identifying them.
Okay.
Because they all expire on the 30th.
They all expire.
They all expire.
Yeah, okay. I'll make a motion to modify the previous votes taken by the Board of Selectmen approving the applications for the following concerts at Gillette Stadium. Kenny Chesney, August 23rd and 24th, 2013. Taylor Swift, July 26th and 27th, 2013. And Bon Jovi, July 20th, 2013. And for soccer events, by extending the second condition of such approvals regarding obtaining liability insurance for such events, insuring both the applicant and the town. The applicant shall provide insurance not later than July 5th, 2013, in a form satisfactory to this board. All remaining conditions of said application approvals remain in full force and effect.
Motion made, is there a second?
Second.
Any more discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed?
Thank
Okay,
you.
motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All in favor? Okay, thank you.
To the United States, he should be protected as long as possible. If we think Bashar al-Assad is cruelly and recklessly destroying Syria, then Russia will lend him support. If we fear Iran's nuclear program, then Russia will help build it. Russian foreign policy also has an internal logic. It is intended to support the legitimacy of the current regime. Russia has no important economic or geostrategic interest in Syria, but the fall of another dictator might send a message of encouragement to its own people. With Snowden, the Russians are treading carefully. Although the temptation to use him as an anti-American propaganda tool must be very strong, they haven't praised him too loudly, perhaps for fear of encouraging the hacking of their own government's documents. This incident underscores that no common worldview can be relied upon in dealing with this Russian government. There is no agreement about international rules of the game, let alone the rule of law. That is, of course, the case with many countries. But since the 1990s, many in Washington have maintained the illusion that there can or should be a special relationship between the two former superpowers. Bill Clinton's decision to let Russia join the Group of Eight was the result of one such outreach. The Obama administration's ill-fated reset of Russian-American relations was another. That doesn't mean there can be no resolution. It is perfectly possible that, as in Cold War days, Russian authorities will seek to trade Snowden for something or someone else they want, whether a spy or a criminal. It is possible that they will detain him for a while to see if he can be useful. By the time you read this, they might have just let him go elsewhere, as the Chinese did.
Good morning. Thank you for coming out here and videoing us on this special day. I'm AJ Dooley, the owner of Dooley Disposal, and I'm here with Jack Oppolette, town historian. And we're glad to be able to go out today and clean up the streets and put our best foot forward to get the streets nice and clean for you guys.
And this is the most incredible turnout you can imagine. A total cross-section of the community, from the very young to some of us more mature people, different clubs and organizations, sports teams, everybody. They're all out here, and spirits are flying high. It's a great day.
I'm Josh. I'm Colt.
Superstar this is supposed to be a Boy Scout activity. It's 3:30 till. We're gonna clean up.
Foxborough, yeah.
We're gonna go clean up the town of Foxborough and get community service out there.
I'm Joe D'Antona. Talk from Mass. I play football. These are all football players like Tim, soccer player. Help clean up Foxborough on this. Yeah! Woo! School spirit. Nice to meet you. I'm Sam. I'm on Jesus. I'm Sash. We're here to pick up trash.
Yeah. Get the job done. We don't really have groups yet, so it's about it.
Last minute, and look at the turnout we got. This is phenomenal.
Right.
Clean up Foxborough Day! Yay! Thanks.
That's what I got.
Credit for my turn there. That's how you found that. Oh, Mrs. Sweet, not a fire.
No fire.
I will put that on the side over here.
Yeah, where we put the bag for them.
What should we? There's a wire. We found a TV. I don't think it's gonna work too well. Oh, well, what's my fault? No, we're perfect. We found a TV. Not a screen.
What do you have? What? We got a cushion here.
Joy, I found you some soup.
Not look what I found. It's an orange fries. I did the day or two. Okay? That's awful. What? I'm leaving some stuff for you, honey. Hello?
Jim DeVellis. We're just trying to pick up along the roads, helping out AJ in the town and Jack Othelette on the clean Foxborough day. So it's good, quite a group. Nice turnout. So it's I think if this turns into a once-a-year event, I think that's spectacular. A lot of little kids are getting into it, and hopefully it comes back year after year. Lottery tickets, beer bottles, nips, you name it. It's car parts. You know, we're having some success. A lot of wine, a lot of alcohol.
Sutter home to be exact.
So it's kind of sad, but you know, we're out here having a good time in our town. It's a great day. That's what our town has been reduced to.
What's the weirdest thing you picked up today? Okay.
found about 100 little Smirnoff bottles.
Alcohol and pieces of cards.
And DQ.
Fast food. And KFC.
Ketchup packets.
It's hot out. Really hot. It's like 94 degrees.
I mean, it's not that bad when you're in the shade.
Picking up trash.
Cleaning up Foxborough!
Yeah.
We found 69 shot glasses.
Yeah.
And
bunch of beer cans, cigarettes.
A lot of dip spit containers.
Lighters.
A lot of Gatorade bottles.
Oh, beer cans.
It wasn't anything nice. There's a lot of stuff that people don't want to take home with them.
Found the front of a car.
Yep. Go Warriors!
Went good, huh?
Yeah, it went real well. I think I did. I was with Jim about. They're going to brighten up the fun.
Top of the first stack to the left. They stepped aside, and Craddock took a handkerchief to his forehead in the hot hallway, and they watched the last of the crates come to them as the sailors filed down the corridor. Would have done it, too, but she had my daughter's eyes. Who? The Spit girl. Got me a daughter from my time in the DR. Don't see her or nothing, but her mama sends me pictures every now and then. She got them big dark eyes most Carib women have. I seen those eyes in this gal today. I holstered my weapon. It was already out? Halfway. I already had it in my hand, you know. Why take chances? Put her down. White men don't get much more than a tongue lashing for that around here. But my daughter's eyes. Joe said nothing, his blood loud in his ears. Sent a boy to do it? What? He nodded. One of the boys we got. Cyrus, I believe, looking for a war, but he can't find one right now. Spookwoman saw the look in his eyes. She took off running. Cyrus is part coonhound, though. Grew up in swampland near the Alabama border. Should find her without breaking him a sweat. Where will you take her? There's no taking her anywhere. She attacked us, boy. Her people did anyway. Cyrus will do what he will with her. Leave the rest for the reptiles. He put the stub of a cigar in his mouth and struck a match off his boot. He squinted over the flame at Joe. Confirm your assumption. I seen battle, son. Yeah. Kill me one Dominican. Kill me Haitians by the bushel. Point of fact. A few years later, I took out 3 Panamanians with 1 Thompson. Burst on account they were all bunched together, praying I wouldn't. The truth of it all, and don't let no one ever tell you different. He got the cigar going and flicked the match over his shoulder. It was some... Chapter 16. As soon as the sailors left, Esteban ran to the motor pool to grab a vehicle. Joe changed out of his uniform as Dion backed the truck over to the ramp, and the Cubans began pulling the crates right back out of the hold. You got this? Joe asked Dion. Dion beamed. Got it. We own it. You go get her. We'll see you at the spot in an hour. Esteban pulled up in a scout car, and Joe hopped in, and they took off down Highway 41. Within 5 minutes, they saw the transport truck about a half-mile ahead, rumbling down a road so straight and flat you could practically see Alabama at the other end. If we can see them, they can see us. Not for long, Esteban said. The road appeared to their left. It cut through the palmettos and across the crushed shell highway, and back into the scrub and palmettos on the other side. Esteban turned left, and they bounced onto it. It was gravel and dirt, and half the dirt was mud. Esteban drove like Joe felt, harried and reckless. "What was his name?" Joe said. "The boy who died." "Guillermo." Joe could see the boy's eyes as they'd closed, and he didn't want to find Graciella's looking the same. "We shouldn't have left her out there," Esteban said. "I know. We should have assumed they'd have left someone behind with her. I know. We should have had somebody waiting with her, hiding." "I know," Joe said. "How is this helping us now?" Esteban goosed the gas, then they soared over a dip in the road and hit the ground on the other side so hard Joe feared the Scout would rise onto its front wheels, flip them onto their heads. But he didn't tell Esteban to slow down. "I've known her since we were no taller than the dogs on my family farm." Joe didn't say anything. A swamp lay off to their left through the pines. Cypress and sweet gum trees and plants Joe couldn't begin to identify raced by on either side of them, blurring until the greens and yellows were the greens and yellows of a painting. Her family were migrant farmers. You should see the village she called home a few months every year. America has not seen poverty until it's seen that village. My father realized how bright she was and asked her family if he could hire her as a maid in training. Yes, what he was really doing was hiring me a friend. I had none, just the horses and the cattle. Another bump in the road. Strange time to be telling me this. "I loved her," Esteban said, speaking loudly over the engine. "Now I love somebody else, but for many years I thought I was in love with Graciella." He turned to look at Joe, and Joe shook his head and pointed. "Eyes on the road, Esteban." Another bump, this one lifting them both out of their seats and then back down again. "She says she's doing all this for her husband." Talking helped, but the fear in a manageable place made Joe feel less hopeless. "Ach, he's no husband, he's no man." "I thought he was a revolutionary." "He is a thief, an estafador. You call them con men, yes? He dresses the part of the revolutionary. He recites the poetry, and she fell for him. She lost everything for this man, her family, all her money, and she never had much. Most of her friends but me." He shook his head. "She doesn't even know where he is." "I thought he was in jail." "He's been out for 2 years." Another bump. This time they went sideways, and the rear quarter panel on Joe's side slapped a pine sapling before they bounced back onto the road. "But she still pays his family. They lie to her. They tell her he escaped, that he's hiding in the hills, and a gang of his Lacolis from Nieves Mojon prison are hunting him, and Machado's men are hunting him. They tell her she cannot return to Cuba to see him, or they will both be in danger. No one, Joe, is hunting this man except for those he owes money. But you cannot tell Graciella that. She does not hear when it comes to him." "Why? She's a smart woman." "We all believe lies that bring us more comfort than the truth. She's no different. Her lie is just bigger." They missed the turnoff, but Joe caught it out of the corner of his eye and told Esteban to stop. He braked, and they slid 20 yards before they finally stopped. He backed up, and they turned onto the road. "How many men have you killed?" Esteban asked. "None," Joe said. "But you're a gangster." Joe didn't see the point in arguing the distinction between gangster and outlaw because he wasn't sure there was one anymore. "Not all gangsters kill people. But you must be willing to, just like you. I'm a businessman. I provide a product people want. I kill no one. You're arming Cuban revolutionaries. That's a cause in which people will die. There's a difference. I kill for something." "What, a deal?" "Exactly. And what ideal is that, Esteban? That no man should rule another's life. Funny, outlaws kill for the same reason." She wasn't there. They came out of the pine forest and approached Route 41, and there was no sign of Graciela or the sailor who'd been left behind to hunt her. Nothing but the heat and the hum of dragonflies and the white road. They drove down the road half a mile and then back up to the dirt road and then north another half mile. When they drove back again, Joe heard something he thought was a crow or a hawk. "Kill the engine, kill the engine." Esteban did, and they both stood in the scout car and looked out at the road and the pines and the cypress swamp beyond and the hard white sky that matched the road. Nothing. Nothing but the dragonfly buzz Joe now suspected never stopped. Morning, noon, or night, like living with your ear to a train track just after the train had passed over it. Esteban sat back down, and Joe went too, but stopped. He thought he saw something just to the east, back the way they'd come, something that... There, he pointed as he did. She ran out from behind a stand of pines. She didn't run in their direction, and Joe realized she was too smart for that. If she had, she would have been running full out for 50 yards through low palmettos and pine saplings. Esteban gunned the engine, and they dropped down the shoulder and through a ditch and then back out again. Joe, holding on to the top of the windshield and hearing the shots, now hard cracks strangely muted out here with nothing around them. From his vantage point, he still couldn't see the shooter, but he could see the swamp, and he knew she was headed for it. He nudged Esteban with his foot and waved his arm to the left, a little farther southwest than the line they were on. Esteban turned the wheel, and Joe got a sudden glimpse of dark blue, just a flash of it, and saw the man's head and heard his rifle. Up ahead, Graciela fell to her knees in the swamp, and Joe couldn't tell whether she'd fallen because she tripped or because she'd been shot. They ran out of firm land, the shooter just off to their right. Esteban slowed as he entered the swamp, and Joe jumped out of the Scout. It was like jumping out onto the moon, if the moon was green. The bald cypress rose like great eggs from the milky green water, and prehistoric banyan trees with a dozen or more trunks stood watch like palace guards. Esteban drove to his right just as Joe saw Graciela dart between two of the bald cypress trees to his left. Something uncomfortably heavy crawled over his feet just as he heard a rifle retort, the shot much closer now. The bullet tore a chunk from the cypress tree where Graciela was hiding. The young seaman stepped out from behind a cypress 10 feet away. He was about Joe's height and build, his hair quite red, his face very lean. His Springfield was raised to his shoulder, the sight raised to his eye. The barrel pointed at the cypress. Joe extended his .32 automatic and exhaled a long breath as he shot the man from 10 feet. The rifle jerked and spun in the air so erratically, Joe assumed that it was all he'd hit. But as he fell to the tea-colored water, the young man fell with it, and the blood spilled from under his left armpit and darkened the water as he landed with a splash. "Graciela, it's Joe. Are you okay?" She peeked out from behind the tree, and Joe nodded. Esteban came around behind her in the scout car, and she climbed in it, and they drove over to Joe. He picked up the rifle and looked down at the sailor. He sat in the water with his arms draped over his knees and his head down, like a man trying to catch his breath. Graciela climbed out of the Scout. Actually, she half fell out, half reeled on into Joe. He put his arm around her to right her and felt the adrenaline racking her body as if she'd been hit with a cattle prod. Behind the sailor, something moved through the mangroves, something long and so dark green it was almost black. The sailor looked up at Joe, his mouth open as he drew shallow breaths. "You're white." "Yeah," Joe said. What did you shoot me for, then?" He looked at Esteban and then at Graciela. "If we leave him here, something's going to eat him within a couple of minutes, so we either take him with us or—" He could hear more of them out there as the sailor's blood continued to spill into the green swamp. "So we either take him with us—" "He's gotten too good a look at her." "I know it," Joe said. Graciela said, "He turned it into a game." "What?" "Hunting me. He kept laughing like a girl." Joe looked at the sailor, and the kid looked back at him. The fear lived far back in the young man's eyes, but the rest of him was pure defiance and backwoods grit. "You want me to beg you, barking up the wrong Joe shot him in the face, and the exit hole splattered pink all over the ferns, and the alligators thrashed in anticipation. Graciela let out a small, involuntary cry, and Joe might have as well. Esteban caught his eye and nodded thanks. Joe realized for doing what they all knew had to be done, but which none had been willing to do. Hell, Joe, standing in the sound of the gunshot, the cordite smell of it, a whisk of smoke trailing from the barrel of the .32, no more substantial than the smoke from one of his cigarettes, couldn't believe he'd actually done it. A man lay dead at his feet, dead on some fundamental level only because Joe had been born. They climbed into the Scout without another word, as if they'd been waiting for permission. 2 alligators came at the body at once, one walking out of the mangroves with the steady waddle of an overweight dog, and the other gliding up through the water and the lily pads beside the Scout's tires. Esteban drove away as both reptiles reached the body at the same time. One took an arm, the other one went for a leg. Back in the pines, Esteban drove southeast along the edge of the swamp, running parallel to the road, but not turning toward it yet. Joe and Graciela sat in the back seat. Alligators and humans weren't the only predators in the swamp that day. A panther stood at the edge of the water line, lapping up the copper water. It was the same tan color as some of the trees, and Joe might have missed it, although if it didn't look up as they passed from 20 yards away. It was at least 5 feet long, with limbs all grace and muscle. Its underbelly and throat were creamy white, and steam rose off its wet fur as it considered the car. Actually, it wasn't considering the car, it was considering him. Joe met its liquid eyes, as ancient, yellow, and pitiless as the sun. For a moment, in his jagged exhaustion, he thought he'd heard its voice in his head. "You can't outrun this." "What's this?" he wanted to ask, but Esteban turned the wheel, and they left the edge of the swamp and bounced violently over the roots of a fallen tree. And when Joe looked again, the panther was gone. He scanned the trees to catch another glimpse, but he never saw it again. "You see that cat?" Graciela stared at him. "The panther," he said, holding his arms wide. Her eyes narrowed like she worried he might have sunstroke. She shook her head. She was a mess, more scratches on her body than skin, it seemed. Her face was swollen from where he'd hit her, of course, and the mosquitoes and deer flies had feasted on her, not just them, but the fire ants as well, leaving behind their white welts with red rings all over her feet and calves. Her dress was torn at the shoulder and over her left hip, and the hem was shredded. Her shoes were gone. "You can put it away," she said. Joe followed her gaze. He saw that he still held the gun in his right hand. He thumbed the safety on and placed it in the holster behind his back. Esteban pulled out onto 41 and stomped the gas so hard the Scout shut it in place before streaking down the road. Joe looked out at the crushed shell pavement racing away from them, at the merciless sun and the merciless sky. "He would have killed me." Her wet hair blew across her face and neck. "I know. He hunted me like a squirrel for his lunch. He kept saying, 'Honey, honey, I will put one in your leg, honey, and then have at you.' Does have at you mean?" Joe nodded. "And if you let him live," she said, "I would have been arrested, and then you would have been arrested." He nodded. He considered the insect bites on her ankles, and then raised his eyes up her calves, across her dress, and onto her eyes. She held his gaze just long enough to slide hers off his face. She looked out at an orange grove as they raced past. After a while she looked back at him. "Do you think I feel bad?" he asked. "I can't tell." "I don't," he said. "You shouldn't." "I don't feel good." "You shouldn't feel that either. But I don't feel bad." That pretty much summed it up. "I'm not an outlaw anymore," he thought. "I'm a gangster, and this is my gang." In the back of the Scout car, with the sharp smell of citrus giving way once again to the stench of swamp gas, she held his gaze for a full mile, and then neither of them said another word until they reached West Tampa. Chapter 17. About Today. When they got back to Ybor, Esteban dropped Graciela and Joe at the building where Graciela kept a room above a cafe. Joe walked her up while Esteban and Sal Urso went to dump the Scout car in South Tampa. Graciela's room was very small and very neat. The wrought iron bed was painted the same white as the porcelain wash basin under a matching oval mirror. Her clothes hung in a battered pine wardrobe that looked to predate the building, but she kept it clear of dust or mold, which Joe would have guessed impossible in this climate. The one window overlooked 11th Avenue, and she left the shade down to keep the room cool. She had a dressing screen made of the same raised grain wood as the wardrobe, and she pointed Joe to face the window as she went behind it. So you are a king now, she said as he raised the shade and looked out at the avenue. I'm sorry, you have cornered the rum market. You will be a king. A prince, maybe. Still got to deal with Albert White. Why do I think you've already figured out how to do that? He lit a cigarette and sat on the edge of the windowsill. Plans are just dreams until they're executed. Is it what you always wanted? Yes. Well then, congratulations. He looked back at her. The filthy evening gown hung over the screen, and her shoulders were bare. You don't sound like you mean it. I do. It's what you wanted. You achieved it. That's admirable in some way. In some way. But how will you hold the power now that you have it? That's an interesting question, I think. You think I'm not strong enough? He looked back at her again, and she allowed him to because she'd covered her upper body with a white blouse. I don't know if you're cruel enough. Her eyes were very clear, and if you are, then that will be sad. Powerful men don't have to be cruel, but they usually are. Her head ducked below the screen as she stepped into her skirt. Now that you've seen me dress and I've seen you shoot a man, can I ask you a personal question? Sure. Who is she? Who? The one you love. Who says I'm in love with anyone? I say so. A woman knows these things. Is she in Florida? She's gone. She left you? She died. She blinked and then stared at him to see if he was putting her on. When she realized he wasn't, she said, I'm sorry. Are you happy about the guns? She leaned her arms on the top of the screen. Very. When the day comes to end Machado's rule, and that day will come, we will have a... She snapped her fingers, looked at him. Help me. An arsenal. Arsenal. Yes. So, those aren't the only weapons. She shook her head. Not the first, and they will not be the last. When the time comes, we will be ready. She came out from behind the screen in the standard clothes of a female cigar worker. White blouse with string tie over tan skirt. You think what I'm doing is foolish. Not at all. I think it's noble. It's just not my cause. What is? Rum. You do not want to be a noble person? She hung her thumb and index finger close together. A little bit? I've got nothing against noble people. I've just noticed they rarely live past 40. Neither do gangsters. True, but we eat in better restaurants. From the wardrobe she selected a pair of flats the same color as her shirt, sat on the bed to put them on. He stayed at the window. Let's say someday you have this revolution. Yes? Will anything change? The world can change, but people... No. People stay pretty much the same. So even if you place Machado, there's a good chance you will replace him with a worse version. Meanwhile, you could be maimed, or you could... I could die. I know how this probably ends, Joseph. Joe. Joseph, she said, I could die because a comrade betrays me for money. I could get captured by damaged men, as damaged as the one today, or even worse, and they will torture me until my body can no longer endure it. And there won't be anything noble in my death. You weep and beg, and the stuff flows, and those who kill you laugh and spit on your corpse. And I will be quickly forgotten, as if I never was here. I know all that. So why do it? I love my country. I love mine, but there is no but. That's the difference between us. Your country is something you see out that window, yes? Pretty much. My country is something in here. She tapped the center of her chest and then her temple. And I know she won't thank me for my efforts. She's not going to return my love. That would be just impossible, because I don't just love the people and the buildings and the smell of her. I love the idea of her, and that's something I made up, so I love what isn't there. Love like you love that dead girl. He couldn't think of anything to say to her, so he just watched her cross the room and pulled the dress she'd worn in the swamp off the screen. She handed it to him as they left the room. Burn that, will you? The guns were bound for the Pinar del Rio province west of Havana. They left St. Petersburg on 5 grouper boats out of Boca Segal Bay at 3 in the afternoon. Dion, Joe, Esteban, and Graciela saw them off. Joe had changed from the suit he'd ruined in the swamp to the lightest one he owned. Graciela had watched as he'd burned it along with her dress, but she was fading now from her time as prey in a cypress swamp. She kept nodding off on the bench they sat under the dock lamp, yet refused all offers to sit in one of the cars or let someone drive her back to Ybor. When the last of the grouper captains had shaken their hands and shoved off, they stood looking at one another. Joe realized they had no idea what to do next. How could you top the last 2 days? The sky had grown red somewhere down the jagged shoreline past a clump of mangroves. A canvas sail or tarp fluttered in the hot breeze. Joe looked at Esteban. He looked at Graciela, who leaned against the lamp-post with her eyes closed. He looked at Dion. A pelican swooped over his head, its bill bigger than its belly.
Good morning. Thank you for coming out here and videoing us on this special day. I'm AJ Dooley, the owner of Dooley Disposal, and I'm here with Jack Alphalette, town historian. And we're glad to be able to go out today and clean up the streets and put our best foot forward to get the streets nice and clean for you guys.
And this is the most incredible turnout you can imagine. A total cross-section of the community, from the very young to some of us more mature people, different clubs and organizations, sports teams, everybody. They're all out here, and spirits are flying high. It's a great day.
I'm Josh. I'm Colt. I'm Superstar this is supposed to be a Boy Scout activity. We're 32. We're gonna go clean up the town of Foxborough and the community service
I'm Joe D'Antona. Talk from Mass. I play football. These are all football players like Tim, soccer player. Help clean up Foxborough on this. Yeah! Woo! School spirit. Zach. Nice to meet you. I'm Sam. I'm Jesus. That's Ashton. We're here to pick up trash. Yeah. Get the job done. We don't have groups yet, so it's about
Archive. Last minute, and look at the turnout we got. This is phenomenal.
Right.
Clean up Foxborough Day! Yay! Thanks.
That's what I got.
Credit for my That's how you found that. Oh, Mrs. Sweet, not a fire.
No fire.
I would put that on the side over here.
Yeah, where we put the bag for them.
What do we? There's a wire. We found a TV.
It's gonna work too well.
Oh, well, what's my phone? You found the TV!
What? We got a cushion here.
I'm leaving some stuff for you, honey. Hello?
Jim DeVellis. We're just trying to pick up along the roads, helping out AJ in the town and Jack Othelette on the clean Foxborough day. So it's good, quite a group. Nice turnout. So it's I think if this turns into a once-a-year event, I think that's spectacular. A lot of little kids are getting into it, and hopefully it comes back year after year. Lottery tickets, beer bottles, nips, you name it. It's car parts. You know, we're having some success.
A lot of wine, a lot of alcohol. Sutter home to be exact.
So it's kind of sad, but you know, we're out here having a good time in our town. It's a great day. That's what our town has been reduced to.
What's the weirdest thing you picked up today? Roadkill.
Pretty good, you know, doing our part.
We found about 100 little Smirnoff bottles. pieces of card.
And DQ.
Fast food. And KFC.
Ketchup packets.
It's hot out. Really hot. It's like 94 degrees.
I mean, it's not that bad when you're in the shade.
Picking up trash.
Cleaning up Foxborough!
Yeah.
We found 69 shot glasses.
Yep.
And
Bunch of beer cans, cigarettes.
a lot of dip spit containers.
Lighters.
A lot of Gatorade bottles.
Oh, beer bottle. Beer cans.
It wasn't anything nice. There's a lot of stuff that people don't want to take home with them.
Found the front of a car. Yep.
Go Warriors!
Went good, huh?
Yeah, it went real well. I think I did. I was with Jim about it. They're going to brighten up the fun. You guys
Beside Joe, Loomis and blinking yellow, their impassive faces fixed on Joe. "What's it been?" Albert said. "A little over 2 years?" 2.5, Joe said, and sipped his coffee. "If you say so. You're the one who went to prison, and if there's one thing I know about convicts, it's that they count days real keen." He reached over Joe's arm and plucked a sausage off his plate, started eating it like it was a chicken leg. "Why didn't you go for your heater?" "Maybe I'm not carrying." "No, truly. I figure you're a businessman, Albert, and this place is a bit public for a gunfight." "I disagree." Albert gave the place the once-over. "Looks perfectly acceptable to me. Good lighting, nice sight lines, not too much clutter." The cafe owner, a nervous Cuban woman in her 50s, looked even more nervous. She could read the energy between the men, and she wanted that energy to leave through the windows or leave through the door, but leave soon. An older couple sat at the counter by her, and they were oblivious, arguing over whether to see a flicker tonight at Tampa Theater or catch Tito Broca's set at the Tropicale. Otherwise, the place was empty. Joe checked on Graciela. Her eyes were a fair bit wider than usual, and a vein he'd never seen before had appeared throbbing in the center of her throat. But otherwise she seemed calm, hands as steady as her breathing. Albert took another bite of sausage and leaned toward her. "What's your name, hon?" "Graciela." "You a light nigger or a dark spick? I can't tell." She smiled at him. "I'm from Austria. Isn't it obvious?" Albert roared. He slapped his thigh and slapped the table, and even the oblivious old couple looked over. "Oh, that's a good one," he said to Loomis and Bones. "Austria." They didn't get it. "Austria," he said, thrusting both hands out at them, the sausage still dangling from one. He sighed. "Forget it." He turned. "So, Graciela from Austria, what's your full name?" "Graciela Dominga Mayala Corrales." Albert whistled. "That's quite a mouthful, but I bet you have plenty of experience with mouthfuls, don't you, hon?" "Don't," Joe said. "Just, Albert, don't. Leave her out of this." Albert turned back to Joe as he chewed the last of the sausage. "Past experience would suggest I'm not good at that, Joe." Joe nodded. "What do you want here?" "I want to know why you didn't learn anything in prison." "Too busy taking it. You get out. Come down here, and in 2 days you try to muscle me." "How stupid they make you in there, Joe." "Maybe I was just trying to get your attention." "Then you were a smashing success," Albert said. "Today we started hearing back from my bars, my restaurants, my pool halls, every speak I got tucked away from here to Sarasota, that they don't pay me anymore, they pay you. So naturally I went to talk to Esteban Suarez, and he suddenly got more armed guards than the U.S. Mint. Can't be bothered to meet with me. You think you and a gang of wops and, what, niggers I hear? Cubans. Albert helped himself to a piece of Joe's toast. You think you're going to push me out? Joe nodded. I think I did, Albert. Albert shook his head. Soon as you're dead, the Suarezes will fall in line, and you can be damn sure the dealers will. If you wanted me dead, you would have done it. You came to negotiate. Albert shook his head. I don't want you dead, and there's no negotiation. I just wanted you to see that I've changed. I've mellowed. We're going to walk out the back door and leave the girl behind. Won't touch a hair on her head, though. Lord knows she could spare it. Albert stood. He buttoned his suit coat over his softening belly. He straightened the brim of his hat. You make a fuss, we take her with us. Kill you both. That's the proposition? That's it. Joe nodded. He pulled a piece of paper from his jacket pocket and placed it on the table. He smoothed it. He looked up at Albert and began reading the names listed there. Pete McCaffrey, Dave Carrington, Gerard Mueller, Dick Kipper, Fergus Dempsey, Archibald. Albert pulled the list from Joe's fingers, read the rest of it. You can't find them, can you, Albert? All your best soldiers. And they're not answering their phones or their doorbells. You keep telling yourself it's a coincidence, but you know that's baloney. We've got to them, every one of them. And, Albert, I hate to tell you this, but they're not coming back to you. Albert chuckled, but his normally ruddy face was now the white of an elephant tusk. He looked at Bones and Loomis and chuckled some more. Bones chuckled along with him, but Loomis looked sick. While we're on the subject of people in your organization, Joe said, how'd you know where to find me? Albert glanced at Graciela, a little bit of color returning to his face. You're simple, Joe. Just follow the girls. Graciela's jaw tightened, but she said nothing. It's a good line, I guess, but unless you knew where to find me last night, and you didn't because nobody did, then you wouldn't have been able to tail me here. You got me. Albert held up his hands. I guess I have other methods. Like a guy inside my organization. The smile slid through Albert's eyes before he blinked it away. Same guy who told you to take me in the cafe, not on the street? No smile in Albert's eyes anymore. They turned flatter than pennies. He'd tell you if you took me in the cafe I wouldn't put up a fight because of the girl? Tell you I'd even take you to a bag of cash I stashed in a flop over in Hyde Park? Brendan Loomis said, shoot him, boss, shoot him now. Joe said, you should have shot me coming through the door. Who says I won't? I do, Dion said, coming up behind Loomis and Bones. A long-barrel .38 pointed at each of them. Sal Urso entered through the front door, and Lefty Downer came in behind Sal, both of them wearing trench coats on a cloudless day. The cafe owner and the couple at the counter were officially rattled now. The old man kept patting his chest. The cafe owner thumbed her rosary beads, her lips moving frantically. Joe asked Graciela, could you go tell them we won't hurt them? She nodded and got up from the table. Albert said to Dion, so betrayal's your defining personality trait, eh, fat boy? Only once, you dandy, Dion said. Should have thought long and hard about what I did to your boy Bloom last year, before you bought my baloney this time around. How many more we got on the street? Joe asked. 4 cars full. Joe stood. Albert, I don't want to kill anybody in this cafe, but that doesn't mean I won't if you give me half a reason. Albert smiled, smug as always, even outnumbered and outgunned. We won't give you a quarter of a reason. How's that for cooperation? Joe spit in his face. Albert's eyes went as small as peppercorns. For a very long moment, no one in the cafe moved. I'm going to reach for my handkerchief, Albert said. You should reach for anything. We plug you where you stand, Joe said. Use your sleeve. As he did, Albert's smile returned, but his eyes remained filled with murder. So you're either killing me or running me out of town. That's right. Which? Joe looked at the cafe owner and her rosary, at Graciela standing beside her, her hand on the woman's shoulder. Don't think I feel like killing you today, Albert. You don't have the guns or the funds to start a war, and you'd need years of building new alliances to make me look over my shoulder. Albert took a seat, just as easy as you please, like he was visiting old friends. Joe remained standing. You planned this since the alley, he said. Sure did. At least tell me some of this was just business, he said. Joe shook his head. This was completely personal. Albert took in and nodded. You want to ask about her? Joe felt Graciella's eyes on him and Dion's. Not particularly, no. You screwed her, I loved her, and then you killed her. What's left to discuss? I did love her, more than you could imagine, said Albert. I got a hell of an imagination. Not this good, he said. Joe tried to read the face behind Albert's face, and he got the same feeling he'd gotten in the basement service corridor of the Hotel Statler, that Albert's feelings for Emma matched his own. So why'd you kill her? I didn't kill her, Albert said. You did. The moment you made love to her. Thousands of other girls in that city. And you a pretty boy to boot. But you take mine. You give a man horns. He has two choices, gore himself or gore you. But you didn't gore me. You gored her. Albert shrugged, and Joe could still see clearly that it pained him still. Christ, he thought, she owns a piece of both of us. Albert looked around the cafe. Your master ran me out of Boston. Now you're running me out of Tampa. That the play? Pretty much. Albert pointed to Dion. You know he sold you out in Pittsfield, that he's the reason you did 2 years in jail. Yeah, I do. Hey, Dee. Dion never took his eyes off Bones and Loomis. Yeah, put a couple bullets in Albert's brain. Albert's eyes popped wide, and the cafe owner let out a yelp, and Dion crossed the floor with his arm extended. Sal and Lefty revealed Thompsons under their raincoats to cover Loomis and Bones, and Dion put the gun to Albert's temple. Albert scrunched his eyes closed and held his hands. Joe said, "Hold it." Dion stopped. Joe fixed his trousers and squatted in front of Albert. Look in my friend's eyes. Albert looked up at Dion. You see any love for you in them, Albert? No, I don't. Joe nodded at Dion, and Dion removed the gun from Albert's head. You drive here? What? Did you drive here? Yes. Good. You're going to go to your car and drive north out of the state. I suggest Georgia because as of now I control Alabama, the Mississippi coast, and every town between here and New Orleans. He smiled at Albert. And I've got a meeting about New Orleans next week. How do I know you won't have men waiting on the road for me? Hell, Albert, I will have men on the road. In fact, they're going to follow you out of the state. Ain't that right, Sal? Car's all gassed up, Mr. Coughlin. Albert got a look at Sal's Tommy gun. How do I know they won't kill us on the road? You don't. But if you don't leave Tampa right now and leave for good, I'll give you the A&P guarantee you won't see tomorrow, and I know you want to see tomorrow because that's when you start planning your revenge. Then why leave me alive, so everyone knows I took everything you had and you weren't man enough to stop me? Joe straightened from his couch. I'm letting you keep your life, Albert, because I can't think of a soul who would want it. This concludes the 8th episode of Live by Night by Dennis Lehane. Your reader has been Chris Long.
What people have done to watch them is just what we're doing. You're standing, you're listening to the horns in the parking lot, you're looking back here at the Best Buy sign and saying there can't be any eagles here. And sure enough, they show up.
If you think that bald eagles can only be found by hiking deep into a rugged wilderness, well, think again. Welcome to Pulse of the Planet Science Diaries, a glimpse of the world of science from the inside. From the parking lot of a shopping mall in Syracuse, New York, bird enthusiasts have been looking out over Onondaga Lake, where about a dozen eagles have settled in. Guy Baldessari is a professor of wildlife biology at the SUNY College of Environmental Science and Forestry.
We've had about 12 eagles here as a high number for the winter. I mean, there have been days when people have seen a dozen of them. They like to get up in these big, tall trees that are left here at the south end of the lake. That's what's made them visible. They might be sitting on the ice and you can't see them from here. This really got noticed this year. But, that doesn't mean they weren't here. It may just mean somebody all of a sudden starts to notice them. They see one, so they stop, and then they see two, and then they tell someone there's 12, and then it gains more attention. It's exciting to get that many eagles in one spot in a place like Syracuse. This was a cold winter, so given a little bit of open water and a food source, see, that'll concentrate birds. And when you open up this water and you create more available food, then birds disperse.
During a particularly cold winter, when many bodies of water have frozen over, a sewage treatment plant on the shores of Onondaga Lake is an unlikely lure for the eagles. The warm, treated water that's pumped into the lake creates an unfrozen oasis for fish-hunting birds. Pulse of the Planet Science Diaries are made possible by the National Science Foundation. I'm Jim Metzner.
Tune in each day, Monday through Friday, here in the Massachusetts Reading Network for Off the Shelf, books from the New York Times bestseller list.
It's going to be sunny, warm, and humid today with some cloud cover. Temperatures will be in the upper 70s to lower 80s. When the sun shines, it will fire up thunderstorms. For tonight, muggy, murky, and mild, low in the 60s. Yeah, looking forward to Friday. It is going to be partly to mostly sunny with a temperature in the 80s once again. Again, we're talking about the potential for heavy showers and thunderstorms, particularly in the first half of the day. Steve Roberts, TIC Radio.
This is Bob Daly, General Manager of the Talking Information Center. On Wednesday, June 19th, the Talking Information Center is celebrating 35 years of service. Since 1978, the Massachusetts Reading Network has provided programming for thousands of listeners in the Commonwealth and across the country. On behalf of all of us here at TIC, we'd like to thank our valued listeners, volunteers, and staff for their dedication. Thank you for listening, and stay tuned for more great programming. Happy birthday, TIC.
In the small town of Elmira, New York, a boy was born into an all-American family. The odds of him opening his own clothing store at the age of 18? 1 in 138,000. Excited to be a part of pop culture, he packed for the big city. The odds of finding someone to invest in his vision? 1 in 4.5 million. The odds of him achieving his dream in the fashion industry? 1 in 23 million. The odds of having a child diagnosed with autism? 1 in 88. I am Tommy Hilfiger, and my family is affected by autism. I encourage you to learn more at autismspeaks.org/signs. Early diagnosis can make a lifetime of difference. Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
The thing about mercury is, it looks cool, but it's not. It's really poisonous. When you mess with mercury, it gets in your clothes, your games, your stuff, your furniture, your house, until everything it touches is trashed, including you. It can make you sick, and that's not good. So if you find mercury, don't mess with it. Don't touch it. Find an adult, because mercury is anything but cool.
This is the Massachusetts Reading Network, WVBF, 1530 AM Middleborough, WDJM, 91.3 FM, Framingham State University, WRRS, FM, 88.5 Middleborough, WUML, Lowell, Leo, 103, WLLO, Londonderry Schools, and streaming online at ticnetwork.org.
Stay tuned to your radio reading service. The time is 11 o'clock.
Buenas noches y bienvenidos al Hispanic Hour del Massachusetts Reading Network. El Hispanic Hour presenta lecturas de El Mundo y otras publicaciones.
Muy buenos días a todos. Me llamo Johnny, estoy aquí en el Talking Information Center en Marshfield, Massachusetts. Hoy es viernes el 21 de junio, el primer día del verano. Y les presento hoy las noticias del periódico El Mundo de Boston para la semana 20 a 26 de junio 2013. ¿Sabía usted que la homeopatía también usa los sueños como un método de diagnóstico? Que los sueños pueden tener varios significados. Los sueños que nos parecen más fugaces pueden durar más de 10 minutos. Pasamos un tercio de nuestra vida soñando. ¿Los ciegos también sueñan? Los recién nacidos pasan 17 de las 24 horas soñando. El único mamífero que no sueña es el oso hormiguero. Los sueños se utilizan para estimular la creatividad. ¿Sabía usted que hay diferentes tipos de sueños? Los sueños han preocupado al ser humano desde tiempos remotos. Al entender nuestros sueños, nos conocemos más a nosotros mismos. ¿Sabía usted que los colores dentro de un sueño son importantes? Curiosidades. En México, el nombre de la ciudad de Yucatán surgió cuando un español le preguntó a un indígena cómo llamaban ellos a ese lugar. El indio contestó, Yucatán. Lo que el español no sabía era que le estaban diciendo, no soy de aquí. Bajando en 1 grado la temperatura del termostato de la calefacción, se consigue un ahorro energético de 10%. Elevando en 1 grado la temperatura del termostato del aire acondicionado, se puede ahorrar hasta un 8% de energía. Utilizando un ventilador de techo en vez de aire acondicionado, se ahorra un 98% de energía. 4 de cada 5 tartamudos son hombres. Si una estatua en el parque de una persona a caballo tiene 2 patas en el aire, la persona murió en combate. Si tiene una de las patas frontales en el aire, la persona murió de heridas recibidas en combate. Y si el caballo tiene las 4 patas en el suelo, la persona murió de causas naturales. Con los neumáticos de su vehículo bien inflados, puedes ahorrar hasta un 10% de energía. Cada rey de las cartas representa a un gran rey de la historia. Espadas, el rey David. Tréboles, Alejandro Magno. Corazones, Carlomango. Y diamantes, Julio César. En 10 minutos, un huracán libera más energía que todas las armas nucleares del mundo combinadas. Las mareas crecientes amenazan la supervivencia de naciones, islas como los Marshall, los archipiélagos de Tokelau y Tarawa y las Islas Maldivas. Ciudades costeras como Venecia, Alejandría, Tokio o Miami desaparecerán con la subida del nivel medio de las aguas, hoy entre 10 y 25 centímetros más altas que hace en 100 años. Solamente el 5% del consumo del agua potable
Good morning. thank you for coming out here and videoing us on this special day. I'm AJ Dooley, the owner of Dooley Disposal, and I'm here with Jack Oppolette, town historian. And we're glad to be able to go out today and clean up the streets and put our best foot forward to get the streets nice and clean for you guys.
And this is the most incredible turnout you can imagine. A total cross-section of the community, from the very young to some of us more mature people, different clubs and organizations, sports teams, everybody. They're all out here, and spirits are flying high. It's a great day.
I'm Josh. I'm Colt. I'm
Superstar this is supposed to be a Boy Scout activity. We're 30 chill. We're gonna clean up. We're gonna go clean up the town of Foxborough and big community service.
I'm Joe D'Antona. Foxborough, Mass. I play football. These are all football players like Tim, soccer player. Help clean up Foxborough on this. Yeah! Woo! School spirit. Zach. Nice to meet you.
I'm Sam. I'm Jesus. That's Ashley.
We're here to pick up trash.
Yeah. Get that job done. We don't really have groups yet, so about it.
Last minute, and look at the turnout we got. This is phenomenal.
Right.
Clean up Foxborough Day! Yay!
That's what I got.
Credit for my That's how you found that. Oh, Mrs. Sweeney found a fire.
I will put that on the side over here.
Yeah, we're working the bag for them.
What should we? There's a wire. We found a TV.
I don't think it's gonna work too well.
What's my phone?
We found a TV!
What?
We got a cushion here.
Joy, I found you some soup.
Guys, look what I found. It's an orange fries. That's a dinner too. Okay?
I'm leaving some stuff for you, honey.
Hello?
Jim DeVellis. We're just trying to pick up along the roads, helping out AJ in the town and Jack Othelette on the clean Foxborough day. So it's good, quite a group. Nice turnout. So it's I think if this turns into a once-a-year event, I think that's spectacular. A lot of little kids are getting into it, and hopefully it comes back year after year. Lottery tickets, beer bottles, nips, you name it. It's car parts. You know, we're having some success.
A lot of alcohol.
Sutter home to be exact. So it's kind of sad, but you know, we're out here having a good time in our town. It's a great day. That's what our town has been reduced to.
What's the weirdest thing you picked up today? Roadkill.
Doing our part.
We found about 100 little Smirnoff bottles. Pieces of cars.
And DQ.
Fast food. And KFC.
Ketchup packets.
It's hot out.
Really hot.
It's like 94 degrees.
I mean, it's not that bad when you're in the shade.
Picking up trash.
Cleaning up Foxborough!
Yeah.
We found 69 shot glasses.
Yep.
And a
bunch of beer cans, cigarettes.
A lot of dip spit containers.
Lighters.
A lot of Gatorade bottles.
Oh, beer cans.
It wasn't anything nice. It was a lot of stuff that people don't want to take home with them.
Found the front of a car.
Yep. Go Warriors!
lighten up the plant. You guys
Organized. Lawrence, Massachusetts. Teléfono 978-984-5149. Articulista invitado por Thomas M. Menino, alcalde de Boston, y Daniel Rizzo, alcalde de Revere. Enfocados en empleos locales de la nueva industria de Massachusetts. Como anfitriones de ciudades con solicitantes interesados en el juego, nuestra concentración siempre ha sido clara: emplear personal local como principal prioridad. Durante las recientes semanas, hemos trabajado juntos para diseñar un agresivo acercamiento con el fin de asegurar oportunidades locales de empleo, tanto en East Boston como en Revere, ciudades anfitrionas. Durante 78 años, el hipódromo de Suffolk Downs ha sido un negocio activo y un empleador local en East Boston y Revere. El actual descenso de la industria de las carreras de caballos se acopla con la expansión de la legislatura estatal en el mercado del juego en el oriente de Massachusetts, que crea una oportunidad única para respaldar al empleador por largo tiempo, así como para capitalizar un nuevo mercado laboral local. Esta obra traerá consigo la expansión de una industria, la cual creará un tremendo crecimiento y una gran oportunidad económica. Pero la expansión de esta obra también salva una industria. Conserva cientos de empleos existentes en el hipódromo. Suffolk Downs ha sido un empleador local durante muchas generaciones. Muchos de nuestros residentes tienen un miembro de su familia que alguna vez trabajó allá o está trabajando en la actualidad. Nuestra expectativa es que si usted quiere trabajar allá en el futuro, dicha opción está disponible ahora para usted. Con su propuesta de un gran resort, Suffolk Downs sería la base para 1,500 empleos de construcción y 4,000 empleos directos en hotelería, juegos, restaurantes, administración, operatividad y posiciones en el comercio. Los empleos directos tendrían un ingreso promedio anual de $42,000, con el fin de asegurar que sea un catalizador para la industria y mejore la calidad de vida en East Boston y Revere, y estimule enteramente la economía local. Ambas comunidades buscan beneficios para sus residentes a través de empleos altamente remunerados cuando la obra esté finalizada. Los cargos laborales preservados y creados a través del desarrollo de esta propuesta producirán un ingreso promedio significativamente más alto que el existente en East Boston y Revere. Esta propuesta mantiene a las personas en el trabajo y pone otras a trabajar. Esta es la correcta clase de oportunidad para luchar por alcanzarla. Editorial. Para el Senado de los Estados Unidos, vote el próximo martes 25 de junio por Gabriel Gómez o Ed Markey. Hay dos nombres que aparecerán en la balota del próximo martes 25 de junio, cuando tendrá lugar la elección especial con el fin de llenar el asiento para el restante periodo que finaliza el 3 de enero 2015. Gómez o Markey. Por quien vote es uno de los temas más mencionados dentro de la comunidad latina durante las últimas semanas, al tiempo que las dos campañas trabajan activa y agresivamente para conquistar el creciente bloque de votantes. También hay un candidato latino en esta carrera, Gabriel Gómez, hijo de inmigrantes colombianos, quien sustenta una impresionante hoja de vida que ni los seguidores de su oponente la pueden negar. Se ha escrito mucho y se ha discutido cerca del cuál de los dos candidatos es mejor, particularmente para nuestra comunidad. Quienes apoyan a Markey resaltan sus progresivos y liberales puntos de vista, supuestamente alineados con la mayoría de los latinos de Massachusetts. Por otro lado, Gómez ha probado ser muy posible y vendible candidato para nuestra republicano, con mucho más moderados puntos de vista de los que ha representado su partido en los años recientes. Él también, dejando la política a un lado, es el perfecto y innegable ejemplo de la nueva generación de latinos en esta nación, joven, bilingüe, educado y la exitosa historia de un verdadero americano. Este hecho ha resonado ciertamente dentro de los latinos con quienes hemos hablado. Últimamente viene el momento en el cual usted crea quién será el que mejor le represente, tanto a usted como a su familia en Washington. No tenga miedo de votar por Gabriel Gómez si usted lo ve como un refrescante, no tradicional político, y verdaderamente no se deja persuadir por quienes dicen que Gómez no puede representar adecuadamente nuestra comunidad, porque nuestra comunidad es demasiado diversa para tal tipo de retórica. Por otro lado, no tenga temor de votar por Markey, simplemente porque él no es latino. Después de todo, nuestro principal punto de contención es que el carácter de la persona es el factor más importante, y no el color de la piel, su herencia y orientación sexual. No siempre son esos los factores más importantes, así como sus puntos de vista políticos, por supuesto. El martes 25 de junio, usted decide. Usted vota. Gabriel Gómez visita la oficina de El Mundo para saludar. Hola, yo también necesito algunos ejemplares de la edición de El Mundo de la semana pasada, la cual presentaba a Gabriel Gómez en primera página. Dijo en tono humorístico este hijo de inmigrantes colombianos, de 47 años, quien es candidato por primera vez al Senado Federal, contra el veterano congresista demócrata Ed Markey. Gómez se reunió con algunos miembros de la redacción de El Mundo, con quienes charló en español. Yo me siento absolutamente capaz de conectarme con los latinos, porque donde quiera que he estado, ya sea en Chelsea, Lawrence, Holyoke o Jamaica Plain, me he sentido capaz de dialogar directamente con la comunidad latina, sin necesidad de un intérprete. Ellos han podido llegar directamente a mí y yo he podido entender sus frustraciones, preocupaciones y necesidades porque yo hablo su propio lenguaje. Me puedo relacionar con su lucha porque mis padres pasaron por lo mismo. En el caso de que muchos latinos a un candidato republicano, Gómez dijo: yo los entiendo totalmente, pero una vez que me conozcan y yo los mire en los ojos y les expliqué que soy una clase de republicano nuevo, uno que quiere la reforma migratoria, uno que no está de acuerdo 100% con su partido y que quiere salir a decir todo eso sin miedo, entonces ellos me van a entender. Por otro lado, mi opositor no lo hace, y ese es un error en Washington. Yo pertenezco a la nueva generación de líderes, y se comprometerán con el otro lado. Esa es la gran diferencia. Latinos unidos con Markey. La campaña de Ed Markey ha organizado uno de los más comprensivos compromisos con los latinos en el proceso electoral de Massachusetts, comprometiendo a los votantes latinos desde el comienzo de esta elección especial. El personal de Ed Markey refleja la diversidad de Massachusetts y demuestra el compromiso hacia los valores democráticos. Muestra la necesidad de invertir en las comunidades étnicas en crecimiento. Unidos con Markey es el programa de acercamiento de la campaña de Markey, el cual fue lanzado en la elección primaria mediante mesas redondas en todo el estado. Cientos de líderes comunitarios, activistas, voluntarios y líderes electos se unieron a Ed Markey cuando el candidato se
Good morning. Thank you for coming out here and videoing us on this special day. I'm AJ Dooley, the owner of Dooley Disposal, and I'm here with Jack Ocolette, town historian. And we're glad to be able to go out today and clean up the streets and put our best foot forward to get the streets nice and clean for you guys.
And this is the most incredible turnout you can imagine. A total cross-section of the community, from the very young to some of us more mature people, different clubs and organizations, sports teams, everybody. They're all out here, and spirits are flying high. It's a great day.
I'm Josh. I'm Cole. I'm Trish.
Superstar Madonna. This is supposed to be a Boy Scout activity. Basically, 2:30 till we're gonna clean up.
Foxborough, yeah.
We're gonna go clean up the town of Foxborough and get community service out there.
I'm Jody Atona. Talk from Mass. I play football. You know, football players like Tim, soccer player. Help clean up Foxborough on this. Yeah. Woo! School spirit. Zach. Nice to meet you.
I'm Sam. I'm on Jesus. That's Ashton.
We're here to pick up trash.
Yeah. Get the job done. We don't really have a group yet, so that's about it.
Our time.
last minute, and look at the turnout we got. This is phenomenal.
Yeah, right.
Clean up Foxborough Day! Yay!
That's what I got.
Credit for my That's how you found that. Oh, Mrs. Sweet, not a fire.
No fire.
I will put that on the side over here.
Yeah, we're working the bag for them.
What do we? There's a wire. We found a TV.
It's gonna work too well.
Oh, well, what's my phone? You found a TV!
What's happening? What?
We got a cushion here.
Joy, I found you some soup.
What? Look what I found. It's not dry. I did the day or two. Okay? That's awesome. What?
I'm leaving some stuff for you, honey. Hello?
Jim DeVellis. We're just trying to pick up along the roads, helping out AJ in the town and Jack Othelette on the clean Foxborough Day. So it's good, quite a group. Nice turnout. So it's, I think if this turns into a once-a-year event, I think that's spectacular. A lot of little kids are getting into it, and hopefully it comes back year after year. Lottery tickets, beer bottles, nips, you name it. It's car parts. You know, we're having some success.
A lot of alcohol.
Sutter Home to be exact.
So it's kind of sad, but you know, we're out here having a good time in our town. It's a great day. That's what our town has been reduced to.
What's the weirdest thing you picked up today? Roadkill.
Pretty good, you know, doing our part.
We found about 100 little Smirnoff bottles.
Alcohol and pieces of cards.
And DQ.
And KFC.
Ketchup packets.
It's hot out. It's really hot. It's like 94 degrees.
I mean, it's not that bad when you're in the shade.
Picking up trash.
Cleaning up Foxborough!
Yeah.
We found 69 shot glasses.
Yep.
And
Bunch of beer cans, cigarettes.
a lot of dip spit containers.
Lighters.
A lot of Gatorade bottles.
Beer cans.
It wasn't anything nice. It was a lot of stuff that people don't want to take home with them.
Found the front of a car. Yep.
Go Warriors!
Went good, huh? Yeah, it went real well. I think I did. I was with Jim LaBelle. They're going to brighten up the morning. You guys
elecciones municipales. Boston necesita de la juventud de Arroyo, y Arroyo quiere hacer de Boston una mejor ciudad. El 5 veces alcalde Menino le ha dejado el camino y las enseñanzas para seguir avanzando. Y como dice Arroyo, quiero que Boston sea una ciudad donde todo el mundo tenga oportunidades para ser exitoso, donde todos los niños puedan recibir una educación de calidad y donde nos preocupemos por nuestros ancianos y por tener barrios seguros. Arroyo tiene la juventud y la experiencia de haber sido 2 veces concejal de la ciudad. Nació en el South End y creció en Hyde Park y conoce de cerca las necesidades de la ciudad. Soy hijo de Boston, dice. El primer candidato latino a la alcaldía estudió en las escuelas públicas. Siguió su carrera universitaria en UMass Boston y dedicó muchos años de su vida a trabajar con la comunidad y con organizaciones como el Local 615 de SEIU, que agrupa a los trabajadores de limpieza, a los que muchas veces defendió para que se respeten sus derechos laborales. Arroyo es un bostoniano de toda la vida, que quiere hacer de Boston una mejor ciudad si resulta elegido alcalde. Y como decía Nobel, va por buen camino, y lo que necesitamos es unirnos para tener al primer alcalde latino. Razones le sobran. El Mundo entrevista a Arroyo. Félix Arroyo es un ganador. Nació con la victoria bajo el brazo en el South End, en Villa Victoria. Creció en Hyde Park y ahora vive en Jamaica Plain, el corazón de una comunidad multicultural. Soy hijo de Boston y latino a la misma vez, porque me puedo comer un arroz con habichuelas o gandules igual que un hamburger. Tan fácil te hablo español como te hablo en inglés, dice el ahora candidato a la alcaldía de Boston. Arroyo conversó con El Mundo en Center Street de Jamaica Plain en medio de un sol abrasador y de personas que lo saludaban y le expresaban su apoyo. Muchos automovilistas le tocaban las bocinas en señal de respaldo. Yo soy hijo de inmigrantes, dice él. Sus padres vinieron de Puerto Rico en busca del sueño americano, como cualquier inmigrante, y lo lograron. Su padre, Félix Arroyo, ya en el retiro en Uruguay, llegó a ser el primer concejal latino en la historia de Boston, y su mamá, Elsa, es una maestra de las escuelas públicas de Boston. Ambos tienen una gran vocación de servicio. Yo me crié bajo esos sentimientos de trabajar por y para nuestra comunidad y de valorar su trabajo, su esfuerzo diario. Esos son los valores de mi familia y ya me siento orgulloso de mis padres porque trabajaron toda su vida para la comunidad. Arroyo ha sentido el apoyo de su gente y, según dice, ya hemos tocado miles de puertas y tenemos cientos de voluntarios. Esta campaña es de todos nosotros, no es de los ricos ni de los grandes negocios. Esta campaña está movida por voluntarios y por los trabajadores. En su cuenta de campaña tiene casi 100 millones de dólares, una cantidad significativamente menor que los otros candidatos, pero eso no le preocupa. Yo sé que se puede ganar. Si estamos unidos, vamos a ganar y hacer historia en esta ciudad, separados nunca. Hay personas que dicen que tu juventud está jugando en contra de tus aspiraciones. ¿Qué piensas de eso? Yo no me enfoco mucho en lo que dice la gente que no está conmigo. Tengo más de 10 años como organizador comunitario y trabajé como director político del local 615 de CSEIU, que agrupa a los trabajadores de limpieza y de seguridad, un puesto de liderazgo que me permitió trabajar para que tengan mejores sueldos y seguro médico. Además, este es mi cuarto año como asambleísta de Boston, representando a toda la ciudad y trabajando con un presupuesto de $2.6 billones. Mi enfoque ha estado siempre en aspectos importantes como más oportunidades para todos nosotros, más escuelas, trabajo para los jóvenes y apoyo a la pequeña empresa. Tú eres el único latino entre una larga lista de candidatos blancos a la alcaldía. ¿Tu origen te preocupa? Yo sé muy bien quién soy y de dónde vengo. El idioma que estoy hablando es el de mi comunidad, a la que le pido que se una a esta campaña, porque esta es una campaña de todos nosotros. Vamos a ganar tocando puertas, saliendo a las calles. Vamos a hacer historia en Boston con el apoyo de todos, y yo soy tan norteamericano como latino. ¿Qué es lo que más te preocupa de la ciudad y en qué puntos te vas a enfocar? Me voy a enfocar en un aspecto fundamental, que es el que todos en la ciudad tengan las mismas oportunidades para crecer, no solamente algunos. Es importante que nuestras familias sientan que aquí en Boston pueden ser parte del sueño americano. Voy a trabajar para todos. Me voy a preocupar de que nuestras escuelas brinden a nuestros hijos una educación de calidad para que puedan conseguir mejores trabajos. Apoyar a la pequeña empresa para que pueda seguir creciendo y puedan apoyar no solo a sus familias, sino generar puestos de trabajo en los vecindarios, creando más trabajo, trabajando para vecindarios más seguros y creando más viviendas de bajo costo para nuestras familias. ¿Esa es la clave de tu campaña? Esos son los puntos en los que me voy a enfocar, y cuando sea alcalde vamos a trabajar saliendo a la calle para preguntar a los vecinos qué estamos haciendo para que todos los que viven en Boston tengan las mismas oportunidades. El tema de la vivienda es un aspecto de preocupación, porque según reportes, cada día estamos perdiendo más vivienda subsidiada. ¿Qué piensas hacer? Eso es muy malo para nosotros. Mi propia familia comenzó su vida en una vivienda de bajo costo en Villa Victoria. Allí comenzamos y hay que darle a la gente la oportunidad para empezar y luego seguir para adelante. Hay que enfocarnos en tener más viviendas de bajo costo y vecindarios seguros, que son las dos cosas que deben ir juntas. ¿Cuál es la diferencia con tus adversarios en esta campaña electoral? La diferencia es que estamos trabajando más fuerte que cualquier otro candidato. Yo he tomado esta campaña como un reto de unidad entre latinos y no latinos, y vamos a ponerle el trabajo necesario para ganar esta campaña. Si resultas elegido, vas a recibir el cargo de manos de un alcalde que deja la ciudad después de 20 años en un saldo positivo. Hay que darle las gracias al alcalde Menino por habernos dado 20 años de su vida para mejorar esta ciudad. Es un gran líder y estamos siguiendo sus pasos. Estoy seguro que yo voy a seguir su ejemplo para mejorar aún más Boston. En estos 4 años he trabajado con el alcalde Menino, creando más trabajo para nuestros jóvenes, creando más vivienda de bajo costo, mejorando nuestras escuelas. Esa experiencia la tengo y vamos a llegar a la alcaldía. Ideas en el Quintero, por Carlos Quintero, editor de El Mundo. Gabriel Gómez, ¿suerte o talento? Cada uno es dueño y diseñador de su propio destino. Cada cual hace su mapa del tesoro en busca de la riqueza escondida. Realmente lo que ha producido rendimiento y éxito para todo ser humano ha sido la preparación académica, el encuentro con el conocimiento, la investigación y la superación de barreras. Como hijo de inmigrantes colombianos, Gabriel Gómez, hoy de 47 años, se dio cuenta de que el éxito personal no es un juego, que cada día trae su propio afán, dificultades y oportunidades. Sin posar de analistas políticos, miremos el perfil de Gabriel como un muchacho de la nueva generación, con muchas ideas por desarrollar. Su diferencia con otros soñadores es que Gómez se lanzó al ruedo y se tiró al agua, como dice el refrán. Su declaración de todo lo que tengo me lo he ganado soñaba arrogante para sus opositores, pero realista para quienes conocemos el camino pedregoso que hay que transitar para cumplir metas. Su formación de navegante y piloto en la Fuerza Aérea, el Navy, le imprimieron disciplina para manejar sus ideas como negociante. Además, su grado en Harvard legitimó su camino triunfador. Es de los pocos latinos llamado millonario, aún por sus contrincantes políticos. Aparte del resultado del 25 de junio, la carrera de Gómez tiene más de lucha, dedicación, talento y esfuerzo que su suerte o azar. Las enseñanzas de sus padres son la herencia que nunca se gasta. Para quienes todo lo ven oscuro, el ejemplo de Gómez nos da una luz de esperanza de que todo es posible. Nada es gratuito. Todo cuesta disciplina, formación, estudio y mucha concentración en cada paso. Carlos Quintero puede ser escuchado a las 12:30 lunes a viernes a través de WUNR 1600 AM en la radio. También los sábados a la 1:30 de la tarde. Pues es todo por ahora, mis amigos. Les deseo a todos muy buen día y hasta la próxima.
El Hispanic Hour se presenta sobre la Massachusetts Reading Network cada domingo a las 8 de la noche.
It's going to be sunny, warm, and humid today with some cloud cover. Temperatures will be in the upper 70s to lower 80s. When the sun shines, it will fire up thunderstorms. For tonight, muggy, murky, and mild, low in the 60s. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Friday. It is going to be partly to mostly sunny with a temperature in the 80s once again. Again, we're talking about the potential for heavy showers and thunderstorms, particularly in the first half of the day. Steve Roberts, TIC Radio.
The Massachusetts Commission for the Blind is developing updates to its state plan for vocational rehabilitation services and supported employment services for federal fiscal year 2014 to meet the requirements of the Rehabilitation Act of 1973 as amended. In order to solicit public comment on the plan, the Mass Commission for the Blind will hold public hearings on the following dates: June 25th from 11 to 1 at the Mass Commission for the Blind New Bedford office, 888 Purchase Street, Suite 203. June 25th from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Mass Commission for the Blind Boston office, 600 Washington Street. June 27th from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Mass Commission for the Blind Springfield office, 436 Dwight Street, room 109. All interested persons are invited to attend these hearings or submit written comments on the plan updates. Copies of the updates are available upon request in large print, braille, or text file. Please direct requests for copies, directions to the hearings, or for accommodations to meet special needs to Patricia Hart, 617-626-7502. Again, that's 617-626-7502. Please send any written comments or requests of copies to Patricia Hart, Policy Development Unit, Mass Commission for the Blind, 600 Washington Street, Boston, Mass. 02111, or email patricia.hart@state.ma.us. All comments received on or before June 27th will be considered.
It feels like you're frozen, petrified. You're struggling with your mortgage payments. The bills begin to pile up. Not knowing what to do, you do nothing at all. And that's the worst thing you can do. Because if you take action, if you do something about your mortgage problems, you're far more likely to get the most positive outcome. Making Home Affordable is a free government program. Call 888-995-HOPE to talk one-on-one with a housing expert about the options that are right for you. Real help, real answers, right now. Call 888-995-HOPE or visit makinghomeaffordable.gov and do something about your mortgage problems. Brought to you by the U.S. Treasury, HUD, and the Ad Council.
This is the Massachusetts Reading Network, WVBF 1530 AM Middleborough, WDJM 91.3 FM Framingham State University, WRRS FM 88.5 Middleborough, WUML Lowell, Leo 103, WLLO Londonderry Schools, and streaming online at ticnetwork.org.
Stay tuned to your radio reading service. The time is 12 o'clock.
The Women's Hour is brought to you through a grant from the Campbell Foundation.
It's time for the Women's Hour here in the Massachusetts Reading Network as we read from a large variety of women's magazines.
Women's Day, July 2013. The best medicine. Feeling sick? Used to be that you dial your doctor or go straight to the ER. Now there are more options. Scan this chart to decide what's best for your situation. There are more than 1,400 retail clinics and over 8,700 urgent care centers in the U.S. Go here if doctor's office. You have a non-urgent symptom like a sore throat or an elbow sprain during office hours. Your primary care doctor, usually a family physician or internist, is also best for checkups, shots, and ongoing issues like diabetes. Retail clinic. You have a minor problem like a sore throat, a stomach ache, or a sinus infection, or you need an immunization, and you can't get in to see your doctor. Retail clinics are also helpful if you're traveling and you get sick. Urgent care center. You have an injury like a sprained ankle or a burn that can't wait for a doctor's visit, but doesn't warrant a trip to the ER because it's not life or limb threatening. These centers have x-rays and can perform minor procedures, stitches. Hospital emergency room. You have a life-threatening emergency, a serious change in your medical condition, or symptoms like difficulty breathing, chest tightness, weakness on one side, serious abdominal pain, or a sudden change in balance. Find it fast. Doctor's office. Don't have a doctor? Check with your insurance for practitioners who are covered under your plan. You can also go to zocdoc.com and search for local doctors who take your insurance. They'll even book appointments. Retail clinics are normally found in chain pharmacies like Walgreens and CVS, supermarkets like ShopRite, and big box stores such as Walmart and Target. You can visit ccaclinics.org to find one in your area. Urgent Care Center. You have locate the nearest Urgent Care Association of America Center by entering your zip code at ucaoa.org/ucaoa_orgs. Or try findurgentcare.com, where you can search by criteria. For instance, whether a pediatrician is on staff. Don't waste time in an emergency. Dial 911. When the ambulance arrives, you may be able to request a certain hospital, depending on the severity of your condition. Who you'll see. Your own doctor will usually treat you at each visit, but certain practices have a team of physicians who care for one another's patients, and some offices have physician's assistants, medical professionals who work in tandem with an MD. Retail clinic, a nurse practitioner. They make up 95% of the clinic's workforce. The other 5% is physician's assistants and doctors. They can do most of what doctors do, including diagnosing and treating conditions, and, in most cases, writing RXs. Who you'll see at an urgent care center. Most likely a doctor, although they also employ nurse practitioners and physician's assistants. Who you'll see at the hospital emergency room. A doctor who specializes in emergency medicine. Hospital ERs are staffed with doctors and nurses who are trained to handle everything from heart attacks to car crashes and have equipment that can respond to nearly every need. Good to know. Doctor's office. Primary care doctors have a relationship with you and keep records of all your meds and what has worked or not in the past. This means there is less of a chance you'll be given a drug that will interact with meds you're on. Retail clinic. This is the least costly option if you're uninsured or your plan only covers emergencies. A visit is about $75. Shots and lab tests are separate. Many take insurance. Check with yours and Medicare. Some also take Medicaid.
Right here. Oh, yeah, that's right.
They fill them up to leave them on the side of the road. We'll wait till 8:30.
Good morning. Thank you for coming out here and videoing us on this special day. I'm AJ Dooley, the owner of Dooley Disposal, and I'm here with Jack Oppolette, town historian. And we're glad to be able to go out today and clean up the streets and put our best foot forward to get the streets nice and clean for you guys.
And this is the most incredible turnout you can imagine. A total cross-section of the community, from the very young to some of us more mature people, different clubs and organizations, sports teams, everybody. They're all out here, and spirits are flying high. It's a great day.
I'm Josh. I'm Cole. I'm Liam.
Superstar This is supposed to be a Boy Scout activity. We had 2:30 till. We're gonna clean up.
Foxborough, yeah.
We're gonna go clean up the town for Foxborough and the community service
I'm Joe D'Antona. Talk from Mass. I play football. These are all football players like Tim, soccer player. Helped clean up Foxborough on this. Yeah! Woo! School spirit. Nice to meet you.
I'm Sam.
I'm Jesus.
Sash.
We're here to pick
up trash.
Yeah.
Good job,
We
Ryan.
don't really have
Doing
groups
this
yet,
whole-
so about it.
Last minute, and look at the turnout we got. This is phenomenal.
Right.
Clean up Foxborough Day! Yay!
That's what I got.
Credit for my turn. That's how you found that. Oh, Mrs. Sweet, on fire.
On fire.
I will put that on the side over here.
Yeah, we're working the bag for a bag for them.
What do we? There's a wire. We found a TV.
It's gonna work too well.
Oh, well, what's my fault?
We found a TV.
What? We got a cushion here.
Joy, I found you some soup.
I'm leaving some stuff for you, honey. Hello?
Jim DeVellis. We're just trying to pick up along the roads, helping out AJ in the town and Jack Arthelette on the clean Foxborough day. So it's good, quite a group. Nice turnout. So it's I think if this turns into a once-a-year event, I think that's spectacular. A lot of little kids are getting into it, and hopefully it comes back year after year. Lottery tickets, beer bottles, nips, you name it. It's car parts. You know, we're having some success.
A lot of alcohol.
Sutter Home to be exact.
So it's kind of sad, but you know, we're out here having a good time in our town. It's a great day. That's what our town has been reduced to.
What's the weirdest thing you picked up today? Roadkill.
Doing our part.
We found about 100 little Smirnoff bottles.
Alcohol and pieces of cards.
And DQ.
Fast food. And KFC.
Ketchup packets.
It's hot out. Really hot. It's like 94 degrees.
I mean, it's not that bad when you're in the shade.
Picking up trash.
Cleaning up Foxborough.
Yeah.
We found 69 shot glasses.
Yep.
And
Bunch of beer cans, cigarettes.
a lot of dip spit containers.
Lighters.
A lot of Gatorade bottles.
Oh, beer bottle. Oh, beer can.
It wasn't anything nice. It was a lot of stuff that people don't want to take home with them.
Found the front of a car.
Yep. Go Warriors!
brighten up the spine. You guys are
Like human, your four-legged friend doesn't float on the water's surface when he needs a rest. If your dog goes swimming in deep water, he should always wear a well-fitted personal flotation device. In the pool. Most dogs are eager to dive in, but if there's no shallow end with graduated stairs, he'll need help getting out, so be ready to lend a hand. After each swim, rinse him with the garden hose to prevent skin irritation from chlorine. Ask a veterinarian. My guinea pig seems to sneeze a lot. Should I be worried? The sneeze may indicate allergies from dust or pollen, but it could also be an infection such as a cold. Left untreated, it could lead to pneumonia or a lung infection. If you spot yellow or green mucus, it could be serious. Take your fuzzy friend to the vet at the first achoo in case he needs medication. At home, try giving him a daily vitamin C pill and use shredded paper instead of wood shavings in his cage, as wood particles can worsen respiratory illnesses and harm his liver over time. Emily Hopman, DVM, Elgin Veterinarian Hospital for Small Animals and Exotics, Elgin, South Carolina. Pet pleaser. Cat tower. Build your cat a castle with catty stacks, colorful collapsible boxes made of lightweight, industrial-strength corrugated cardboard that clip together to form simple towers, window perches, or fortresses. $15 per box. CattyStacks.com. Keep your pets safe. Even well-trained animals can bolt after a bird and get lost. About 10 million go missing every year. Below, devices that can help them avoid harm. Microchip. What it is. A tiny electronic chip that a vet inserts under your pet's skin. It's pretty painless, like getting a shot, and serves as a permanent ID tag. Once you register the chip's ID number with a tracking company of your choice, any animal control service, shelter, or pound nationwide can scan it for your contact information. How it helps. If your pet is lost, a shelter won't mistake her for a stray and put her down or place her for adoption. Cost. Most chips are $45 at a vet's office and last a pet's lifetime. Registration may cost about $25. GPS collar. What it is. A tracking device that attaches to your dog or cat's collar and reports his location to your computer or smartphone. How it helps. Owners designate a zone where pets are expected to be. Though the program won't stop your pet from leaving that area, it will alert you as soon as his paws cross the boundary and tell you where to find him. Try the Tag Pet Tracker System. $99.95. PetTracker.com, which also records how much exercise he's getting. Cost. Collar devices range from $100 to $200. Monthly service fees, $8 to $40. Underground fence. What it is. A wire perimeter buried around the edges of your yard. How it helps. The fence is synced with a collar that gives your pet a small shock when he tries to cross it, so he'll learn quickly to stay in the yard. While most of the collars are for dogs, you can find versions for wayward cats as well. Cost. Expense depends on yard size and the brand you choose. You can put in a system yourself for about $200 to $300. Professional installation can be more than $1,000. Visit dogfencediy.com to compare companies and costs. Products that protect. LED collar. To ensure that motorists can see your pup at night, try the Dog E-Glow Light Up LED dog collar and 6-foot leash. $22 and $26, brookstone.com, which is visible up to 1,000 feet away. Or buy a reflective collar that gleams brightly as headlights go by. For cats, try a laser bright reflective collar. $7, wag.com. Anti-chew spray. To keep your pet from gnawing on harmful objects, like an electrical wire or their own fur, try Granix Bitter Apple Spray. $5, drugstore.com. Seatbelt. Your dog can be thrown if a car stops suddenly or crashes. The Kurgo True Fit Smart Harness, $20 to $30, Kurgo.com, can be used with your car's seatbelt. For a small dog, you can also try the Outward Hound Car Booster Seat from $38.50. KYJEN.com. Your pet should always ride in the back seat, as the force of front seat airbags could seriously injure her in an accident. Check out pet360.com, a free service with pet safety guides, care tips, health Q&As, and product recall alerts. The site also lets members set reminders for vet visits and RX refills. Why does my pet flip his bowl, run off with your slippers, and otherwise act cuckoo? All of his cute but curious behavior explained by Melinda Dodd. Your pet is licking the couch or staring at you like a zombie, and of course he can't tell you why. Many pets do things that are simply quirky, but sometimes signal an underlying medical or behavioral issue, says veterinarian Justine Lee, author of It's a Dog's Life, But It's Your Carpet. These explanations for weird but common behaviors can help you understand your dog or cat better and figure out when there's cause for concern. The behavior. Stealing stuff. You hardly notice it at first, but one day you realize that your jewelry, slippers, even dirty laundry are disappearing. Then you see your pooch loping across the lawn with a sock clutched in his jaw. Dobermans, Airedale Terriers, and Poodles have all been known to abscond with items, and the Munchkin breed of cat likes to hoard shiny objects. It may be an evolutionary trait, an offshoot of the same impulse that drives animals to capture, guard, and bury their food. Should you worry? Probably not. Most likely your pet is just being playful. Stealing can be fun, and it brings attention, says Sheila Darpino, DVM, a veterinary behaviorist with the Animal Rescue League of Boston. Darpino advises spending more time with your pet and rewarding him for good behavior, so stealing isn't his main source of attention. But take note if Sticky Paws seems frantic or anxious, as it may be a sign of a compulsive disorder, common in Dobermans. Your vet may be able to prescribe anti-anxiety medication. The behavior. Splashing water. Swirling the water in their bowls with one paw is a signature move for many cats, like the water-loving Turkish Angora and Maine Coon, who would probably jump right in for a swim if they could. Others may be mimicking their ancestors, who fished for food. Moving water is much more attractive to cats than stationary water, says Nicholas Dodman, BVMS, author of The Cat Who Cried for Help, especially considering that their ancestors who drank from standing water, which is more likely to be contaminated, did not survive as well as those who drank from running water. If your dog is sloshing his water, it's usually because it's fun, or he's just a sloppy drinker. Should you worry? No. Though messy, the behavior is only noteworthy if your pet regularly splashes all the water out or overturns the bowl completely, as he may be trying to tell you that the water is too warm, or the bowl may smell or taste funny. Otherwise, just be sure to refresh your pet's water every few days or whenever there's fur or kibble floating around in it. Also, try swapping your easily tipped bowl for a heavier one or a kitchen pot. The behavior, excessive licking. Many cat breeds like to lick plastic bags, possibly because of the way the plastic smells and tastes. Or they like the way the bag shape shifts when they prod it. Oriental cats, Siamese, Burmese, Singapura, are thought to have a genetic tendency to suck on wool objects, like a sweater or your carpet, while other felines who do this may have been weaned too early. Dogs may lick floors, furniture, and carpets, or you may notice your pet is licking the same spot on her body repeatedly. Should you worry? If it's infrequent, they're likely grooming themselves or just relaxing. Licking may release endorphins in the brain, which helps animals cope with stress, says Darpino. But if she's doing it for hours or won't come when called, it's a real issue. Some pets do it to distract themselves from nausea or an irritable bowel, and if your pet licks the same part of her body every time, that area may be hurting. Interrupt obsessive licking ASAP, but do it kindly, says Patricia McConnell, Ph.D., author of The Other End of the Leash. Then talk to your vet, who can diagnose any medical issues. Often, you can calm nervous pets by simply increasing their activity levels. The behavior. Staring at you. If your dog or cat is studying you intently, she may want something you control. Food, water, a chance to relieve herself, or exercise. Should you worry? Only if you sense hostility. If your cat glares and snakes her head from side to side, or if your dog stiffens her body and shuts her mouth tightly, she may be challenging you. If it seems aggressive, Dr. Dodman advises walking away as if it isn't happening. Don't stare back, as she may think you're reciprocating the challenge, increasing the chance of an attack. In very rare cases, a cat glaring with twitching skin may indicate partial seizure activity, and you should report it to your vet. Otherwise, it's just a sign of affection. If pets look at you and calmly bat their eyelids, they are expressing love, says Dr. Dodman. So return the compliment by engaging in a little playtime. Money. Supermarket tricks not to fall for. Navigate your way from aisle to checkout without emptying your wallet. By Brooke Shewell. How is it that you popped in for a few staples and $45 later you're leaving with bags of impulse buys? It's not just you. Studies have found that around 20% of purchases are unplanned. That's because supermarkets are designed to make consumers shell out as much as possible. Follow this store map to help you avoid spending pitfalls. 1. The enticing entrance. Supermarkets place fragrant flowers, the pretty produce section, or the bakery right near the door. The colors and scents put us in a better mood, says Phil Lempert, editor of supermarketguru.com. Tip. Remind yourself when you look at the roses, romance, or smell the pricey croissants, that any emotion you feel is fleeting and a deliberate attempt to suck you in. Unless you came to the store for cake or flowers, power through. 2. Supersized shopping carts. Carts are going through a major growth spurt. Some megastores even have a flatbed style you can use to hold 100 rolls of toilet paper. Tip. Don't automatically grab the giant cart. Instead, use it for a big shop and a basket for a smaller haul. Otherwise, things have a way of finding a spot in your cart, says Russ Weiner, a professor of marketing at NYU's Stern School of Business, who suggests heading to a smaller store where you won't be tempted to overbuy. And remember, a big shopping cart doesn't need to be filled up all the way, Lempert says. 3. The boring middle staples. The essentials, canned and boxed goods, are typically located at the store's center. Tip. Hit those unexciting aisles first and cross the ho-hum items off your list. With your cart full of what you came for, you can mentally prepare to shop the periphery and be selective. 4. Out-of-the-way essentials. Grocers station some staples like milk and eggs at the back of the store, which means you'll be met with temptation on the way there. Tip. Try to allow for some slack, suggests Weiner, by planning for a few impulse purchases. Lempert recommends allotting 3 blank lines at the end of your shopping list for spur-of-the-moment goodies. The lines will remind you of your 3-item limit. No need to rationalize that bar of dark chocolate if it falls under your 3 freebies. 5. Strategic shelving. Expensive sugary cereal is often placed at child's eye level, while you have to search high and low for the no-name cornflakes. Items a supermarket wants to bring to your attention, like an imported pasta sauce, are often situated where you can't miss them. Tip. Alternate stores, advises Lempert. They'll have different items and placement, so you will be encouraged to look for what you need, rather than grabbing what's in your immediate view. No matter where you shop, do the supermarket workout. Bend to the lower shelves and reach up to grab the equally good but less expensive things you need. 6. Samples galore. Many markets offer a bite of freshly baked pizza or a sip of iced coffee at sample stations scattered throughout the store. Manufacturers spend lots of money on that, Weiner notes. They think if they can get you to taste it, they can get you to buy it. And they're right. Tip. Shop on a full stomach so you won't decide to splurge on artisanal jam, says Weiner. I try to stay away from the grazing that goes on in the store unless you have superior willpower. 7. End cap deals. You might assume that the products on the eye-catching shelves at the ends of aisles are bargains, but they are only on sale around half the time. Tip. If there's no sign, assume that it's the same price as usual, Lempert says. If there is a sign, make sure it details the savings. If it just says save, you might not save at all. 8. Fresh versus frozen. Because most fish are cleaned and frozen aboard the boat, what you're looking at in the fish section, even if arrayed beautifully on ice, is often frozen fish that has been thawed. Frozen fruits and vegetables are grown in season and likewise frozen when they're at their best. Tip. Buy the bags of frozen fillet of tilapia, salmon, or flounder in the frozen foods aisle and thaw them yourself, Lempert says. It costs about 40% less, and it's frozen only once, so you're getting better quality. If produce is out of season, frozen tends to be cheaper than imported. 9. Impulse buys at checkout. You're tired, bored, trapped, and about to pay, so what's another few bucks for candy? Women's Day, of course, is totally worth it. Tip. Awareness is your best weapon. Remind yourself of your allotted spur-of-the-moment goodies and choose the self-checkout lane to keep your hands busy. Beware of tricky coupons. Loyalty clubs keep track of what you buy, so you'll notice that coupons are being emailed to you based on your previous purchases. You can, in fact, get some good deals this way, but coupons can also be a trap. Often these incentives are for larger quantities than you need, or snacks that you're better off avoiding. Just because a deal comes up doesn't mean you have to take it, Lempert says. Walk out only with what you came in for. Fast, Easy Financial Fix by M.P. Dunleavy. This month's mission, rethink your fixed expenses. What's the payoff? As life changes, so do your spending priorities. By reconsidering outdated decisions, you can better fund your current needs. Why you shouldn't avoid it. If your circumstances have shifted, but your game plan has not, you're wasting money, plain and simple. 1. Do an inventory. My husband and I have a whoa conversation a year. We take a look at the bills we're paying and say whoa to the ones that no longer make sense. In our last talk, we noticed a recurring charge on a credit card. Back in 2012, fired up with New Year's resolve, my husband signed up for a $10.99 monthly gym membership. Then he pretty much never used it. That's about $130 a year that we're spending by rote on nothing. So many expenses are no longer conscious choices, but passive account withdrawals based on decisions you made long ago. You grow used to paying for a big house. Then the kids move out. You lower your retirement contributions when you need to chip in for your dad's nursing home, but forget to ramp back up when he passes away. Your husband invests in a gym membership, then, well, you already know that story. Now it's time to make sure these fixed expenses still work for you. Consider this a review not just of your spending, but of your mindset. Where does your money go, and does that still make sense? Try this. Grab a piece of paper or open an Excel spreadsheet and make 3 columns. In the first, list all the bills you pay like clockwork, such as cable, phone, subscriptions, and memberships. Include savings, such as for retirement, that are automatically deducted. Don't forget regular costs like your rent or mortgage, utilities, and insurance payments. And include non-monthly but predictable bills like tuition. Here you only need to list committed expenses that you can't adjust. Skip things like groceries or gas that you buy as needed. In the second column, put the amount you're paying per month. 2. Reassess your priorities. Now comes the fun part. In the third column, jot down the reason you
Good morning. Thank you for coming out here and videoing us on this special day. I'm AJ Dooley, the owner of Dooley Disposal, and I'm here with Jack Oppolette, town historian. And we're glad to be able to go out today and clean up the streets and put our best foot forward to get the streets nice and clean for you guys.
And this is the most incredible turnout you can imagine. A total cross-section of the community, from the very young to some of us more mature people, different clubs and organizations, sports teams, everybody. They're all out here, and spirits are flying high. It's a great day.
I'm Josh. I'm Colt. I'm
Superstar Mendoza. This is supposed to be a Boy Scout activity. It's 2:30 till we're gonna clean up. We're gonna go clean up the town of Foxborough, the community service
I'm Joe D'Antona, Foxborough, Mass. I play football. These are all football players like Tim, soccer player. Help clean up Foxborough on this. Yeah! Woo! School spirit. Zach, nice to meet you.
I'm Sam. I'm August. That's Ashton. We're here to pick up trash.
Yeah.
Good job,
We are.
Don't really have groups yet, so it's about it.
Last minute, and look at the turnout we got. This is phenomenal.
Right.
That's what I got.
Credit for my trip, man. That's how you found that. Oh, Mrs. Sweeney found a fire. Found fire.
I would put that on the side over here.
Yeah, we're working with a bag for them.
What do we? There's a wire. We found a TV.
It's gonna work too well.
Oh, well, what's my phone? We found a TV.
What do you have there? What?
We got a cushion here.
Joy, I found you some soup.
Look what I found. It's not dry. I did the day or two. Okay? What?
I'm leaving some stuff for you, honey.
Hello?
Jim DeVellis. We're just trying to pick up along the roads, helping out AJ in the town and Jack Othelette on the clean Foxborough day. So it's good, quite a group. Nice turnout. So it's I think if this turns into a once-a-year event, I think that's spectacular. A lot of little kids are getting into it, and hopefully it comes back year after year. Lottery tickets, beer bottles, nips, you name it. It's car parts. You know, we're having some success.
A lot of wine bottles. A lot of alcohol.
Sutter Home to be exact.
So it's kind of sad, but you know, we're out here having a good time with our town. It's a great day. That's what our town has been reduced to.
What's the weirdest thing you picked up today? Roadkill.
Pretty good, you know, doing our part. We found about 100 little Smirnoff bottles.
Alcohol and pieces of cards.
And DQ.
And KFC.
Ketchup packets.
It's hot out. Really hot. It's like 94 degrees.
I mean, it's not that bad when you're in the shade.
Picking up trash.
Cleaning up Foxborough!
Yeah.
We found 69 shot glasses.
Yep.
And
Bunch of beer cans, cigarettes.
a lot of dip spit containers.
Lighters.
A lot of Gatorade bottles.
Oh, beer bottle. Oh, beer can.
It wasn't anything nice. It was a lot of stuff that people don't want to take home with them.
Found the front of a car. Yep.
Go Warriors!
Went good, huh?
Yeah, it went real well. I think I did. I was with Jim about. They're going to brighten up the fun.
PB-cookie to get Miranda's peanut butter cookie recipe. Sandy Hook Saint, Good Housekeeping Seal Star. As a police officer's wife, Elizabeth Pedrini knew the toll the December shootings at Sandy Hook Elementary would take on the police, who'd been first at the scene. So after learning the Newtown Police Department wasn't covered for post-traumatic stress disorder treatment, and that many officers were taking unpaid leaves due to emotional distress, the Woburn, Mass. Mom of two sprang to action. I know what missing one paycheck can do, she says. Using the crowdfunding site GoFundMe.com, she raised $4,000 for the squad in 3 months and hopes to raise more. The bills keep coming no matter what they're going through. I want to help. The most organized woman we know. Cooking star Sandra Lee isn't just a genius in the kitchen. She can also declutter and multitask with the best of them. Here, some of her top tips. What does it take to run Sandra Lee's media empire? She's about to release her 25th book and has 4 shows on Food Network, plus her own magazine. Answer: 0 procrastination and total devotion to order. Says the 47-year-old lifestyle expert, that's how God made me, and I appreciate it. She buys in bulk and raves about the clear plastic containers that hold all her household staples. No one ever needs to ask me where anything is. They can see it right there. Even Lee's sock drawer is a thing of efficient beauty. When I open it and see it filled with my favorite big, cushy socks, I buy them by the dozen to wear during downtime. I can really relax, she says. And she organizes not only stuff, but also ideas. I'll email myself things like a quote I love or that I need to send a gift, and then transfer that to a file I check later, she says of her self-reminder system. Sounds like a great recipe to us. Courtney Pelletieri. How neat. Bathroom beauty. I love little silver cups from Michael's for my vanity. Q-tips, eye pencils, all that. They look like $1 million. Showing off. Necklace and bracelet display forms are her fave ways to store jewelry out where she can see it. All booked up. I keep a tight calendar and schedule all my annual doctor's appointments for August. It's my me month. Look good. 71% of Good Housekeeping readers use permanent color. Hair color 911. Yes, you can get gorgeous, vibrant color straight out of the box. Don't believe us? With pro guidance and tips, 3 women prove it's easy to transform your hue without a trip to the salon. By Melanie Rudd. 70% of GH readers who color their hair do so to cover gray. Color complaint. Stubborn grays. I found my first grays a few years ago, says Dana Vivinetto, 32. I dyed my hair once, but some grays still showed. I want to hide them with minimal upkeep. The solution: permanent color. Try a permanent formula, especially if your grays are resistant to demi-permanent dye, says Julia Yosef, Vice President of L'Oreal USA Hair Color Technical Center. While demis can make grays less noticeable, the color washes out within 4 weeks, whereas permanent dye lasts until it grows out. Dana's hair color was a medium brown, so for the most natural results, Yosef chose a shade with those words in its name. L'Oreal Paris Excellence Cream in medium chestnut brown. $9, drugstores, 49 shades. The warm auburn undertones brighten the color and make Dana look younger. The verdict: this is easy. I was hesitant to start coloring because I thought it would be a lot of work, but now I know it's fairly quick, so I'll definitely try it at home. Do-it-yourself tips. Buy 2 boxes if your hair is shoulder length or longer. That's how many Dana's hair required. If you don't use both, you'll have a box for your next time. 2. If you've never colored or haven't in over a year, do your roots last. Heat from your scalp causes color to process faster, which can create an uneven result. 3. If you have colored before, apply dye on prominent gray areas first. Leave on for about 20 minutes, then apply to the rest of your hair for 10 more minutes. 4. Cover your hairline where gray often appears thoroughly. Don't skimp on dye due to fears of staining. That can create a line of demarcation.
The Women's Hour is presented each Saturday at 7 a.m. here on the Massachusetts Reading Network.
It's going to be sunny, warm, and humid today with some cloud cover. Temperatures will be in the upper 70s to lower 80s. When the sun shines, it will fire up thunderstorms. For tonight, muggy, murky, and mild, low in the 60s. Yeah, looking forward to Friday. It is going to be partly to mostly sunny with a temperature in the 80s once again. Again, we're talking about the potential for heavy showers and thunderstorms, particularly in the first half of the day. Steve Roberts, TIC Radio.
Hi there, I'm John Shea, Production Director here at the Talking Information Center, here to wish TIC a happy 35th birthday. Since June 19th, 1978, the Massachusetts Reading Network has provided programming for thousands of listeners in the Commonwealth and across the country. On behalf of myself and the staff here at TIC, we'd like to say thank you to both our valued listeners and the volunteers who bring the printed word to you every day. Thank you for listening, and stay tuned for another 35 years of great programming.
In the small town of Elmira, New York, a boy was born into an all-American family. The odds of him opening his own clothing store at the age of 18? 1 in 138,000. Excited to be a part of pop culture, he packed for the big city. The odds of finding someone to invest in his vision? 1 in 4.5 million. The odds of him achieving his dream in the fashion industry? 1 in 23 million. The odds of having a child diagnosed with autism? 1 in 88. I am Tommy Hilfiger, and my family is affected by autism. I encourage you to learn more at autismspeaks.org/signs. Early diagnosis can make a lifetime of difference. Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
This is the Massachusetts Reading Network, WVBF 1530 AM Middleborough, WDJM 91.3 FM Framingham State University, WRRS FM 88.5 Middleborough, WUML Lowell, Leo 103, WLLO Londonderry Schools, and streaming online at ticnetwork.org.
Stay tuned to your radio reading service. The time is 1 o'clock.
This is Mary Ellen reading the Boston Globe, Thursday, June 27th, 2013. The first Boston Globe editorial is entitled Anger, Grief, and Soul-Searching in the Wake of the Hernandez Case. Even before the dramatic arraignment of Aaron Hernandez on a first-degree murder charge, the New England Patriots began pulling jerseys with Hernandez's number from souvenir stands. It was a sign of the Patriots' shrewd decision to cut ties with the troubled tight end at the first news of his arrest. And as the day went on, the airwaves seemed refreshingly free of any teammates rushing to his defense. They, like most other observers of this sordid saga, seemed to understand both the seriousness of the accusations against Hernandez and the extent of his breach of faith with anyone who helped him or looked up to him. But one could only guess at the feelings of the children who wore those Hernandez jerseys and of the difficult conversations going on in the homes of Patriots fans around the region. Kids can throw away their shirts, but can't erase the memory of seeing the star receiver in handcuffs with a blank expression as a prosecutor detailed the long list of evidence against him. Like any defendant, Hernandez deserves a presumption of innocence, but the revelations of the last 2 weeks of a drug history, of possible tampering with evidence, of a lawsuit stemming from a second incident in which he is accused of shooting someone are deeply shocking. The charges against Hernandez go far beyond what even the most jaded fan might have envisioned. However deep their awareness of past incidents involving sports stars, fans deserve to know that good character is part of a pro athlete's job description. Youngsters still look up to sports heroes, and older fans commit a lot of time and energy rooting for them. Most New England fans have heard by now how the Patriots took a chance on Hernandez despite a past drug suspension and a team scouting report that declared, quote, self-esteem is quite low, not well-adjusted emotionally, not happy, moods unpredictable, not stable, doesn't take much to set him off, end quote. To insist that teams must now blackball all troubled young prospects would be an unfortunate outcome of the Hernandez saga. Often, kids from difficult backgrounds deserve a second chance in a nurturing environment, but everyone associated with professional sports, and especially the Patriots, who in recent years have taken on players whom other teams have rejected for behavioral reasons, must search for ways to reinforce the importance of good character and to intervene early when players go astray. Yes, professional athletes are adults, but they're also facing enormous pressures at young ages, 23 in Hernandez's case. The size of their contracts, $37 million in Hernandez's case, may in some instances magnify the potential for trouble. The only reasonable question for fans, teams, agents, and anyone else caught up in the drama of big-time sports is to wonder how to make sure that they don't face such shame and sadness as the Hernandez drama in the future. The next Boston Globe editorial is entitled Gay Marriage Ruling, A Compelling Logic. Over the short term, Wednesday's U.S. Supreme Court ruling striking down a portion of the Defense of Marriage Act should resolve a long list of injustices to same-sex partners who are legally married. No longer will they be subjected to federal taxes from which opposite-sex couples are exempt, be denied federal retirement benefits routinely granted to opposite-sex spouses, or be kept apart by immigration rules. And no longer will Massachusetts and local employers be burdened by having to treat same-sex couples one way for state purposes and another way for federal purposes. Yet in writing for a 5-justice majority, Justice Anthony Kennedy didn't simply force the federal government to honor states' traditional autonomy over marriage and family law. He also set forth a broad, persuasive argument that can only result, over the course of time, in same-sex couples being allowed to marry nationwide, even as he avoids forcing the issue now. Plaintiff Edith Windsor of New York had a legitimate grievance. Spouses generally aren't subject to estate taxes, but when her wife died, Windsor had to pay $363,053 because of the 1996 federal law that prohibits the federal government from recognizing same-sex marriages, even if individual states did. In his ruling, Kennedy concluded that the principal purpose of that ban is to, quote, demean those persons who are in a lawful same-sex marriage, end quote. And he argued that the Fifth Amendment forbids the government to, quote, degrade or demean in the way this law does, end quote. The opinion takes pains to say it only covers couples legally married in states that allow same-sex marriage. Yet Kennedy's logic calls into doubt state-level prohibitions on same-sex marriage. Indeed, Justice Antonin Scalia, in a dissent, even identifies long passages of the majority opinion that might be used in some future ruling. He goes on to declare, quote, "No one should be fooled. It is just a matter of listening and waiting for the other shoe," end quote. Scalia made a similarly stark prediction exactly 10 years ago when he dissented from Kennedy's opinion, striking down state laws against sodomy. And he was prescient. The Lawrence versus Texas ruling formed part of the argument for the Massachusetts Supreme Judicial Court's ruling. For now, moderate proponents and moderate opponents of same-sex marriage both embrace the same compromise, that the issue should be left up to the states. Yet this compromise looks increasingly untenable. Indeed, a separate Supreme Court ruling on technical grounds Wednesday let stand a lower court decision overturning a same-sex marriage ban enacted by California voters. And Kennedy's ruling provides a strong legal basis for future court challenges to similar bans in other states. To critics such as Scalia, this process looks like a, quote, judicial distortion, end quote, an abuse of the courts to seek rights that, until recently, legislatures and referendums refused to grant. But in the end, cases like Edith Windsor's are simply a matter of aggrieved citizens demanding fair and equal treatment, and justices having the strength and courage to give it to them. Next, from the opinion page of today's Boston Globe, a column by Joan Vanaki entitled Progress, Regress. Joy at Doma's End cooled by voting rights decision. Progress, regress. The Supreme Court makes history and it forgets history. It grants rights and it takes rights away, all in the same week. By striking down a federal law that defined marriage as a union between one man and one woman, the court acknowledges equal rights, hallelujah, for gay Americans. At the same time, by striking down a key part of the Voting Rights Acts of 1965, the court reopens the door to potential discrimination against non-whites and a reprise of unequal treatment. You could hang both Supreme Court decisions on the same non-legal theory. The world has changed. But the court's view of a changed world benefits one group, gay Americans, even as it harms another group, Black Americans and other minority citizens. On Wednesday, the Supreme Court made history by ruling that legally married same-sex couples are entitled to the same rights as all heterosexual spouses. The 5-4 decision voided a provision of the Federal Defense of Marriage Act that blocked health and retirement benefits for gay couples that are available to married people. Justice Anthony Kennedy wrote for the majority, quote, "The federal statute is invalid, for no legitimate purpose overcomes the purpose and effect to disparage and injure those whom the state laws sought to protect in personhood and dignity. By seeking to displace this protection and treating these persons as living in marriages less than others, the federal statute is in violation of the Fifth Amendment." End quote. The court did not rule on a constitutional right to marriage, and leaves in place state laws banning same-sex marriage. But the Defense of Marriage Act decision was greeted with jubilation by gay Americans and their loved ones, and celebrated by all who believe in equal rights for all citizens. Applauding the Supreme Court ruling, President Obama called DOMA, quote, discrimination enshrined in law, end quote. Overturning it, he said, means, quote, the laws of our land are catching up to the fundamental truth that millions of Americans hold in our hearts. When all Americans are treated as equal, no matter who they are or whom they love, we are all more free, end quote. That may be increasingly true in the case of gay marriage, but the court's ruling on the Voting Rights Act of 1965 backtracks on one of the country's most important pieces of civil rights legislation and creates new opportunity for, quote, discrimination enshrined in law, end quote, all in the name of alleged progress. The Voting Rights Act required 9 states and a dozen cities to get advance permission or pre-clearance from the U.S. Justice Department before making any changes to their voting procedures, such as moving a polling place. The purpose was to stop jurisdictions with a history
Good morning. Thank you for coming out here and videoing us on this special day. I'm AJ Dooley, the owner of Dooley Disposal, and I'm here with Jack Oppolette, town historian. And we're glad to be able to go out today and clean up the streets and put our best foot forward to get the streets nice and clean for you guys.
And this is the most incredible turnout you can imagine. A total cross-section of the community, from the very young to some of us more mature people, different clubs and organizations, sports teams, everybody. They're all out here, and spirits are flying high. It's a great day.
The ice.
I'm Josh. I'm Colt.
Superstar this is supposed to be a Boy Scout activity. 2:30 till we're gonna clean up.
Foxborough, yeah.
We're gonna go clean up the town of Foxborough and get community service out there.
I'm Joe D'Antona, Foxborough, Mass. I play football. These are all football players like Tim, soccer player. Help clean up Foxborough on the
Yeah! Woo!
school spirit.
Nice to meet you. I'm Sam. I'm Jesus. That's Ashley. We're here to pick up trash.
Yeah. Get the job done. We don't really have groups yet, so about
Our time. Yeah. Last minute, and look at the turnout we got. This is phenomenal.
All right.
Clean up Foxborough Day! Yay!
That's what I got.
Ready for my turn, how you found that. Oh, Mrs. Sweet, not a fire.
I would put that on the side over here.
Yeah, where we put the bag for them.
What do we? There's a wire. We found a TV.
It's gonna work too well.
Oh, well, what's my fault?
We found a TV.
What? We got a cushion here.
Joy, I found you some soup.
I'm leaving some stuff for you, honey. Hello?
Jim DeVellis. We're just trying to pick up along the roads, helping out AJ in the town and Jack Othelette on the clean Foxborough day. So it's good, quite a group. Nice turnout. So it's I think if this turns into a once-a-year event, I think that's spectacular. A lot of little kids are getting into it, and hopefully it comes back year after year. Lottery tickets, beer bottles, nips, you name it. It's car parts. You know, we're having some success.
A lot of wine, a lot of alcohol.
Sutter Home to be exact.
So it's kind of sad, but you know, we're out here having a good time in our town. It's a great day. That's what our town has been reduced to. we're doing our part.
We found about 100 little Smirnoff bottles.
Alcohol and pieces of cards.
And DQ.
And KFC.
Ketchup packets.
It's hot out. Really hot. It's like 94 degrees.
I mean, it's not that bad when you're in the shade.
Picking up trash.
Cleaning up Foxborough!
Yeah.
We found 69 shot glasses.
Yep.
And
bunch of beer cans, cigarettes.
A lot of dipspit containers.
Lighters.
A lot of Gatorade bottles.
Beer cans.
It wasn't anything nice. There's a lot of stuff that people don't want to take home with them.
Found the front of a car.
Yep. Go Warriors!
Went good, huh?
Yeah, it went real well. I think I did. That was what Jim was on. They're going to brighten up the fun. You guys,
5 feet across and 80 feet high, and it was entirely lined with books. 3 floors of bookshelves wrapping all around. There was a kind of visual randomness and individuality to the volumes, a jumble of colors and sizes, but there was also unity. Together they made an artwork, a gigantic, glowing, abstract composition that was alluring and alive. For the next hour or so, we walked around inside the library, visiting the reading rooms around the periphery, climbing up and down the exposed and hidden staircases connecting the 3 floors of books, finding secret spaces like the poetry rooms, whose curves were tucked between the building's inner and outer walls. We admired the details, the carved woodwork, Asplund's simple, elegant furniture, the dreamlike mural, and scaled-down intimacy of the children's room. But we kept returning to that central space. I've never been in a building that was so utterly and solely about books. It almost seemed to be made of books, as if the books were holding up the building rather than the other way around. Asplund's concept was inspired by the new OpenStax model he saw when he toured American public libraries. Yet while his design made the books accessible, it also exalted them. The building, with its circle on a square shape and its domed rotunda, is a modernist rift on the Pantheon. This allusion to ancient Rome reflects more than just the architect's admiration for classical temples. The Stockholm Public Library is a temple too, and the deity is literature. And that really was what moved me to tears. I was like the lifelong baseball fan who grows misty in Cooperstown, or the country music fan wiping her eyes in the Grand Ole Opry, or the English teacher or actor weeping in the Globe Theater. It was relief. It was coming home, even though I was 3,500 miles away from home, and most of the books were in Swedish. It was being in the place where the thing that matters to you really matters. As readers, each of us has a personal pantheon made up of all the books we've read and loved, or been shocked, or turned on, or scared or amused, or educated or moved by. Standing there, I thought that the library's vast encircling bands of books were like a metaphor for that individual, private pantheon. The books we read over the course of a lifetime, which help form our consciousness of ourselves, other people, and the world. At the same time, the space was moving to me as a writer. It reminded me that every book is part of a greater whole, and that all the varied tastes of readers and the various voices of writers jumble together over time to create something that, if not infinite, is certainly inexhaustible. My husband and I agreed we'd never seen a building that so perfectly expressed what it was about. It must have stunned people when it opened in 1928, and it's stunning now. At a time when publishing and libraries and printed books are debated, do we need them anymore? With a kind of earnest obtuseness both discouraging and irrelevant to people who are passionate about reading and writing, here is a place where the book is quietly, gorgeously, literally central. From the Metro section of today's Boston Globe, a column by Catherine Landrigan entitled Babson Atones for a 1978 Incident. It was 35 years ago, but the acts of anti-Semitism still sting. At a Babson College soccer practice before a game against Brandeis University, 2 Babson team members hung a sign with the letters, quote, KTJ, end quote, short for Kill the Jews, and a Jewish star with a cross superimposed on it. Babson players wore swastikas and were yelling Holocaust. The next morning, a sign saying Happy Holocaust was found in the gymnasium. The year was 1978. On Wednesday morning, Leonard Schlesinger, Babson College president, issued a formal apology for the hateful acts the students committed. Schlesinger said at a press conference held at the New England Regional Office of the Anti-Defamation League in Boston, quote, public acts require public apologies, and we are now in the business of being very clear that I actually don't believe there is any time duration that is too long to address that wrong, end quote. Schlesinger said the 1978 incident was first brought to his attention in February by a former Babson student. Schlesinger and his staff uncovered documents that confirmed the anti-Semitic acts and learned more about the administration's response at the time. The incidents were controversial at the time, and Babson College administrators and students took several steps to respond. The athletic director and soccer players issued apologies. The Babson president wrote a letter to the college community, and the soccer team was required to watch a movie about the Holocaust and to attend a series of other educational sessions. But Schlesinger said he was disappointed that the administration did not issue a formal apology or make a public apology to Brandeis. Schlesinger said Wednesday, quote, "There was an institutional response. I want to be very clear about that. And that institutional response was not insignificant, but it doesn't strike me as an appropriate institutional response, either at that point or for today." End quote. In addition to the formal apology, Schlesinger wrote a letter to the president of Brandeis University, Frederick M. Lawrence, in which he called the acts, quote, "a source of great shame for Babson," end quote. Schlesinger wrote in a letter earlier this month, quote, "As I have come to learn more about these incidents, I have been greatly disturbed by the administration's handling of the hateful acts experienced both by the Babson and Brandeis communities. Although it is some 35 years later, as president of this institution, I believe I have a fundamental responsibility to respond to what I have learned, including extending my most sincere public apology to the entire Brandeis community for the unconscionable behavior of Babson students," end quote. President Lawrence wrote him back, thanking him for the letter and for, quote, "your leadership in seeing the opportunity for learning and healing from the events of 1978. On behalf of the Brandeis community, we accept your apology and appreciate the spirit in which it has been offered. We can agree that hatred of all kinds, including anti-Semitism, has no place in our institutions of higher education," end quote. As he learned more about the incident, Schlesinger did not confront the students who committed the acts more than 3 decades ago, but chose to look forward and try to learn from the hateful experience. At the press conference Wednesday, Schlesinger announced that Babson is working with the Anti-Defamation League to bring an anti-bias training program to the 500 first-year students coming to the school in Wellesley for orientation. This will be followed by a week of training for faculty and staff. Robert Trestan, the New England Regional Director of the ADL, Anti-Defamation League, applauded Babson for learning about its history and responding proactively. Trestan said, quote, "Hate and bigotry on college campuses are not just annoyances. They're not just blips on the screen or incidents, but they're a threat to the integrity of academic institutions, and they present a serious challenge to their ability to carry out their mission. And Lynn is a president who recognizes that," end quote. Trestan also emphasized that instituting this program is just the first step. He said, quote, "It is not a one-shot deal. This is the beginning of a relationship. It's the beginning of a partnership between Babson and the Anti-Defamation League," end quote. Jeffrey Robbins, also of the Anti-Defamation League, commended Babson and said, quote, "I don't expect that it was an easy thing necessarily for Babson to do. This is an example of leadership, real moral leadership, real wisdom, and the effect of Babson doing this ought not to be minimized," end quote. Schlesinger, who is Jewish, is stepping down as Babson's president next week to spend more time with his family, he announced in December. He said both of his parents were Holocaust survivors, and his mother, who is still alive, lectures to middle school students about the Holocaust. Schlesinger said, quote, "One of the important agendas of Holocaust survivors is obviously to never forget. I'm a strong believer in the importance of testimony to ensure that other generations don't forget. There's no question in my mind that experience frames how I think about this issue. But I'm a college president who happens to be Jewish, not a Jewish college president, end quote. Schlesinger said he is proud that Babson's campus is far different now. The college says its students come from 74 different countries. He says that while some would ask why he is not letting go of the issue, he wants to speak out against the past and use it as a teachable moment for future students. He said, quote, "We are going to be as ironclad sure as we can be that the incidents of 1978 cannot and will not ever be repeated on our campus," end quote. And again from the Metro section of today's Boston Globe, a column by Stephanie Ebert of the Globe staff entitled "Another Loss Forces the State GOP to Take Stock. Gomez defeat leaves a party searching for answers." 3 years ago, Massachusetts Republicans thought they were on the forefront of a movement. Scott Brown's surprising Senate victory brought a wave of promise to the beleaguered GOP in a deep blue state. But Republican Gabriel E. Gomez's dispiriting loss to Representative Edward J. Markey in Tuesday's Senate race tamped down those hopes, leading some state Republicans to suggest that it might be time to rethink their brand before the next campaign cycle heats up. Todd Domke, a Republican strategist, said, quote, "If we're going to have real competition for office in this state, we probably need more independent candidates, because Republicans looking at this result are discouraged. This was not some anomaly. This has been going on for decades," end quote. The decisive loss for Gomez, a promising contender whose candidacy failed to catch fire statewide, is being blamed on many factors. Ill-timed for the new glow of summer, the special election to replace John F. Kerry generated little heat of its own. Though Gomez, a former U.S. Navy SEAL, was an intriguing political figure, he could hardly compete with a Democratic machine still smarting from its loss to Brown in 2010 and determined to prevent a repeat. Kirsten Hughes, chairwoman of the Massachusetts State Republican Party, said, quote, "He was a first-time candidate. To get as far as he did against a 37-year entrenched Democrat in Massachusetts speaks highly of him and of the message," end quote. But that does not offer much encouragement as the GOP tries to gird itself for an upcoming special election to replace Markey this fall and a gubernatorial race in 2014. Republicans had already suffered the pains of a trio of losses in the years since Brown's surprise win. In November 2010, Governor Val Patrick, a Democrat, won re-election over Republican Charles D. Baker Jr. by 6 points. Last November, Brown lost re-election to Democrat newcomer Elizabeth Warren by nearly 8%. And Richard R. Tassay, a former state senator who had lost on the ticket with Baker in 2010, narrowly lost his bid to oust U.S. Representative John F. Tierney. Tassay said in an interview yesterday, quote, "To be a Republican in Massachusetts, you need a lot of perseverance, intestinal fortitude, and optimism. Every now and again, we do have a good election cycle. It's been a while since we have," end quote. These days, Brown's win is described as catching, quote, "lightning in a bottle," end quote, as he rode the backlash against President Obama's health care plan and reaped support from the surging Tea Party movement. Gomez's defeat stamped out any remaining sparks. A disgusted campaign volunteer, Denny Drury, said after Gomez's concession speech on election night, quote, "Terrible. I thought it'd be a little closer. There's not much hope in this state, quite frankly," end quote. Republicans make up just 11% of Massachusetts voters. Democrats make up 35.7% of the voters, while the bulk are unenrolled voters. Given the party enrollment margin, Domke questioned Gomez's effort to distinguish himself from his party by repeatedly calling himself a, quote, new kind of Republican, end quote. Domke said, quote, it was a self-defeating message because roughly 88% of the electorate is not Republican, end quote. And with little break, Republicans are going to have to gin up their ranks again as the state's election cycle kicks in again. The special election is now being scheduled to replace Markey in Congress. And however discouraged they may be this week, Republicans must field candidates for several seats next year, including gubernatorial and congressional offices. Baker is expected to wage another run for governor, to say another run for Tierney's seat. Brown is the wild card, his intentions remaining unclear. Republicans are looking to the three as party leaders, despite their recent losses. On Tuesday, Gomez's name was added to the list of future GOP contenders. And again from the Metro section of today's Globe, a column by Carolyn Y. Johnson entitled Pitching In to Eat. Researchers at Harvard speculate that human anatomy evolved to help humans to throw hard, which aided them in hunting. Next time you watch a baseball game, cast your mind back a few million years. A man steps back, cocks his arm behind his shoulder, then twists. His arm swings forward like a catapult, unleashing the fastest rotation in the human body. Is it just a pitcher's wind-up or an echo of a pivotal moment in evolution? In modern life, throwing has been largely relegated to America's favorite pastime. But scientists at Harvard and George Washington universities argue in a study published Wednesday that throwing has had a profound influence on the development of human bodies and behaviors. Based on an analysis of the Harvard baseball team, chimpanzee anatomy, and fossils of early human ancestors, the scientists say that the capacity to throw a fastball began to emerge about 2 million years ago, enabling a surge in hunting. They suggest that the increase in hunting would have provided food sources and helped spur the development of a more capable brain. In short, I throw, therefore I am. Human evolution reconfigured our shoulders so we can store up massive amounts of elastic energy, which allows us to generate a lot of velocity, said Daniel Lieberman, a professor of human evolutionary biology at Harvard and the senior author of the paper published in the journal Nature. He went on to say, quote, we think the benefit includes throwing, end quote. Lieberman, best known for his work to understand the biomechanics of barefoot running, examines how the human body evolved and why. It has long been known that brawny chimpanzees that can run up a tree or lift heavy weights have a weak throwing arm, even compared with a 12-year-old Little League player. But a few years ago, Neil T. Roach, a graduate student in Lieberman's lab, began to wonder what evolutionary changes to muscles and skeletal structure allowed human ancestors to develop the unique ability to throw fast and accurately. Roach, now a postdoctoral researcher at George Washington, recruited cricket bowlers, members of the Harvard baseball team, and other athletes to throw in the lab. He outfitted them with motion sensors similar to the ones used to generate animated characters in Hollywood movies. He used braces to constrain the athletes' throwing motions in ways that made them a bit more chimp-like, measuring how different limitations in movement diminished their throwing ability. He found 3 key differences. Unlike squat chimpanzees, whose rib cage is close to their pelvis,
Good morning. Thank you for coming out here and videoing us on this special day. I'm AJ Dooley, the owner of Dooley Disposal, and I'm here with Jack Ottolette, town historian. And we're glad to be able to go out today and clean up the streets and put our best foot forward to get the streets nice and clean for you guys.
And this is the most incredible turnout you can imagine. A total cross-section of the community, from the very young to some of us more mature people, different clubs and organizations, sports teams, everybody. They're all out here, and spirits are flying high. It's a great day.
The ice.
I'm Josh. I'm Colt. I'm Trish.
Superstar. This is supposed to be a Boy Scout activity. It's 2:30 till we're gonna clean up.
Foxborough, yeah.
We're gonna go clean up the town for Foxborough and big community service
I'm Joe D'Antona, Foxborough, Mass. I play football. These are all football players like Tim, soccer player. Help clean up Foxborough on this. Yeah! Woo! School spirit.
Nice to meet you. I'm Sam. I'm Austin. That's Ashton. We're here to pick up trash.
Yeah.
Get the job done. I don't really have groups yet, so it's about it.
Last minute, and look at the turnout we got. This is phenomenal.
Yeah, right.
Clean up Foxborough Day! Yay! Thanks.
That's what I got.
Credit for my That's how you found that. Oh, Mrs. Sweet, not a fire.
I would put that on the side over here.
Yeah, we're put the bag for them.
What should we? There's a wire. We found a TV.
It's gonna work too well.
Oh, well, what's my phone? We found a TV. What do you have there? What? We got a cushion here.
Joy, I found you some soup.
Guys, look what I found. It's an orange fry.
Hello?
Jim DeVellis. We're just trying to pick up along the roads, helping out AJ in the town and Jack Othelette on the clean Foxborough day. So it's good, quite a group. Nice turnout. So it's I think if this turns into a once-a-year event, I think that's spectacular. A lot of little kids are getting into it, and hopefully it comes back year after year. Lottery tickets, beer bottles, nips, you name it. It's car parts. You know, we're having some success.
A lot of alcohol.
Sutter Home to be exact.
So it's kind of sad, but you know, we're out here having a good time in our town. It's a great day. That's what our town has been reduced to.
What's the weirdest thing you picked up today? Roadkill.
Pretty good, you know, doing our part. We found about 100 little Smirnoff bottles.
pieces of cars.
And DQ.
Fast food. And KFC.
Ketchup packets.
It's hot out. Really hot. It's like 94 degrees.
I mean, it's not that bad when you're in the shade.
Picking up trash.
Cleaning up Foxborough.
Yeah.
We found 69 shot glasses.
Yep.
And
bunch of beer cans, cigarettes.
A lot of dip spit containers.
Lighters.
A lot of Gatorade bottles.
Beer cans.
It wasn't anything nice. It was a lot of stuff that people don't want to take home with them.
Found the front of a car.
Yep. Go Warriors!
Went good, huh?
Yeah, it went real well. I think I did. I was with Jim about. They're going to brighten up the fun. You guys
1 0 dot 1 0 dot 1 0 dot 1 6 8.
He was mad, Macaulay said. 2 nights later, Macaulay said, Hernandez sent text messages to 2 out-of-state friends, telling them to get to his home as soon as possible. Hernandez and these 2 friends then picked up Lloyd in Dorchester and drove him to the industrial park, Macaulay said. An autopsy showed Lloyd was shot 5 times with a .45 caliber gun. Macaulay added, after the victim was shot 3 times and was on the ground, someone stood over him and shot him 2 more times. Doug?
In a related story by Peter Galzinas, 40 million doesn't make issues disappear. A Boston prosecutor whose journey to success began in the cauldron that is the Bedford-Stuyvesant neighborhood of Brooklyn can't understand how Aaron Hernandez could squander a fortune and his life along with it. What I can't get my head around, he said, is why, in the face of the rampant success he had, Hernandez couldn't leave the expletive behind. It's crazy. What he was talking about, of course, were those issues that a $40 million payday from the Patriots could not erase. Boston firefighter Roosevelt Robinson agrees that Aaron Hernandez's fall from football fame to arraignment dock infamy is indeed crazy. But for this Jake, who in his spare time took the Madison Park High School Purple Raiders to a Super Bowl appearance last year, the spectacular act of self-destruction is more than crazy. It's tragic. You see, Roosevelt Robinson also happened to know murder victim Odin L. Lloyd as a gridiron standout at John D. O'Brien High School who loved to play the game, and he mourned his death every bit as much as he was bewildered by it. Coaches in this city have unfortunately encountered death too many times before, Roosevelt said, and it's always over things that make no sense. What I've tried to get through to my players, he added, is that fast cars, fast cash, fast girls lead to fast death. He was reluctant to speak about the charges that were laid out in court yesterday without delving into the story further, but Roosevelt Robinson understood all too clearly the deeper story here. Being as strong as an ox and having the kind of physical talent so extraordinary that an NFL team would dump $40 million in your pocket when you're only 22, Robinson said. That doesn't get rid of those issues you bring with you. And they knew this was a kid who had issues. But he also had talent that was off the charts. And all too often, a kid like that gets pushed along from high school to college and into the pros. But just because a guy like that is big and fast and has a ton of money in his pocket doesn't mean, in his head, he moved past 14 or 15 years old. In Dorchester's Fields Corner, Emmett Folgart sat in his office at the Dorchester Youth Collaborative and contemplated the image of a football superstar in handcuffs. Oh yeah, I imagine we're definitely going to be talking about this for some time, he said. But right now, I don't think it's really registered with most of our kids yet. Most of them had already come to the conclusion that, yeah, okay, he must have had something to do with it. But listening to a prosecutor say that the Patriots' all-star tight end shot a guy who was supposedly his friend a bunch of times because he talked to the wrong people. And yet, in so many ways, that is just the kind of crazy, stupid, senseless violence that my kids have to navigate their way around almost every day.
There's a related article about Hernandez, but it's by Karen Gergian, and it says, Pat's image thrown for a loss. The Patriots brand is starting to take on the persona of a blocking sled. It's big, it's not particularly well liked, and it's primed for lots of hits. While the Pats made the correct move by extracting Aaron Hernandez from their in-house equation yesterday, releasing him from the team shortly after police arrived at the tight end's house and arrested him on murder charges, it didn't erase the damage already done. Lost lives and murder stains just don't disappear with a simple transaction. Even with Hernandez now holding the title of expatriate, the death of Odin Lloyd happened while the tight end was still cashing checks on his new 5-year, $40 million extension. The allegation by prosecutors of Hernandez orchestrating the execution of the 27-year-old Dorchester man is going to hang over the franchise like a black cloud. This heinous crime further tarnishes a brand that's been on a downward spiral for a while. This is just the latest storm Robert Kraft et al. Have had to weather during recent times. Between all of Rob Gronkowski's Las Vegas hijinks and fun with porn stars, Alfonso Denard's conviction on assaulting a police officer, players with performance-enhancing drug suspensions, Brandon Bolden, Jermaine Cunningham, Brandon Spikes, embarrassing sex tapes, Spikes, coming to light, and an often boorish head coach who spawned the term Spygate, it's been a pretty rough ride of late for the Patriots and their brand. The 3 Super Bowl wins and the great joy derived from Adam Vinatieri making that initial kick to upset the Rams in the first one in particular seemed so far removed. The image when you think of the Patriots now is of Hernandez and his defiant mug in court, and of Kraft being duped by a 23-year-old who promised to be an angel after he got his money. Quote, he didn't need to give me the amount that he gave me, and knowing that he thinks I deserve that, he trusts me to make the right decisions, it means a lot. It means he trusts my character and the person I am, which means a lot, Hernandez said of Kraft back in August, after receiving his new deal. Quote, I have a lot more to give back, and all I can do is play my heart out for them, make the right decisions, and live life as a patriot. Hernandez fooled a lot of people that day, and it seemed like that he had finally turned a corner, that he was on the right road. Only that road led to an arrest on 6 charges, including murder and embarrassment for the organization. Let's just say that while Hernandez has been cast out of Patriot Place, dropped like a hot potato by an organization eager to move on and move past this sad ordeal and all of its implications, it won't be that easy. There's a lot of work to be done to rebuild and restore the brand, and what immediately comes to mind when you conjure up the images of the Patriots.
Another big story has to do with the Supreme Court decision regarding the Defense of Marriage Act. Unequal benefits spelled DOMA's doom. The Supreme Court decision striking down the Federal Defense of Marriage Act was earth-shattering but narrowly tailored, entitling gay spouses to federal benefits, but raising questions about whether that applies to 38 states where same-sex marriage is not legal. Justice Anthony Kennedy wrote in the 5-4 decision that DOMA, signed by President Clinton in 1996, and defining marriage as between a man and a woman, violates equal protection rights. But he noted the decision only applies to states that recognize same-sex unions. The court also upheld a lower court ruling that overturned California's ban on gay marriage, but that decision applies only to California. Harvard law professor Charles Freed, noting the court did not rule on other states' bans on gay marriage, said, quote, they don't want to decide that. They want to leave that to the states, and that is what the public wants. But attorney Mary Buonato, who handled the lawsuit that legalized gay marriage here in 2004, said it will be hard for the government to deny benefits to gay couples in states without gay marriage. Quote, I think there will be some very significant protection for people in states without marriage itself. Okay, we have a couple of opinions on this particular ruling. The first by Joe Fitzgerald, entitled, "Immoral Decision Stifles Legitimate Disagreement." So now the wrong has been declared right, not by a consensus of Americans, but rather by government fiat, the way they do it in the nations where people live under the thumbs of tyrants, having no voice in their own affairs. We once pitied them. Now we're beginning to resemble them. What happened yesterday was an abomination, not only in the way the Supreme Court trashed the institution of marriage, but also in the way its liberal brains slapped a muzzle onto the populace, in effect ruling the will of the people is of no consequence in an issue that strikes at the heart of who we are and what we believe. Proponents of gay marriage long ago succeeded in demonizing anyone who opposes their agenda, branding them hateful, which is ridiculous. It's not the least bit hateful to reaffirm that, down through the ages, marriage has been defined by faiths around the world to be the union of a man and a woman, an intimate, unique relationship ordained by Almighty God. Where's the hate in that? Now, liberal judges presume to edit tenets of our faith, in effect telling us to keep our beliefs to ourselves or get with the program. Their rationale is that times are changing in America. But truths that endure to all generations, values that are eternal, have not changed, no matter how stridently anarchists mock them and defy them bureaucratically. Because most Americans understand this, they're denied a chance to express their views in the voting booth. The court has cheated both sides, dissenting Justice Antonin Scalia correctly concluded, robbing the winners of an honest victory and the losers of the peace that comes from a fair defeat. We owed both of them better. It can't be expressed any clearer than that. Indeed, what a sad day for America and democracy. An opposing opinion on that by Marjorie Egan. Massachusetts Justice's opinion paved the way for ruling. Margaret Marshall, former Chief Justice of the Supreme Judicial Court, knows marriage as a jurist and a wife. In 2010, when she gave up the job she adored, it was to spend more time with her husband of nearly 30 years, who had Parkinson's disease. Yesterday, she saw her own public work on marriage, the pioneering decision to extend marriage rights to gay couples, cross another threshold with the U.S. Supreme Court decision ending the 1996 Defense of Marriage Act, which defined marriage as between one man and one woman. It's huge and enormous, Marshall said. She called it a, quote, recognition of the most powerful parts of our Constitution. In her 2003 opinion legalizing gay marriage here, paving the way for yesterday's Supreme Court decision, Marshall sought to define what marriage truly is. Civil marriage, she wrote, is at once a deeply personal commitment to another human being and a highly public celebration of the ideals of mutuality, companionship, intimacy, fidelity, and family. Quoting an earlier case, she continued, "It is an association that promotes a way of life, not causes, a harmony in living, not political faiths. Because it fulfills yearnings for security, safe haven, and connection that express our common humanity, civil marriage is an esteemed institution, and the decision whether or whom to marry is among life's momentous acts of self-definition." You may think that passage moving enough to be read at weddings. It has been, straight and gay. She demurred when I said it, all started here in 2003, noting, like the judge and law professor she is, that a long series of legal cases preceded her court's momentous decision. But it did start here. How bittersweet that Marshall's husband, a Pulitzer Prize winner who covered the Supreme Court, did not live to see yesterday's decision. Anthony Lewis died in March. But history will remember his wife's court and the brave couples who went before her to demand equality and now have it. Herb?
This is an article by Hillary Shabbat. Politicians set sights on governor and representative contests. Disheartened Bay State Republicans are shaking off ex-Navy SEAL Gabriel E. Gomez's bruising loss to Democrat Edward J. Markey in the special Senate election and pinning their hopes on the 2014 contest for governor. Quote, "To be a Republican in Massachusetts, you have to have a lot of optimism," said former GOP State Senator Richard T.C. The governor's race is the one most people are focused on and will have a strong candidate in Charlie Baker or Scott Brown. And it looks as though Democrats have a weak field. T.C. called political neophyte Gomez's unsuccessful run against veteran politician Markey as a David versus Goliath race and pointed out that the special election to replace now Senate-elect Markey is in a heavily Democratic district. Meanwhile, Governor Duval Patrick is not running for re-election, and Democratic Treasurer Steve Grossman has expressed interest in running for governor, as Representative E. Capuano. Republicans Baker, who ran against Patrick in 2010, and former U.S. Senator Brown are also considering the corner office, where GOP candidates have had more luck in recent decades. Markey's 10-point victory, with his swearing-in likely to occur after the 4th of July weekend, will set off another scramble to replace him in the U.S. House of Representatives, where Markey served for 37 years. Markey didn't acknowledge the sense of voter fatigue that many polls and pundits have raised in the wake of seemingly endless series of high-profile Massachusetts elections, starting with the 2010 special election triggered by the late Senator Edwin M. Kennedy's death in 2009. It was a warm day yesterday, very warm, the middle of summer, and I was gratified by the number of people who did turn out, he said, about the record low showing of voters in the polls. Less than $1.2 million cast their votes in the short 6-month election. The Malden Democrat declined to comment on whether he is concerned about facing a strong Republican challenger in 2014. The best way to convince people that you deserve to serve them from the state of Massachusetts is to go down and do the work, Markey said, outside a Medford diner today. Markey said he is unlikely to endorse in the increasingly heated race to replace him State Representative Carl M. Sciortino, Jr. of Medford. State Representative Carl Sciortino of Medford announced his campaign yesterday, and 3 other Democratic state senators, Will N. Brownberger of Belmont, Catherine Clark of Melrose, and Karen E. Spilka of Ashland, indicated they will run. Middlesex County Sheriff Peter Kotuzian is also considering a run. "I've been a strong champion for progressive values in the State House," said Sciortino during his announcement yesterday.
Good morning. Thank you for coming out here and videoing us on this special day. I'm AJ Dooley, the owner of Dooley Disposal, and I'm here with Jack Oppelet, town historian. And we're glad to be able to go out today and clean up the streets and We'll put our best foot forward to get the streets nice and clean for you guys.
And this is the most incredible turnout you can imagine. A total cross-section of the community, from the very young to some of us more mature people, different clubs and organizations, sports teams, everybody. They're all out here, and spirits are flying high. It's a great day.
The ice.
I'm Josh. I'm Cole. I'm Liam.
Superstar McDonald. This is supposed to be a Boy Scout activity. Basically, 2:30 chill. We're gonna clean up.
Foxborough, yeah.
We're gonna go clean up the town of Foxborough and get community service out there.
I'm Joe D'Antona. Foxborough, Mass. I play football. These are all football players like Tim, soccer player. Help clean up Foxborough on this. Yeah! Woo! School spirit. Zach. Nice to meet you.
I'm Sam. I'm Jesus. Sash. We're here to pick up trash.
Yeah.
Good job, guys. We don't really have a group yet, so it's about it.
Last minute, and look at the turnout we got. This is phenomenal.
Right.
Clean up Foxborough Day! Yay!
That's what I got.
Credit for my turn, man. That's how you found that. Oh, Mrs. Sweet, on fire.
I will put that on the side over here.
Yeah, we're working the bag for them.
What, should we? There's a wire. We found a TV.
It's gonna work too well.
Oh, well, what's my phone? We found a TV! What? We got a cushion here.
Joy, I found you some soup.
I'm leaving some stuff for you, honey. Hello?
Jim DeVellis. We're just trying to pick up along the roads, helping out AJ in the town and Jack Othelette on the clean Foxborough day. So it's good, quite a group. Nice turnout. So it's I think if this turns into a once-a-year event, I think that's spectacular. A lot of little kids are getting into it, and hopefully it comes back year after year. Lottery tickets, beer bottles, nips, you name it. It's car parts. You know, we're having some success.
A lot of alcohol.
Sutter home to be exact.
So it's kind of sad, but you know, we're out here having a good time in our town. It's a great day. That's what our town has been reduced to.
What's the weirdest thing you picked up today? Okay.
Doing our part.
We found about 100 little Smirnoff bottles.
Alcohol and pieces of card.
And DQ.
Fast food. And KFC.
Ketchup packets.
It's hot out. Really hot. It's like 94 degrees.
I mean, it's not that bad when you're in the shade.
Picking up trash.
Cleaning up Foxborough!
Yeah.
We found 69 shot glasses.
Yep.
And
bunch of beer cans, cigarettes.
A lot of dip spit containers.
Lighters.
A lot of Gatorade bottles.
Oh, beer cans.
It wasn't anything nice. It was a lot of stuff that people don't want to take home with them.
Found the front of a car.
Yep. Go Warriors!
Yeah.
think I did, but I was with Jim about it. They're going to brighten up the spine.
Separate status, and so a stigma upon all those who enter into same-sex marriages, unquote. The court wrote, quote, its purpose is to discourage enactment of the state same-sex marriage laws and to restrict the freedom and choice of couples married under those laws if they are enacted. The Constitution's guarantee of equality must, at the very least, mean that a bare congressional desire to harm a politically unpopular group cannot justify disparate treatment of that group, end quote. Translation. Discrimination is both un-American and unconstitutional. That's why the ACLU brought the case. Indeed, the Windsor decision has important historical parallels with another ACLU case, Loving versus Virginia from 1967, in which the Supreme Court struck down bans on interracial marriage. In both instances, the ACLU argued, and the Supreme Court agreed, that the government has no business discriminating against people based on who they love or who they marry. In this case, DOMA forced our client, Edie Windsor, to pay more than $360,000 in estate taxes on the home she shared for 4 decades with her beloved spouse, Thea Spare. After Thea passed away, Edie would not have had to pay any estate taxes on their shared home after Thea's death if she had been married to a man. But this isn't a story about money. It's a love story, Edie said. Edie and Thea were a couple for more than 40 years. After a decades-long engagement, during which Edie cared for Thea during a long struggle with multiple sclerosis, they were finally able to legally marry 2 years before Thea's death in 2009. This is also a story about fundamental fairness. Going forward, lesbian and gay couples legally married in Massachusetts and other equal marriage states will enjoy the same federal legal protection as other married couples. That includes the ability to participate in health care plans without incurring additional taxes, taking family medical leave to care for your spouse, receive Social Security survivor benefits, obtain veterans benefits, and inherit property, including the home you shared as a married couple without having to pay enormous taxes when your spouse dies. All traditional American family values. We should all be proud that DOMA has been defeated and that we have lived to celebrate this historic moment in a nation's inevitable march toward ensuring liberty, freedom, and equal justice for all. Doug?
We have several sports stories this morning. The first, Red Sox beat by Michael Silverman. Lackey can be a solution. The big 2 down, someone must step up. Clay Buchholz was the runaway winner for ace honors in the first half of the season. The first half ends tonight. Already the number one concern for the Red Sox in the second half is finding his replacement. Now that it looks as if Buchholz will not return to the rotation any earlier than next month, if then, the Red Sox really have no choice but to turn to somebody else, somebody more reliable. Buchholz's lingering neck soreness, the aborted bullpen session yesterday, the pending MRI results. These are ominous signs from a young pitcher whose reputation for getting hurt is unfortunately keeping pace with his abundant and proven ace stuff. So, who will be the next Buchholz? Unless John Lester finds what he's looking for, tonight against the Blue Jays would be a real good timing. That seems to leave only John Lackey. Lackey certainly pitched well enough in yesterday's 5-3 win to qualify. 7 innings, 2 runs, 12 strikeouts, 0 walks. His velocity was consistently in the mid-90s. His command was good. He kept Rockies' batters off balance. He was pitching like it was 2007 all over again, and he certainly has been pitching better and better as he gets further removed from last year's Tommy John surgery. With a 2.99 ERA after 13 starts, his best ERA after 13 since 1997, Lackey looked almost as good as the 9-0 Buchholz did in his first 2+ months. Lackey could yet turn into the guy Theo Epstein thought he might be getting when he was giddy about the right-hander before the 2010 season. But remember, he's 34. Age and experience combined with health can take a pitcher with Lackey's talent very far. Yet Lackey is going to have to win the perception battle that he has put his 2010-2012 production level in the distant past. With Buchholz out and Lester struggling mightily, Lackey seemed almost offended that he not be considered as critical to the Red Sox hopes the rest of the way. Quote, I mean, do we have more than 2 pitchers? We can pitch a little bit too, Lackey said after improving to 5-5 on the year. He conceded that the Sox do need Lester and Buchholz, but whatever happens, he is going to pitch to his ability. And if that elevates his status to ace, so be it. Not worried about those guys at all, Lackey said. With those guys, with whatever's happening, I need to pitch well. I've been the guy that's gone first on playoff teams. Lester, the opening day starter who started so well, is stuck in a slump every bit as concerning as Buchholz's injury. Lester is healthy, and he's only 29. With Buchholz down, this is the time in the season the Sox need Lester to regain his stuff and status as the club's ace. He's fallen off the rails at the worst time. We've got to get John Lester back on track. He'd be the first to admit that to you as well, manager John Farrell said. There are signs within each outing that is imminent. But until that's strung together a little bit more consistently, and more than anything, it's the innings. We go through a turn in the rotation where you've got 2 guys going beyond the 5th inning. That's going to show up in the other areas, particularly in the bullpen. One reason Farrell's hiring was lauded was that he could help struggling pitchers such as Lester and Daniel Bard. The Bard project is almost back to the beginning. The Lester project was going so well, and now this. I don't think it'll continue. I don't think John Lester's stretch he's on will continue, Farrell said. He's too talented of a pitcher. Life without Buchholz has gone from temporary to what might as well be, until further notice, a permanent situation. Somebody has got to step up. I firmly believe and am confident that the group we have are very capable of keeping us in a position we are over the next 3 months, Farrell said. At the same time, if you were to ask each guy individually, they know they have a responsibility to themselves, to us as a team, to maintain the pace that we're on. There's talent here. There's no question about it. We're dealing with a couple of things health-wise with some guys that will come back to us. This is an ongoing thing. Unless and until Buchholz returns, this ongoing thing may just keep on going. Herb?
Scott Lauber has written an article here. It's titled Lackey's New Look. Ace lifts Sox as he ties career-high 12 Ks. John Lackey looks far different to Mike Napoli these days, and it isn't just because of the new perspective. As teammates for 4 seasons with the Angels, Napoli was behind the plate for 61 of Lackey's starts, more than any catcher except Benji Molina. But even from his new position as the Red Sox first baseman, Napoli noticed more life from Lackey's fastballs, which reached 95 miles an hour in the first inning yesterday at Fenway Park. Actually, I think he's throwing a little harder than he was, Napoli said. When you get that velocity, you feel better about going after hitters and being able to do stuff with the ball. Rarely, if ever, in Lackey's 4 years with the Red Sox has he done it better than this. He tied his career high with 12 strikeouts and didn't walk a batter over 7 dazzling innings of a 5-3 victory that completed a 2-game sweep of an interleague series against the Colorado Rockies. The last Red Sox starter to notch at least 12 strikeouts without issuing a walk, Pedro Martinez. Probably the strongest he's been all year, manager John Farrell said of Lackey. But it wasn't a one-start wonder. With a right arm rebuilt through Tommy John elbow surgery and a body that was slimmed down during the arduous rehabilitation, Lackey has a 2.99 ERA, his best mark through the first 13 starts of a season since 2007 with the Angels. He has allowed 3 runs or fewer in 11 starts, including 7 of his last 8. And at a time when Clay Buchholz is unwilling to pitch because of persistent stiffness in his neck, and John Lester has gotten rocked to the tune of a 7.30 ERA over his last 8 starts, Lackey has been holding nothing short of the front of the rotation anchor the Sox thought they were getting when they signed him for $82.5 million before the 2010 season. I've been feeling pretty good, said Lackey, never prone to overstatement, especially when it relates to himself. I feel like I'm still getting stronger. It's been a gradual process, a lot of work, and it's still building. The crescendo came in the first 4 innings against the Rockies. Lackey racked up 9 strikeouts, fanning the side 3 times, simply by overpowering hitters. During one stretch, he retired 13 of 16 batters, 8 by way of strikeout, and still managed to be economical, throwing only 98 pitches in 7 innings. Lackey got support from another impressive offensive outburst. After pounding a season-high 20 hits Tuesday night, the Red Sox hit Rockies starter Roy Oswalt for 5 runs in the first 3 innings. Between them, Jacob Ellsbury, Shane Victorino, Dustin Pedroia, David Ortiz, Nepali, and Daniel Nava went 9 for 21 with 5 RBIs. But it was Lackey who left the Rockies breathless. He pitched different than I'd ever seen him pitch, said right fielder Michael Kudea, who managed a solo home run in the 6th inning to cut the margin to 5-2. And he was throwing harder than he ever has. 2, he struck with fastballs. I saw 8 fastballs and 0 off-speed pitches, which I had never seen before, and that's what he had success with the whole day. Consider it as a testament to Lackey's health. After pitching most of the 2011 season with a shredded elbow, he finally has the confidence to unleash the fastball at full throttle. Moreover, his conditioning is better than ever, having changed his diet and dropped 20 pounds during the off-season. I think that has a lot to do with everything, Nepali said. As an athlete, you want to put yourself in the best situation physically, and he's done that. He's free and easy now and looks good. You could tell when he throws the ball. He knows where it's going. He's throwing strikes, going after hitters. It's something good to see. But here's the best part. Lackey believes his best is yet to come. I'm pretty excited about it, really, because honestly, my second halves of my career have usually been better than my firsts, Lackey said. So moving forward, it's been kind of exciting. Doug?
Let's switch over to the Celtics. Doc Rivers. Doc, great run over. The heart is just not in it for a Celtics rebuild by Mark Murphy. Doc Rivers was on the bench March 18th when a loud segment of Garden fans began roasting Ray Allen during his second return as a member of the Miami Heat. Rivers was as angered as anyone by Allen's complaints and reasons for leaving the Celtics last summer. He admitted during a conference call with the Boston media yesterday that he also didn't approve of the impromptu barbecue. But Rivers, introduced in Los Angeles Clippers' new coach yesterday, after 2 weeks of angst, doesn't want to believe a fresh set of coals will be prepared for him. It can happen like that, but I hope that it doesn't, he said. It wasn't like I was in this by myself. It's totally different from Ray's situation. Having said that, I wasn't in favor of it happening to Ray either. But my friends will still be my friends. The one thing you can't take away is the feeling of 2008. I had a great run in Boston. At times, you feel it's just time. That's the point Rivers kept coming back to yesterday. The great run was over. Maybe the feeling of 2008 can't be taken away, but it's been compartmentalized. Rivers said he needed a challenge, intimating that rebuilding wasn't. Another feeling is gone, too. Rivers used to compose odes to Jerry Sloan and Greg Popovich for their respective decades-long tenures in Utah and San Antonio, respectively. He talked of carving out a similar legacy in Boston. Danny Ainge said Tuesday night that they had talked of the day Rivers might break Red Auerbach's franchise win record. Rivers acknowledged that those aspirations eroded, especially over the last season. He took time to reassess his situation, as he does every summer, but this time it took him longer to get off the canvas. That was my intention, he said, of becoming the Bostonian Sloan. I don't know what changed. I just felt like I needed change from a challenge standpoint. But it was me. But I wasn't going to leave if it wasn't right for Danny, Rick Grossbeck, and their group. And it's not like they didn't get anything out of it. The Celts received an unprotected 2015 first-round draft pick. If the Clippers respond to Rivers' challenge, that pick will be low enough to snag the next J.R. Giddens. But the alternative was a coach whose spirit wasn't in a return, even if he finally squared his feet last Sunday and told Ainge he was coming back. He was in a parking lot in Gainesville, Georgia, awaiting for an AAU game involving his youngest son to begin. He turned off his phone, resigned to at least one more year with the Seas and the possible start of a deep rebuild. 2 hours later, he turned on the phone to a flutter of messages, including an urgent one from his agent, Lonnie Cooper. The deal was back on. This deal for good after at least 3 deal-breaking moments in the previous 2 weeks. It was quick and strange, Rivers said. My emotions then were all over the place, and I had to redo them. But Rivers didn't need much time to put his mind back on the Clippers. He had talked to Hall of Fame coaches who walked away, including Bill Parcells, Lou Holtz, and his mentor, Larry Brown, about breaking ties. He was prepared. The bitter part was that he would have to make the move without Kevin Garnett, an additional part of the deal now blocked by the league. Rivers was forced to defend himself against speculation yesterday that the Celtics' aging, brittle nature drove him away, or that he didn't want to be on a team that no longer had Garnett and Paul Pierce. And then there was the biggest charge, that he couldn't work anymore with a moody basketball genius named Rajon Rondo. Let's be honest, when this started, it looked like I was still going to be able to coach 1 or 2 of these guys, he said. It will be tough to leave, but this has nothing to do with age or Paul's situation. But I needed time to get through the losing. He hadn't gone out that early in the playoffs in quite a while. But Rivers was worried that his message, one of the most powerful in the league, was no longer connecting to full effect. I don't think they tuned me out, but it could have been time for a change, he said. As a coach, you don't want to feel you're just there. Danny and I have had a great relationship, and I think we both understood that if you're making $7 million a year and you're not winning, that's a lot of money. That's especially costly for a coach who no longer wants to be here. I can't do something if my heart's not right, he said. Herb?
This is a different article titled Neil Diamond Pens Hub Anthem. Bombing Response Inspires Patriotic Gem. Neil Diamond hoped to raise Boston's spirits with an impromptu April 20th appearance at Fenway Park. He didn't expect Boston's brave reaction to the marathon bombings would inspire him so intensely. On Tuesday, Diamond will release a new tune, quote, Freedom Song, They'll Never Take Us Down, end quote, to benefit the One Fund Boston and the Wounded Warrior Project. I was inspired by meeting the first responders before I went out to sing Sweet Caroline, Diamond told the Herald. Their humility, their character, that's all a songwriter needs to spark. Musically, the song has some nuance. It's anchored by a gospel-style organ and features some delicate acoustic guitar work. Lyrically, it's a bolt of patriotism. Quote, "They'll never take us down, though some may try. We're going to stand our ground. It's do or die." The words are simple, but Diamond sells them with his bold, brilliant pathos. Quote, "I struggled day and night with the lyrics," he said. "I wanted to let people know it was okay for them to feel passion and love for this country. The song is a blatant sales pitch on the concept of freedom and how it's offered in this country." Halfway into writing Freedom Song, Diamond knew he wanted it out by the 4th of July. That meant writing, arranging, and recording it in just a few weeks. It also meant getting companies to streamline the process and donate time and expenses. Diamond is proud, everyone involved. Diamond himself, Columbia Records, Sony, ATV, Music Publishing, iTunes, and Amazon made it happen so that 100% of the money from the single sales go to those who need it. If the turnaround seems quick, it didn't feel that way when Diamond was in the thick of it. "Every song is different," he said. "I wrote Sweet Caroline in an hour, and it took me 4 months to write I Am, I Said. This was one of the most difficult songs I've ever written, and I wanted to get it right." He's going to perform it in Boston, and soon will be soon. The next time I'm in Boston, you'll hear it. That's all the time we have for today, and I want to thank you for listening.
It's going to be sunny, warm, and humid today with some cloud cover. Temperatures will be in the upper 70s to lower 80s. When the sun shines, it will fire up thunderstorms. For tonight, muggy, murky, and mild, low in the 60s. Yeah, looking forward to
Good morning. Thank you for coming out here and videoing us on this special day. I'm AJ Dooley, the owner of Dooley Disposal, and I'm here with Jack Oppolette, town historian. And we're glad to be able to go out today and clean up the streets and put our best foot forward to get the streets nice and clean for you guys.
And this is the most incredible turnout you can imagine. A total cross-section of the community, from the very young to some of us more mature people, different clubs and organizations, sports teams, everybody. They're all out here, and spirits are flying high. It's a great day.
The ice.
I'm Josh. I'm Colt. I'm Trish.
Superstar this is supposed to be a Boy Scout activity. It's going to be 30 chill.
Foxborough, yeah.
We're going to go clean up the town of Foxborough, big community service
I'm Joe D'Antona. Talk from Mass. I play football. You saw football players like Tim, soccer player. Help clean up Foxborough on the
Yeah! Woo!
school spirit.
Nice to meet you. I'm Sam. I'm Jesus. That's Ashley. We're here to pick up trash.
Yeah.
Get the job done.
We don't really have groups yet, so that's about it.
Our time. Last minute, and look at the turnout we got. This is phenomenal.
Right.
Clean up Foxborough Day! Yay!
That's what I got.
Credit for my shirt, man. That's how you found that. Oh, Mrs. Sweet on fire.
I would put that on the side over here.
Yeah, we'll put the bag for them.
What do we? There's a wire. We found a TV.
It's gonna work too well.
Oh, well, what's my fault?
We found a TV.
What do you have? What? We got a cushion here.
Joy, I found you some soup.
I'm leaving some stuff for you, honey. Hello?
Jim DeVellis. We're just trying to pick up along the roads, helping out AJ in the town and Jack Othelette on the clean Foxborough Day. So it's good, quite a group. Nice turnout. So it's I think if this turns into a once-a-year event, I think that's spectacular. A lot of little kids are getting into it, and hopefully it comes back year after year. Lottery tickets, beer bottles, nips, you name it. It's car parts. You know, we're having some success.
A lot of alcohol.
Sutter home to be exact.
So it's kind of sad, but we're out here having a good time in our town. It's a great day. That's what our town has been reduced to.
What's the weirdest thing you picked up today? Roadkill.
Doing our part.
We found about 100 little Smirnoff bottles.
Alcohol and pieces of cars.
And DQ.
And KFC.
Ketchup packets.
It's hot out. Really hot. It's like 94 degrees.
I mean, it's not that bad when you're in the shade.
Picking up trash.
Cleaning up Foxborough.
Yeah.
We found 69 shot glasses.
Yeah.
And
bunch of beer cans, cigarettes.
A lot of dip spit containers.
Lighters.
A lot of Gatorade bottles.
Oh, beer cans.
It wasn't anything nice. It was a lot of stuff that people don't want to take home with them.
Found the front of a car.
Yep. Go Warriors!
Went good, huh?
Yeah, it went real well. I think I did, but that was what Jim was about. They're going to brighten up the fun.
Haitians by the bushel pointed out. A few years later, I took out 3 Panamanians with 1 Thompson burst on account they were all bunched together, praying I wouldn't. The truth of it all, and don't let no one ever tell you different. He got the cigar going and flicked the match over his shoulder. It was some. Chapter 16. As soon as the sailors left, Esteban ran to the motor pool to grab a vehicle. Joe changed out of his uniform as Dion backed the truck over to the ramp, and the Cubans began pulling the crates right back out of the hold. "You got this?" Joe asked Dion. Dion beamed. "Got it. We own it. You go get her. We'll see you at the spot in an hour." Esteban pulled up in a scout car, and Joe hopped in, and they took off down Highway 41. Within 5 minutes they saw the transport truck about a half-mile ahead, rumbling down a road so straight and flat you could practically see Alabama at the other end. "If we can see them, they can see us." "Not for long," Esteban said. The road appeared to their left. It cut through the palmettos and across the crushed shell highway, and back into the scrub and palmettos on the other side. Esteban turned left, and they bounced onto it. It was gravel and dirt, and half the dirt was mud. Esteban drove like Joe felt, harried and reckless. "What was his name?" Joe said. "The boy who died." "Guillermo." Joe could see the boy's eyes as they'd closed, and he didn't want to find Graciella's looking the same. "We shouldn't have left her out there," Esteban said. "I know. We should have assumed they'd have left someone behind with her. I know. We should have had somebody waiting with her, hiding." "I know," Joe said. "How is this helping us now?" Esteban goosed the gas, then they soared over a dip in the road and hit the ground on the other side so hard Joe feared the Scout would rise onto its front wheels, flip them onto their heads. But he didn't tell Esteban to slow down. "I've noticed since we were no taller than the dogs on my family farm." Joe didn't say anything. A swamp lay off to their left through the pines. Cypress and sweet gum trees and plants Joe couldn't begin to identify raced by on either side of them, blurring until the greens and yellows were the greens and yellows of a painting. Her family were migrant farmers. You should see the village she called home a few months every year. America has not seen poverty until it's seen that village. My father realized how bright she was and asked her family if he could hire her as a maid in training. Yes, what he was really doing was hiring me a friend. I had none, just the horses and the cattle. Another bump in the road. "Strange time to be telling me this." "I loved her," Esteban said, speaking loudly over the engine. "Now I love somebody else, but for many years I thought I was in love with Graciella." He turned to look at Joe, and Joe shook his head and pointed. "Eyes on the road, Esteban." Another bump, this one lifting them both out of their seats and then back down again. "She says she's doing all this for her husband." Talking helped, but the fear in a manageable place made Joe feel less hopeless. "Ach, he's no husband, he's no man." "I thought he was a revolutionary." "He is a thief, an estafador. You call them con men, yes? He dresses the part of the revolutionary. He recites the poetry, and she fell for him. She lost everything for this man, her family, all her money, and she never had much. Most of her friends but me." He shook his head. "She doesn't even know where he is." "I thought he was in jail." "He's been out for 2 years." Another bump. This time they went sideways, and the rear quarter panel on Joe's side slapped a pine sapling before they bounced back onto the road. "But she still pays his family. They lie to her. They tell her he escaped, that he's hiding in the hills, and a gang of the coolies from Neves Mojon prison are hunting him, and Machado's men are hunting him. They tell her she cannot return to Cuba to see him, or they will both be in danger. No one, Joe, is hunting this man except for those he owes money. But you cannot tell Graciella that. She does not hear when it comes to him." "Why? She's a smart woman." "We all believe lies that bring us more comfort than the truth. She's no different. Her lie is just bigger." They missed the turnoff, but Joe caught it out of the corner of his eye and told Esteban to stop. He braked, and they slid 20 yards before they finally stopped. He backed up, and they turned onto the road. "How many men have you killed?" Esteban asked. "None," Joe said. "But you're a gangster." Joe didn't see the point in arguing the distinction between gangster and outlaw because he wasn't sure there was one anymore. "Not all gangsters kill people. But you must be willing to, just like you. I'm a businessman. I provide a product people want. I kill no one. You're arming Cuban revolutionaries. That's a cause in which people will die. There's a difference. I kill for something." "What, a deal?" Exactly. And what ideal is that, Esteban, that no man should rule another's life? Funny, outlaws kill for the same reason. She wasn't there. They came out of the pine forest and approached Route 41, and there was no sign of Graciela or the sailor who'd been left behind to hunt her. Nothing but the heat and the hum of dragonflies and the white road. They drove down the road half a mile and then back up to the dirt road and then north another half mile. When they drove back again, Joe heard something he thought was a crow or a hawk. "Kill the engine, kill the engine." Esteban did, and they both stood in the scout car and looked out at the road and the pines and the cypress swamp beyond and the hard white sky that matched the road. Nothing. Nothing but the dragonfly buzz Joe now suspected never stopped. Morning, noon, or night, like living with your ear to a train track just after the train had passed over it. Esteban sat back down, and Joe went too, but stopped. He thought he saw something just to the east, back the way they'd come, something that... There, he pointed as he did. She ran out from behind a stand of pines. She didn't run in their direction, and Joe realized she was too smart for that. If she had, she would have been running full out for 50 yards through low palmettos and pine saplings. Esteban gunned the engine, and they dropped down the shoulder and through a ditch and then back out again. Joe, holding on to the top of the windshield and hearing the shots, now hard cracks, strangely muted out here with nothing around them. From his vantage point, he still couldn't see the shooter, but he could see the swamp, and he knew she was headed for it. He nudged Esteban with his foot and waved his arm to the left, a little farther southwest than the line they were on. Esteban turned the wheel, and Joe got a sudden glimpse of dark blue, just a flash of it, and saw the man's head and heard his rifle. Up ahead, Graciela fell to her knees in the swamp, and Joe couldn't tell whether she'd fallen because she tripped or because she'd been shot. They ran out of firm land, the shooter just off to their right. Esteban slowed as he entered the swamp, and Joe jumped out of the Scout. It was like jumping out onto the moon if the moon was green. The bald cypress rose like great eggs from the milky green water, and prehistoric banyan trees with a dozen or more trunks stood watch like palace guards. Esteban drove to his right just as Joe saw Graciela dart between two of the bald cypress trees to his left. Something uncomfortably heavy crawled over his feet just as he heard a rifle retort, the shot much closer now. The bullet tore a chunk from the cypress tree where Graciela was hiding. The young seaman stepped out from behind a cypress 10 feet away. He was about Joe's height and build, his hair quite red, his face very lean. His Springfield was raised to his shoulder, the sight raised to his eye. The barrel pointed at the cypress. Joe extended his .32 automatic and exhaled a long breath as he shot the man from 10 feet. The rifle jerked and spun in the air so erratically, Joe assumed that it was all he'd hit. But as he fell to the tea-colored water, the young man fell with it, and the blood spilled from under his left armpit and darkened the water as he landed with a splash. "Graciela, it's Joe. Are you okay?" She peeked out from behind the tree, and Joe nodded. Esteban came around behind her in the scout car, and she climbed in it, and they drove over to Joe. He picked up the rifle and looked down at the sailor. He sat in the water with his arms draped over his knees and his head down, like a man trying to catch his breath. Graciela climbed out of the Scout. Actually, she half fell out, half reeled on into Joe. He put his arm around her to right her and felt the adrenaline racking her body as if she'd been hit with a cattle prod. Behind the sailor, something moved through the mangroves, something long and so dark green it was almost black. The sailor looked up at Joe, his mouth open as he drew shallow breaths. "You're white." "Yeah," Joe said. What did you shoot me for, then?" He looked at Esteban and then at Graciela. "If we leave him here, something's going to eat him within a couple of minutes, so we either take him with us or—" He could hear more of them out there as the sailor's blood continued to spill into the green swamp. "So we either take him with us—" "He's gotten too good a look at her." "I know it," Joe said. Graciela said, "He turned it into a game." "What?" "Hunting me. He kept laughing like a girl." Joe looked at the sailor, and the kid looked back at him. The fear lived far back in the young man's eyes, but the rest of him was pure defiance and backwoods grit. "You want me to beg you, barking up the wrong Joe shot him in the face, and the exit hole splattered pink all over the ferns, and the alligators thrashed in anticipation. Graciela let out a small, involuntary cry, and Joe might have as well. Esteban caught his eye and nodded thanks. Joe realized for doing what they all knew had to be done, but which none had been willing to do. Hell, Joe, standing in the sound of the gunshot, the cordite smell of it, a whisk of smoke trailing from the barrel of the .32, no more substantial than the smoke from one of his cigarettes, couldn't believe he'd actually done it. A man lay dead at his feet, dead on some fundamental level only because Joe had been born. They climbed into the Scout without another word, as if they'd been waiting for permission. 2 alligators came at the body at once, one walking out of the mangroves with the steady waddle of an overweight dog, and the other gliding up through the water and the lily pads beside the Scout's tires. Esteban drove away as both reptiles reached the body at the same time. One took an arm, the other one went for a leg. Back in the pines, Esteban drove southeast along the edge of the swamp, running parallel to the road, but not turning toward it yet. Joe and Graciela sat in the back seat. Alligators and humans weren't the only predators in the swamp that day. A panther stood at the edge of the water line, lapping up the copper water. It was the same tan color as some of the trees, and Joe might have missed it, although if it didn't look up as they passed from 20 yards away. It was at least 5 feet long, wet limbs all grace and muscle. Its underbelly and throat were creamy white, and steam rose off its wet fur as it considered the car. Actually, it wasn't considering the car, it was considering him. Joe met its liquid eyes, as ancient, yellow, and pitiless as the sun. For a moment, in his jagged exhaustion, he thought he'd heard its voice in his head. "You can't outrun this." "What's this?" he wanted to ask, but Esteban turned the wheel, and they left the edge of the swamp and bounced violently over the roots of a fallen tree. And when Joe looked again, the panther was gone. He scanned the trees to catch another glimpse, but he never saw it again. "You see that cat?" Graciela stared at him. "The panther," he said, holding his arms wide. Her eyes narrowed like she worried he might have sunstroke. She shook her head. She was a mess, more scratches on her body than skin, it seemed. Her face was swollen from where he'd hit her, of course, and the mosquitoes and deer flies had feasted on her, and not just them, but the fire ants as well, leaving behind their white welts with red rings all over her feet and calves. Her dress was torn at the shoulder and over her left hip, and the hem was shredded. Her shoes were gone. "You can put it away," she said. Joe followed her gaze. He saw that he still held the gun in his right hand. He thumbed the safety on and placed it in the holster behind his back. Esteban pulled out onto 41 and stomped the gas so hard the Scout shuddered in place before streaking down the road. Joe looked out at the crushed shell pavement racing away from them, at the merciless sun and the merciless sky. "He would have killed me." Her wet hair blew across her face and neck. "I know. He hunted me like a squirrel for his lunch. He kept saying, 'Honey, honey, I will put one in your leg, honey, and then have at you.' Does have at you mean?" Joe nodded. "And if you let him live," she said, "I would have been arrested, and then you would have been arrested." He nodded. He considered the insect bites on her ankles, and then raised his eyes up her calves, across her dress, and onto her eyes. She held his gaze just long enough to slide hers off his face. She looked out at an orange grove as they raced past. After a while she looked back at him. "Do you think I feel bad?" he asked. "I can't tell." "I don't," he said. "You shouldn't." "I don't feel good." "You shouldn't feel that either. But I don't feel bad." That pretty much summed it up. "I'm not an outlaw anymore," he thought. "I'm a gangster, and this is my gang." In the back of the Scout car, with the sharp smell of citrus giving way once again to the stench of swamp gas, she held his gaze for a full mile, and then neither of them said another word until they reached West Tampa. Chapter 17. About Today. When they got back to Ybor, Esteban dropped Graciela and Joe at the building where Graciela kept a room above a cafe. Joe walked her up while Esteban and Salurso went to dump the Scout car in South Tampa. Graciela's room was very small and very neat. The wrought iron bed was painted the same white as the porcelain wash basin under a matching oval mirror. Her clothes hung in a battered pine wardrobe that looked to predate the building, but she kept it clear of dust or mold, which Joe would have guessed impossible in this climate. The one window overlooked 11th Avenue, and she left the shade down to keep the room cool. She had a dressing screen made of the same raised grain wood as the wardrobe, and she pointed Joe to face the window as she went behind it. "So you are a king now," she said as he raised the shade and looked out at the avenue. "I'm sorry, you have cornered the rum market. You will be a king. A prince, maybe. Still got to deal with Albert White. Why do I think you've already figured out how to do that?" He lit a cigarette and sat on the edge of the windowsill. "Plans are just dreams until they're executed. Is this what you always wanted?" "Yes." "Well, then, congratulations." He looked back at her. The filthy evening gown hung over the screen, and her shoulders were bare. "You don't sound like you mean it." "I do. It's what you wanted. You achieved it. That's admirable in some way." "In some way. But how will you hold the power now that you have it? That's an interesting question, I think. You think I'm not strong enough?" He looked back at her again, and she allowed him to, because she'd covered her upper body with a white blouse. "I don't know if you're cruel enough." Her eyes were very clear. "And if you are, then that will be sad. Powerful men don't have to be cruel, but they usually are." Her head ducked below the screen as she stepped into her skirt. "Now that you've seen me dress, and I've seen you shoot a man, can I ask you a personal question?" "Sure. Who is she?" "Who?" "The one you love." "Who says I'm in love with anyone?" "I say so. A woman knows these things. Is she in Florida?" "She's gone." "She left you?" "She died." She blinked and then stared at him to see if he was putting her on. When she realized he wasn't, she said, "I'm sorry. Are you happy about the guns?" She leaned her arms on the top of the screen. "Very. When the day comes to end Machado's rule, and that day will come, we will have a—" She snapped her fingers, looked at him. "Help me. An arsenal." "Arsenal. Yes." "So, those aren't the only weapons." She shook her head. "Not the first, and they will not be the last. When the time comes, we will be ready." She came out from behind the screen in the standard clothes of a female cigar worker, white blouse with string tie over tan skirt. "You think what I'm doing is foolish." "Not at all. I think it's noble. It's just not my cause." "What is?" "Rum." "You do not want to be a noble person?" She hung her thumb and index finger close together. "A little bit?" "I've got nothing against noble people. I've just noticed they rarely live past 40. Neither do gangsters." "True, but we eat in better restaurants." From the wardrobe she selected a pair of flats the same color as her shirt, sat on the bed to put them on. He stayed at the window. "Let's say some day you have this revolution." "Yes? Will anything change?" "The world can change, but people, no. People stay pretty much the same. So even if you replace Machado, there's a good chance you'll replace him with a worse version. Meanwhile, you could be maimed, or I could die." "I know how this probably ends, Joseph." Joseph, she said, "I could die because a comrade betrays me for money. I could get captured by damaged men, as damaged as the one today, or even worse, and they will torture me until my body can no longer endure it. And there won't be anything noble in my death, because death is never noble. You weep and beg, and the stuff flows, and those who kill you laugh and spit on your corpse, and I will be quickly forgotten, as if I never was here. I know all that. So why do it? I love my country." "I love mine, but—" "There is no but. That's the difference between us. Your country is something you see out that window, yes?" "Pretty much. My country is something in here." She tapped the center of her chest and then her temple. "And I know she won't thank me for my efforts. She's not going to return my love. That would be just impossible, because I don't just love the people and the buildings and the smell of her. I love the idea of her, and that's something I made up, so I love what isn't there. Love like you love that dead girl." He couldn't think of anything to say to her, so he just watched her cross the room and pulled the dress she'd worn in the swamp off the screen. She handed it to him as they left the room. "Burn that, will you?" The guns were bound for the Pinar del Rio province west of Havana. They left St. Petersburg on 5 grouper boats out of Boca Seagull Bay at 3 in the afternoon. Dion, Joe, Esteban, and Graciela saw them off. Joe had changed from the suit he'd ruined in the swamp to the lightest one he owned. Graciela had watched as he'd burned it along with her dress, but she was fading now from her time as prey in a cypress swamp. She kept nodding as they sat under the lamp, yet refused all offers to sit in one of the cars or let someone drive her back to Ybor. When the last of the group or captains had shaken their hands and shoved off, they stood looking at one another. Joe realized they had no idea what to do next. How could you top the last 2 days? The sky had grown red somewhere down the jagged shoreline past a clump of mangroves. A canvas sail or tarp fluttered in the hot breeze. Joe looked at Esteban. He looked at Graciela, who leaned against the lamp-post with her eyes closed. He looked at Dion. A pelican swooped over his head, its bill bigger than its belly. Joe looked at the boats. Way out there now, the size of dunce caps from this distance, and he started laughing. He couldn't help himself. Dion and Esteban were right behind him, all three of them roaring in no time. Graciela covered her face for a moment, and then she started laughing too, laughing and crying, actually. Joe noticed, peeking out from between her fingers like a small girl until she dropped her hands entirely. She laughed and cried and ran both hands through her hair repeatedly and then wiped her face with the collar of her blouse. They walked to the edge of the dock, and the laughs became chuckles, and then echoes of chuckles, and they looked out at the water as it grew purple under the red sky. The boats found the horizon and slipped past it one by one. Joe didn't remember much about the rest of that day. They went to one of Masso's Peaks behind a veterinarian on the corner of 15th and Nebraska. Esteban arranged to have a case of dark rum aged in cherry cask sent over, and word got around to everyone involved in the heist. Soon pescatory gunsels mingled with Esteban's revolutionaries. Then the women arrived in their silk dresses and sequined hats. A band took the stage. In no time the joint was hopping enough to crack the masonry. Dion danced with 3 women simultaneously, swinging them behind his broad back and under his stubby legs with surprising dexterity. When it came to dance, however, Esteban proved to be the artist of the group.
Right here. Oh, yeah, that's right. They fill them up to leave them on the side of the road. We'll wait till 8:30.
Good morning. Thank you for coming out here and videoing us on this special day. I'm AJ Dooley, the owner of Dooley Disposal, and I'm here with Jack Oppolette, town historian. And we're glad to be able to go out today and clean up the streets and put our best foot forward to get the streets nice and clean for you guys.
And this is the most incredible turnout you can imagine. A total cross-section of the community, from the very young to some of us more mature people, different clubs and organizations, sports teams, everybody. They're all out here, and spirits are flying high. It's a great day.
The ice.
I'm Josh. I'm Colt. I'm Trish.
Superstar this is supposed to be a Boy Scout activity. It's 2:30 till we're gonna clean up.
Foxborough, yeah.
We're gonna go clean up the town of Foxborough and get community service out there.
I'm Joe D'Antona, Foxborough, Mass. I play football. These are all football players like Tim, soccer player. Help clean up Foxborough on the street.
Yeah! Woo!
School spirit.
Nice to meet you. I'm Sam. I'm Jesus. That's Ashton.
We're here to pick up trash.
Yeah. Get the job done. We are. Really have groups yet, so about
Last minute, and look at the turnout we got. This is phenomenal.
Right.
Clean up Foxborough Day! Yay!
That's what I got.
Credit for my shirt there. That's how you found that. Oh, Mrs. Sweet, not a fire.
I would put that on the side over here.
Yeah, where we'll put the bag for them.
What do we? There's a wire. We found a TV.
It's gonna work too well.
Oh, well, what's my fault?
We found a TV. Not a screen.
What do you have? What? We got a cushion here.
Joy, I found you some soup.
I'm leaving some stuff for you, honey. Hello?
Jim DeVellis. We're just trying to pick up along the roads, helping out AJ in the town and Jack Othelette on the clean Foxborough Day. So it's good, quite a group. Nice turnout. So it's I think if this turns into a once-a-year event, I think that's spectacular. A lot of little kids are getting into it, and hopefully it comes back year after year. Lottery tickets, beer bottles, nips, you name it. It's car parts. You know, we're having some success.
A lot of alcohol.
Sutter home to be exact.
So it's kind of sad, but you know, we're out here having a good time in our town. It's a great day. That's what our town has been reduced to.
What's the weirdest thing you picked up today? Roadkill.
Pretty good, you know, doing our part.
We found about 100 little Smirnoff bottles.
Alcohol and pieces of cards.
And DQ.
Fast food. And KFC.
Ketchup packets.
It's hot out. Really hot. It's like 94 degrees.
I mean, it's not that bad when you're in the shade.
Picking up trash.
Cleaning up Foxborough!
Yeah.
We found 69 shot glasses.
Yep.
And
Bunch of beer cans, cigarettes.
a lot of dipstick containers.
Lighters.
A lot of Gatorade bottles.
Oh, beer bottle. Oh, beer cans.
It wasn't anything nice. It was a lot of stuff that people don't want to take home with them.
Found the front of a car.
Yep. Go Warriors!
Went good, huh? Yeah, it went real well. I think I did. I was with Jim about. They're going to brighten up the fun. You guys,
Your name, hon? Graciela. You a light nigger or a dark spick? I can't tell. She smiled at him. I'm from Austria. Isn't it obvious? Albert roared. He slapped his thigh and slapped the table, and even the oblivious old couple looked over. Oh, that's a good one, he said to Loomis and Bones. Austria. They didn't get it. Austria, he said, thrusting both hands out at them, the sausage still dangling from one. He sighed. Forget it, he turned. So, Graciela from Austria, what's your full name? Graciela Dominga Mayala Corrales. Albert whistled. That's quite a mouthful, but I bet you have plenty of experience with mouthfuls, don't you, hon? Don't, Joe said. Just, Albert, don't. Leave her out of this. Albert turned back to Joe as he chewed the last of the sausage. Past experience would suggest I'm not good at that, Joe. Joe nodded. What do you want here? I want to know why you didn't learn anything in prison. Too busy taking it. You get out. Come down here, and in 2 days you try to muscle me. How stupid they make you in there, Joe. Maybe I was just trying to get your attention. Then you were a smashing success, Albert said. Today we started hearing back from my bars, my restaurants, my pool halls. Every speak I got tucked away from here to Sarasota. That they don't pay me anymore, they pay you. So naturally I went to talk to Esteban Suarez, and he suddenly got more armed guards than the U.S. Mint. Can't be bothered to meet with me. You think you and a gang of wops and, what, niggers I hear? Cubans. Albert helped himself to a piece of Joe's toast. You think you're going to push me out? Joe nodded. I think I did, Albert. Albert shook his head. Soon as you're dead, the Suarezes will fall in line, and you can be damn sure the dealers will. If you wanted me dead, you would have done it. You came to negotiate. Albert shook his head. I don't want you dead, and there's no negotiation. I just wanted you to see that I've changed. I've mellowed. We're going to walk out the back door and leave the girl behind. Won't touch a hair on her head, though. Lord knows she could spare it. Albert stood. He buttoned his suit coat over his softening belly. He straightened the brim of his hat. You make a fuss, we take her with us. Kill you both. That's the proposition? That's it. Joe nodded. He pulled a piece of paper from his jacket pocket and placed it on the table. He smoothed it. He looked up at Albert and began reading the names listed there. Pete McCaffrey, Dave Carrington, Gerard Mueller, Dick Kipper, Fergus Dempsey, Archibald. Albert pulled the list from Joe's fingers, read the rest of it. You can't find them, can you, Albert? All your best soldiers. And they're not answering their phones or their doorbells. You keep telling yourself it's a coincidence, but you know that's baloney. We've got to them, every one of them. And, Albert, I hate to tell you this, but they're not coming back to you. Albert chuckled, but his normally ruddy face was now the white of an elephant tusk. He looked at Bones and Loomis and chuckled some more. Bones chuckled along with him, but Loomis looked sick. While we're on the subject of people in your organization, Joe said, how'd you know where to find me? Albert glanced at Graciela, a little bit of color returning to his face. You're simple, Joe. Just follow the girls. Graciela's jaw tightened, but she said nothing. It's a good line, I guess, but unless you knew where to find me last night, and you didn't because nobody did, then you wouldn't have been able to tail me here. You got me. Albert held up his hands. I guess I have other methods. Like a guy inside my organization. The smile slid through Albert's eyes before he blinked it away. Same guy who told you to take me in the cafe, not on the street? No smile in Albert's eyes anymore. They turned flatter than pennies. He'd tell you if you took me in the cafe I wouldn't put up a fight because of the girl. Tell you I'd even take you to a bag of cash I stashed in a flop over in Hyde Park. Brendan Loomis said, shoot him, boss, shoot him now. Joe said, you should have shot me coming through the door. Who says I won't? I do, Dion said, coming up behind Loomis and Bones. A long-barreled .38 pointed at each of them. Sal Urso entered through the front door, and Lefty Downer came in behind Sal, both of them wearing trench coats on a cloudless day. The cafe owner and the couple at the counter were officially rattled now. The old man kept patting his chest. The cafe owner thumbed her rosary beads, her lips moving frantically. Joe asked Graciela, "Could you go tell them we won't hurt them?" She nodded and got up from the table. Albert said to Dion, "So betrayal's your defining personality trait, eh, fat boy?" "Only once, you dandy," Dion said. "Should have thought long and hard about what I did to your boy Bloom last year, before you bought my baloney this time around." "How many more we got on the street?" Joe asked. "4 cars full." Joe stood. "Albert, I don't want to kill anybody in this cafe, but that doesn't mean I won't if you give me half a reason." Albert smiled, smug as always, even outnumbered and outgunned. "We won't give you a quarter of a reason. How's that for cooperation?" Joe spit in his face. Albert's eyes went as small as peppercorns. For a very long moment no one in the cafe moved. "I'm going to reach for my handkerchief," Albert said. "You should reach for anything will plug you where you stand," Joe said. "Use your sleeve." As he did, Albert's smile returned, but his eyes remained filled with murder. "So you're either killing me or running me out of town." "That's right." "Which?" Joe looked at the cafe owner and her rosary, at Graciela standing beside her, her hand on the woman's shoulder. "Don't think I feel like killing you today, Albert. You don't have the guns or the funds to start a war, and you'd need years of building new alliances to make me look over my shoulder." Albert took a seat, just as easy as you please, like he was visiting old friends. Joe remained standing. "You planned this since the alley," he said. "Sure did." "At least tell me some of this was just business," he said. Joe shook his head. "This was completely personal." Albert took in and nodded. "You want to ask about her?" Joe felt Graciela's eyes on him and Dion's. "Not particularly, no. You screwed her, I loved her, and then you killed her. What's left to discuss?" "I did love her, more than you could imagine," said Albert. "I got a hell of an imagination. Not this good," he said. Joe tried to read the face behind Albert's face, and he got the same feeling he'd gotten in the basement service corridor of the Hotel Statler, that Albert's feelings for Emma matched his own. "So why'd you kill her?" "I didn't kill her," Albert said. "You did. The moment you made love to her. Thousands of other girls in that city, and you a pretty boy to boot. But you take mine. You give a man horns. He has 2 choices, gore himself or gore you. But you didn't gore me, you gored her." Albert shrugged, and Joe could still see clearly that it pained him still. "Christ," he thought, "she owns a piece of both of us." Albert looked around the cafe. "Your master ran me out of Boston. Now you're running me out of Tampa. That the play?" "Pretty much." Albert pointed to Dion. "You know he sold you out in Pittsfield, that he's the reason you did 2 years in jail." "Yeah, I do. Hey, D." Dion never took his eyes off Bones and Loomis. "Yeah, put a couple bullets in Albert's brain." Albert's eyes popped wide, and the cafe owner let out a yelp, and Dion crossed the floor with his arm extended. Sal and Lefty revealed Thompsons under their raincoats to cover Loomis and Bones, and Dion put the gun to Albert's temple. Albert scrunched his eyes closed and held his hands. Joe said, "Hold it." Dion stopped. Joe fixed his trousers and squatted in front of Albert. "Look in my friend's eyes." Albert looked up at Dion. "You see any love for you in them, Albert?" No, I don't." Joe nodded at Dion, and Dion removed the gun from Albert's head. "You drive here?" "What?" "Did you drive here?" "Yes." "Good. You're going to go to your car and drive north out of the state. I suggest Georgia because as of now I control Alabama, the Mississippi coast, and every town between here and New Orleans." He smiled at Albert. "And I've got a meeting about New Orleans next week. How do I know you won't have men waiting on the road for me?" "Hell, Albert, I will have men on the road. In fact, they're going to follow you out of the state. Ain't that right, Sal?" "Car's all gassed up, Mr. Coughlin." Albert got a look at Sal's Tommy gun. "How do I know they won't kill us on the road?" "You don't. But if you don't leave Tampa right now and leave for good, I'll give you the A&P guarantee you won't see tomorrow, and I know you want to see tomorrow because that's when you start planning your revenge. Then why leave me alive, so everyone knows I took everything you had and you weren't man enough to stop me?" Joe straightened from his couch. "I'm letting you keep your life, Albert, because I can't think of a soul who would want it." This concludes the 8th episode of Live by Night by Dennis Lehane. Your reader has been Chris Long.
What people have done to watch them is just what we're doing. You're standing, if you're listening to the horns in the parking lot, you're looking back here at the Best Buy sign and saying there can't be any eagles here. And sure enough, they show up.
If you think that bald eagles can only be found by hiking deep into a rugged wilderness, well, think again. Welcome to Pulse of the Planet Science Diaries, a glimpse of the world of science from the inside. From the parking lot of a shopping mall in Syracuse, New York, bird enthusiasts have been looking out over Onondaga Lake, where about a dozen eagles have settled in. Guy Baldessari is a professor of wildlife biology at the SUNY College of Environmental Science and Forestry.
We've had about 12 eagles here as a high number for the winter. I mean, there have been days when people have seen a dozen of them. They've liked to get up in these big tall trees that are left here at the south end of the lake. That's what's made them visible. They might be sitting on the ice and you can't see them from here. This really got noticed this year. But, that doesn't mean they weren't here. It may just mean somebody all of a sudden starts to notice them. They see one, so they stop, and then they see two, and then they tell someone there's 12, and then it gains more attention. It's exciting to get that many eagles in one spot in a place like Syracuse. This was a cold winter, so given a little bit of open water and a food source, see, that'll concentrate birds. And when you open up this water and you create more available food, then birds disperse.
During a particularly cold winter, when many bodies of water have frozen over, a sewage treatment plant on the shores of Onondaga Lake is an unlikely lure for the eagles. The warm, treated water that's pumped into the lake creates an unfrozen oasis for fish-hunting birds. Pulse of the Planet Science Diaries are made possible by the National Science Foundation. I'm Jim Metzner.
Tune in each day, Monday through Friday, here on the Massachusetts Reading Network for Off the Shelf, books from the New York Times bestseller list.
It's going to be sunny, warm, and humid today with some cloud cover. Temperatures will be in the upper 70s to lower 80s. When the sun shines, it will fire up thunderstorms. For tonight, muggy, murky, and mild, low in the 60s. Yeah, looking forward to Friday. It is going to be probably to mostly sunny with a temperature in the 80s once again. Again, we're talking about the potential for heavy showers and thunderstorms, particularly in the first half of the day. Steve Roberts, TIC Radio.
Hi there, I'm John Shea, production director here at the Talking Information Center, here to wish TIC a happy 35th birthday. Since June 19th, 1978, the Massachusetts Reading Network has provided programming for thousands of listeners in the Commonwealth and across the country. On behalf of myself and the staff here at TIC, we'd like to say thank you to both our valued listeners and the volunteers who bring the printed word to you every day. Thank you for listening, and stay tuned for another 35 years of great programming.
In 1977, in Johannesburg, South Africa, an 8-year-old boy picked up the game of golf from his father. By the age of 9, he was already outplaying him. The odds of that same boy then making it to the US and European Pro Golf Tours? 1 in 7 million. The odds of the Big Easy winning the Open Championship once and the US Open Championship twice? 1 in 780 million. The odds of this professional golfer having a child diagnosed with autism? 1 in 110. Ernie Els encourages you to learn the signs of autism at autismspeaks.org. Early diagnosis can make a lifetime of difference. Autism Speaks. It's time to listen. Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
Proper cooking, no matter how it's done, is essential for safety. A recent CDC report described an outbreak of salmonella infections associated with eating packaged microwavable meals that were inadequately cooked. Over 400 people in 41 states became ill. Always check the label to see if your frozen meal needs to be thoroughly cooked or just warmed up. Then, follow the time and temperature requirements carefully. For more information on food safety, visit www.cdc.gov/foodsafety. A message from CDC.
This is the Massachusetts Reading Network, WVBF, 1530 AM, Middleborough, WDJM, 91.3 FM, Framingham State University, WRRS FM 88.5 Middleborough, WUML Lowell, Leo 103, WLLO Londonderry Schools, and streaming online at ticnetwork.org.
Stay tuned to your radio reading service. The time is 4 o'clock.
Reader's Digest is one of the most popular publications in the world, and it's here, right now, on the Massachusetts Reading Network.
This is the Massachusetts Reading Network. Hello, and welcome to Reader's Digest Hour, with additional selections from the Saturday Evening Post. We're reading the June issues today. My name is John Phillips. Let's start out with Reader's Digest and this article from the Family History section. It's titled, The War Inside My Dad. Dale Mahavridge's angry father left few clues as to what happened to him during World War II. So Dale embarked on a 12-year quest for knowledge, understanding, and healing. This is adapted from the book Bringing Mulligan Home. One summer weekend, when I was a boy, my father took me and my brother at camping. I vividly remember the odor of cooking bass mixed with wood smoke, the splash of the Milky Way in the heavens, and the burning ember of Dad's unfiltered Lucky Strike against the night. Even then, I knew how hard Dad was trying at this enormous thing, to be a father. But I also recall the innumerable times he had erupted in screaming fits after one of us kids did something as innocuous as spilling water at dinner. Sudden noises also triggered outbursts. It was as there was two guys at war inside him. Why was he like this? Sergeant Steve Maharidge, my father, served as the United States Marines in the Pacific Island battles of World War II. When he came home in 1946, our family settled into what looked like the ideal post-war life. 2 parents, 3 children, a split-level house in suburban Cleveland. But we had a family secret. It was Dad's rage. Like most men of his generation, my father did not want to discuss the war. Yet it was ever present in photographs which hung in our basement of Dad and a buddy on a jungle island. Only once, when Dad was on painkillers following a car accident, did he talk to me about the man with him in the photo. They said I killed him. But it wasn't my fault. Instinct told me not to ask any questions, and the only other thing my father revealed was what happened had occurred in Okinawa. My father died on June 30th, the year 2000. 2 days later, maybe it was my midlife crisis, but I set out to learn about his war. I was in my mid-40s and I needed answers. Who was that guy in the photo? What happened to Dad in Okinawa? I'd absorbed a lot of Dad's anger, and now I needed to let it go. By facing his demons, I thought, I would also face my own. The quest would prove the most difficult in my 3 decades as a journalist. For the next 12 years, I looked for men who'd served with my father in L Company, 3rd Battalion, 22nd Marines. I started with the names of the 22 guys who had signed my dad's Silk Rising Sun flag, and then got the company's muster roll, which listed more than 400 men. One by one, I sought them all, abandoning my project only during my mother's terminal illness so I could take care of her. After she passed away, I continued to make hundreds of phone calls, eventually talking to 29 survivors. A World War II story had emerged that I'd never heard of before. The silent generation was finally speaking. Is this the Mr. Joseph Rosblock who was in Okinawa in World War II? I asked the man who answered the phone. "What do you want him for?" he asked with hostility. It was the year 2009, 9 years into my search, and I had befriended some of the guys who my dad had fought with. It was like losing my own again. Now I had worked my way down the roster to Mr. Rostblock, who lived a few hours away from my home in New York City. I told Rostblock what I had learned about the man in the photo with my dad. His name was Herman Walter Mulligan, and he was killed on May 30th, 1945, after he threw a grenade into a tomb on Hill 27 near the city of Naha in Okinawa. Enemy machine gunners were believed to be inside, but the crypt actually concealed a ton of Japanese munitions, and it blew up. There was a long silence. Finally, I was there. Rosebud spoke in nearly a whisper. There was tremendous pain in his voice, about the explosion, about his life. Rosblock had watched the 3-foot piece of tomb roof land on Mulligan. He carried Mulligan's body to the truck. We began a long phone friendship after we talked for about 2 hours, and he had sent emails, sometimes at 2 o'clock in the morning. I wanted to visit him in person, but Rosblock would not have it. The phone was like a confessional, each of us remaining disembodied voices. Maybe that enabled us to be more honest. Rosblock told me that, unlike my father, he was sent away to get help after the tomb blast. For weeks, the only thing we did was quilting. If it weren't for that, I probably would have lost my marbles. For a long time, if someone had just whispered behind my ear, I would jump a mile high. During another call, Rosblock said, "Oh, Dale, I love you. I'm sorry that I can't be more helpful." I said I loved him back and assured him that he was helping. After our conversations, he sometimes had nightmares about the war.
Right here. Oh, yeah, that's right. They fill them up, leave them on the side of the road. We'll wait till 8:30.
Good morning. Thank you for coming out here and videoing us on this special day. I'm AJ Dooley, the owner of Dooley Disposal, and I'm here with Jack Oppolette, town historian. And we're glad to be able to go out today and clean up the streets and put our best foot forward to get the streets nice and clean for you guys.
And this is the most incredible turnout you can imagine. A total cross-section of the community, from the very young to some of us more mature people, different clubs and organizations, sports teams, everybody. They're all out here, and spirits are flying high. It's a great day.
The ice.
I'm Josh. I'm Cole. I'm
Superstar this is supposed to be a Boy Scout activity. It's 3:30 till.
Foxborough, yeah.
We're gonna go clean up the town of Foxborough and get community service
I'm Joe D'Antona, Foxborough, Mass. I play football. These are all football players like Tim, soccer player. Help clean up Foxborough on the street.
Yeah! Woo!
School spirit.
Nice to meet you. I'm Sam. I'm Jesus. That's Ashton. We're here to pick up trash.
Yeah.
Get the job done.
We don't really have groups yet, so that's about it.
Our time. Last minute, and look at the turnout we got. This is phenomenal.
All right.
That's what I got.
Credit for my trick there. That's how you found that. Oh, Mrs. Sweet, not a fire.
I would put that on the side over here.
Yeah, where we put the bag for them.
What do we? There's a wire. We found a TV.
It's gonna work too well.
Oh, well, what's my phone?
We found a TV.
What do you have there? What? We got a cushion here.
Joy, I found you some soup.
I'm leaving some stuff for you, honey.
Hello?
Jim DeVellis. We're just trying to pick up along the roads, helping out AJ in the town and Jack Othelette on the clean Foxborough day. So it's good, quite a group. Nice turnout. So it's I think if this turns into a once-a-year event, I think that's spectacular. A lot of little kids are getting into it, and hopefully it comes back year after year. Lottery tickets, beer bottles, nips, you name it. It's car parts. You know, we're having some success.
A lot of wine bottles. A lot of alcohol.
Sutter Home to be exact.
So it's kind of sad, but you know, we're out here having a good time in our town. It's a great day. That's what our town has been reduced to.
What's the weirdest thing you picked up today? Roadkill.
Pretty good, you know, doing our part. We found about 100 little Smirnoff bottles.
Alcohol and pieces of cards.
And DQ.
Fast food. And KFC.
Ketchup packets.
It's hot out. Really hot. It's like 94 degrees.
I mean, it's not that bad when you're in the shade.
Picking up trash.
Cleaning up Foxborough! Yeah. We found 69 shot glasses.
Yeah.
And
bunch of beer cans, cigarettes.
A lot of dip spit containers.
Lighters.
A lot of Gatorade bottles.
Oh, beer cans.
It wasn't anything nice. It was a lot of stuff that people don't want to take home with them.
Found the front of a car. Yep.
Go Warriors!
Went good, huh?
Yeah, it went real well. I think I did. I was with Jim about. They're going to brighten up the fun.
The industry now cautions journalists that the term information superhighway is best not used anymore. That they want us to regard the term as archaic is not surprising, because it is the reminder of their unfulfilled promise. The high-speed data lanes in most of America are among the slowest electronic highways in the world. In many places in the United States, the promised highway has yet to materialize at all, and under current policies, never will. The United States invented the Internet, so it ranked number one when the first file was transferred between distant computers in the year 1969. Taxpayers financed that project through the DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency of the Department of Defense. But in 2011, America's Internet leadership was strictly historical. Today, South Korea has taken the lead in average Internet speeds. In 2011, its average download rate was 18 megabits per second. Romania came in second at 15 megabits. Bulgaria was next at 13 megabits. Lithuania and Latvia tied at 11 megabits. America is settled way in the back of the pack, well back in the pack, and they're in 29th place. Thanks to the government policies that foster the status quo and discourage real competition, we're likely to be stuck in the slow lane for a very long time. Instead of increased competition between the telephone and cable companies, a new cartel emerged in the first decade of this century. While telephone and cable companies posed in public as rivals, Verizon made a deal to sell its branded services over cable companies' Comcast lines and vice versa. And Verizon said it anticipates similar deals with other cable providers to sell over their systems. This cross-marketing deal between Verizon and Comcast reinforces the economic interest of the telephone and cable companies by not extending lines to rural areas or poor neighborhoods where not wiring apartment buildings where few people could afford the new service. Cable companies have jacked up prices too. Since 1995, average cable prices have been rising 2.6 times faster than the cost of living, reaching an average of almost $53 a month for basic no-frill service in the year 2009. Federal Communication Commission reports show that the strongest evidence that the cable companies exert monopoly power to raise price comes from a survey of prices for basic service, plus the most commonly purchased extra features such as handheld remotes and premium channels like HBO. In 2008, the worst economic year since the Great Depression, when the national economy shrank and millions lost their jobs, cable prices rose. In the 21st century, economic growth requires the ability to move huge volumes of information instantly. The Internet is to economic growth in the digital age what highways and airports were to economic growth in the 20th century. America prospered in its first 2 centuries because of massive public investments in the common modes of transportation that businesses need to carry its goods. As it proceeds into the 3rd century, the United States suffers from massive overcharging for poor quality telecommunication services that carries its information. The average broadband download speed in the United States is just 5 megabits. That means that a large file someone in Seoul could download in 1 minute would require closer to 4 minutes in the United States. For an extra fee, American companies like Time Warner do offer some urban and suburban customers souped-up service with speeds up to 50 megabits. However, the qualifier up to remains a big caveat. When lots of people use the same connection point, speeds can slow back down to 15 megabits. So while the United States falls behind almost 30 other nations in service, we do consistently rank at or near the top of one category, price. The average American consumer pays 60% more than the South Korean user. Americans who buy the triple-play package of cable TV, internet, and telephone bundled together typically pay 4 times more than what the French pay. The French get live television from around the world, not just domestic shows. The French internet is 10 times faster for downloading and 20 times more faster uploading than what Americans can buy. For all this, the French pay a total of $29.99 euros, which is about $40 a month. Millions of Americans pay $160 or more for the triple pay package, taking into account the much more expensive and faster services that the French get. Americans pay 6 to 10 times as much for triple pay packages. But more important is that in the digital age, American jobs and how well they pay will be determined in good part by whether America climbs back from 29th place in internet speeds or continues to slip further behind countries with lower wage scales and superior internet. The few places in America where local government leaders have recognized this years ago are now prospering because they are attracting digital businesses. Places like Chattanooga, Tennessee, Glasgow, Kentucky, Lafayette, Louisiana, and Scottsboro, Alabama have built their own municipal systems and are attracting new industries and enjoying savings at the same time. But instead of emulating such successes, the cable monopolists seek rules that let them force their captive customers onto slow digital lanes while charging them heavy tolls. So what has happened to the promise so brilliantly packaged in the Quest ad from Roy's Motel? Instead of universal service, we are getting a retrenchment made possible by companies selling the public on one idea and then getting laws written that let them serve only the customers who can afford to pay the highest prices. Worse yet, the system as constructed is so behind the times that while highly profitable for the telecommunication monopolist, it retards the growth of the American economy. It operates out the reach of the market forces that could that could discipline the market and punish companies that abuse customers. In short, our internet telephone cable cartel has left us with the worst possible outcome. The promise captured in that Quest commercial of universal high-speed internet access has proved to be nothing more than a mirage. It's a reminder that you're listening to the Reader's Digest Hour on the Massachusetts Reading Network. We're reading the June issues today. Let's continue with the actual Saturday Evening Post and check in with Your Health Medical Mailbox from the Pharmacy by Kara Aiklin, PharmD. First question about pillboxes. I'm concerned that my mother will mix up her medications and suffer a serious consequence as a result of her pillbox going high-tech. Can you suggest another option? You're right about Mom. Up to 75% of people over 65 do not take their medications correctly, according to a National Council on Patient Information and Education. When basic pillboxes are not enough to safely manage medications, investing in an automated dispenser can help give family caregivers relax and older adults keep their health and as well as their independence. Today's electronic devices organize pills, reminds patients to take a dose, and alert others when a dose is missed. The MedMinder costs about $40 a month. You can find them on the website medminder.com. Also MD2, which runs about $800 but with no monthly fee. And that you can find out at our website epill.com, epill.com. Our next question, I don't want to use heavy-duty DEET on my kids. Do you have any natural bug repellents that really work? Answer, yes, but some work better than others. Plant-based insect repellents that contain oil of lemon eucalyptus do a better job of protecting against mosquito bites than similar products made with citronella, cedar, or soybean oils, according to the CDC. Additionally, studies show that lemon eucalyptus oil, look for the p-methane 3,8-diol on the product label. It will perform as well as chemical repellents with low concentrations of DEET. Of course, even natural products may have side effects. Allergic reactions to essential oils are rare, but they can occur. Oil of lemon eucalyptus should not be used on kids under 3. To find the right repellent for your area and outdoor activity, go to this website, cfpub.epa.gov. That's cfpub.epa.gov. What's in your medicine cabinet? It's easy to take away too much of a certain active ingredient and put your health at risk. By mixing and matching the over-the-counter remedies to soothe a cough, cold, or allergy symptoms, experts recently reduced the daily dose of acetaminophen, aka Tylenol, that's considered safe for adults. Additionally, people often don't realize that it and other medicines, such as pseudoephedrine, a decongestant, or dextromorphin, a cough suppressant, are found in hundreds of different pills, capsules, syrups, and lozenges. To avoid double dipping and to stay safe, take only one product containing the same ingredient when possible, and monitor your daily dose using the chart, which I'll read right here. So you check your meds. If your active ingredient is acetaminophen, which is a Tylenol, your daily dose should be 3 pills, and the daily dose is 3 pills. The daily limit is 6 pills. And the danger of higher doses that you could get liver damage or death. For aspirin, as an active ingredient, your daily dose would be 4 pills with a daily limit of 12 pills. If you go for higher doses, you could develop some stomach ulcers and bleeding. Dextromorphin, which is for coughs, 6 teaspoons is your daily dose, with 8 teaspoons being the daily limit. If you have higher doses, you can have a seizure, coma, or lead to death. And finally, pseudoephedrine, which is for congestion, 2 to 4 pills is a daily dose, with 4 pills being the maximum daily dose. Your danger of high doses would include seizures and trouble breathing. Please note concerning the daily doses listed here, always consult your pharmacist and physician for a personal recommendation. Dozens of other seemingly harmless medicine cabinets drugs have dangerous side effects that are amplified when mixed with other medicines. You can compare any medicine that you are taking together at the website of ilm.nih.gov. That's nlm.nih.gov. Let's now read from Reader's Digest in the health section. This article, When Doctors Do Not Know Best. Some of their outdated tips may compromise your care or sabotage your health goals. Here is some medical advice that you can safely ignore. By Sharon Lyo. Doctors help bodies heal and stay healthy, but they are still human. So your physician may not have gotten every memo on the latest finding from health research done in the past few years. As a result, some of his or her recommendations may be out of date, unhelpful, or even harmful. Case in point, although research has proven that a cloudy mucus often is not the sign of bacterial infection, physicians are 6 times as likely to prescribe antibiotics to patients whose nasal discharge has a greenish tint compared with those whose discharge is clear. We've combed through the most recent research and consulted experts on our latest thinking in nutrition, fitness, sleep, back pain, and more. Read on to learn what long-standing advice you should trash and the smarter science-backed tips that you should replace it with. First one is the old thinking here is to brush your teeth right after you finish eating. Many dentists advise their patients to scrub away cavity-causing plaque as soon as possible. 9 in 10 Americans believe that it is important to brush immediately after every meal, according to American Dental Association survey. Here's the new rule. Rinse your mouth with water immediately after eating, but wait 30 minutes before you brush. Make a beeline for the sink may harm your teeth, and by rubbing in acids from food and beverages such as citrus fruit, vinegar, or soda. This could wear down the tooth enamel and underlying dentin. Similar to scrubbing detergent into a pan, brushing can rub acid and lead to damage, says Stephen Garab, DDS and a spokesman for the Academy of General Dentistry and a dentist who's based in Charlton, West Virginia. The old thinking here next is if your mucus is green, you have a bacterial infection and you need an antibiotic. Many doctors still believe this myth because it seems biologically plausible, says Rachel Veerman, MD, assistant professor of pediatrics at the Indiana University and co-author of Don't Cross Your Eyes, They'll Get Stuck That Way. A yellow or greenish-looking nasal discharge suggests that bacteria are present and producing pus, but the science has shown this is not always true. The new rule now is don't press your doctor for antibiotics. The tinted mucus is a normal byproduct of the healing process. To fight an infection, white blood cells release enzymes to kill invaders. Some enzymes contain iron, which have a greenish color. Cloudy mucus doesn't automatically signify a bacterial infection. You're likely battling a virus which will go away on its own, says Aaron Carroll, MD, Dr. Veerman's co-author. So why does your dog still break out the the prescription pad? Some physicians just assume patients want an antibiotic because they often request one. But over-prescribing does have its consequences. Giving people more antibiotics can lead to resistance, says Dr. Carroll. If your doctor suggests an antibiotic, ask if it's really necessary. The old way of thinking here, number 3, is use hydrogen peroxide or rubbing alcohol to clean and disinfect a cut or a scrape. These cleansing agents destroy infection-causing bacteria. Some medical centers and even the National Institute of Health website advise stowing a bottle of either one in your first aid kit to clean out wounds. Here's the new rule. Rinse cuts with soap and water instead. Hydrogen peroxide and alcohol slow down the healing process by destroying the good cells essential for tissue repair, says Dr. Carroll. Smarter first aid protocol: wash the wound with mild soap and running water for 3 to 5 minutes, and then apply a thin layer of antibiotic ointment to prevent infection. In a classic study published in the Journal of Family Practice, this method helped infected blisters mend faster than any other approaches, including rinsing with hydrogen peroxide. Finally, apply a bandage to keep the area clean and moist. Not covering a wound is another common mistake, says Dr. Carroll. Airing out a cut promotes cell death, and the resulting scab can lead to scarring. Once and for all, cover up that cut for faster healing. Our next item, the old way, was take your medication at the first sign of fever. Not only does a rising temperature cause chills and discomfort, fever also leads to scary side effects such as febrile seizures in children. That's why it's important, especially for children, to take a fever reducer right away. Here's the new way of thinking. Take medication only in the case of high fever. Low-grade fevers are not only safe, but they also help your body battle infection. so you can recover faster. A higher body temperature stimulates the immune system, says David Katz, MD, director of the Yale Griffin Prevention Research Center. It also weakens invading microbes so they're easier to fight off. In general, until your fever climbs to higher than 101 degrees, or 102 for most children older than 3 months, do not treat it. Of course, if you're very uncomfortable, check in with your doctor. Here's another old way of thinking. Limit your egg intake to protect your heart. Since 1970s, cardiologists have warned people that egg yolks are high in cholesterol, which can clog the arteries and pave the way for heart disease. A study last summer in the Journal of Aristocles suggested that eggs are almost as harmful to your ticker as cigarettes are. Here's a new way of thinking on eggs. Passing on omelets is not what it's cracked up to be. A review of studies published in the American Journal of Clinical Nutrition concluded that egg consumption in healthy people did not raise heart disease risk. Other research showed that even with high cholesterol, one can eat an egg every day. The reason? Cholesterol found in such foods as egg and shrimp has a negligible effect on your cholesterol levels in your bloodstream, says Dr.
Right here. Yeah, that's right. They fill them up to leave them on Skyler Road. We'll wait till 8:30.
Good morning. Thank you for coming out here and videoing us on this special day. I'm AJ Dooley, the owner of Dooley Disposal, and I'm here with Jack Ocolette, town historian. And we're glad to be able to go out today and clean up the streets and put our best foot forward to get the streets nice and clean for you guys.
And this is the most incredible turnout you can imagine. A total cross-section of the community, from the very young to some of us more mature people, different clubs and organizations, sports teams, everybody. They're all out here, and spirits are flying high. It's a great day.
I'm Josh. I'm Cole. I'm
Superstar Mendoza. This is supposed to be a Boy Scout activity. Basically, 2:30 till we're gonna clean up.
Foxborough, yeah.
We're gonna go clean up the town of Foxborough and the community service
I'm Joe D'Antona. Talk from Mass. I play football. These are all football players like Tim, soccer player. Help clean up Foxborough on this. Yeah! Woo! School spirit. Zach. Nice to meet you.
I'm Sam. I'm Jesus.
We're here to pick up trash.
Yeah. Good job, we don't really have groups yet, so about it.
Last minute, and look at the turnout we got. This is phenomenal.
Yeah, right.
Clean up Foxborough Day! Yay!
That's what I got.
Credit for my turn. That's how you found that.
What should I do with it? Look at the garden. Yeah, honey.
Oh, Mrs. Sweetie found fire.
Found fire.
I would put that on the side over here.
Yeah, we're working the bag for them.
What should we? There's a wire. We found a TV.
It's gonna work too well.
Oh, well, what's my phone?
We found a TV. Not a screen.
What do you have there? What? We got a cushion here.
Joy, I found you some soup.
Guys, look what I found. It's an orange fries. That's a day or two. Okay?
I'm leaving some stuff for you, honey.
Hello?
Jim DeVellis. We're just trying to pick up along the roads, helping out AJ in the town and Jack Othelette on the clean Foxborough day. So it's good, quite a group. Nice turnout. So it's I think if this turns into a once-a-year event, I think that's spectacular. A lot of little kids are getting into it, and hopefully it comes back year after year. Lottery tickets, beer bottles, nips, you name it. It's car parts. You know, we're having some success.
A lot of wine, a lot of alcohol.
Sutter home to be exact.
So it's kind of sad, but you know, we're out here having a good time in our town. It's a great day. That's what our town has been reduced to. doing our part.
We found about 100 little Smirnoff bottles.
Alcohol and pieces of card.
And DQ.
Fast food. And KFC.
Ketchup packets.
It's hot out.
Really hot.
It's like 94 degrees.
I mean, it's not that bad when you're in the shade.
Picking up trash.
Cleaning up Foxborough!
Yeah.
We found 69 shot glasses.
Yep.
And
Bunch of beer cans, cigarettes.
a lot of dip spit containers.
Lighters.
A lot of Gatorade bottles.
Oh, beer bottle. Beer cans.
It wasn't anything nice. It was a lot of stuff that people don't want to take home with them.
Found the front of a car. Yep.
Go Warriors!
Went good, huh?
Yeah, it went real well. I think I did. I was with Jim about. They're going to brighten up the fun.
A day's work, from the humor section. Epic fails on the interview front as reported by hiring managers. When the interviewer asked a candidate to name his greatest accomplishment, he replied that it was writing a short novel. When the interviewer explained, "No, I mean something you did while at work," the candidate replied, "But I did write it while I was at work." I was interviewing someone who took a cell phone call and asked me to leave my office while he and the caller spoke. Finally, one gentleman made an interesting wardrobe choice. What we thought was a pale yellow scarf tied around his neck was actually his pet snake, Herbie. When we asked him why he brought his snake to the interview, he said he was trying to set himself apart. Because he was so honest, he got the job. Here's a joke. This help wanted ad was rejected as discriminatory by the British Job Centre. Try to spot the problem here. Here it is. Domestic cleaner required for local hospital. Must be fluent in English for health and safety reasons. Previous experience preferred. Must be reliable and hardworking. Did you give up? What was the discriminatory part? The offending line was the last one. Must be reliable and hardworking. The reason they could be sued for discriminating against unreliable people. Finally, a guy shows up late for work. His boss yells, "You should have been here at 8:30. The guy replied, "Why? What happened at 8:30? That's going to conclude this week's edition of the Reader's Digest Hour. This has been John Phillips thanking you for your time. You can listen to the Reader's Digest Hour every week at the same time, at any time on the web, at the TICnetwork.org. This is the Massachusetts Reading Network. Please stay tuned.
Tune in again next week at this time for Reader's Digest, here on the Massachusetts Reading Network.
It's going to be sunny, warm, and humid today with some cloud cover. Temperatures will be in the upper 70s to lower 80s. When the sun shines, it will fire up thunderstorms. For tonight, muggy, murky, and mild, low in the 60s. Yeah, looking forward to Friday. It is going to be partly to mostly sunny with a temperature in the 80s once again. Again, we're talking about the potential for heavy showers and thunderstorms, particularly in the first half of the day. Steve Roberts, TIC Radio.
Hello, this is Julie Cochran, and I'm a programming assistant here at TIC. On Wednesday, June 19th, the Talking Information Center is celebrating 35 years of service. Since 1978, the Massachusetts Reading Network has provided programming for thousands of listeners in the Commonwealth and across the country. We'd like to thank our valued listeners, volunteers, and staff for their dedication. Thank you for listening, and stay tuned for more great programming.
Can you tell if the leftovers from this dinner party are beginning to grow bacteria that could lead to severe diarrhea, vomiting, and stomach cramps? Listen. Can't, can you? You can't see it either. Make sure your leftovers are as safe as they are delicious. Get them into the refrigerator as soon as possible and transfer them into shallow containers. Spoiled leftovers can make you very sick, or worse. 1 in 6 Americans will get sick from food poisoning this year, and roughly 3,000 will die. But you can keep your family safer by chilling food promptly and properly. Learn more about this and other important information. Check your steps at foodsafety.gov. That's foodsafety.gov. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Agriculture, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Be sure to tune in to the Talking Information Center weekday mornings at 8 a.m. to hear the Wall Street Journal. Get the latest in business news and financial news, market activity and analysis, and stock updates. Stay informed about business across the country with the Wall Street Journal, read weekday mornings at 8 a.m. right here on your station of the Massachusetts Reading Network and archived daily at ticnetwork.com.
This is the Massachusetts Reading Network, WVBF, 1530 AM Middleborough, WDJM, 91.3 FM, Framingham State University, WRRS, FM, 88.5 Middleborough, WUML, Lowell, Leo, 103 WLLO, Londonderry Schools, and streaming online at ticnetwork.org.
Stay tuned to your radio reading service. The time is 5 o'clock.
It's time for Oprah Magazine here on the Massachusetts Reading Network.
Hello, this is Eileen Mallon O'Brien with a reading from O, the Oprah Magazine. The first reading today is from the May We Help You section of the May 2013 issue. Doormats Anonymous. When the world walks all over you, do you smile politely while quietly seething? If so, Martha Beck can help you stop catering to other people's whims and start expressing your own needs for a change. If Nunu had been bigger than a doorknob, someone would have shot him. He was like a tiny chainsaw with fur, a snarling, fang-bearing nightmare of a chihuahua who's viciously attack anyone brave enough or crazy enough to go near him. Tina Madden, Nunu's owner, was as saintly as he was diabolical. She never sank to Nunu's level by reprimanding, much less punishing him. She simply showered him with love and tenderness, believing that taking the high road would eventually dissolve Nunu's wrath. I've had clients who took a similar high road approach with difficult people in their lives. For example, Yvette stayed politely silent when a coworker, Fred, brazenly stole her ideas. Janae cleaned up pizza boxes and drinking glasses left by her college-age daughter Emily as uncomplainingly as she'd once changed Emily's dirty diapers. And Cynthia and Rob's romance was based on lots of give and take. Cynthia gave, back rubs, compliments, gifts, and Rob took full advantage without ever reciprocating. All these women were as long-suffering as Tina Madden, and the people around them responded just as Nunu did, by exploiting the living hell out of them. The problem is that trying to change unfair behavior with submissive niceness is like trying to smother a fire with gunpowder. It isn't the high road, it's the grim, well-trod path that leads from aggressive to passive, though long, horrible stretches of passive-aggressive. Now, the real high road requires something quite different. The courage to know and follow your own truth. If anyone in your life is exploiting your courtesy and your goodwill, it's time you learned how all of this works. Are your relationships on the ORC road? Well, first let's take a look at the dynamics of an unbalanced relationship like Nunu and Tina. Though Tina's endless tolerance appeared to stem from a deep and abiding love, it was based more on fear. Fear of anger, of conflict, of losing control, of emotional abandonment. It was the passive response to an aggressive attack, both behaviors that fall into the category I call ORC, or ORC. Now here, ORC stands not for those gnarly dudes who, as we all know, would destroy Middle Earth if given half a chance, but for behavior that is opaque, reactive, and closed. Now, by describing behavior as opaque, I mean that we hide, even from ourselves, the actual motives that drive it. For example, when Fred stole Yvette's ideas, her silence didn't come from inner peace, but from an unacknowledged fear that speaking up would ruin her reputation as a team player. Janae didn't realize that the real reason for catering to her daughter was to keep Emily from wanting to move out and tamp down her own dread of living in an empty nest. Likewise, Cynthia was unconscious of her terror that Rob would leave her unless she consistently fulfilled his every wish. When opaque behavior disengages us from our inner truth, we stop acting on our own desires and become purely reactive instead, focused not on what we want, but on what others will think or say or do. We never express negative feelings about the relationship, which means that it becomes, in the words of organizational behavioral expert Chris Agirius, self-sealed against learning. Opaque, reactive, and closed. In a word, ORC. Of course, it's not always easy to know if you're in ORC territory. This very day, you may perform completely orcish acts without even realizing it. Luckily, there are 2 red flags that will always tell you when you're on the ORC road. Red flag number 1, a tendency among the people around you to become increasingly selfish, exploitive, and unfair. Red flag number 2, a growing disconnect between your own feelings and your actions, directly proportional to how badly you're being treated and how far you've managed to stray from your truth. Here are some ORC signals in order of increasing severity. If you're feeling disturbed, the actions you could have, you easily brush aside your feelings and continue your nice, polite behavior. That's disturbed. Displaced, well, then you appear cooperative around the offender, still pushing away resistant feelings, but now fussing grumpily to yourself or to others. Hurt. You may actually increase niceness to hide the fact that you're feeling seriously wronged. Anger seeps out passively, aggressively, a snippy question, a slammed drawer. Resentful. The offender's misdeeds begin to occupy more and more of your attention. Kvetching about her becomes a daily pastime. You begin to shoot her angry looks while claiming that absolutely nothing is wrong. Seething. The offender's bad behavior becomes a central feature of your thinking. You complain constantly to others, and despite continued quote-unquote niceness, try to undermine her with passive-aggressive strategies like the silent treatment, backhanded compliments, and gossip. And finally, homicidal. You daydream about thrashing the offender in a cage fight. You have knots in your stomach and can't sleep. You're irritable or depressed. You may occasionally lash out at loved ones in what appears to be irrational rage. Towards the offender, however, you still act nice and polite. How to leave the Orc Road and find the Tao. If you see yourself anywhere on the Orc chart, don't despair. Many people who wind up here believe only the alternative to growing niceness is aggressive dominance. But there's another path, one that never leads to or to intersect with the Orc Road. I call it the Tao, which is Chinese for the way, and also stands for transparent, authentic, and open. Now, this way of relating, which I teach all my clients, is based on honestly assessing what's happening both around us and within us, expressing our truth as authentically as possible, and staying open to feedback without abandoning our own perspective. And it happens to be exactly what Tina was able to achieve with Nunu, thanks to dog behaviorist Cesar Millan. Tina and Nunu were featured on the original episode of Millan's TV show Dog Whisperer. I keep a DVD of the episode to show people like Yvette, Janae, and Cynthia. Here's how it went down. As the episode begins, Millan learns that despite Tina's desire to live a normal life with normal human contact, whenever anyone comes near Tina, Nunu does his level best to kill them. So Millan sits next to Tina, puts his arm around her shoulders, and calmly lets Nunu go ballistic. Tina tenses up as though she may spontaneously implode, but Millan simply holds Nunu so he can't attack and waits for the fit to pass, which it does. Astonishingly, that's all it takes to move from the nightmarish Orc Road to the Tao of healthy relationships. 3 steps. Number 1, figure out what you really want to do. Number 2, do it. And number 3, if someone pulls a Nunu, wait it out. Now, if Nunu had been a Rottweiler or a Tony Soprano, it may have taken more than Cesar Millan to hold him while he raged. If you think you moving into Tao behavior will cause someone you know to become truly dangerous, well, then you need to take appropriate measures. But if all you have to fear is snottiness or angry backlash, you can handle it. For example, Yvette asked for a meeting with her supervisor and her unethical coworker, Fred. She calmly described how Fred had co-opted her ideas and produced an email trail to back up her claims. Fred threw a fit, accusing Yvette of being dishonest and uncooperative. Yvette stayed transparent, authentic, and open, matter-of-factly restating her point and asking him to show evidence of his position. Having no truth to turn to, Fred ran out of gas. In fact, Yvette's behavior scared him so badly he started stealing from other people instead. Janae realized that while she was afraid to let her daughter leave home, she also resented Emily for not growing up. I asked her to explain exactly this to Emily. Janae did, then braced for a Nunu. To her surprise, Emily thought for a moment and then said, "That sounds fair, but you'll have to remind me to clean up. I'm sort of a slob." Later, Janae jubilantly told me she wanted to be Tao all along. Cynthia's story wasn't such a fairy tale. When she asked Rob to be as kind and supportive toward her as she was toward him, he went into a rant about why this was impossible and irrational. She held her ground. "Well," said Rob, "I guess we'd better call the whole thing off." This move was meant to frighten Cynthia into obedience, but instead it showed her that Rob wasn't the gallant prince she pretended he was. As she continued to be transparent, authentic, and open, Rob's Nunu fit grows so wearying that Cynthia broke off the engagement herself. Walking the high road. Years after watching Nunu and Tina model ARC behavior, then moved to the Tao of genuine connection, I saw another episode of The Dog Whisperer, in which Tina was working with Cesar Millan's dog psychology center. When a muscular pit bull began to tangle with another dog, Tina calmly stepped in, pulled away the pit bull, which nearly outweighed her, and held it gently but firmly until it exhausted itself and relaxed. Then she continued walking with the pit bull and several other dogs. As for Nunu, he had become as affectionate and joyful as he'd once been demonic. Dog and human walked the high road together, showing the rest of us how it's done. Martha Beck's latest book is Finding Your Way in a Wild New World. Next up, it's Oprah's What I Know for Sure. She says the table next to me was making a lot of noise, celebrating a special occasion. 5 waiters singing Happy Birthday, dear Marilyn, and out our side of the room applauding as Marilyn blew out a single candle on the chocolate cupcake she'd been presented with. Someone asked if I'd take a picture with the group. Sure, I said casually, and I asked, how old is Marilyn? To no one in particular. The whole table laughed nervously. One person said in mock outrage, I can't believe you're asking that. Marilyn ducked her head modestly and told me, I dare not say. I was at first amused and then taken aback. You want a picture honoring your birthday, but you don't want to say how old you are? Well, I don't want to say it out loud. I've been a wreck for weeks knowing this day was coming. It just makes me sick to think about it. It makes you sick to think that you're marked another year, that every worry, every strife, every challenge, every delight, every breath, every day was leading to this moment, and now you've made it your celebrating with one little candle and denying it at the same time? Well, I'm not denying it, she said. I just don't want to be 43. I gasped in mock horror. Oh, you're 43? Oh my, I see why you wouldn't want anyone to know that. Everyone laughed, that nervous laughter again. We took the picture, but I didn't stop thinking about Marilyn and her friends and their web of untruths. Recently on Super Soul Sunday, I talked with Don Miguel Ruiz, author of one of my favorite books, The 4 Agreements. According to Don Miguel, 95% of have stored in our mind are nothing but lies. And we suffer because we believe all these lies. One of these lies is that we believe and practice and reinforce is that getting older is getting uglier. We then judge ourselves and others trying to hold on to the way we were. To the point, I would add, of being sick about turning 43. Oh, by the way, Marilyn, most of us are just hitting our stride in our 40s, ready to break out into our real selves. I am well aware that trying to stay fresh and current can be a challenge, especially if you live a lot of your life in public view. Of course, I want to look my best. I want to feel strong and vibrant. But I know for sure the pathway to your best life isn't the route of denial. It's owning every moment, staking a claim in right now, and, with gratitude, embracing the age you are. So I'm embracing the age I am, 59, and I'm looking forward to the next step of the journey. Oprah. This is Eileen Mallon O'Brien. I'm reading from the Oprah magazine, and you are listening to the Massachusetts Reading Network. Next up from the feature section, How to Age Brilliantly. Stay in touch. How the Pals Who Knew You Back When Can Keep You Thriving Now by Meg Wolitzer. It's my 53rd birthday, and M is on the phone, speaking in the voice of a persnickety old woman. What do you know? It's your special day, she says with a fake frail cackle. Why, thank you for remembering, I reply, laughing. For years, Em and I have celebrated each other's birthday by calling and pretending to be the eccentric, brilliant acting teacher from a class we took at summer camp in 1974. That teacher probably died years ago. But this, of course, is part of the joke, which is apparently
Good morning. Thank you for coming out here and videoing us on this special day. I'm AJ Dooley, the owner of Dooley Disposal, and I'm here with Jack Oppolette, town historian. And we're glad to be able to go out today and clean up the streets and put our best foot forward to get the streets nice and clean for you guys.
And this is the most incredible turnout you can imagine. A total cross-section of the community, from the very young to some of us more mature people, different clubs and organizations, sports teams, everybody. They're all out here, and spirits are flying high. It's a great day.
I'm Josh. I'm Cole.
Superstar this is supposed to be a Boy Scout activity. It's gonna be 30 chill. We're gonna clean up. We're gonna go clean up the town of Foxborough, big community service
I'm Joe D'Antona, Foxborough, Mass. I play football. These are all football players like Tim, soccer player, helped clean up Foxborough on this. Yeah! Woo! School spirit. Zach. Nice to meet you.
I'm Sam. I'm on Jesus. That's Ashley. We're here to pick up trash.
Yeah.
Good job,
We don't really have a group yet, so it's about it.
Last minute, and look at the turnout we got. This is phenomenal.
Right.
Clean up Foxborough Day! Yay!
That's what I got.
Credit for my That's how you found that. Oh, Mrs. Sweet on fire.
On fire.
I would put that on the side over here.
Yeah, where we put the bag for them.
What do we? There's a wire. We found a TV.
I don't think it's gonna work too well.
Oh, well, what's my phone? We found a TV.
What do you have? What?
We got a cushion here.
Joy, I found you some soup.
Not what I found. It's not fries. Okay?
I'm leaving some stuff for you, honey. Hello?
Jim DeVellis. We're just trying to pick up along the roads, helping out AJ in the town and Jack Othelette on the clean Foxborough day. So it's good, quite a group. Nice turnout. So it's I think if this turns into a once-a-year event, I think that's spectacular. A lot of little kids are getting into it, and hopefully it comes back year after year. Lottery tickets, beer bottles, nips, you name it. It's car parts. You know, we're having some success.
A lot of wine, a lot of alcohol.
Sutter home to be exact.
So it's kind of sad, but you know, we're out here having a good time in our town. It's a great day. That's what our town has been reduced to.
What's the weirdest thing you picked up today? Okay.
Doing our part. We found about 100 little Smirnoff bottles.
Alcohol and pieces of cards.
And DQ.
Fast food. And KFC.
Ketchup packets.
It's hot out.
Really hot.
It's like 94 degrees.
I mean, it's not that bad when you're in the shade.
Picking up trash.
Cleaning up Foxborough!
Yeah.
We found 69 shot glasses.
Yep.
And
Bunch of beer cans, cigarettes.
A lot of dip spit containers.
Lighters.
A lot of Gatorade bottles.
Oh, beer cans.
It wasn't anything nice. It was a lot of stuff that people don't want to take home with them.
Found the front of a car.
Yep. Go Warriors!
Went good, huh?
Yeah, it went real well. I think I did. I was with Jimmy about it. They're going to brighten up this morning.
A plan for vocational rehabilitation services and supported employment services for federal fiscal year 2014 to meet the requirements of the Rehabilitation Act of 1973 as amended. In order to solicit public comment on the plan, the Mass Commission for the Blind will hold public hearings on the following dates: June 25th from 11 to 1 at the Mass Commission for the Blind New Bedford office, 888 Purchase Street, Suite 203. June 25th from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Mass Commission for the Blind Boston office, 600 Washington Street. June 27th from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Mass Commission for the Blind Springfield office, 436 Dwight Street, room 109. All interested persons are invited to attend these hearings or submit written comments on the plan updates. Copies of the updates are available upon request in large print, braille, or text file. Please direct requests for copies, directions to the hearings, or for accommodations to meet special needs to Patricia Hart, 617-626-7502. Again, that's 617-626-7502. Please send any written comments or requests of copies to Patricia Hart, Policy Development Unit, Mass Commission for the Blind, 600 Washington Street, Boston, Mass. 02111, or email patricia.hart@state.ma.us. All comments received on or before June 27th will be considered.
You're listening to the Massachusetts Reading Network, online at ticnetwork.com. Stay tuned to your radio reading service. The time is 5:30.
Let's take a trip through the part of the country we live in Yankee Magazine here in the Massachusetts Reading Network.
Hi, this is Barbara, and I usually read Yankee Magazine, but today I'm going to read Down East Magazine, the magazine of Maine, which is also Yankee territory. I'm going to start with Dooryard Home. Let me see what the intro over here is. It just says, oh, garden on the rocks. A village garden is blessed with a bucolic view. Debbie and Mark Masterson planned to look at 4 or 5 properties when they went house hunting on Maine's mid-coast 10 years ago, but there was only one serious candidate. An 1875 Greek revival near Rockport Harbor that they'd found in online listing. Given their anticipation of the house visit, they were surprised as their real estate agent when they had to be prodded to go inside the door. It's not that there was anything wrong with the house, it's just that the yard commanded their attention. It was a hidden pastoral retreat, entirely unexpected, in the compact neighborhood of big old homes within strolling distance of Rockport Village. At the bottom of the ledgy, steeply sloping half-acre yard was a broad meadow ringed by trees ablaze with fall color. In the middle of the meadow, a small pond sprouted wood duck houses from its banks. We stood in the yard for more than 10 minutes and just oohed and ahed, Debbie recalls. Less than a week later, the house and the view was theirs. In the years since, the Mastersons have made a good thing even better. The yard has been molded into an outdoor room whose boundaries are defined by a cascade of flower beds filled with waves and waves of purple, pink, and yellow blooms. The granite outcropping that could have stymied plans for a dining area near the house has instead been leveraged to create an informal patio that presides over the garden like the bridge of a ship. The landscape manages to accomplish 2 seemingly conflicting goals at once. It immerses the beholder in the beauty close at hand, or underfoot, as is the case of the mossy carpets of pink creeping thyme and yellow sedum, while emphasizing that gorgeous meadow in the near distance. Consider, for example, the frame-like arrangement of shrubs and trees. The big bonus we've had in the last couple of years is the entire field has been covered in buttercups, Debbie says. It's kind of the concept of the Japanese garden, which depends on borrowed views. Behind us is the field, which is owned by our neighbor, and behind that the Magunatuck Golf Club, which can't see in summer because of the trees, but which is quite wonderful in winter when there is snow. The Mastersons' decision to retire to Maine was made on the strength of their impressions from 2 short vacations on the coast. They had lived in exotic locales like Panama, Venezuela, Holland, and Saudi Arabia, as Mark's Air Force career took them around the world. More recently, they had been living near Seattle, where they acquired their green thumb, transforming a small yard into a lush garden. Eager to leave the Seattle area, they looked up and down the West Coast for a new home, but nothing tugged at their hearts, so they set their sights on Maine. We figured we're used to moving. If it doesn't work, we'll move again, Debbie recalls. That hasn't been necessary. Maine is where we want to be, she says. The Mastersons did nothing to the property during their first year at Rockport. We were just concentrating on settling into the house and watching to see what plants came up and what the light was like, Debbie says. Then one day we walked outside onto the ledge and said, "This is where the patio goes." They hired Tom Jackson of Jackson Landscape Services in Camden to design and build the patio and to take down a stand of cedars that cloaked the yard in shade, forcing some pretty birches to bend and twist to find the sunlight. Jackson then brought in tons of large rocks, many of them from nearby Aldermere Farm, a local icon for its Oreo cows, or belted Galloways, and truckloads of fertile soil to create a series of informal, gently curving terraced garden beds that tame the yard's slope. The ledge was the inspiration, Debbie says. We wanted to keep the scale of what was already here. We couldn't use small steps. We needed boulders. There was no rigid blueprint for either the terrace or the shrubs, trees, and flowers that would eventually be planted on them. To me, a landscape is ever evolving, Debbie explains. I don't sit down and draw things on paper saying, I'm going to plant this here and plant that there. It's a much wider vision, and it's always changing. The tasks of planting and maintaining the gardens fell to the Mastersons, who have created an oasis that blooms from spring thaw to first frost. They loved the birches that were already there, so they planted more, their slender white trunks providing vertical accent and their foliage dappled shade. Early spring color comes from masses of yellow and yellow-white daffodils, which then give way in late May and June to varying shades of pink courtesy of the enormous blooms of peonies and rhododendrons, the flower-heavy stems of weigelia shrubs, and the delicate clusters of bell-shaped blossoms that dangle from several large echinacea. Mixed in are purples and blues. Debbie is partial to the spiky flowers of salvia and veronica and to catmint, whose airy flush of lavender blue is not only long-lasting, but also has a second life, reappearing in August. July brings coneflowers, bee balm, Shasta daisies, and hydrangeas. To vary the visual texture, she and Mark have planted knockout roses, an especially hardy brand, as well as daylilies and Siberian iris. It's an interesting combination of shrubs and trees, evergreens, and a lot of perennials, Debbie says. We have a lot of sedum and thyme, and we just let them go because they plant themselves in the ledge and have really softened it. That's the most amazing thing, to see what shows up that we didn't plant at all. Moss, too, resides in the ledge, turning a brilliant green after a rainfall. The Mastersons use annuals to fill in the gaps and add pops of contrasting color. They don't do a lot of transplanting of perennials, but like all gardens, theirs is ever-changing. Plants get bigger. They require division. Sometimes they die. If it can't make it, it doesn't get invited back, says Debbie, who shuns plants that are not suited for a Maine climate, even those that that are the favorites in the couple's Washington garden. We don't baby anything. We don't put out hay. We don't wrap anything. It has to make it on its own. The ultimate Maine home enthusiast, television personality Steve Thomas settles into a new job with Habitat for Humanity and a Penobscot Bay Island home. Sitting in a black Ford F-250 pickup with turquoise New Mexico plates, Steve Thomas looks out over a fogged-in Casco Bay. He could be baking in an antique adobe cottage he renovated in Santa Fe, but he has just sold that home and is looking for a new one in Maine. Why trade the comfortable Southwest for the hardships of a Maine climate? In Steve Thomas's case, it's because he enjoys Maine's wildly unpredictable weather, its cozy sense of community, and its authentic sense of place. Maine sneaks up on you, Thomas says. I love Maine. Life is real in Maine. It's more real than other places. And besides, he already has a summer home here, and Habitat for Humanity International, the housing organization for which he is the spokesman, would prefer that Thomas live on the East Coast. A lot of Mainers know the name Steve Thomas, and even more probably recognize his face from 14 years as host of This Old House, one of the most popular PBS television series ever. Thomas, who won an Emmy in 1997-98 as Outstanding Service Show Host, took over for original host Bob Vila in 1989 and escorted audiences all over America, fixing up old homes until 2003. From 2008 to 2010, he then hosted Renovation Nation, a Discovery Channel program devoted to sustainability. Given his reputation as America's ultimate home enthusiast, and the fact that he had featured a Habitat for Humanity projects on This Old House as far back as 1990, it was no surprise when Habitat for Humanity International asked Thomas in the fall of 2011 to become its spokesman and ambassador. If I have the opportunity to make a difference, it's in housing, says Thomas. In Habitat, you know you're making a difference because at the end of the day, a wall is standing there. Born in 1952 in Pomona, California, and raised there and in Spokane, Washington, Steve Thomas came by his interest and expertise in home construction and renovation as something of a birthright. His grandfather, an Episcopal missionary in the Arctic, was a do-it-yourself guy out of Alaskan necessity. His father, who managed an industrial lighting plant by day, was a weekend warrior, spending all of his spare time buying and fixing up old homes as his family expanded to 6 children. That's what you did when you were a Thomas, he says. So that's what Steve Thomas did after graduating from Evergreen State College with a degree in philosophy. He bought, fixed up, and flipped houses in Washington before taking off to see the world. His youthful wanderings then took him to Antibes, France, where he worked as a boat carpenter across the Atlantic and through the Panama Canal to Hawaii and California in a 43-foot wooden sloop, and to Micronesia, where he researched and wrote a book about the ancient art of star path navigation entitled The Last Navigator. Based on his own studies with Mao Pia Lug, one of the long masters and last masters of the technique, Thomas filmed The Last Navigator as a PBS documentary, which is how he came to host This Old House. The shows shared the same publicist, and it was she who suggested that Thomas, with his background in construction and documentary film production, auditioned to replace departing host Bob Vila. More than 400 people tried out, but Thomas, then living in Salem, Massachusetts, with his wife Evie Blum, got the job. This Old House was one of the first reality shows, its long run of success attributable, Thomas believes, to the appeal it held to a generation of Hearst homebuyers starting in the 70s. It was inspiring, informative, and entertaining about a subject people were interested in, he says. In 2001, WGBH sold This Old House to Time Incorporated, and the popular public TV show suffered from disindetermination, the process of cutting out the middleman, brought on by the ascendancy of electronic media. Record companies no longer control the music industry, publishers no longer controlled the book market, and broadcasters no longer controlled television. Noting that many people simply go to the internet when looking for how-to building information, Thomas says, it's difficult to have an impact on television now. Though Steve Thomas left This Old House a decade ago, PBS Vice President for Human Resources, Carol Dickert-Scher, who has visited the Thomases in Maine many times, says, "We still think of Steve as a member of the PBS family, and we're thrilled he's at Habitat for Humanity. And we anticipate spending many more days with the Thomases in Maine." Thomas had Maine connections long before he decided to live in Maine year-round. Evie Blum attended Camp Trevor, near Freiburg, as a girl. Their son Sam attended Camp Kiev in Nobleboro. And when they were living in Massachusetts, the Thomases owned a place at Sunday River, and they rented cottages on Monhegan for several years. Then in 1998, a friend told Thomas about a house for sale on Hupper Island, a 250-acre private island just off Port Clyde. He ended up purchasing and renovating not one, but 2 Hupper Island cottages. His own home was the subject of 2007 Renovation Nation episodes. The other he sold to John Roberts, Chief Justice of the U.S. Supreme Court. In 2007, Thomas renovated the cottage and built a new barn, placing a premium on sustainability. Since then, Thomas and Blum have spent May through October on Hupper Island. This past winter, they house sat on Falmouth Fourside while looking for a year-round home in Maine. Foster Aborn, a retired John Hancock executive who now lives in Port Clyde, is one of Thomas's best friends and biggest fans. Steve, being a master carpenter and builder, is super handy and always willing to help on any project, says Aborn. He's our go-to person for any advice needed in the realm of mechanics, electricity, or landscaping. He is a good friend, and Port Clyde is much the better for him being an island dweller. Tom Judge, director of Life Flight of Maine, Medical Helicopter Service, and artist Susan Gross of the University of Maine Art Faculty are also Port Clyde residents who have gotten to know Thomas and Blum well. Judge says that while Thomas's primary interest is ostensibly houses, what he's really interested in are people. As we have spent time together over the years comparing notes in gardens, recipes, and music, we are continually learning that Steve's journey through building boats and houses is ever more about home, community, and how we all fit within the landscape, Judge says. Steve's new work with Habitat is the natural evolution of leveraging creativity to a human end, this new home. Thomas's work for Habitat is wide-ranging, from traveling to Kenya to help complete Habitat for Humanity's 500,000th home, to participating in Habitat on the Hill, the organization's annual lobbying blitz of Congress. In Washington, D.C., Thomas accompanied Habitat CEO Jonathan Reckford in lobbying congressional representatives and their staffs on behalf of funding for Self-Help Home Ownership Opportunity Program, or SHOP, a housing and urban development program that provides financial assistance to improve neighborhoods, and funding for VISTA and AmeriCorps. VISTA and AmeriCorps AmeriCorps volunteers work as volunteer coordinators for Habitat for Humanity, explains Thomas, who says working with the bright, optimistic young people of those service organizations is the most fun he's had with Habitat. Every Vista and AmeriCorps volunteer can coordinate about 80 Habitat volunteers. We are so pleased to have Steve involved more deeply with Habitat, says Reckford. His background and passion for our mission has been tremendous help in raising awareness about affordable housing. Thomas also works with Habitat's corporate partners to raise awareness of how businesses support Habitat's mission of providing decent, affordable housing worldwide, and he works to promote Restore, Habitat's building materials recycling project, the Cars for Homes donation program, and Women Build. Recently, he has been working on a Habitat branding campaign. It uses videos to tell stories, says Thomas. I've done that for years, and now I can do it for something I deeply believe in. And Steve Thomas has also come to be a big believer in Maine. Maine still has a sense of place that is long gone from the rest of the United States, he says. There's a sense of community, that we're all in this together. I also value the tolerance, that fierce brand of Maine independence. Mainers don't care what kind of car you drive, what you do for a living, or how much money you make. They can tell if you respect them in 12 nanoseconds. That kind of egalitarianism is pretty unusual. Edgar Allan Beam is a freelance writer from Yarmouth who has been contributing to Down East since 1983. Okay, My Maine, Summer Complaints by Lily Wright. One island resident laments her seemingly endless role as a hostess during Maine's popular season. Benjamin Franklin said house guests and fish smell after 3 days, but this doesn't stop some people from staying longer. For years, our Midwestern friends didn't visit our summer house in Maine, but word eventually got out, and now every summer we host a series of house guests, like a string of paper dolls joined at the duffel bag. For this, like most fiascos, I blame my husband. After 2 glasses of Rioja on any December Saturday afternoon, Peter will slap the closest warm body and, with a rush of affection and generosity, say, "You should really come to Maine this summer." He turns to me for confirmation. I smile and whisper, praying, said, "Divorce before July, or at the very best, put his 3 children up for adoption." "Don't worry," Peter reassures me the next morning, "they won't all come." But they do. By April, we're expecting 79 house guests, half of whom are vegans, and the other half who own Bernese Mountain Dogs. You learn a lot about friends when you share tight quarters, like which mothers wake up and unload the dishwasher, and which plop down on a porch rocker and ask, "Is there anything I can do?" My friend Eileen, generous to a fault, has hosted her share of deadbeats. We got to the point where we wondered if we should stop inviting guests because the better we got to know people, the less we liked them. Lazy guests always come as a shock. Most hold down jobs. They earn salaries, presumably for doing real work. But once they cross your threshold, a salt air-induced lethargy overcomes them that neither caffeine nor guilt can overcome. They lounge, they chat, they pull out ukuleles, they sneak off to nap while other people watch their children. A housewarming present buys some goodwill. Martha Stewart suggests Japanese tea canisters. I prefer a gallon of gin. 2 gallons if you bring a pet. One of Eileen's guests, who brought his dog, was polite enough to carry baggies to collect the poop. Not content merely to clean the yard. He scoured the entire peninsula. Old poop, new poop, droppings, dung, manure, guano, scat. Each new artifact he presented to Eileen with a curatorial pride, asking what she wanted him to do with it. She was too nice to say what she really wanted him to do with it. The island's first excrement museum grew in the garbage under the sink. Family can be worse than dogs. Dan, Eileen's husband, dreads the relatives who come visit, and there's a big dinner and everyone drinks too much and says things they shouldn't, like, "If that's the way you feel, I'll just leave." Only then they can't find their way back to their rooms. Of course, half of all conflicts could be eliminated if people would just stop eating. Produce is scarce on the island and costs the moon. My friend Betsy, who was on a special diet, laid down the law when she woke to find a little girl
country right here.
Oh yeah, that's right.
They fill them up to the side of the road. We'll wait till 8:30.
Good morning. Thank you for coming out here and videoing us on this special day. I'm AJ Dooley, the owner of Dooley Disposal, and I'm here with Jack Oppolette, town historian. And we're glad to be able to go out today and clean up the streets and put our best foot forward to get the streets nice and clean for you guys.
And this is the most incredible turnout you can imagine. A total cross-section of the community, from the very young to some of us more mature people, different clubs and organizations, sports teams, everybody. They're all out here, and spirits are flying high. It's a great day.
The ice.
I'm Josh. I'm Cole.
Superstar this is supposed to be a Boy Scout activity. 2:30 till. We're gonna clean up.
Foxborough, yeah.
We're gonna go clean up the town of Foxborough and make community service out
I'm Joe D'Antona. Talk from Mass. I play football. These are all football players like Tim, soccer player. Help clean up Foxborough on this. Yeah! Woo! School spirit. Zach. Nice to meet you.
I'm Sam. I'm Jesus. We're here to pick up trash.
Yeah. Good job, guys. We don't have groups yet, so about
Last minute, and look at the turnout we got. This is phenomenal.
Right.
Clean up Foxborough Day! Yay!
That's what I got.
That's how you found that. Oh, Mrs. Sweet on fire.
I will put that on the side over here.
Yeah, we're working the bag for them.
What should we? There's a wire. We found a TV.
It's gonna work too well.
Oh, well, what's my phone? We found a TV! What are you laughing at? What? We got a cushion here.
Joy, I found you some soup.
No, look what I found. It's an orange fries. I did the dinner too. Okay?
I'm leaving some stuff for you, honey. Hello?
Jim DeVellis. We're just trying to pick up along the roads, helping out AJ in the town and Jack Othelette on the clean Foxborough day. So it's good, quite a group. Nice turnout. So it's I think if this turns into a once-a-year event, I think that's spectacular. A lot of little kids are getting into it, and hopefully it comes back year after year. Lottery tickets, beer bottles, nips, you name it. It's car parts. You know, we're having some success.
A lot of alcohol.
Sutter home to be exact.
So it's kind of sad, but you know, we're out here having a good time in our town. It's a great day. That's what our town has been reduced to.
What's the weirdest thing you picked up today? Roadkill.
Doing our part. We found about 100 little Smirnoff bottles.
Alcohol and pieces of cards.
And DQ.
Fast food. And KFC.
Ketchup packets.
It's hot out.
Really hot.
It's like 94 degrees.
I mean, it's not that bad when you're in the shade.
Picking up trash.
Cleaning up Foxborough!
Yeah.
We found 69 shot glasses.
Yep.
And
a bunch of beer cans, cigarettes.
A lot of dip spit containers.
Lighters.
A lot of Gatorade bottles.
Oh, beer cans.
It wasn't anything nice. It was a lot of stuff that people don't want to take home with them.
Found the front of a car.
Yep. Go Warriors!
That was with Jay Lavelle. They're going to brighten up the fun. You guys
opportunity to use the device for a month for can be fitted with many different tip styles. To its credit, the device can always serve as a conventional cane, even if the batteries fail. There is one other situation when the electronics are unusable, and that is a heavy rainstorm. The user guide advises covering up the handle in a heavy rain using a custom cover that leaves the rest of the cane available for use. Also supplied with the Ultra Cane is an elegant carrying bag into which it neatly folds. The bag features a handy pocket for a spare set of AA batteries. The bag features a handy pocket for a spare set of AA batteries. The product's website, www.ultracane.com, lists 2 U.S. dealers, LS&S Products of Buffalo, New York, and the IRI-AT of Cornwallis, Oregon. The phone number for LS&S Products is 800-468-478 number. The phone number for Erie AT is 888-308-0059. With a recommended price in the $1,000 neighborhood, the Ultra Cane isn't going to take the O&M field by storm anytime soon. There are certainly less expensive ultrasound products available, although they require separate attention from the cane and occupy the user's free hand. The Ultra Cane will attract some users who have the funding and want to move about with less direct contact than the conventional cane requires. This technology has come a long way since the days of the laser cane, with its required months of special training. Given the need to have the Ultra Cane sensors covered up during a rainstorm, perhaps Sound Foresight Technology Limited could develop a special model for its Oregon dealer, featuring a built-in umbrella. This section of dialogue is Here's How, and the title of the article is Third Wheel's a Charm. It was written by Kay Bauer. As a kid, I jumped on my bike and had the freedom to go wherever those 2 wheels would take me. I could, in theory, go anywhere with just the power of my legs and the will to get there. Even with the loss of most of my sight, 2-wheeled transport still beckons. I pulled the old bicycle I rode in college out of the garage and hopped on for a brief second, only to realize I wouldn't remain upright for long. I could no longer see the ground below, and all sense of balance eluded me. Surely I could get my bearings without complete vision. I just needed practice. How does that old cliche go? Just like riding a bike. Doesn't that mean you never forget how to ride a bike? When I was a kid, I often sped down steep hills, hands outstretched to each side, eyes closed. How could blindness be any different? I hadn't considered what I would do even if I could find my balance on the bike. Would I ride the road? I can't exactly see where the side of the road is. Forget about potholes or loose gravel. No amount of practice seems to generate real progress. Riding a bicycle will just have to be one of those skills to cross off my list. It just wasn't happening. Why don't we try a tandem bike, my husband suggested. It might be fun. We took a drive to one of those lakefront rental shops and asked to try a tandem bike before paying the rental fee. The attendant obliged, and off we went. Well, sort of. "You're throwing me off balance," my husband shouted from the front seat. My imbalance caused both of us to be thrown out of equilibrium. Clearly, a tandem bike wasn't the answer. Another day, we stopped at a bike shop on a whim. My husband led me to a whole section of the shop divided to tricycles. "Tricycles," I said. "Won't I look silly on a tricycle?" "But these are different. They actually look cool," my husband insisted. "May I help you?" the salesperson asked. We explained the situation, and the salesperson suggested I try one of the recumbent tricycles. The recumbent tricycles have 2 wheels in front and 1 in back. The rider may as well be sitting in a chair. They look space-age compared to the old-fashioned 3-wheelers. We sell more of the 3-wheel than we do regular 2-wheel recumbents, the salesperson explained. This TerraTrike Rover model can be adapted to make a tandem. "Really?" we both said. "Yes, you can purchase a kit that extends the frame and adds a second seat behind the first." "Well, sign us up," I said. I test drove the single recumbent tricycle in the bike shop parking lot and found it comfortable, easy to ride, and balance neutral. I didn't need to see the ground below in order to operate it. Our new recumbent tricycle arrived about a month later. Our salesperson assembled the kit to create our new bicycle, and we've been exploring ever since. Every chance we get, we take the trike out for rides on the bike trailway. We experience nature, spend quality time together, and get a little exercise, too. It is definitely a conversation starter, and we get a lot of questions from others on the bike trails. I'm happy to say we've actually encountered people who, like myself, have physical challenges or other obstacles that make traditional biking impossible. That third wheel turned out to be a charm. This section of dialogue is what's new and where to get it. Humanware has released a new version of the popular Victor Reader Stream with a suggested U.S. retail price of $369. Humanware's official product announcement described the all-new Stream as thinner and 28% smaller than the original. New features include a talking clock, loudspeaker, and the capability for connection to wireless data routers. Though most of the wireless capability has not been implemented in the new system's first firmware version. There are also improvements to the quality of the text-to-speech voices and battery charging, which now can be done through USB computer connection or a supplied AC charger. For more information, visit www.humanware.com or call 800-722-3393 toll-free from the U.S. or Canada. This is a publication. The National Council on Disability has a publication available entitled Rocking the Cradle, Ensuring the Rights of Parents with Disabilities and Their Children. This publication provides a comprehensive review of the barriers people with diverse abilities experience when exercising their fundamental right to create and maintain families because of persistent, systematic, and pervasive discrimination. This publication analyzes how U.S. disability law and policies with disabilities in child welfare and family systems, and the disparate treatment of parents with disabilities and their children. Rocking the Cradle is available in DOCX and PDF formats on the National Council on Disability website at www.ned.gov/publication/2012/
Right here. Oh, yeah, that's right.
They fill them up to leave them on the side of the road. We'll wait till 8:30.
Good morning. Thank you for coming out here and videoing us on this special day. I'm AJ Dooley, the owner of Dooley Disposal, and I'm here with Jack Oppolette, town historian. And we're glad to be able to go out today and clean up the streets and put our best foot forward to get the streets nice and clean for you guys.
And this is the most incredible turnout you can imagine. A total cross-section of the community, from the very young to some of us more mature people, different clubs and organizations, sports teams, everybody. They're all out here, and spirits are flying high. It's a great day.
The ice.
I'm Josh. I'm Colt. I'm Trish.
Superstar this is supposed to be a Boy Scout activity. It's 2:30 till we're gonna clean up.
Foxborough, yeah.
We're gonna go clean up the town of Foxborough and get community service out
I'm Joe D'Antona. Foxborough, Mass. I play football. These are all football players like Tim, soccer player. Help clean up Foxborough on the street.
Yeah! Woo!
School spirit.
Zach. Nice to meet you. I'm Sam. I'm Jesus. That's Ashton.
We're here to pick up trash.
Yeah. Get the job done. We don't have groups yet, so about it.
Last minute, and look at the turnout we got. This is phenomenal.
All right.
Clean up Foxborough Day! Yay!
That's what I got.
That's how you found that. Oh, this is sweet. Now it's higher.
I don't think that on the side over here.
Yeah, we're working with the bag for them.
What do we? There's a wire. We found a TV.
It's gonna work too well. Oh, well, what's my phone?
Half the TV. Not a screen.
What's happening? What? We got a cushion here.
Joy, I found you some soup.
Not what I found. It's not fried. I did the day or two. Okay? That's awesome. What are?
I'm leaving some stuff for you, honey. Hello?
Jim DeVellis. We're just trying to pick up along the roads, helping out AJ in the town and Jack Othelette on the clean Foxborough day. So it's good, quite a group. Nice turnout. So it's I think if this turns into a once-a-year event, I think that's spectacular. A lot of little kids are getting into it, and hopefully it comes back year after year. Lottery tickets, beer bottles, nips, you name it. It's car parts. You know, we're having some success.
A lot of wine, a lot of alcohol.
Sutter home to be exact.
So it's kind of sad, but you know, we're out here having a good time in our town. It's a great day. That's what our town has been reduced to.
What's the weirdest thing you picked up today? Roadkill.
doing our part.
We found about 100 little Smirnoff bottles.
Alcohol and pieces of cards.
And DQ.
And KFC.
Ketchup packets.
It's hot out. Really hot. It's like 94 degrees.
I mean, it's not that bad when you're in the shade.
Picking up trash.
Cleaning up Foxborough.
Yeah.
We found 69 shot glasses.
Yep.
And
Bunch of beer cans, cigarettes.
a lot of dip spit containers.
Lighters.
A lot of Gatorade bottles.
Oh, beer bottle. Oh, beer can.
It wasn't anything nice. It was a lot of stuff that people don't want to take home with them.
Found the front of a car.
Yep. Go Warriors!
Went good, huh?
Yeah, it went real well. I think I did. I was with Jim Lavelle. They're going to brighten up the fun.
Announced the pregnancy, seemed to be in a state of blissful shock. But within months, as they began spending more time apart, the honeymoon looked like it might be over. While Kanye recorded his album in Paris, Kardashian stayed in LA to film her show and to begin renovations on an $11 million Bel Air mansion they bought in January. As tabloid headlines declared her pregnant and alone, she leaned on Mom Chris and sisters Courtney and Chloe for support, especially in March when she went to the hospital with a stomach infection while Kanye was again out of town. When they were out together in public, Kardashian seemed uncomfortable with her changing figure, while West often looked grim, possibly friends say due to his increasingly antagonistic view of the media. Kanye doesn't live his life in the public eye like she does, says a close Kardashian pal, noting that while West initially appeared on her show without a mic, he opted out of most shoots. He cherishes his privacy, and if he doesn't want to be seen somewhere, he's not. Still, pals of the stars say she's simply not bothered by the distance or the gossip. They were together a lot more than people think, says her close friend, who says Kardashian spoke to her beau constantly. When they were apart, he'd send her hundreds of roses. He did things every day to show how much he loved her. She didn't need him waiting on her hand and foot. When the urgent call came on June 14th, West, who'd just returned from Switzerland hours before, dropped everything to get to the hospital. Spotted walking with Kardashian as she struggled with contractions, he seemed every bit the doting dad-to-be. They were quiet, says an onlooker. Kanye seemed very supportive. Since Kardashian was dealing with severe swelling, often a sign of the common but potentially dangerous complication, preeclampsia, doctors made a decision to deliver the baby early. Through it all, Kardashian kept a brave face. I don't think she was scared, says the pal who visited her in the hospital. She was just ready. By the time she was preparing to be discharged, the happy new mom had barely put her newborn down. For premature babies with no major complications, it's very important that they're held close to the mother, says a source at the hospital. It helps them gain weight faster. West, meanwhile, who hasn't left her side, says the Kardashian friend who visited her, was the proudest papa in town. They'll start planning the next project, a wedding, sooner rather than later. He definitely wants to marry her, says the Kanye source. She doesn't want another over-the-top wedding, says the close friend. She wants to be surrounded by people she loves. For now, though, adds the pal, they're sharing this experience together. This is something they've always wanted, the beginning of their family. This was by Christian Mashia, Aili Nahas, Jennifer Garcia, Pernilla Siedenheim, Patrick Gomez, Jessica Herndon, and Raha Lewis in Los Angeles, and Carlos Greer in New York City. And another cover story in this week's People, Katie Holmes, living single. 1 year after her shocking split, she's still not ready to date. Inside her life with Suri, and how she's getting along with Tom. As Mrs. Tom Cruise, she lived the kind of rarefied life few people outside of royalty and its Hollywood equivalent will ever know. A wedding in an Italian castle, a 10,000 square foot Beverly Hills mansion, travel in a personal Gulfstream 4, and a style team on call for every carefully orchestrated red carpet appearance. Now, Katie Holmes calls an upscale 2-bedroom apartment in Manhattan's bustling Chelsea neighborhood home, and has even been spotted on the subway with her daughter Sori, 7. When she shakes the paparazzi who still trail her, you could almost forget the last chapter of her life ever happened. Writer Emma Pierce nearly didn't notice Holmes when she ran into the actress filming with a tiny crew on Avenue C on May 29th. I almost walked by, and there was Katie, says Pierce. She looked just like Joey Potter, her character from the TV series Dawson's Creek. Really young and super chill. No one was paying any attention. It was a laid-back situation. That's just the way Holmes wants it. A year after her bombshell decision to upend her life and leave her husband of 6 years, the actress, 34, has embraced a lower-key existence as a single mom in the city. She's in her prime, says a source close to her, and truly enjoying the life she's creating for herself. For now, her days are focused on filming her low-budget indie, Mania Days, arranging activities for Suri, and emerging for an occasional stylish night out. She's shown such strength as a mother and as a woman, says her friend Nina Garcia. Still, her new life has brought challenges, too. From the bumpy road she's faced career-wise to her anxiety about dating again. She had the courage to leave and take control of her life, says a producer who's worked with her. Things have been tough for her, but she's happy. She's moving on. Several sources say Holmes, who filed for divorce from Cruise on June 28, 2012, still doesn't feel ready for a new relationship. She's lying low on the romantic side of things, says the producer. She doesn't need that right now. Her focus is on Sori. Of course, being spotted with any man sparks romance rumors. A recent makeout session with her Mania Days co-star Luke Kirby made headlines but was strictly for the camera. The two are just friends, says a source close to Kirby, 35, who once dated Rachel McAdams and has a longtime girlfriend in New York. But, says the source, they spend a lot of time together. Luke thinks Katie's terrific. Holmes does want to rekindle her love life eventually, and when asked by Allure earlier this year if she'd ever want to expand her family, she said, "I'm open to it." Still, All of that can wait. Says the producer source, I don't think she's ready. Meanwhile, Holmes is attempting to revive her acting career with Mania Days, executive produced by Spike Lee, in which she plays a manic-depressive poet who falls for a rapper, played by Kirby. She's really psyched about the role, says co-star Patrick Bias, but multiple sources say she's frustrated by the lack of bigger opportunities. Long overshadowed by her powerful husband, she once blamed Cruise for her stalled career, but things have yet to turn around on the job front. It's been hard for her to find a job, says a Hollywood insider who knows her. She hasn't worked much, and it's not by choice. She has to find her own way. It's a challenge she's ready for. Once she left Tom, she got right back on track, says the producer. Her attitude was, okay, fine, let's get back to work. But her Broadway play, Dead Accounts, closed quickly last winter, and she dropped out of the film Molly, a drama about a single mom that she co-wrote and planned to co-produce right after her divorce. Even her fashion line, Holmes & Yang, has scaled down from a Fashion Week presentation last fall to appointment-only viewings, which Holmes skipped this spring. While Hollywood hasn't immediately come calling, Madison Avenue has. Holmes has nabbed several high-profile fashion and beauty endorsements, including jeweler H. Stern, Bobbi Brown Cosmetics, which is releasing a Katy palette this fall, and hair care line Alterna, which she partly owns. The ads are an easy gig for a working mom. Katy will rise again, says an agent. People have dips and lulls all the time. She's a huge star, but she's made it very clear her daughter is her priority right now. By all accounts, Holmes is an extremely devoted mom. She's loving, caring, and protective, says her neighbor, decorator Christopher Hyland. Still, single parenthood, even with help from a nanny, has been a challenge. While she remains very close to her Toledo, Ohio-based family, who saw her through the split, her parents visit often and accompanied Holmes and Sori to Walt Disney World in March. She's often solo. Katy seems flustered a lot, says a second neighbor. You can see the struggle in her face. Sori is quite a handful. And a joy, too, of course, with Holmes delighting in taking her little girl for museum visits, ice cream treats, and other urban kid outings. At Avenues, Sori's private school, Holmes rushes in, wearing no makeup, just like the rest of us, says a downtown mom. She and Sori chat and hold hands. There's never a parade of security or nannies around her. Like any divorced parent, Holmes, who has primary custody, has to negotiate her daughter's visits with her ex. Sources close to both say the process is amicable. Cruise, who recently wrapped a worldwide tour promoting Oblivion, last visited with Sori the weekend of June 8th at the Tony Greenbrier Resort in West Virginia, where he was spotted tossing his delighted daughter into the pool. After their trip to Walt Disney World last August turned into a paparazzi frenzy, Cruise has kept his visits away from the cameras. He still speaks with Sori every day, sometimes twice a day, says his lawyer Bert Fields. Tom loves her dearly. That's something he and Katy share, along with a fierce determination to carry on. At a recent early morning spinning workout at Soul Cycle, she was completely focused, says a fellow regular. When it was over, she high-fived a pal, drenched in sweat, says the observer, and still smiling. This was by Elizabeth McNeil, Casey Baker, and Sarah Hamill in New York City, and Jennifer Garcia and Elizabeth Leonard in L.A. And in a sidebar, flying solo. Back in L.A., after crisscrossing the globe to promote his latest film, Oblivion, Tom Cruise has relaxed by cheering on his fave hockey team, the Los Angeles Kings, and checking out son Connor's DJ gigs. A friend says the aftermath of the divorce was emotionally devastating for him, but as he told people in April, there's no chance of me slowing down. Though he stepped out with restaurant hostess Cynthia Jorge in New York City last winter, it was just one date, and sources say he doesn't have a girlfriend. He's attractive and he's single, says his attorney, Bert Fields. More power to him. And another sidebar, is she dating again? Single in the City. With their steamy kissing scenes and off-camera friendship, Holmes and her Mania Days co-star, Luke Kirby, sparked rumors of a fling. But Kirby already has a girlfriend, and sources say Holmes isn't ready for a new romance. So she's content to grab falafel lunches with Kirby in downtown Manhattan and hang out between takes. They're supportive of one another, says a Kirby source. For now, it's gal pals who rule. Her recent dinner date at Carboni restaurant? None other than the feminist icon Gloria Steinem. And another cover story? 1 month to go. Inside their plans, from Kate's home shopping spree to how they'll announce the birth, all about the royal couple's preparations for the big day. Royal Baby Watch, the 9th month. Dozens of people were expecting individual introductions. Hundreds more were looking on in the blustery harbor wind and a 4-gallon, $1,600 bottle of Moet and Chandon. Champagne was waiting to be smashed to pieces. Yes, the christening of the Royal Princess cruise ship in Southampton on June 13th might have been a logistically daunting engagement for any royal, let alone one 8 months pregnant and in heels. Naturally, Princess Kate made it look like a breeze. She clearly does her homework, Graham Butland, chief executive of EACH, the children's hospice group of which the princess is a patron, tells People. Then again, she has an advantage in that she has such a little bump it doesn't get in the way of talking to people, says Butland, who's watched her in action at 3 recent events. She looks really radiant. She's Superwoman almost. She has just kept going. Sailing through her 3rd trimester without so much as breaking a sweat. Seriously, how does she do that? The royal mum-to-be, 31, has kept up a busy stream of public engagements, including a service marking the 60th anniversary of Queen Elizabeth's coronation on June 4th, and the Trooping the Color ceremony on June 15th. But even a super princess needs to take a breather in the home stretch. With new details emerging about plans for the baby's arrival, the princess is expected to stick close to London until the delivery. Says a family friend, she's now very much going to be looking after herself. As her mid-July due date fast approaches, she also has managed to squeeze in some nesting as she and Prince William, 31, ready their Kensington Palace quarters for the new heir. At London decor shop Bernard Thorpe on June 4th, the princess, along with her interior decorator, was very clear on the look she wishes to create, says the company's director, Greg Kinsella, who declined to confirm reports that she bought mostly neutral hues. The couple have told friends they don't know the sex of the baby, and they wouldn't tell us even if they did know it, one says with a laugh. With Kate lying low and William figuring out what comes next after he wraps his role as a search and rescue pilot in Wales, the couple are eagerly anticipating delivery day. Says the family friend, they are terrifically excited. This was by Michelle Tauber, with Simon Perry and Monique Jessen in London. And in a sidebar to this story, the latest on the birth plan. Babies, even the royal variety, rarely arrive according to plan, but the Palace and Princess Kate's medical team are leaving as little to chance as possible. Baby Cambridge is now expected to be born at the Lindo wing of St. Mary's Hospital in London, where Princess Diana gave birth. There are no plans for a C-section unless one becomes medically necessary, and Prince William intends to be present for the birth. The first tip-off that the baby has arrived, a Kensington Palace staffer will likely step outside the hospital and hand an envelope to someone from the royal household, who will deliver it to the palace. As for when the world will get its first glimpse of the royal newborn, look for a photo op on the hospital steps when the new family heads home. And this week in Passages by Paul Chi, announcement. It's going to be a boy for Halle Berry, 46, and her fiancé, Olivier Martinez, 47. The dark-eyed actor revealed the baby's sex to people exclusively. My son will be an American, but I remain French, says Martinez, when asked about fatherhood on June 12th at the Champs-Élysées Film Festival in Paris. The couple's first child together will arrive in the fall. Divorced. After announcing their split in March 2012, Beverly Hills 90210 star Jenny Garth, 41, and Twilight's Peter Fasinelli, 39, are officially divorced. Their breakup was finalized on June 11th. The couple will share custody of their daughters, Luca, 15, Lola, 10, and Fiona, 6, and will fund a joint bank account for the care and education of the girls. The two had been married since 2011. Engaged. Wedding bells will be ringing for Olympic diving champion Greg Louganis. The four-time gold medalist, 53, is engaged to his partner, Johnny Chaillot, 52, a paralegal at LA's Loeb & Loeb law firm. I finally met my soulmate, Louganis told People. The more I fall in love with Johnny, the more I fall in love with myself. This is what the universe had in store for both of us. The two are expected to walk down the aisle this fall. Baby on board. Source Code actress Michelle Monaghan, 37, is expecting her second child with husband Peter White, a graphic designer, this fall. The couple are already parents to 4-year-old daughter Willow. On the mend. Mumford & Sons bassist Ted Dwayne, 28, was released from the hospital after undergoing surgery for a blood clot on his brain. Ted is on the road to a full recovery, the English folk band announced on their Facebook page June 13th. The surgery went well, and the excellent medical team helping him are pleased with his progress. Happy birthday goes out to Meryl Streep, who turned 64 on June 22nd. Mindy Kaling turned 34 on June 24th. Chris O'Donnell turned 43 on June 26th, and Tobey Maguire turned 38 on June 27th. This is Linda Pratt. I've been reading from People magazine, the July 1st, 2013 issue. Thanks for listening.
You've been listening to People magazine, presented each week at this time here on the Massachusetts Reading Network.
Here's a look at the forecast. Thunderstorms possible today, highs in the upper 70s. Tonight, more scattered showers and possibly another thunderstorm. Lows in the mid-60s, and for Saturday, showers will continue. And for Saturday, showers likely, possibly a thunderstorm, with highs in the 80s. You're listening to the Talking Information Center. Stay tuned for more shows heading your way next.
The Massachusetts Commission for the Blind is developing updates to its state plan for vocational rehabilitation services and supported employment services for federal fiscal year 2014 to meet the requirements of the Rehabilitation Act of 1973 as amended. In order to solicit public comment on the plan, the Mass Commission for the Blind will hold public hearings on the following dates: June 25th from 11 to 1 at the Mass Commission for the Blind New Bedford office, 888 Purchase Street, Suite 203. June 25th from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Mass Commission for the Blind Boston office, 600 Washington Street. June 27th from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Mass Commission for the Blind Springfield office, 436 Dwight Street, room 109. All interested persons are invited to attend these hearings or submit written comments on the plan updates. Copies of the updates are available upon request in large print, braille, or text file. Please direct requests for copies, directions to the hearings, or for accommodations to meet special needs to Patricia Hart, 617-626-7502. Again, that's 617-626-7502. Please send any written comments or requests of copies to Patricia Hart, Policy Development Unit, Mass Commission for the Blind, 600 Washington Street, Boston, Mass. 02111, or email patricia.hart@state.ma.us. All comments received on or before June 27th will be considered.
This is the Massachusetts Radio Reading Network, WVBF 1530 AM Middleborough, WDJM 91.3 FM Framingham State University, WRRS FM 88.5 Middleborough, WUML Lowell, Leo 103, WLLO Londonderry School.
Good morning. Thank you for coming out here and videoing us on this special day. I'm AJ Dooley, the owner of Dooley Disposal, and I'm here with Jack Oppolette, town historian. And we're glad to be able to go out today and clean up the streets and put our best foot forward to get the streets nice and clean for you guys.
And this is the most incredible turnout you can imagine. A total cross-section of the community, from the very young to some of us more mature people, different clubs and organizations, sports teams, everybody. They're all out here, and spirits are flying high. It's a great day.
The ice.
I'm Josh. I'm Cole. I'm
Superstar Madonna. This is supposed to be a Boy Scout activity. June 30 chill. We're gonna clean up. We're gonna go clean up the town of Foxborough and the community service after.
I'm Joe D'Antona. Talk from Mass. I play football. These are all football players like Tim, soccer player. Help clean up Foxborough on this. Yeah! Woo! School spirit. Nice to meet you.
I'm Sam. I'm Jesus. We're here to pick up trash.
Yeah. Good job, we really haven't proved yet, so about it.
Last minute, and look at the turnout we got. This is phenomenal.
Right.
Clean up Foxborough Day! Yay!
That's what I got.
Credit for my That's how you found that. Oh, Mrs. Sweet, not a fire.
I will put that on the side over here.
Yeah, we're working the bag for them.
What do we? There's a wire. We found a TV.
I don't think it's gonna work too well.
Oh, well, what's my phone? We found a TV!
What are you laughing at? What?
We got a cushion here.
Joy, I found you some soup.
No, look what I found. It's not dry. day or two. Okay? That's all.
I'm leaving some stuff for you, honey. Hello?
Jim DeVellis. We're just trying to pick up along the roads, helping out AJ in the town and Jack Othelette on the clean Foxborough day. So it's good, quite a group. Nice turnout. So it's I think if this turns into a once-a-year event, I think that's spectacular. A lot of little kids are getting into it, and hopefully it comes back year after year. Lottery tickets, beer bottles, nips, you name it. It's car parts. You know, we're having some success.
A lot of wine, a lot of alcohol.
Sutter Home to be exact.
So it's kind of sad, but you know, we're out here having a good time in our town. It's a great day. That's what our town has been reduced to.
What's the weirdest thing you picked up today? Okay.
Doing our part.
We found about 100 little Smirnoff bottles.
Alcohol and pieces of cards.
And DQ.
Fast food. And KFC.
Ketchup packets.
It's hot out.
Really hot.
It's like 94 degrees.
I mean, it's not that bad when you're in the shade.
Picking up trash.
Cleaning up Foxborough!
Yeah.
We found 69 shot glasses.
Yep.
And
Bunch of beer cans, cigarettes.
a lot of dip spit containers.
Lighters.
A lot of Gatorade bottles.
Oh, beer bottle. Oh, beer cans.
It wasn't anything nice. It was a lot of stuff that people don't want to take home with them.
Found the front of a car.
Yep. Go Warriors!
Went good, huh?
Yeah, it went real well. I think I did. I was with Jim about it. They're going to brighten up this morning.
And hope that by establishing a fund, marathon bombing victims receive the independence, comfort, and companionship our dogs provide. The Boston Duck Tours has come on board as a lead donor to this fund and held a BDF staff-wide contest to name the fund. We are pleased to announce that the name of the fund is Positively Strong. For more information or to make a donation to Positively Strong, please visit www.needs.org. Again, NEADS as in Sam, .org. Needs Dogs for Deaf and Disabled Americans is a Massachusetts-based nonprofit organization that provides life-changing independence, companionship, and connection to people with a disability. Needs carefully matches clients with the right dog and provides ongoing support during their entire relationship. Needs has led the industry since 1976, matching over 1,400 expertly trained assistance dogs with people who need them. NESAA receives proceeds from Pet Poopy Pouch for dog walkers. The New England Society for Abandoned Animals, NESAA, announced recently that it will receive a portion of the proceeds from the locally produced Pet Poopy Pouch. It was designed and developed by Osterville, Mass. resident Cindy Schulman. It provides dog walkers a cleaner and more convenient way to manage their dog's waste. Instead of carrying a flimsy bag of warm dog poop in one hand, swinging back and forth, you simply put the used bag in the Pet Poopy Pouch. It is much more enjoyable and convenient to walk your dog when you have a place to put the dog poop until you can dispose of it properly. Your hand remains clean and free to greet someone, talk on the phone, or give treats to your pet, says Cindy Schulman, designer and developer of the Pet Poopy Pouch. The pouch comes in two sizes, the little pooper, good for small to medium dogs, and the big pooper for big dogs. Once you use it once, you won't know how you lived without it. I am very impressed with the work the New England Society for Abandoned Animals does for cats and dogs in our area. I'm pleased to donate a portion of the proceeds to support NESAA. The Pet Poopy Pouch is made of waterproof, PUL fabric, which makes cleaning up, washing, or using in the rain simple. There is a pocket to keep a hand wipe, as we know that picks up don't always go smoothly. You can also keep extra bags in the pocket. The Pet Poopy pouch easily clips on your leash with a decorative dog bone clip, so you will have poop-free hands. There are many designs to choose from and can be purchased online at petpoopypouch.com. About New England Society for Abandoned Animals, NESAA is a charitable 501c3 organization registered with the Massachusetts Attorney General's Office with the following mission: to advocate, protect, and rescue abandoned and abused animals using a proactive, humane approach. NESAA is committed to its no-kill programs, increasing community awareness, and creating progressive changes in animal welfare. NESAA gets called often to help take care of animals that have been abandoned or not well cared for. In 2012, it supported 1,173 animals with direct rescue and care, or provided spay-neuter assistance for community members who cannot afford it. Please consider adopting a cat or a kitten from NESAA, or visit the website at www.nesaa.org. All our programs rely on public donations, which are tax deductible. Working with Animals, Your Local Shelter, by Don Allison, Pet Gazette contributor. Have you ever thought of volunteering at an animal shelter? If you are a regular reader of the Pet Gazette, you most likely help at a local shelter, have in the past, or have considered it at some point. Nearly every town has a shelter. Some house does house dozens of small animals and others just a handful. In either case, there is more to maintaining a shelter than one might think, and thus a constant need for those willing to help. The first thing to know about shelters is that few of the individuals who work at shelters are paid employees. Most volunteer. Nearly all of those who do will tell you it's really a labor of love. The rewards they accrue in the form of pets being rescued, nursed back to health, and finding a forever home are worth all they put into it. So are you one of those people? Aside from the fact that you will most certainly be an unpaid volunteer, there are other considerations. Cleaning, for one. Shelters that house small animals need to be cleaned frequently, and it is volunteers that do the cleaning. If you are willing to clean cages and replenish food and water, you will surely endear yourself to any shelter. Before you commit to volunteering, consider your own health concerns. While it is highly unlikely you will contract any sort of disease from shelter animals, always wash your hands. Allergies can be a concern. And then there is the issue of attachment. I could never volunteer at a shelter. Many friends and acquaintances have told me through the years. They would want to take every animal home with them. Emotional attachment and empathy for the animals at a shelter that grows too strong can be a real concern. Volunteers can develop deep bonds with an animal that they see for a long period of time. When that animal leaves the shelter, it can be difficult to let go of that attachment. Most everyone loves to walk dogs, and shelter dogs certainly need to be walked. Even if there are only a handful of dogs at a shelter, that adds up to a need for several walkers. Is this a kind of thing you might enjoy? Yes, if you like being outdoors and moving in all kinds of weather, since dogs need to be walked even if it is cold, raining, or snowing, are comfortable around all breeds, and don't mind picking up poop, an absolute must. Becoming familiar with the different breeds and their temperaments is very helpful in dog walking, as is taking the utmost in safety precautions. The number one rule in dog walking is that the safety of you and the animal comes first. Obedience training for dogs is incorporated into some shelters, since many shelter dogs have socialization issues and need to be properly trained before they can be adopted. If that is an area in which you have an interest, you may be able to pursue it at an area shelter. Cats do not need regular walks, of course, but do need care and socialization. Shelters are great places for cat lovers, especially those who are comfortable cleaning cages and interacting with the feline residents. This work is important, since at most shelters the animals are alone for many hours of the day. If you like cats in the outdoors, some shelters take on the management of feral cats in the town. Although it can be less glamorous than actually working with canine and feline friends at a shelter, there is always a need for those willing to take on administration administrative tasks such as answering the phone, returning calls, producing newsletters, or overseeing a website. Accounting and legal advice can also be of great help. Anyone involved with a shelter knows managing a foster or adoption program is vital, and those willing to invest their energies in this direction are greatly appreciated. After all, finding temporary and permanent homes for the animals is the ultimate mission of most shelters. Speaking of fostering, that is a critical component of nearly all shelters. Many times, especially during the spring kitten season, there are more animals than available room. Thus, finding temporary homes eases the burden. If you are one of those special people willing to take in a foster pet for a period of time, you will become highly valued by a shelter. Many fosters have found that a pet they foster quickly becomes a permanent part of the family. All shelters need money, so those individuals with the ability and desire to raise funds will be welcomed. Grant writers are in constant demand, as are those skilled in event management. Several years ago, I initiated the 5-kilometer Cause for Paws road race for the Quincy shelter. It is now one of its biggest annual fundraisers. Raffles, yard sales, and wine tastings are just a few other event ideas that can raise funds and be a great deal of fun. There are few paid positions for those with certain specific skills utilized in a shelter setting on a daily basis. Animal control officers, visiting veterinarians, and in some cases, shelter managers are a few that come to mind. If you have a true love for animals and seek to make a difference in the lives of the many pets that are not so lucky to land in a forever home right away, volunteering at a shelter can be incredibly rewarding. Sure, at times it can be frustrating and you're bound to get your hands a little dirty, but what you get in return, as the popular commercial says, is priceless. Don Allison is a certified veterinary technician at the Boston Pet Haven in Watertown and a pet care professional for My Pet's Nanny in Quincy. In addition, he volunteers for Finney's Friends and the Milton Animal Shelter. That's really cool. Don Allison, working with animals in your local shelter. Boston Strong, vested interest in Canine Strong. Two amazing talents have chosen to honor the law enforcement canines that served during the Boston Marathon bombings. Photographer Rich Ryan of Magical Moment Photography and artist Beware of Trees Creations, artwork by Lauren Heimbach. Lauren Heimbach is donating 50% of each of her 8x10 purchased print, which is a colored pencil drawing she did based on a photograph taken by Rich Ryan, a Boston area photographer who witnessed part of the search for the remaining suspect following the Boston Marathon bombing. This text is printed on the back. Inspired by the original photograph taken by Rich Ryan during the days following the tragic events at 2013's Boston Marathon, this drawing is dedicated to the brave men, women, and canine heroes who risked their own lives to guard and protect our safety. Though we all hope we never have to be, we all hope that we can be Boston Strong. Let's see, ask Curtis. How do you stay out of the cage at dinner time? Dear Curtis, I've been with my family for as long as I can remember, but since I'm only a year old, there's not that much to remember. Anyway, we have a lot of fun playing together, and I try to be a good companion. I have my own living area in the house. My family calls it the cage, complete with a comfortable cushion and a water bowl with my name on it. It's great for napping while the family is away, but there's a door on it, and whenever the family doesn't want me around, like when they're eating, they put me in there and close the door. Curtis, do you have any ideas on how to stay out of the cage at dinner time? Signed, Born to be Free. Dear BTBF, some humans welcome us at the dinner table and some do not. Some humans share their food with us, and some find this behavior distasteful. Whether we're allowed near the table during a human meal occasion largely depends on how we behave, regardless of whether food is shared with us or not, and whether it's okay for our humans to have a wet nose poking their leg under the table or a pair of deep brown eyes pitifully staring up at them as they try to enjoy a meal. Obviously, the most foolproof begging solution is to restrict you from the kitchen or dining area during meals, and that appears to be what your humans are doing by caging you. Hopefully, with attentive humans who can follow the anti-begging tips I've listed below, and good behavior on your part, you will obtain your freedom at dinner time. Keeping it, though, will be another story because you'll really have to discipline yourself, something which we dogs, like some people, are not very good at when it comes to food. As far as moi, I learned that patience works wonders, and I'm a lucky dog to have a sharing human. Signed, Curtis the dog. I don't see where they said how to train them to do that, but it says Curtis the dog is a rescued golden retriever mix, a canine, Dear Abby, answering letters he gets from dogs and other animals, including humans and cats. He gives really good dog sense advice in what best can be described as his tongue and jowled style. I just want to read this cute thing on Adoption Center with just a minute left. At the Milton Animal League in Milton, Massachusetts, there's Meet Kermit, a 10-year-old neutered male chihuahua. Kermit's owners could no longer care for him. We named him for a certain famous frog that also has big eyes and a good sense of humor, like the picture here of Kermit. Kermit is big on cuddling, likes watching the Sox, but also enjoys the outdoors. He's house-trained and ready for the next episode in The Adventures of Kermit. Kermit would also like you to know that he's not sure about other dogs and would prefer to be your one and only. And then there's Coda, a 4-year-old neutered male Akita. He was founded as a stray, and Coda's a delight. He's warm, friendly, calm, and absolutely gorgeous. Coda is waiting very patiently for an Akita-loving person to come in and fall in love with him. We are amazed that Coda is still at the shelter. Are you the one he has been waiting for? The phone number for the Milton Animal League in Milton, Mass. is 617-698-0413. Area code 617-698-0413. And there's also Stormy, a 3-year-old spayed female domestic shorthair. Stormy spent the blizzard of 2013 huddled in a cardboard box until she was rescued. Stormy's a big beauty that seems to like everyone she meets. She shows her silly side below as she comes in for her close-up picture. Adopt Stormy and add a happy ending to her incredible story of survival. And Stormy is there with Kermit and Coda at the Milton Animal League shelter. My time is up for today, and I thank you for joining me. This has been Barbara, the program In Your Pet's Interest, and you've been listening to the Massachusetts Reading Network. I hope you and your pet are having a wonderful day together. Bye-bye.
You've been listening to For Your Pets, right here on the Massachusetts Reading Network. The Massachusetts Commission for the Blind is developing updates to its state plan for vocational rehabilitation services and supported employment services for federal fiscal year 2014 to meet the requirements of the Rehabilitation Act of 1973 as amended. In order to solicit public comment on the plan, the Mass Commission for the Blind will hold public hearings on the following dates: June 25th from 11 to 1 at the Mass Commission for the Blind New Bedford office, 888 Purchase Street, Suite 203. June 25th from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Mass Commission for the Blind Boston office, 600 Washington Street. June 27th from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Mass Commission for the Blind Springfield office, 436 Dwight Street, room 109. All interested persons are invited to attend these hearings or submit written comments on the plan updates. Copies of the updates are available upon request in large print, braille, or text file. Please direct requests for copies, directions to the hearings, or for accommodations to meet special needs to Patricia Hart, 617-626-7502. Again, that's 617-626-7502. Please send any written comments or requests of copies to Patricia Hart, Policy Development Unit, Mass Commission for the Blind, 600 Washington Street, Boston, Mass. 02111, or email patricia.hart@state.ma.us. All comments received on or before June 27th will be considered.
You're listening to the Massachusetts Reading Network, turning print into sound.
Stay tuned to your radio reading service. The time is 7:30.
It's time now to plan your weekend. with Weekend Update here on the Massachusetts Reading Network.
Greetings and welcome to another edition of Weekend Outlook and Entertainment here on the Massachusetts Reading Network as we round out the last weekend in June. Hard to believe, ready to turn the page to July, and next week, the 4th of July, we'll be here. But first, before we get to that, let's start off with our first item for you called One on Top of the Other. At the new exhibit called Composite Landscapes, Photo Montage and Landscape Architecture, works by landscape architects and contemporary artists, including David Hockney, show how the old analog way of representing landscape architecture, the montage view, wins hands down in the diversity of the category. Enjoy the hours of this happening Wednesday through Monday, 11 a.m. to 5 p.m., Thursdays till 9 p.m., and you can enjoy this right through Labor Day. The price is $15, discounts for senior citizens and students, free under age 18. This will be at the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum at 280 the Fenway in Boston. Information and details on this event, 617-278-5156. That's 617-278-5156. Next up, To Thine Own Self Be True. Through their work, 28 artists deal with the powerful noun self and its powerful impact on society. Gender norms, ethnic identity, displacement, and more are examined in what's called Art Identity. And the Thursday hours will be 1 to 6 p.m., and that will be the case right through mid to late July. Now, in the midsection time frame of July, around the 11th, the reception for this will be 6 to 9 p.m. if you'd like to attend that. Free to attend the entire event, and it's at Gallery 263, located at 263 Pearl Street, Cambridge. Information and details on this, internet only, type in www.gallery, then the numbers 263.com. Again, internet only, www.gallery, the numbers 263.com. The next item we have called is Swear to It, SWEAR. The question, do you have a favorite curse word? Do you feel better after you call someone a word that we can't use in the broadcast industry? Well, what's with these two kinds of swearing? Obscenities and oaths? What are the physiological effects? Melissa Moore reads from her new book called Holy Moly, A Brief History of Swearing. And you can listen in, I swear to God, at 7 p.m. tonight. It's for free at the Harvard Bookstore, number 1256 Massachusetts Avenue in Cambridge. Information and details on this event, 617-661-1515. That's 617-661-1515. Well, how about something else for you? Maybe you might want to try your hand at this, the paella party. Leave Uncle Ben in the cupboard and learn how to make Spanish paella at this evening's cooking series. You and Chef Rafael Pereira will prepare a pot full of scallops, shrimp, fish, mussels, chorizo, chicken, saffron, pimentos, peas, and tomatoes. And I can also tell you that the evening includes sangria. And again, you are invited for this tonight at 6:30 p.m. at the Cambridge Center for Adult Education, 42 Brattle Street, Harvard Square in Cambridge. The price is $76. Information and details on this, 617-547-6789, extension 1. I'll repeat, information at 617-547-6789, extension 1. As we continue here on Weekend Outlook, this item is called Movin' Out. The retirement home just doesn't make it for 3 World War I veterans, so they plan their escape. Tom Stoppard's translation of Gerald Cibolira's Heroes won the 2006 Laurence Olivier Award for Best New Comedy, and you are invited to attend on Saturday evening at 8:30 p.m., and it will be at 8:30 p.m. most nights right through early September. The price is $15 up to $50, and discounts are available. This will happen at the Shakespeare and Company, Elaine P. Bernstein Theater at number 70 Kemble Street in the town of Lenox, Massachusetts. Information and details on this event.
right here. Oh, yeah, that's
They fill them up to the side of the road. We'll wait till 8:30.
Good morning. Thank you for coming out here and videoing us on this special day. I'm AJ Dooley, the owner of Dooley Disposal, and I'm here with Jack Oppolette, town historian. And we're glad to be able to go out today and clean up the streets and put our best foot forward to get the streets nice and clean for you guys.
And this is the most incredible turnout you can imagine. A total cross-section of the community, from the very young to some of us more mature people, different clubs and organizations, sports teams, everybody. They're all out here, and spirits are flying high. It's a great day.
The ice.
I'm Josh. I'm Colt. I'm
Superstar Mendoza. This is supposed to be a Boy Scout activity. Basically, 2:32. We're gonna clean up.
Foxborough, yeah.
We're gonna go clean up the town for Foxborough and get community service out
I'm Joe D'Antona. Talk from Mass. I play football. These are all football players like Tim, soccer player. Help clean up Foxborough on this. Yeah! Woo! School spirit. Zach. Nice to meet you.
I'm Sam. I'm Jesus. That's Ashton. We're here to pick up trash.
Yeah.
Good job, guys. We haven't proved yet, so it's about our time.
Last minute, and look at the turnout we got. This is phenomenal.
Right.
Clean up Foxborough Day! Yay!
That's what I got.
That's how you found that. Oh, Mrs. Sweetie found a fire.
I don't think that on the side over here.
Yeah, we're working with the bag for them.
What should we? There's a wire. We found a TV.
It's gonna work too well.
Oh, well, what's my phone? We found a TV! What do you have in it? What? We got a cushion here.
Joy, I found you some soup.
Look what I found. It's orange fries. I did the day or two. Okay? That's awesome. What are?
I'm leaving some stuff for you, honey. Hello?
Jim DeVellis. We're just trying to pick up along the roads, helping out AJ in the town and Jack Othelette on the clean Foxborough day. So it's good, quite a group. Nice turnout. So it's I think if this turns into a once-a-year event, I think that's spectacular. A lot of little kids are getting into it, and hopefully it comes back year after year. Lottery tickets, beer bottles, nips, you name it. It's car parts. You know, we're having some success.
A lot of alcohol.
Sutter home to be exact.
So it's kind of sad, but you know, we're out here having a good time in our town. It's a great day. That's what our town has been reduced to.
What's the weirdest thing you picked up today? Roadkill.
Pretty good, you know, doing our part.
We found about 100 little Smirnoff bottles.
Alcohol and pieces of cards.
And DQ.
And KFC.
Ketchup packets.
It's hot out.
Really hot.
It's like 94 degrees.
I mean, it's not that bad when you're in the shade.
Picking up trash.
Cleaning up Foxborough!
Yeah.
We found 69 shot glasses.
Yep.
And
Bunch of beer cans, cigarettes.
a lot of dip spit containers.
Lighters.
A lot of Gatorade bottles.
Oh, beer bottle. Beer cans.
It wasn't anything nice. It was a lot of stuff that people don't want to take home with them.
Found the front of a car. Yep.
Go Warriors!
That was what Jim was on. They're going to brighten up the spine.
Testified against the people who were ultimately, I guess they were
walked too.
exonerated,
I guess the case was too. I guess there were too many guns being fired by too many people to convict one of them, which is very sad.
Pathetic. All right, well, right now it's time for us to find out what's happening on the weather front. We'll have our Profile America, and we'll be back.
Here's a look at the forecast. We'll see showers and some thunderstorms possible today. Highs in the upper 70s. Tonight, more scattered showers and possibly another thunderstorm. Lows in the mid-60s. And for Saturday, showers will continue. And for Saturday, showers likely, possibly a thunderstorm, with highs in the 80s. You're listening to the Talking Information Center. Stay tuned for more shows heading your way next.
Profile America, Friday, June 28th. One of the joys of summer, a trip to the ice cream store for several dips of your favorite flavor, goes back to this month in 1786, when the Hall's Ice Cream Store opened on Chatham Street in New York City. But the supply was limited. In 1851, Baltimore milk dealer Jacob Fussell decided to make ice cream commercially. He built larger versions of the hand-crank machines still popular today for backyard picnics. However, ice cream didn't become a widespread favorite until the advances in electrical power and refrigeration in the early 20th century. In 1910, each American consumed a little less than 2 pounds of ice cream a year. Today, counting all frozen dairy products, that figure is over 24 pounds. Profile America is in its 17th year as a public service of the U.S. Census Bureau.
And the sun rose this morning at 5:09. It is going to set this evening at 8:23. We have already 72 degrees and very muggy conditions outside our studios right now. The first daily number yesterday in Massachusetts was 9180. Nighttime number was 6659. Thursday, lucky for life, no winner. The number was 81318, 2836. The lucky number was 7. Mass cash, no winner of that either. That number was 1812, 2228.
And the horoscope for today for Aries. You know you're in a good place when you can listen to the good news of your frenemy without becoming a bit jealous. Well, maybe the least bit, but not overly so. And Taurus, love has been around in so many incarnations that it would be wrong to call it your love or his love or her love. Don't worry about where it came from or who will get it next. Just keep recycling. Gemini, you have a ways to go, but don't wait until you've reached your goal to be happy. People who are successful may or may not be happy, but people who are happy are always successful. Cancer, you're likely to set a conversational precedent today, so be careful. Remember that if someone is gossiping to you, he or she will gossip about you as well. Think about this before you talk to a friend about another friend. Leo, habits are especially hard to break when you're under a lot of stress. Being under a lot of stress is a habit in and of itself. What can you do to reduce your burden? A Taurus can help. Virgo, you're not feeling regretful, but you do wonder what might have happened had you made a different choice. Such thinking is not a waste of time. The alternate realities you dream up will inform your next move. And Libra, everywhere you look, there are signs telling you what to do, how to be, and what to think. It's a bit overbearing. You'll respond by giving minimal instruction to yourself or anyone else. You prize freedom. In Scorpio, the project that is already in motion needs to stay in motion. Don't let things get too quiet. Add fuel to the fire and do whatever else is necessary to keep up the momentum. In Sagittarius, you used to try to pump yourself with statements of your greatness. Now you go the opposite direction, disqualifying yourself from social competition. As a result, people see you as confident and are intrigued. Capricorn, be careful pursuing what's free. All the time you put into these pursuits may be costlier than money. You give new consideration to the way you value things. And Aquarius, there's a rebellious part of your nature that does not wish to conform to the norms of mainstream social groups. You're still trying to find where you fit in. The internet will be most helpful in this matter. Pisces, you're due for some fun. Fun doesn't have to be costly, or does it? A roller coaster has different kinds of risks than a night out in the town, but in both cases, the unknown factors are what makes for an exciting time. And if today's your birthday, you'll discover new aptitudes this year. Next month brings a physical peak, complete, play, and train. August brings a fresh ambition. Relationships that help you move toward it will be especially appealing. September blends the interests of family members. October will be the most romantic month. And Ask Amy, I recently ended a 6-month relationship with a girl who often drank to the point of blacking out and from time to time took recreational drugs. While warning signs were there from the start, there was also an amazing connection and we shared some wonderful moments. She was great on many levels, but her off-the-rails behavior sort of terrified me. Looking back, perhaps I was too harsh. I miss her a great deal. Did I make a mistake? Signed, Lonely in Louisiana. The answer, each of us has his or her own personal threshold of what to be tolerated. If you're with someone whose behavior sort of terrifies you, then yes, your choice to end the relationship and tolerate the attendant loneliness seems to me like an important act of self-preservation. Furthermore, I think any relatively sober person would feel frightened and unsure to be with someone who drinks to the point of unconsciousness. Alcoholics are like everybody else, sometimes amazing, loving, smart, charming, funny, and compelling. Unfortunately, the fallout from addiction can be tremendous for loved ones. It's a depleting life to be with someone who, long-term, who engages in such dangerous behavior. So, no, I don't think you made a mistake. Not at all. And today is Friday, June 28th. Coming up at 8 o'clock, it's the Wall Street Journal. 9 o'clock, we begin a network-wide newspaper coverage. We have the Globe, followed by the obituaries. At 10 o'clock, the Boston Herald. 11 o'clock, Christian Science Monitor. 11:30, USA Today. At noontime, it's MCB Horizons. 12:30, The World of Computers. 1 o'clock, The Economist. 2 o'clock, The Consumer Hour. 3 o'clock, Turn the Page, The Last Stand, episode number 3. At 4 o'clock, we go back to local programming. We have the Patriot Ledger. At 4:30, Salem Evening News. 5 o'clock, Metro West Daily News. At 5:30, the Weekend Outlook and the TV listing. 6 o'clock, Magazine Rack. 7 o'clock, the Evening Globe. 7:55, the obituaries. At 8 o'clock, the New York Times. 9 o'clock, the Washington Post. 10 o'clock, and Off the Shelf, Live by Night, episode 9. And 11 o'clock tonight, the Science Hour.
The Massachusetts Commission for the Blind provides state funding for today's programs here on the Massachusetts Reading Network.
And look at some of the things on TV tonight and actually over the weekend. First of all, tonight from 8 o'clock to midnight on TV Land, there's a Friends Marathon. You can already watch it on Nick at Night and TBS, but for some of you, that's not enough. You know who you are. As of this month, TV Land is also airing repeats of all of the sitcom all over the place, including this little marathon. Why did TV Land bother? Because these old episodes still bring in a lot of viewers. Maybe NBC should consider returning them in prime time. So that's a marathon tonight from 8 to midnight on TV Land of the old sitcom Friends. Tonight, Saturday night at 8 o'clock on Lifetime, Anna Nicole. The story of her life, it will never not be too soon, says the critic. And Sunday night at 9 o'clock on Showtime, Dexter returns for the final season, while the energetic Ray Donovan starts its life at 10 p.m. The played-out Dexter returns at 9 for its final season. The show picks up about 6 months after Deb shot LaGuardia to protect her brother, and she's not very happy with herself. Shame spiral alert. Meanwhile, a new psycho is on the loose in Miami, scooping out brains, and Charlotte Rampling shows up as a therapist. I haven't seen her in years. And let's see, what else? Tonight, if you're looking for something other than repeats on most of the over-the-air channels, you could tune into Turner Classic Movie at 8 o'clock. They have a classic movie, The Leopard Man. Odd murders occur after a black leopard escapes. This stars Dennis O'Keefe, and it's from 1943. Later on tonight, Late Night Show with Jay Leno, 11:34 on NBC. His guest tonight is comedian Wanda Sykes, and the performance will be by India Airy. At the same time on Letterman tonight on CBS, he has Jim Parsons as his guest, and Snoop Lion, another group I've never heard of, will be doing the performance on the Letterman program. All right. Coming up next, we've got the Wall Street Journal, another up day on Wall Street, had a few really down days where it dipped down quite a bit. Now it's back up over 15,000 again. So that's all coming your way in 2.5 minutes.
Welcome to Isla Earth. Is that monthly home heating bill burning a hole in your wallet? I thought so. With the economic uncertainties of recent months, we all get that sinking feeling when we see the bottom line rise. You don't have to be a victim of high heating costs. One of the best investments you can make is a programmable thermostat. Just set your heating thermostat to no more than 60 degrees while you're asleep or when you leave the house, and voila, you can save a couple of bucks. According to the Department of Energy's Energy Star program, a programmable thermostat can cut your fuel bills by as much as 10%. Here's another easy tip. Turn your water heater down to 120 degrees. 120 degrees is the optimal temperature for disinfecting and cleaning. For each 10-degree Fahrenheit reduction in your water temperature, you can save 3 to 5% in energy costs each month. So don't get hot under the collar about high energy costs. A small adjustment of your thermostat and water heater dials will save energy and cold, hard cash. Learn more about saving energy and lowering your energy bill at islaearth.org. Isla Earth is produced by the Catalina Island Conservancy with support from its Fund for a Sustainable Planet, because Earth is an island.
This is the Massachusetts Reading Network, WVBF, 1530 AM Middleborough, WDJM, 91.3 FM, Framingham State University, WRRS, FM, 88.5 Middleborough, WUML, Lowell, Leo, 103, WLLO, Londonderry Schools, and streaming online at ticnetwork.org.
This program is brought to you by Brown Brothers Harriman. The business of America is business. Find out all about business, the latest market activity, trends, predictions, and news with the Wall Street Journal. Read on the Talking Information Center and Massachusetts Reading Network each weekday at this time.
This is Elizabeth, and I'll be reading today's version of the Wall Street Journal. This is Friday, June 28th, 2013. Dow three-peats as Fed fears ease, by Chris Dietrich. Stocks rose on the heels of upbeat economic reports and as Federal Reserve officials emphasized that easy money policies will be in place until the economy is back on its feet. The Dow Jones Industrial Average climbed 114.35 points, or 0.8%, to close at 15,024.49. After suffering sharp losses starting last week, the blue chips notched their first three-session streak of gains in nearly 2 months. The Standard & Poor's 500 stock index tacked on 9.94 points, or 0.6%, to 1,613.20. And the Nasdaq Composite Index gained 25.64 points, or 0.8%, to 3,401.86. Gains were broad. 9 of the S&P 500's 10 sectors advanced, led by the financial, industrial, and telecommunication sectors. Last week, concerns about the longevity of the Fed's efforts to support the economy prompted the biggest stock sell-off of the year and stoked a rapid rise in Treasury yields. But in recent days, comments from central bank officials helped assuage fears of imminent tightening in monetary policy. On Thursday, New York Fed President William Dudley said that a rise in short-term rates is very likely to be a long way off, even if the central bank may slow the pace of its bond buying. Now we have Fed governors jumping in to clarify what was supposed to be a transparent message from the Fed, said Kim Forrest, senior equity analyst at Fort Pitt Capital Group. I do think it's been effective, but I also think that it shows the message didn't get out correctly the first time. Yields on the 10-year Treasury note slipped to 2.476% on Thursday after rising above 2.6% earlier this week. Thursday's rally came after a report that showed the number of prospective buyers of previously owned homes surged last month to the highest level in more than 6 years. Separately, initial claims for unemployment benefits, a proxy for layoffs, decreased in line with expectations last week, while personal spending rose in May from April. In Europe, the Stoxx Europe 600 rose 0.7%, as German claims for unemployment benefits declined unexpectedly. Germany's DAX 30 gained 0.6%. Most Asian markets rallied, but China's Shanghai Composite erased early gains to close down 0.1%. July gold futures erased early gains and fell 1.5% to $1,211.40 a troy ounce. August oil futures gained 1.6% to settle at $97.05 a barrel. The dollar rose slightly against the yen, but slipped against the euro. And now for the 10 most active stocks on the New York Stock Exchange for Thursday, June 27th. Pfizer, $28.18, that is up 8 cents. Bank of America, $13.01, that is up 25 cents. Ford Motor, $15.65, that's up 36 cents. Alcatel-Lucent ADS, $1.85, and that is up 12 cents. Sprint Nextel, $6.98, and that is up 1 cent. Barrick Gold, $14.87, that is up 9 cents. Citigroup, $48.28, that is up 67 cents. General Electric, $23.32, that is up 7 cents. EMC, $23.57, and that is down 22 cents. And finally, Nokia ADS, $3.81, and that is down 10 cents. Moving along to Ahead of the Tape. BlackBerry is seeking to regain its mojo, by Spencer Jakob. It seems like ages ago, but BlackBerries actually were cool back in 2008. That was when a newly elected President Barack Obama joked they would have to pry the device out of my hands. Today, they are about as unhip as the president's mom jeans. Canada's Research in Motion Limited controlled more than half of the global smartphone market 5 years ago. At that time, Apple Inc.'s iPhone had less than 8%, and today's dominant Android platform was a glint in Google Inc.'s eye. With less than 3% share recently, according to IDC, IM trails even Microsoft Inc. Friday's fiscal first quarter results are seen as a litmus test of RIM's viability. Expectations are scattered. Analysts expect earnings per share of 1 cent on average for the quarter through May, versus a loss of 99 cents a year earlier, according to FactSet. For fiscal 2014, forecasts span a confusingly wide range from top to bottom of $2.17 a share, with some seeing continued losses and others a respectable profit. That range was as wide as $3.74 in December. Far more important than earnings, though, are unit sales of new devices running on the BB10 operating system. RIM's total smartphone sales may be about 7 million to 8 million, up from 6 million in the fiscal fourth quarter. Devices using the new software may represent around half of the latest quarter's total, up from just 1 million. Various analysts claim market acceptance of the new devices has been anywhere from encouraging to lukewarm. Software and services made up 40% of RIM's revenue in fiscal 2013, double the proportion of 2 years earlier. But that business will die a slow death without customer acceptance of new devices. Skeptics must tread carefully, though. Bulls point to RIM's strong balance sheet and 76 million users. And the stock rocketed upward by
right here. Oh, yeah, that's right.
They fill them up to leave them on the side of the road. We'll wait till 8:30.
Good morning. Thank you for coming out here and videoing us on this special day. I'm AJ Dooley, the owner of Dooley Disposal, and I'm here with Jack Oppolette, town historian. And we're glad to be able to go out today and clean up the streets and put our best foot forward to get the streets nice and clean for you guys.
And this is the most incredible turnout you can imagine. A total cross-section of the community, from the very young to some of us more mature people, different clubs and organizations, sports teams, everybody. They're all out here, and spirits are flying high. It's a great day.
I'm Josh. I'm Cole. I'm Trish.
Superstar this is supposed to be a Boy Scout activity. Basically, 30 chill.
Foxborough, yeah.
We're gonna go clean up the town of Foxborough and get community service out
I'm Joe D'Antona. Talk from Mass. I play football. These are all football players like Tim, soccer player. Help clean up Foxborough on this. Yeah! Woo! School spirit.
Zach. Nice to meet you. I'm Sam. I'm Jesus. That's Ashton. We're here to pick up trash.
Yeah.
Get the job done.
We don't really have groups yet, so.
Our time. I'm Millie.
minute and look at the turnout we got. This is phenomenal.
Yeah, right.
Clean up Foxborough Day! Yay!
That's what I got.
Credit for my turn, man. That's how you found that. Oh, Mrs. Sweet, not a fire.
No fire.
I will put that on the side over here.
Yeah, where we'll put the bag for them.
What do we? There's a wire. We found a TV.
It's gonna work too well.
Oh, well, what's my phone? We found a TV. What?
We got a cushion here.
Joy, I found you some soup.
That's what I found. It's not dry. I did the day or two. Okay? What?
I'm leaving some stuff for you, honey. Hello?
Jim DeVellis. We're just trying to pick up along the roads, helping out AJ in the town and Jack Othelette on the clean Foxborough Day. So it's good, quite a group. Nice turnout. So it's, I think if this turns into a once-a-year event, I think that's spectacular. A lot of little kids are getting into it, and hopefully it comes back year after year. Lottery tickets, beer bottles, nips, you name it. It's car parts. You know, we're having some success.
A lot of alcohol.
Sutter home to be exact.
So it's kind of sad, but you know, we're out here having a good time in our town. It's a great day. That's what our town has been reduced to.
What's the weirdest thing you picked up today? Roadkill.
Pretty good, you know, doing our part.
We found about 100 little Smirnoff bottles.
Alcohol and pieces of cars.
And DQ.
And fast food. And KFC.
Ketchup packets.
It's hot out.
Really hot.
It's like 94 degrees.
I mean, it's not that bad when you're in the shade.
Picking up trash.
Cleaning up Foxborough!
Yeah.
We found 69 shot glasses.
Yep.
And
bunch of beer cans, cigarettes.
A lot of dip spit containers.
Lighters.
A lot of Gatorade bottles.
Beer cans.
It wasn't anything nice. It was a lot of stuff that people don't want to take home with them.
Found the front of a car.
Yep. Go Warriors!
Went good, huh? Yeah, it went real well. I think I did. I was with Jim about. They're going to brighten up the fun. You guys,
sales in the first 5 months this year were 14% below the year earlier period. The company has been losing market share steadily to rivals such as market leader Volkswagen AG of Germany. PSA's 11% share in the first 5 months was a full percentage point lower year to year. PSA consumed 3 billion euros, or $3.9 billion US dollars in cash last year, and has said it plans to reduce that spending rate by half this year, a task that could be complicated by diminishing sales. So far, Peugeot has responded to the European financial crisis by proposing to cut 11,000 jobs and renegotiate labor pacts. It also struck a deal with GM last year to sell the American company a 7% stake for about $400 million and to share development costs for a new round of vehicles. A person close to Peugeot said the company is on track to meet its guidance for cash utilization this year. GM went into the Peugeot alliance last year with the objective of reviving its money-losing Opel unit, which also has been hit hard by the European downturn and excess production capacity. But the partnership deal is taking longer to get started than expected, and some of the joint venture's plans haven't materialized, a source of tension between the two companies, according to people familiar with the matter. There is debate inside Peugeot whether its efforts will be enough to stem the red ink if the market doesn't recover, say people familiar with the discussions. There also is concern in the French government, which would like to avoid having to buy a stake in the company, said people familiar with the matter. They're burning cash, and even if they have a big cushion, I just don't see it stopping any time soon, said one person familiar with the discussions at the French government. France already owns a stake in Peugeot rival Renault SA. Any new investment likely would dilute the control of France's Peugeot family, which is increasingly willing to let it go if necessary, according to people familiar with the matter. The family, which founded the company in the early 19th century, holds roughly 38.1% of the shareholder vote. They know they are going to lose control. It's just a matter of when, said a person close to the company. Reuters earlier reported the family's willingness to give up control and the approach to GM. Family control has been part of the problem. For 2 centuries, the Peugeot family has jealously guarded the company's independence, in recent decades spending billions on stock buybacks to boost its control, while stifling deals that could have expanded the company's scope beyond Europe. The company and family championed a strategy of one-off deals with competitors, including Toyota Motor Corp and Fiat SPA, giving itself the vehicle lineup of a bigger company without resorting to alliances that would have threatened its independence. That has left Peugeot with good technology, but too few of its own customers outside Europe, up against increasingly global competition. Peugeot's woes also reflect a broader problem in Europe, where countries promoted national car champions and delayed meaningful restructuring. The European approach contrasts radically with that of the Obama administration, which in 2008 and 2009 agreed to rescue GM and Chrysler Group LLC on condition that they slash jobs and close plants in bankruptcy restructurings. Today, both companies are out of bankruptcy, solidly profitable, and Chrysler is majority owned by Fiat. And now we're going to take a short break, and we'll be back after this.
Profile America, Friday, June 28th. One of the joys of summer, a trip to the ice cream store for several dips of your favorite flavor, goes back to this month in 1786, when the Hall's Ice Cream Store opened on Chatham Street in New York City. But the supply was limited. In 1851, Baltimore milk dealer Jacob Fussell decided to make ice cream commercially. He built larger versions of the hand-cranked machines still popular today for backyard picnics. However, ice cream didn't become a widespread favorite until the advances in electrical power and refrigeration in the early 20th century. In 1910, each American consumed a little less than 2 pounds of ice cream a year. Today, counting all frozen dairy products, that figure is over 24 pounds. Profile America is in its 17th year as a public service of the U.S. Census Bureau.
Giving you the edge on healthy living, here's Mayo Clinic's Medical Edge. It's not a cancer, but multicentric Castleman disease can act like one. Rapidly growing cells create tumor-like lumps that affect the lymph nodes throughout the body.
The most common symptoms are what we call B symptoms, or just symptoms of just feeling poorly.
Mayo Clinic Dr. Angela Dispenzieri says it's like a really bad flu, but it doesn't go away, and it can also lead to autoimmune type symptoms.
The body kind of turns on itself, treating portions of itself as if it's a germ and making the person sick in various other ways.
That can include kidney problems, skin problems, and nerve damage. There is no cure, and because chemotherapy is often used to treat the symptoms,
that sets people up for risk of infection, and that can result in death. So in some ways, it really can be as serious as cancer.
For more information, talk to your doctor or visit mayoclinic.org. I'm Vivian Williams.
TIC Radio Network welcomes listeners of radio reading services in Texas, Iowa, and Michigan to the audience. Enjoy the programs and please consider making a donation today to your local reading service.
It's time to go back to today's reading of the Wall Street Journal.
And we're back for the second half of the program with an opinion piece. What's Really Immoral About Student Loans by Glenn Harlan Reynolds. Unless Congress acts, interest rates for government-subsidized student loans will double to 6.8% from 3.4% on July 1st. In May, House Republicans passed a bill that would index rates on new loans to the rate on 10-year treasuries, currently about 2.6%, plus 2.5 percentage points with an 8.5% cap. But with little Democratic support in the Senate, that bill is dead in the water. Most Democrats want to lock the current 3.4% rate in place for 2 more years, while Congress debates a fairer solution. Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren has even proposed letting students borrow directly from the government at the same ultra-low rate that banks currently get on short-term loans from the Federal Reserve, 0.75%. She calls the Republican proposal immoral. In the student loan world, there's immorality to spare. Not in the still historically low interest rates, but in the principle of the thing. Student debt, which recently surpassed the $1 trillion level in the U.S., is now a major burden on graduates, a burden that is often not offset by increased earnings from a college degree in, say, race and gender issues rather than engineering. According to an extensive 2012 analysis by the Associated Press of college graduates 25 and younger, 50% are either unemployed or in jobs that don't require a college degree. Then there are the large numbers who don't graduate at all. According to the National Student Clearinghouse Research Center, more than 40% of full-time students at four-year institutions fail to graduate within 6 years. The National Center for Education Statistics reports that almost 75% of community college students fail to graduate within 3 years. Those students don't have degrees, but they often still have debt. Why do students have so much debt? According to a recent study by Mark Perry, a professor of economics and finance at the University of Michigan at Flint, between 1978 and 2011, college tuition in the U.S. increased at an annual rate of 7.45%. Vastly exceeding the rate of inflation and the almost stagnant rate of growth in family incomes. The difference has been made up by more and more debt. With costs above $60,000 a year for many private schools and out-of-state costs at many state schools exceeding $40,000, some young people are graduating with student loan debts of $100,000 or more, sometimes much more. A study released last month by Fidelity Investments found that 70% of the class of 2013 is graduating with college-related debt, averaging $35,200. According to a recent study by the New York Federal Reserve, the share of 25-year-olds with student debt has increased from just 25% in 2003 to 43% in 2012. And student loan delinquencies have also been growing. Almost 12% of student loans are more than 90 days overdue. Student loan debt, the New York Fed study found, also delays marriage, home purchases, and other adult decisions that once followed graduation from college. Now here's where the real immorality kicks in. The skyrocketing cost of a college education is a classic unintended consequence of government intervention. Colleges have responded to the availability of easy federal money by doing what subsidized industries generally do, raising prices to capture the subsidy. Sold as a tool to help students cope with rising college costs, student loans have instead been a major contributor to the problem. In truth, America's student loan problem won't be solved by low interest rates. For many students, the debt would be crippling even if the interest rate was zero. If we want to solve the very real problem of excessive student loan debt, college costs need to be brought under control. A 2010 study by the Goldwater Institute identified administrative bloat as a leading reason for higher costs. The study found that many American universities now have more salaried administrators than teaching faculty. Another way to approach costs is to remove the incentives for universities to accept government-subsidized student loan money, regardless of a student's prospects of graduation or gainful employment. Under the current setup, incentives run the other way. Schools get their money up front via student loans. If students are unable to pay the loans back, the burden falls on taxpayers. If the loan was guaranteed by the federal government, and the students themselves, while the schools get off scot-free. A serious student loan fix would change this incentive. First, federal aid could be capped, perhaps at a national average, or simply indexed to the Consumer Price Index, making it harder for schools to raise tuition willy-nilly. Second, schools that receive subsidized loan money could be left on the hook for a percentage of the loan balance if students default. I would favor allowing students who can't pay to discharge their loan balance in bankruptcy after a reasonable time, say 5 to 7 years, maybe even 10, with the institutions that got the money being liable to the guarantors, i.e. the taxpayers, for, say, 10% or 20% of the balance. You can bet that under this kind of a rule, universities would be much more careful about encouraging students to take on significant debt, unless they are fully committed first to graduating and second to a realistic career path that would enable them to service that debt over time. At the very least, schools would be more likely to warn students of the risks. Even thinking about the impact of such a skin-in-the-game rule for colleges helps to illustrate the irresponsible, even in Elizabeth Warren's words, immoral way that colleges up to now have dealt with costs and with debt. If lawmakers were serious about helping students pay for college, Congress would be considering more than simply continuing low interest rates on ever higher student loan balances. Mr. Reynolds, a law professor at the University of Tennessee, is the author of The Higher Education Bubble. Corzine, O'Brien charged in MF Global collapse, by Scott Patterson, Aaron Luchetti, and Jamila Trindle. Washington. Federal regulators on Thursday filed civil charges against former MF Global Holdings Limited Chief Executive John S. Corzine and a top lieutenant for overseeing the misuse of almost $1 billion in customer funds, saying Mr. Corzine bears responsibility for the New York Commodities Brokerage's 2011 demise. The Commodity Futures Trading Commission's complaint cited conversations not previously disclosed, purportedly showing Mr. Corzine played a more active role in the firm's activities than he had suggested in the past. The lawsuit, filed in U.S. District Court in Manhattan, comes as a new blow for Mr. Corzine, whose reputation, built on a career as a top executive at Goldman Sachs Group, Inc., New Jersey governor, and U.S. senator, has been tarnished in the past 2 years. Mr. Corzine, 66 years old, has been grilled by Congress in several high-profile hearings and is the focus of several civil lawsuits related to his oversight of the company. The agency also charged a former executive at the firm, Edith O'Brien, with misusing customer funds, saying she aided and abetted the violations. The agency is seeking monetary penalties from Mr. Corzine and Ms. O'Brien, and to ban the two from ever again trading commodities on Wall Street. The CFTC's 47-page complaint depicts Mr. Corzine as instrumental in making decisions that put customer accounts at risk by allegedly moving money in violation of strict rules prohibiting such transfers. In addition to the firm's misuse of customer funds, the CFTC also charged Mr. Corzine with failure to supervise diligently, a violation of CFTC rules requiring top officials at regulated firms to maintain strong oversight of and employees. Mr. Corzine is being charged with being more than a passive actor in the downfall of MF Global, said CFTC Enforcement Chief David Meister in a Thursday conference with reporters. Large trades pushed by Mr. Corzine strained MF Global's liquidity and used up its cash, he said. Andy Levander, a lawyer for Mr. Corzine, called the CFTC lawsuit unprecedented and based on meritless allegations. He said, Mr. Corzine did nothing wrong, and we look forward to vindicating him in court. A lawyer for Ms. O'Brien, Christopher Barber, said in a statement that the CFTC case against his client was meritless. The CFTC also fined MF Global Inc., the parent company's broker-dealer that handled the funds, $100 million, the agency's largest fine ever against a futures merchant. MF Global agreed to settle the complaint and admitted to the CFTC's allegations. The company would pay the penalty after customers and creditors receive 100% of their claims, the trustee for MF Global Inc. said Thursday. The complaint comes as the CFTC attempts to show a more muscular approach to policing customer funds amid criticism that it failed to spot red flags at MF Global and Peregrine Financial Group, Inc., a futures broker whose founder stole millions in customer funds. It alleges about $1 billion in customer money was transferred from segregated accounts at MF Global to help prevent the company's financial collapse. The removal of customer funds was a blow to
Good morning. Thank you for coming out here and videoing us on this special day. I'm AJ Dooley, the owner of Dooley Disposal, and I'm here with Jack Oppolette, town historian. And we're glad to be able to go out today and clean up the streets and put our best foot forward to get the streets nice and clean for you guys.
And this is the most incredible turnout you can imagine. A total cross-section of the community, from the very young to some of us more mature people, different clubs and organizations, sports teams, everybody. They're all out here, and spirits are flying high. It's a great day.
I'm Josh. I'm Colt.
Superstar this is supposed to be a Boy Scout activity. 2:30 chill.
Foxborough, yeah.
We're gonna go clean up the town for Foxborough, big community service out there.
I'm Joe D'Antona, Foxborough, Mass. I play football. These are all football players like Tim, soccer player. Help clean up Foxborough on this. Yeah! Woo! School spirit. Zach. Nice to meet you.
I'm Sam. I'm Austin. That's Ashley.
We're here to pick up trash.
Yeah. Good job, guys. I don't really have groups yet, so that's about it.
Last minute, and look at the turnout we got. This is phenomenal.
Right.
Clean up Foxborough Day! Yay!
That's what I got. I was.
Credit for my shirt there. That's how you found that. Oh, Mrs. Sweeney found a fire. Found a fire.
I will put that on the side over here.
Yeah, we'll put the bag for them.
What do we? There's a wire. We found a TV. It's gonna work too well.
Oh, well, what's SpongeBob? We found a TV.
What are you laughing at? What?
We got a cushion here.
Joy, I found you some soup.
Guys, look what I found. It's an orange fries. I did the dinner too. Okay?
I'm leaving some stuff for you, honey. Hello?
Jim DeVellis. We're just trying to pick up along the roads, helping out AJ in the town and Jack Othelette on the clean Foxborough Day. So it's good, quite a group. Nice turnout. So it's I think if this turns into a once-a-year event, I think that's spectacular. A lot of little kids are getting into it, and hopefully it comes back year after year. Lottery tickets, beer bottles, nips, you name it. It's car parts. You know, we're having some success.
A lot of alcohol.
Sutter home to be exact.
So it's kind of sad, but you know, we're out here having a good time. Our town, it's a great day. That's what our town has been reduced to.
What's the weirdest thing you picked up today? Okay.
Doing our part.
We found about 100 little Smirnoff bottles.
Pieces of card.
And DQ.
Fast food. And KFC.
Ketchup packets.
It's hot out.
Really hot.
It's like 94 degrees.
I mean, it's not that bad when you're in the shade.
Picking up trash.
Cleaning up Foxborough!
Yeah.
We found 69 shot glasses.
Yep.
And
bunch of beer cans, cigarettes.
A lot of dip spit containers.
Lighters.
A lot of Gatorade bottles.
Oh, beer cans.
It wasn't anything nice. It was a lot of stuff that people don't want to take home with them.
Found the front of a car.
Yep. Go Warriors!
Went good, huh?
Yeah, it went real well. I think I did. I was with Jim about it. They're going to brighten up the fun. You guys
category, Nike brand equipment sales jumped 11%. In its larger footwear and apparel business segments, sales for the quarter rose 7% and 6% respectively. Nike said sales jumped in the key running and basketball categories, as well as for men's and women's training, offsetting declines in action sports and soccer. Last year's soccer sales were boosted by strong demand ahead of the European Football Championships. And that's all we have time for today. This is Elizabeth. It's been my pleasure to read to you from the Wall Street Journal. Thanks for listening.
This has been the Wall Street Journal, read here on the Talking Information Center and the Massachusetts Reading Network each weekday at this time, and streaming live at ticnetwork.org. The cost of the subscription to the Wall Street Journal has been generously donated by Anderson Fuel of Scituate, Massachusetts.
Hello, this is Julie Cochran, and I'm a programming assistant here at TIC. On Wednesday, June 19th, the Talking Information Center is celebrating 35 years of service. Since 1978, the Massachusetts Reading Network has provided programming for thousands of listeners in the Commonwealth and across the country. We'd like to thank our valued listeners, volunteers, and staff for their dedication. Thank you for listening, and stay tuned for more great programming.
This is the Massachusetts Reading Network, WVBF, 1530 AM, Middleborough, WDJM, 91.3 FM, Framingham State University, WRRS, FM 88.5, Middleborough, WUML, Lowell, Leo 103, WLLO, Londonderry Schools, and streaming online at ticnetwork.org.
Stay tuned to your radio reading service. The time is 9 o'clock.
This morning's edition of the Boston Globe is brought to you through a grant from the Filene Foundation.
And it's time now for today's edition of the Boston Globe here on the Massachusetts Reading Network. Today is Friday, June 28th, and we'll turn now to the studio with Susan and Karen.
Welcome, listeners. Front page lead story. Sarnev indicted on 30 counts by David Abel and Martin Finucane, Globe staff. A federal grand jury released a sweeping indictment of Boston Marathon bombing suspect Zodar Sarnev yesterday, charging him with using weapons of mass destruction and killing 4 people. Officials also disclosed a note in which he said he wanted to punish the U.S. for the evil of hurting Muslims. The 30-count indictment alleges that Sarnev had been inspired by al-Qaeda publications and that he left a confession in the boat in a Watertown backyard where he was captured days after the bombing, saying, "I don't like killing innocent people." He noted that it is forbidden in Islam to kill innocent people, but he justified his actions as a response to U.S. military involvement in Muslim countries. "The U.S. government is killing our innocent civilians," he allegedly wrote. I can't stand to see such evil go unpunished. We Muslims are one body. You hurt one, you hurt us all. Stop killing our innocent people, then we will stop. 17 of the charges carry the possibility of the death penalty. The others carry the possibility of life in prison. The documents released Thursday detail for the first time which of the marathon victims were killed as the result of Dzhokhar Sarnev's alleged actions and which by his brother Tamerlan. Tamerlan placed his backpack bomb in front of the Marathon Sports at 671 Boylston Street. It killed Crystal Campbell, a 29-year-old restaurant worker from Arlington. Dzhokhar Sarnev placed another backpack bomb in front of the Forum restaurant at 755 Boylston Street. That bomb killed 8-year-old Martin Richard and Lu Lingzi, a 23-year-old Boston University graduate student from China. The twin blasts also injured more than 260 near the Boston Marathon finish line. The indictment charges the Sarnevs with the shooting death of MIT police officer Sean Collier days later, although it was unclear which brother pulled the trigger. Peter Payak, who was Dzhokhar Sarnev's wrestling coach at Cambridge Renton Latin High School, said he had a hard time coming to grips with a student he knew and the extent of the evilness of the person outlined in the indictment. I'm saddened and sickened by the extent of this premeditated evil, he said. It's hard to reconcile this with the person I knew. Obviously, I didn't know him as well as I thought I did. Kenneth J. Croak, acting special agent in charge of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, said that since the bombings, the city of Boston has begun to heal. Today is an important day in that healing process, he said. The indictment alleges that sometime before the bombings, Dzhokhar Sarnev, 19, downloaded pieces of extremist Islamic propaganda from the Internet, including one that directed Muslims against giving their allegiance to governments that invade Muslim lands, and another by Anwar al-Awlaki, the American citizen who became a senior operative in al-Qaeda's branch in Yemen, and who was killed in a 2011 drone strike. At a press conference at the U.S. District Courthouse in Boston yesterday afternoon, U.S. Attorney Carmen M. Ortiz summarized the charges against Sarnev, then said she has met with relatives of those slain and with those wounded during the terrorist attack. Their strength is extraordinary, and we will do everything we can to pursue justice, not only on their behalf, but on behalf of all of us, she said. Ortiz said it would be up to U.S. Attorney General Eric Holder about whether to seek the death penalty. There are a number of different levels of review, she said, adding that her office will seek input from victims' families before making a recommendation to the Attorney General about the death penalty. It is a confidential process. Once he makes a decision, we'll announce it. Also attending the press conference were officials from the Middlesex and Suffolk District Attorney's offices and the leaders of the Boston Police, Massachusetts State Police, and the Boston office of the FBI. Boston Police Commissioner Edward F. Davis said he expects the judicial system will hold this man accountable for the terrible things he has done and hope that nothing like this ever happens again. This is a case about our community, he said. It's about an assault on our people. The federal charges include use of a weapon of mass destruction resulting in death, bombing of a place of public use resulting in death, malicious destruction of property resulting in death, and conspiring to commit those crimes. The charges also include use of a firearm during and in relation to a violent crime and carjacking, resulting in serious injury. Sarnev learned how to make the pressure cooker bombs used in the bombings from Volume 1 of an online jihadi magazine called Inspire, according to the indictment. He also downloaded a book called Jihad and the Effects on Intention Upon It, which the indictment said glorifies martyrdom in the service of violent jihad. The indictment alleges that Tamerlan Sarnev, 26, purchased 48 mortars in early February from Phantom Fireworks in Seabrook, New Hampshire, containing approximately 8 pounds of explosive powder. The two brothers allegedly went to Manchester, New Hampshire, March 20th, where they rented 2 9mm handguns and fired some 200 rounds at the range. The indictment said that on April 5th, Tamerlan Tsarnaev bought electric components on the Internet to make explosive devices. They were sent to his home in Cambridge. A day before the marathon, Dzhokhar Tsarnaev opened a prepaid cell phone account under the name Jahar Sarny, which he used to call his brother less than a minute before the first bomb exploded, according to the indictment. The indictment alleges that after their photos had been released to the public by law enforcement, the Tsarnaevs, armed with 5 improvised explosive devices, a Ruger P95 semi-automatic pistol, ammunition, a machete, and a hunting knife, fatally shot Collier on April 18th and attempted to steal his service weapon. Further, the indictment alleges that after shooting Collier, Dzhokhar Tsarnaev and his brother carjacked a Mercedes, kidnapped the driver, and forced him to drive to a gas station, robbing him of $800. After the driver escaped, the brothers drove to Watertown, where they confronted police, using 4 of the 5 explosive devices against the officers. The battle between police and the Tsarnaevs left Richard H. Donahue, Jr., an MBTA officer, critically wounded and near death. He recovered, however, and left Spalding Rehab Hospital on June 14th to return to his home in Woburn. Tamerlan Tsarnaev was tackled by 3 Watertown police officers who struggled with him as they tried to handcuff him. Dzhokhar drove his car at the 3 officers, running over his brother, seriously injuring and contributing to his death, the indictment stated. The Middlesex District Attorney's Office is filing similar charges regarding the events of April 18th and 19th in its own indictment. The bombings raised questions about what motivated the brothers and whether U.S. officials could have stopped them before they struck. At the press conference, Ortiz declined to comment on their motive or whether the note Tsarnaev left in the boat constituted a confession. Neither she nor others would comment on his condition or whether he is cooperating. He is scheduled to be arraigned on July 10th in the U.S. District Court in Boston. Karen?
Continuing with the front page. Coakley weighs run for governor by Frank Phillips and Jim O'Sullivan, Globe staff. Attorney General Martha Coakley, whose political standing has rebounded after her embarrassing defeat in the 2010 U.S. Senate race against Scott Brown, is giving serious consideration to running for governor, Democratic Party operatives said on Thursday. They said that Coakley is gauging the political climate and reviewing the dynamics of jumping into what is becoming a crowded Democratic primary race and is on the verge of making a final decision. She's seriously thinking about it, said a person familiar with her decision-making. She knows she has to make a decision soon. A number of women's activist groups, including Emily's List, are encouraged by polls that show Coakley to be one of the most popular political figures in the state, and have asked her during the last few months to consider a run for governor. Coakley's entrance into the race would dramatically reshape the Democratic campaign. The 2-term Attorney General would be the highest profile candidate among the Democrats. Despite being blamed for running a lackluster campaign against Brown that exasperated the National Party and creating residual hard feelings in some Democratic quarters, Coakley may have rehabilitated her image, recent polls have showed. Perhaps most significantly, she would be the only woman in a developing field that could include a half a dozen male candidates. Emily's List, whose mission is to elect women to public office, could provide Coakley significant financial resources through its national fundraising network. The organization has not endorsed anyone in the race. Local female activists, most prominently political fundraiser and activist Barbara Lee, have also been in close touch with Coakley, encouraging her to run. Coakley may announce her plans before a July 10th fundraiser she is holding in Boston to celebrate her 60th birthday. In addition, Lee and Emily's List have contacted other potential female candidates, including Salem Mayor Kim Driscoll and Homeland Security expert Juliette Kayyem, who is on a book leave from her job as a Globe columnist. Coakley's candidacy would overshadow that of State Treasurer Stephen Grossman, the only other statewide official holder in the race. Grossman, a former state and national party chairman, has strong ties to Massachusetts Democratic Party activists who dominate primary races. He has thus far been considered the most formidable figure in a nascent field. But Grossman's Democratic connections did not prevent the Democratic Governors Association from encouraging Coakley to run. Officials from the association, another Washington-based organization designed to elect Democrats, met with Coakley recently to make its pitch. The state's gubernatorial campaign, which would have already picked up steam in most normal years, has taken a back seat to the U.S. Senate special election that ended this week with Edward J. Markey's victory. Now the political focus turns to 2014. With Brown refusing to publicly rule out a possible run for governor, Massachusetts voters could see a rematch between the two whose 2010 race captured the nation's interest. Charles D. Baker, the 2010 GOP nominee, is also given clear signals to party insiders that he will make another run next year. He lost to Governor Deval Patrick 48 to 42% in a three-way fight. Brown would be a formidable primary election obstacle for Baker, who many think would defer to the former senator. As for the Democrats, the field continues to grow. Two candidates with very low name recognition, physicians Donald Berwick of Newt and Joseph C. Avalon of Wellesley, have already announced their candidacies. U.S. Representative Stephen F. Lynch, who lost the special Senate primary to Markey by 14 percentage points, is mulling a gubernatorial bid, people close to him say. Another Massachusetts congressman, Michael E. Capuano of Somerville, is also giving serious consideration to running and will make a decision later in the summer, according to an advisor. If Capuano does not run, Somerville Mayor Joseph A. Curtatone is set to join the race. State Senator Dan Wolf, a Harwich Democrat and chief executive and co-founder of Cape Air, the Barnstable-based airline, has told associates that he intends to run with plans to announce shortly. I will be making clear my plans in the near future, Wolf told the Globe Thursday. In order to address the state Democratic convention on July 13th, considered an important proving ground for 2014 candidates, gubernatorial candidates must open a state campaign finance account and publicly state their plans to run by July 8th. Susan?
Aaron Hernandez investigated in 2012 killings by Mark Arsenal, Maria Kramer, and Wesley Lowry, Globe staff. Former New England Patriots star Aaron Hernandez, already accused in the execution-style slaying of a Dorchester man this month, is now being investigated in an unsolved 2012 drive-by shooting in Boston's South End that killed 2 men, according to enforcement officials briefed on the investigation. The double homicide, a brutal attack last July 16th on a car stopped at a traffic light, occurred 1 month before the Patriots signed Hernandez to a $40 million contract extension, raising the chilling possibility that the region's beloved NFL franchise carried a double murderer on the roster last season. The unsolved crime may also supply a motive for the killing of Odin Lloyd on June 17th. Investigators believe Lloyd may have had information linking Hernandez to last year's double slaying, according to officials. The motive might have been that the victim knew Hernandez might have been involved, said one official. Boston police were at the Hernandez home late yesterday as part of the investigation. In a Fall River courtroom yesterday, Hernandez, 23, who was released by the Patriots just after his arrest, watched in silence as his lawyer pled for bail on the murder charge. Lloyd, 27, was found dead, shot through the arm, twice in the back, and twice in the chest, in a secluded section of an industrial park near the Hernandez home in North Attleboro. The weapon, a .45 caliber handgun that prosecutors believe was manufactured by Glock, has not been found. Superior Court Judge Rene F. Dupuis denied Hernandez's request for bail and said from the bench that the case against him is circumstantial to be sure, but very, very strong. A second man questioned by police investigating Lloyd's death was arrested Wednesday in Connecticut. Carlos Ortiz, 27, of Bristol, Connecticut, Hernandez's hometown, waived his right to fight extradition and will face charges in Attleboro District Court firearm without a license. Authorities issued an alert late yesterday for a third man identified as Ernest Wallace, most recently of Connecticut, wanted as an accessory after the fact in Lloyd's slaying, and is considered armed and dangerous. Hernandez's lawyers had asked the judge to set bail at $250,000 cash, with conditions including GPS monitoring and possibly house arrest, as well as a requirement that Hernandez surrender his passport. There is no eyewitness testimony, argued Hernandez lawyer James Sultan. There have been no indications of any direct evidence as to who shot the decedent, who was present when the decedent was shot, whether there was a plan to kill the decedent, and any other indication that if there was such a plan, Mr. Hernandez was part of it. He added that Hernandez could not jump bail and flee even if he wanted to, due to his famous face and the publicity surrounding the case. He wants a speedy trial, Sultan said. He wants to clear his name. In response, prosecutor William McCauley presented new details of the investigation, saying police recovered ammunition from a .45 caliber firearm at a condominium in Franklin leased by Hernandez, which matched the caliber of ammunition used to kill Lloyd. Further, McCauley said police found a magazine for a .45 caliber weapon inside a Hummer belonging to Hernandez. He also cited a photograph taken in Florida in 2009 that appears to show Hernandez holding a .45. Prosecutors have said that video recovered from security cameras shows Hernandez and two other men picking up Lloyd in Boston early June 17th, and later driving into the industrial park where Lloyd's body was discovered. The car drove out minutes later, prosecutors say, and headed to Hernandez's house, where the player's own security cameras recorded Hernandez holding a handgun. Hernandez showed no
Good morning. Thank you for coming out here and videoing us on this special day. I'm AJ Dooley, the owner of Dooley Disposal, and I'm here with Jack Oppolette, town historian. And we're glad to be able to go out today and clean up the streets and put our best foot forward to get the streets nice and clean for you guys.
And this is the most incredible turnout you can imagine. A total cross-section of the community, from the very young to some of us more mature people, different clubs and organizations, sports teams, everybody. They're all out here, and spirits are flying high. It's a great day.
I'm Josh. I'm Cole.
Superstar this is supposed to be a Boy Scout activity. It's going to be 30 chill. We're going to clean up.
Foxborough, yeah.
We're going to go clean up the town of Foxborough, big community service out there.
I'm Joe D'Antona. Talk from Mass. I play football. These are all football players like Tim, soccer player. Help clean up Foxborough on this. Yeah! Woo! School spirit.
Nice to meet you. I'm Sam. I'm Austin. That's Ashton.
We're here to pick up trash.
Yeah. Good job, guys. We don't really have groups yet, so it's about it.
Last minute, and look at the turnout we got. This is phenomenal.
Right. Credit for my research. That's how you found that. Oh, Mrs. Sweeney found fire. Found fire.
I would put that on the side over here.
Yeah, we're working the bag for them.
What do we? There's a wire. We found a TV.
I don't think
it's gonna work too well.
Oh, well, what's my phone? We found a TV.
What do you have there? What?
We got a cushion here.
Joy, I found you some soup.
Guys, look what I found. It's orange fries. That's a dinner too. Okay? What?
I'm leaving some stuff for you, honey. Hello?
Jim DeVellis. We're just trying to pick up along the roads, helping out AJ in the town and Jack Othelette on the clean Foxborough day. So it's good, quite a group. Nice turnout. So it's I think if this turns into a once-a-year event, I think that's spectacular. A lot of little kids are getting into it, and hopefully it comes back year after year. Lottery tickets, beer bottles, nips, you name it. It's car parts. You know, we're having some success.
A lot of wine, a lot of alcohol.
Sutter home to be exact.
So it's kind of sad, but You know, we're out here having a good time with our town. It's a great day. That's what our town has been reduced to.
What's the weirdest thing you picked up today? Okay.
Doing our part.
We found about 100 little Smirnoff bottles.
Alcohol and pieces of cards.
And DQ.
Fast food. And KFC.
Ketchup packets.
It's hot out. Really hot. It's like 94 degrees.
I mean, it's not that bad when you're in the shade.
Picking up trash.
Cleaning up Foxborough!
Yeah.
We found 69 shot glasses.
Yeah.
And
a bunch of beer cans, cigarettes.
A lot of dipspit containers.
Lighters.
A lot of Gatorade bottles.
Oh, beer cans.
It wasn't anything nice. It was a lot of stuff that people don't want to take home with them.
Found the front of a car.
Yep. Go Warriors!
Went good, huh?
Yeah, it went real well. I think I did. I was with Jim with that one. They're going to brighten up the
Morris, who worked in the FBI's Boston office in the 70s and 80s and supervised its organized crime squad for 6 years, said he became friends with Agent John J. Connolly, Jr., who introduced him to his informants, Bulger and Flemmy. Soon Morris was hosting dinners at his Lexington home for the pair. Bulger and Flemmy gave the FBI information about mafia leaders, Charlestown drug dealers, and other gangsters, Morris said. He described a dinner at the home of Flemmy's parents in South Boston, that was interrupted when Bulger's brother, William, stopped by. He just looked very uncomfortable, said Morris, testifying that William Bulger, then president of the Massachusetts Senate, did not look at the agents or talk to them and left after watching a television show. In the early 80s, Morris said, Connolly called him to the garage at the FBI's office, handed him a case of wine from Bulger and Fleming, and told him he had to accept it, or these guys will think you don't trust them. After Tulsa businessman Roger Wheeler was killed in 1981, Morris testified he used bad judgment by telling Connolly that Winter Hill Gang associate Edward Brian Halloran was cooperating with the FBI and had implicated both Bulger and Fleming in the slaying. When Halloran was shot to death in 1982, along with Michael Donahue, who was giving Halloran a ride home, Morris let Connolly file a false report claiming that Bulger and Fleming did not know Halloran was cooperating, Morris said yesterday. The following month, he testified, he asked Connolly to get $1,000 from Bulger and Fleming to buy an airline ticket for Morris's girlfriend so she could join him at a conference in Georgia. When Assistant U.S. Attorney Fred Wyshak asked Morris why he did that, Morris said Connolly had told him, these guys really like you, and if there's anything you want or need, just ask. By then, Morris said, I knew that I was clearly compromised. In 1984, he took another case of wine with $1,000 tucked in the bottom from Connolly, understanding it was a gift from Bulger and Fleming. During a later dinner, Morris said, Bulger handed him an envelope with $5,000 saying, this is to help you out. Morris admitted warning Bulger and Fleming to avoid a Roxbury bookmaker whose telephone was tapped, telling them, I don't want another Halloran. Morris said he confirmed for the Boston Globe Spotlight team that Bulger was an informant because the only way I thought these informants would be closed is if their identities were compromised. Choking back tears, Morris added he also spoke to the Globe, so what happened to me wouldn't happen to another agent. Morris was suspended for 2 weeks for talking to the Globe, but later was promoted to Assistant Special Agent in charge of the FBI's Los Angeles office. Bulger, who was captured in Santa Monica 2 years ago after 16 years on the run, called Morris in '95, demanding that he get the Globe to retract its report, Morris said. Later, Morris suffered a major heart attack. He retired from the FBI that year and now works as a wine consultant and volunteers at a soup kitchen. During cross-examination, Morris admitted to a history of lying. He also admitted that he was so eager to coerce a potential witness into cooperating in the 70s that he planted a fake bomb underneath the car to instill fear. The trick did not work. Jurors also heard from Paul McGonigal, the son of alleged Bulger victim Paulie McGonigal. Now 53, he told jurors he was 14 when his father disappeared in 1974. A year later, Bulger told him they took care of the guys who got my father, McGonigal said. His father's remains were unearthed in 2000 from a grave at the edge of Tinian Beach in Dorchester. Karen?
And our last story from the front page. Chinese firm charged with stealing tech from mass company, by Aaron Aylworth. A federal grand jury acting in a case that could have implications for U.S.-China relations indicted a Chinese wind turbine maker Thursday on charges that it stole key technology from a Massachusetts company. The criminal charges escalate a 2-year battle playing out in Chinese courts between American Superconductor Corporation, which does business as AMSC, and Sinovel Wind Group Company of Beijing, one of the largest wind turbine makers in the world. It may also add fuel to one of the biggest sources of tension between the United States and China, the theft of intellectual property from U.S. companies. The allegations in this indictment describe a well-planned attack on an American business by international defendants, nothing short of attempted corporate suicide, said John W. Vaudrell, U.S. Attorney for the Western District of Wisconsin, who sought the indictment. AMSC makes software that controls the operation of wind turbines, and Sinovel was once its biggest customer, accounting for nearly 80% of its revenues. In March 2011, Synoval suddenly stopped accepting shipments from AMSC, canceling contracts and devastating the Devons company, which has since cut nearly 60% of its global workforce. 3 months later, AMSC believes it discovered why. It found a replica of its software operating in a Synoval turbine in China. The company later sued Synoval for more than $1.2 billion in Chinese courts. The U.S. criminal case, ironically, stems from Synoval's sale of 4 turbines to Massachusetts customers. Each turbine is operating with the allegedly stolen software, according to the indictment. State records show that at least one of the turbines at the Massachusetts Water Resources Authority Delory sewer pump station in Charlestown was purchased using $4.7 million in stimulus funds. Following the indictment Thursday, AMSSC called on the Obama administration and Congress to reevaluate the U.S. trade relationship with China, given that companies in China are brazenly stealing trade secrets. This clearly demonstrates that the rights of foreign businesses in China are not currently protected, AMSC Chief Executive Daniel P. McGann said in a statement. Synoval could not be reached for comment Thursday, but the company has previously denied wrongdoing. Synoval has countersued AMSC in China, seeking $200 million for breach of contract and other claims. Synoval is also being investigated by the Chinese Securities Regulatory Commission over possible violations of security laws and regulations, according to news reports out of China. The federal indictment filed in Wisconsin, where AMSC develops its wind turbine control software, charges Synoval with conspiracy to commit trade secret theft, criminal copyright infringement, and wire fraud. By stealing AMSC's technology, the indictment charged, Synoval cheated the Devons company of more than $800 million. The indictment alleges that several months after AMSC sued Synoval, the Chinese company sold turbines to customers in Charlestown, Fairhaven, and Scituate that contained the stolen software. One of the turbines near the wastewater treatment plant on the Driftway in Scituate was partially financed by a state bond, according to public records. If convicted, Synoval faces a maximum penalty on each count of 5 years of probation and a fine on each count of up to double the more than $800 million the indictment alleges AMSC lost. The ongoing cases in China serve as a test for whether American corporations can depend on Chinese courts to address corporate espionage of intellectual property adequately, said Mark Wu, an assistant professor at Harvard Law School. The U.S. Department of Justice has made a concerted effort to crack down on intellectual property theft in recent years, creating a strategic plan and a task force in 2010 aimed at addressing intellectual property crimes here and abroad. Last year, the government brought charges against a company controlled by the Chinese government for attempting to steal trade secrets for a valuable white pigment used in paper, plastics, and paint from E.I. DuPont de Nemours and Company of Wilmington, Delaware. In China, AMSC has filed 4 cases against Synoval, all of which are winding their way through the Chinese legal system and could take from months to years to resolve. AMSC's situation has gained the attention of top-level officials in Europe, China, and the United States, including Vice President Joe Biden and Secretary of State John Kerry. We believe our topic is on the agendas of President Barack Obama, as well as Chinese President Xi Jinping, McGann said, the AMS chief executive said during a recent call. AMSC has been embroiled in the case since 2011, when one of its field crews in China came across the allegedly stolen technology. An investigation launched by the company led to the 2011 conviction of an AMSC engineer in Austria who was sentenced to a year in jail after pleading guilty to transferring software source code to Synoval to help the Chinese replicate AMSC's technology. Thursday's indictment offered additional details about how that convicted AMSC engineer, Dejan Karabasevich, allegedly worked with 2 Synoval employees to copy the Devons company technology. According to the court ruling, Synoval offered Karabasevich a 6-year, $1.7 million contract and gave him an apartment in Beijing as well as equipment, including a laptop, to transfer code and modify AMSC's technology. In several instant messaging chats, according to the indictment, Karabasevich allegedly told the Synoval employees he had transferred full code to the company, and if they succeeded in adapting the technology, Synoval could separate from ASSC. When Synoval did break, AMSC's stock and revenues plunged. Layoffs have cut the company's workforce to 362 employees from 842, according to company financial filings. McGann has said he remains confident the company will survive the legal battle with Synoval and prosper. Revenue increased 14% in fiscal 2012. Losses were cut in half to $66.1 million, McGann told analysts in mid-June, and that the company expects to be profitable by the end of its fiscal 2014. Susan?
We'll turn now to the op-ed page. Boston's Education Mayor, ? By Michael Jonas. And Jonas is executive editor of Commonweal magazine. Education may emerge as a central issue in the Boston mayor's race, not simply because the school system is one of a handful of big city districts across the country under mayoral control. 2 decades after the Education Reform Act of 1993 set the ambitious, but so far elusive, goal of raising all students to academic proficiency, there is growing momentum behind a fundamental rethinking of urban education that some believe could provide the foundation to really reach that goal. That rethinking is being driven by an idea that has animated much of the education reform movement, that schools operate best when they are given the autonomy to assemble a teaching staff committed to a common vision and the freedom to structure a curriculum and school day that supports it. That autonomy, together with accountability for delivering results, is the main underpinning of independently run charter schools. A recent study by Stanford University's Center for Research on Education Outcomes finally found that Boston had the highest performing charter school sector of any city in the country, but giving schools more autonomy has also been at the heart of district reforms, including innovation schools, recently authorized by the legislature, and turnaround efforts targeting the most troubled schools. A coalition of more than 90 education and nonprofit leaders wants to put this vision of school-level autonomy at the center of the mayor's race. The new Boston Forward Coalition is calling for removal of the state cap on charter schools and for the embrace of a strategy to make school-level autonomy the governing principle rather than a carve-out exception at Boston's 128 school districts. What is surprising, and a sign of just how ripe the city may be for fundamental change, is the degree to which candidates are embracing the need to take bold steps. Nonprofit leader John Barrows, Suffolk District Attorney Dan Connolly, City Councilor John Connolly, and Health Center founder Bill Walczak have all voiced support for lifting the charter cap and driving autonomy down to the school level within the district. Other candidates have endorsed part of the agenda. In 2006, Boston won the Broad Prize, given annually to an urban school district showing the best achievement gains. But the dismal state of education in urban America means it is possible to rise to the top of that world and still be awfully far from where students need to be. More than half of all Boston district students are still not proficient in math or English language arts. An equally false signal sent by the Broad Award, however, may be the idea that large district systems are even capable of having most students achieve at high levels. There is no example of it in U.S. education, and reformers are increasingly convinced that large, centrally run systems, governed by thick contracts and lots of directives from the district office, are not suited to yield broad-based student success. Andrew Bott, principal of the Orchard Garden School in Roxbury, says the sweeping power he was given over staffing and curriculum when the school was designated a turnaround 3 years ago has been indispensable. Last year, Orchard Gardens had among the highest levels of growth in student achievement of any school in the state. You own your own successes and your failures, Bott says of the autonomy, which is a given in almost any other organization where there is an expectation to drive improvement. Extending that sort of autonomy over hiring to all schools will be a tough sell with the Boston Teachers Union, which resisted efforts by Mayor Menino to include more hiring flexibility in the last contract. But the autonomy given to turn around schools came through state legislation, not contract negotiation, a potent lever for further change. A bill in the legislature would extend the same autonomies granted to Orchard Gardens and other low-performing schools to schools struggling just one rung higher in the state accountability system. That would cover nearly half of all Boston District students. Ironically, while the reform impulse seems to have some real traction in the Boston race, candidates vying to succeed New York City's term-limited mayor Michael Bloomberg are trying to outdo each other in pledging to roll back parts of the aggressive school reform agenda he put in place. That is a cautionary tale about the backlash that can result from steamrolling through big changes. But the new education call in Boston is really only taking the seeds of existing reforms. Boston's cohort of high-performing charter schools and the autonomy increasingly being given to district schools and letting them fully bloom. Boston is one of the few places where you could say this approach is evolutionary, not revolutionary, says Andy Smarek, author of The Urban School System of the Future. That said, this new vision would represent a gigantic leap on the reform movement's evolutionary chain. The mayor's race will go a long way toward determining whether Boston is prepared to make the jump. Karen?
Also from the op-ed page, The Tech Tax Monster versus Beacon Hill by Scott Lehigh. Michael Widner, the usually mild-mannered president of the Massachusetts Taxpayers Foundation, is as alarmed as I can ever remember him being. If it becomes law, he says, the transportation bill that the legislature passed on Wednesday would require the Department of Revenue to tax a sweeping range of computer services that state firms purchase to stay competitive. Given the high-tech state of the Massachusetts economy, that big new tax would have large negative consequences. It's a tsunami, he said. Any company that invests in new technology to upgrade its system will be taxed. The Patrick administration, which put forward a variant of that plan as part of its proposal to raise transportation money, originally estimated the effects at about $370 million per year. And reworking Patrick's plan, the legislature meant to scale it back to $160 million. But the way the final legislation is worded, Widmer says, the added annual burden is more likely to be $500 million. Mind you, this is not about taxing software products that are sold in boxes or downloaded from vendors. Those products are already taxed. This provision would extend the state sales tax to all of the computer services, IT work, or website developments or upgrades that companies hire third-party vendors to do for them. For example, the computer systems developed or upgraded to manage sales and inventory and improve customer services would be taxed. So would banks' investments in better online and mobile banking. What's more, the cost of developing the new web portals that health plans must build for their customers under last year's health care cost containment legislation will be taxed, making it harder to rein in premiums. Widmer says that the Staples, the Massachusetts-based office supply company, would see its sales tax bill rise by some $10 million a year. Only 3 other states, New Mexico, Hawaii, and South Dakota, have such a broad tax on computer services. The new tax is a big concern because it would slap businesses with significant new expenses for making the investments needed to stay on the cutting edge in the digital age. Indeed, the foundation estimates that the new levy alone would amount to a 30% increase in the sales taxes Massachusetts firms pay. The foundation's analysis carries significant weight on Beacon Hill. House Ways and Means Chairman Brian Dempsey, who says the sales tax extension isn't intended to be that broad, says the House is willing to work with Widmer and the business community to fix it. But the problem is compounded by a nascent standoff between Patrick and the legislature. The governor wanted more transportation spending supported principally by a hike in the state income tax. The legislature passed a smaller transportation plan backed by increases in the gas, corporate, and cigarette taxes. Patrick issued a statement from California where he is vacationing, asserting that the legislature's plan doesn't provide enough future funding and saying he will send it back with an amendment. That amendment will supposedly stipulate that tolls on the western part of the turnpike, currently scheduled to expire in 2017, will be retained. Because that wasn't in the governor's original plan, the feeling among legislatures is that Patrick's doing some posturing at their expense. One can see this standoff moving in one of two directions. The governor and legislature leaders could dig in. Patrick could file his amendment. The legislature could reject it. He could then veto the legislation, and they could likely override that veto. That route would have two unfortunate results. The new tech tax would take its effect, and the battle would set an antagonistic tone for the last year and a half of Patrick's term. Or the governor and legislative leaders could sit down and hammer out a way forward. That might, say, result in Patrick signing this bill with the understanding that corrective legislation would soon follow. That would be the sensible way forward, but that's not always the favored way, and not on Beacon Hill anyway. Susan?
We'll end now with sports. First of all, the Sox won last night handily over the Blue Jays. It was Red Sox 7, Blue Jays 4, with Lester pitching 7 innings. It was a good game. And I'd like to close with an open
Good morning. Thank you for coming out here and videoing us on this special day. I'm AJ Dooley, the owner of Dooley Disposal, and I'm here with Jack Oppolette, town historian. And we're glad to be able to go out today and clean up the streets and put our best foot forward to get the streets nice and clean for you guys.
And this is the most incredible turnout you can imagine. A total cross-section of the community, from the very young to some of us more mature people, different clubs and organizations, sports teams, everybody. They're all out here, and spirits are flying high. It's a great day.
The ice. I'm Josh. I'm Cole. I'm Superstar McDonald. This is supposed to be a Boy Scout activity. It's 2:30 till. We're gonna go clean up the town of Foxborough, the community service.
I'm Joe D'Antona, Foxborough, Mass. I play football. These are all football players like Tim, soccer player. Helped clean up Foxborough on this. Yeah! Woo! School spirit. Zach, nice to meet you.
I'm Sam. I'm August. That's Ashley.
We're here to pick up trash.
Yeah. Good job, guys. We don't really have a group yet, so it's about it.
Last minute, and look at the turnout we got. This is phenomenal.
Right.
Clean up Foxborough Day! Yay!
That's what I got.
found that. Oh, Mrs. Sweeney found a fire. Found fire.
I will put that on the side over here.
Yeah, where we put the bag for them.
What do we? There's a wire. We found a TV.
It's gonna work too well.
Oh, well, what's my phone? We found the TV.
What do you have there? What?
We got a cushion here.
Joy, I found you some soup.
I'm leaving some stuff for you, honey. Hello?
Jim DeVellis. We're just trying to pick up along the roads, helping out AJ in the town and Jack Othelette on the clean Foxborough day. So it's good, quite a group. Nice turnout. So it's I think if this turns into a once-a-year event, I think that's spectacular. A lot of little kids are getting into it, and hopefully it comes back year after year. Lottery tickets, beer bottles, nips, you name it. It's car parts. You know, we're having some success.
A lot of wine, a lot of alcohol.
Sutter Home to be exact.
So it's kind of sad, but you know, we're out here having a good time in our town. It's a great day. That's what our town has been reduced to.
thing you picked up today? Okay.
Doing our part.
We found about 100 little Smirnoff bottles.
Alcohol and pieces of cards.
And DQ.
Fast food. And KFC.
Ketchup packets.
It's hot out. Really hot. It's like 94 degrees.
I mean, it's not that bad when you're in the shade.
Picking up trash.
Cleaning up Foxborough!
Yeah.
We found 69 shot glasses.
Yep.
And
bunch of beer cans, cigarettes.
A lot of dip spit containers.
Lighters.
A lot of Gatorade bottles.
Oh, beer bottle. Oh, beer cans.
It wasn't anything nice. There's a lot of stuff that people don't want to take home with them.
Found the front of a car.
Yep. Go Warriors!
Went good, huh?
Yeah, it went real well. I think I did. I was with Jim about it. They're going to brighten up the fun. You guys
with Hernandez and he would be a face of its men's training category. At the time, it said the relationship would focus on the unexpected and highlight his life off the field. Investigators had been probing ties between Hernandez and Lloyd's murder since June 17. Sports nutrition company Cytosport ended its deal with Hernandez 3 days later, but Puma was mum until yesterday when it issued an email just after 3:30 p.m. Shiptick said the decision only had been made within a half hour of her email. There are some crisis management specialists who will say, come right out, be extremely proactive, Suffolk University sports marketing professor Catherine McCabe said. Others will say, wait and make sure you have a really good strategy. You can't wait too long, regardless of your approach. Hernandez was to be featured in Puma's Nature of Performance campaign.
It's difficult to gauge the deal's worth, said Jim Andrews of Chicago sponsorship consulting firm IEG. My best guess would probably be something in the low six figures, he said. Andrews wasn't surprised Puma didn't announce sooner it was cutting ties with Hernandez. What usually happens with big companies is they want to make sure legally they're doing everything right, the right way, he said. They probably knew they wanted to terminate the agreement as early as last week when this whole thing blew up in the media.
Hometown Stunned by Downfall of Golden Boy by Antonio Planas from Bristol, Connecticut. In the small Connecticut city where residents watched Aaron Hernandez blossom into an NFL star, some struggled yesterday to come to terms with the arrest of their native son, who is accused of murdering a semi-pro football player from Dorchester. I hope he didn't do it, said Lynn Calloway, who has lived in Bristol for 21 years and remembers Hernandez as a child winning foot races against neighborhood children. Everybody has a hard time saying he did it. The central Connecticut city, best known as the home of ESPN and Lake Compounce, the nation's oldest still-functioning theme park, has been besieged by national media since Hernandez and a second man from Bristol, Carlos Ortiz, 27, were arrested this week. Ortiz sits in a Hartford jail held on $1.5 million bond. Authorities say Ortiz was arrested as part of the investigation into the June 17th murder of Odin L. Lloyd, 27, less than miles from Hernandez's North Attleboro home. Authorities charged Ortiz as a fugitive from justice, and he agreed to be transferred to Massachusetts. He has yet to be arraigned in the Bay State. Hernandez graduated from Bristol Central High School, where he was a star player in 2007 before attending the University of Florida. Bob Montgomery, a local journalist and co-founder of the Bristol Sports Hall of Fame, who has interviewed Hernandez 6 times, said he doesn't want to believe Hernandez is guilty, but he feels pain for Lloyd's family. He was our golden boy, Montgomery said of Hernandez. A lot of us are hurt and hope this works right for him. As the investigation into the murder spread, Calloway said 6 unmarked Bristol police cars lined the road Wednesday afternoon near the home of Hernandez's uncle. A man outside the home yesterday, who said he has known Hernandez for years but declined to give his name, said, "I have nothing against Aaron. Aaron is a great guy. I don't know how he got mixed up in this stupid stuff."
Herald panelists tackle Hernandez, Media Fails, by the Herald staff. The Boston Herald's press party panel tackled the coverage of disgraced former Patriot Aaron Hernandez's arrest and the week-long media coverage leading up to the stunning murder charge. The new half-hour web show, hosted this week by Jocelyn Cashman, debated whether incorrect reports of the tight end's arrest last week have further eroded trust in the media. Panelists, including Boston Herald chief political reporter Hillary Chabot, Democratic consultant Anthony Signoli, longtime radio host Jeff Katz, and Suffolk University Journalism Department Chairman Bob Rosenthal, also discussed whether too much attention is being paid to Hernandez in light of several shooting deaths that have occurred in Boston. The conclusion of the sluggish U.S. Senate race between now U.S. Senator Edward J. Markey and Republican Gabriel E. Gomez was also under review. Panelists also scrutinized the explosive George Zimmerman trial after the Florida resident shot and killed an unarmed black teen. They looked at whether the trial will get the same media exposure as the Jodi Arias trial and potentially take the national spotlight off the Whitey Bulger case. The media fail of the week was a Canadian meteorologist freaking out when a spider crawled into the shot. Go to bostonherald.com and check out the show now.
Franklin Neighbors, Star-Cut Low Profile by Gary J. Ramal. Neighbors in a Franklin condominium complex began to recognize a familiar face in their midst in early May, and word soon spread that it was former Patriots tight end Aaron Hernandez under the pulled-up sweatshirt hood. After Hernandez's North Attleboro home was searched repeatedly in connection with the probe into the death of Odin L. Lloyd, Carol Bailey, who lives next to the third-floor apartment Hernandez rented at the Ledgewood condos, wondered how long it would be until cops caught on to the ex-football star's second address. She found out Wednesday when police searched the condo and a black Hummer with expired temporary plates from an Ohio dealer registered to Hernandez that was parked at the complex. The police showed up like at the exact moment, almost like it was timed when they arrested him. It was as if it was synchronized, Bailey said. Prosecutor William McCauley said at Hernandez's bail hearing yesterday that police found ammunition inside the condo and an ammunition clip for a .45 caliber bullet inside the Hummer. McCauley said prosecutors believed the murder weapon was a .45 caliber Glock. Bailey said she had not seen Hernandez and another man who lived next door for about 2 weeks prior to Lloyd's murder. She said the other man, who identified himself as Hernandez's cousin, was friendly and neighborly, but the former Pats star didn't appear to want to interact with neighbors. Hernandez absolutely didn't want to be friendly, didn't want to be seen, didn't want to be recognized. Not friendly at all, Bailey said.
Builder denies BRA favoritism over his project. Residents voice concerns, by Aaron Smith and Richard Weir. A South Boston builder who got a helping hand from the mayor's office in closed-door deals defended his project to a group of residents last night, saying there was no conspiracy, as the former state inspector general questioned whether legal missteps could halt construction. The Boston Redevelopment Authority skirted the public process and flouted the city's own development rules by failing to require developer Greg Donovan to file a new proposal with his latest building plans for 621 East 1st Street or notify community groups of the proposed construction changes, missteps that could halt the project, said Gregory W. Sullivan, a former Mass Inspector General and Pioneer Institute research director. The Boston Zoning Code prohibits the Commissioner of Inspectional Services from approving this project until the BRA certifies that it has fulfilled all of its requirements, including making the full project proposal available to the Neighborhood Council and inviting its comments, Sullivan said. The BRA board approved Donovan's planned 28-unit complex with a YMCA and barbershop June 13 without notifying local civic groups. Donovan's project, which has changed significantly since he filed plans in 2008 and again in 2011, recently received a boost from Michael Kanivi, a top aide to Mayor Thomas M. Menino, who pushed the proposal during secret meetings at the BRA. BRA official called it an oversight that project plans were not available to the public before yesterday. Donovan, who last night held his first public meeting on his new plans ahead of a Board of Appeal vote scheduled for July 9, again denied he received special treatment from the BRA. Absolutely not, he said. I don't think there's a conspiracy. Despite neighborhood support for a proposed YMCA, Donovan acknowledged there is no signed contract for the YMCA to operate on the ground floor of the building, currently a 40-car garage. There are a lot of moms who want a YMCA in the neighborhood, said 6th Street resident Amy Frith, but some neighbors raise concerns the building is bigger than city laws allow. I have no problem with a YMCA. Take down the building and comply with the zoning. Everyone else did, said Lucky Devlin, pointing to neighborly condo construction that meets city laws. Most mayoral candidates seeking to replace Menino remained mum on the controversy yesterday, refusing to answer whether the BRA board should rescind its June 13th vote. Felix G. Arroyo said the vote should stand because the project must still undergo zoning board approval. Bill Wazak said, if rescinding the vote and starting the process over means having another meeting, then I'm in favor. But we also must be careful not to unnecessarily burden any developer with unwarranted obstacles.
Whitey on trial. Defense. FBI informant file faked by Zip. By Laurel J. Sweet. Mobster James Whitey Bulger's defense team told the judge yesterday they plan to claim that rotten ex-FBI agent John Zip Connolly fabricated his damning 700-page informant file, saying that hours of testimony by Connolly's corrupted ex-FBI boss John Morris about his years in Bulger's sycophant played into their hands. The guy was on the take, exclaimed Attorney J.W. Carney Jr. of Morris. Bulger, 83, meanwhile, was chastised by U.S. District Court Judge Denise J. Casper for calling Morris a expletive liar earlier in the day. Carney announced after the jury was excused that he and co-counsel Hank Brennan will claim Bulger's FBI handler, convicted murderer John Connolly, concocted the informant file as a cover for the close, corrupt relationship he and Morris had with Bulger and Stephen the Rifleman Fleming. Mr. Bulger was not providing information, Carney said. He was providing money, so he'd get tipped off to wiretaps, informants, indictments that were coming. The defendant's theory, in a nutshell, was illustrated perfectly by the witness, Morris, on the stand. Mr. Morris made it totally clear he was totally corrupt when it came to James Bulger and Stephen Fleming. Morris, 67, now a grandfather working as a wine consultant and volunteering at a food pantry, retired from the FBI in December 1995 after Bulger went on the lam. He received immunity from prosecution for admitting he took $7,000 in bribes from Bulger, looked the other way when Connolly lied for them, and fed them sensitive information that got two men killed in 1982, Brian Halloran and Michael Donahue. I was completely trapped, the former organized crime squad supervisor said. I was in so far I knew I couldn't get out of it. Bulger wanted only one thing in return, a heads up, Morris testified. Connolly told him one night in Morris's Lexington kitchen during one of the quartet's many social get-togethers. But the defense will seek to show Connolly built Bulger's file by stealing other agents' stories and rifling through other informants' files, using their reports and the information they gave up as the templates for his lies. Exasperated, Assistant U.S. Attorney Fred Wyshik Jr. responded, "The fact of the matter is, life is not that simple." Donahue's son Tommy said later, "You kind of don't know what to believe. The cover-ups of murders, falsified documents. To hear Morris telling how he got my father killed like it was nothing, it made me sick to my stomach."
Father warned daughter before Southie slaying by Jack Encarnazio. The killing of a South Boston woman allegedly slain when she went to retrieve her things from her convicted rapist ex-boyfriend left her father with heart-wrenching memories of his final advice to the daughter he loved. "I used to tell her to get away from him," James Hardy of Weymouth said of his daughter, 33-year-old Melissa Hardy, and Martin E. Jimenez. "I even told her a couple of days ago, don't go near that house unless someone's with you. You have to stay out of abusive situations," Hardy said tearfully. He told her where to go, what to do, what to eat. He was making her do everything, and she thought it was all right. Family members who reported Melissa Hardy missing hadn't heard from her since Sunday, when she went to Jimenez's apartment on East 4th Street to retrieve her things. Family asked police to check the apartment Wednesday, where a prosecutor said they found a padlocked door and her body with obvious trauma. The party had left the defendant as recently as 2 weeks ago after there was a physical altercation where the defendant allegedly punched the victim in the face, Suffolk Assistant District Attorney Holly Broadbent said. Jimenez, charged with murder yesterday, was ordered held without bail. Broadbent said Jimenez was arrested early Monday morning in Concord for driving under the influence of drugs. He was driving a car registered to James Hardy, who said he had lent his daughter the car to retrieve her belongings. A neighbor of Jimenez, who only wanted to be identified as Mary, said that while Jimenez and Hardy argued, it never seemed like Hardy was in danger. "He came off as nice," Mary said of Jimenez. "He always compliments my mother's garden." Broadbent said Jimenez served time for a 1989 rape conviction and had failed to register as a level 1 sex offender. She said Jimenez has convictions of violent offenses, dealing drugs, and probation violations.
Next are two editorials by the Herald staff. The first is titled, "Devil in the Details." So now there is confirmation that Boston Marathon bombing suspect Dzhokhar Tsarnaev was not some confused kid led astray by his big brother. No, he was a confirmed jihadist, bent on destruction and willing even to mow down his brother in the street to make good his escape. The 30-count, 74-page federal indictment handed down yesterday provides an astonishing level of details about events of the April day that changed our lives here forever, and of the days of terror that followed. And it is now those details that demolish the twisted reasoning of some who would attribute Tsarnaev's crimes to his family dysfunction and youthful nihilism, as one Boston Globe editorial attempted to do. This 19-year-old may have been a good buddy to his former Cambridge Ringe and Latin classmates, but he was also a full partner in the construction of bombs that claimed the lives of 3 people, including 8-year-old Martin Richard. And lest there be any doubt about his motive, there is now confirmation of the message he scrawled in the boat in which he hid in that Watertown backyard. Quote, "The U.S. government is killing our innocent civilians. I can't stand to see such evil go unpunished. And we Muslims are one body. You hurt one, you hurt us all." End quote. Tsarnaev might have been flunking most of his courses at the University of Massachusetts, Dartmouth, but he was spending a lot of time studying the art of jihad and its ideological underpinnings. The Slicing Sword, with a foreword by al-Qaeda propagandist Anwar al-Awlaki. Defense of the Muslim Lands by Abdullah Azzam, father of global jihad, and another publication glorifying martyrdom in the service of jihad. No, Dzhokhar Tsarnaev was no longer the boy next door, and surely no youthful nihilist. He was a fully formed terrorist, one who will now be brought to justice. The second editorial is titled, "Gov Stamps His Foot." Weighing in from the left coast this week, Governor Deval Patrick declared himself not pleased with the legislature's version of a transportation bill already slated to take an additional $500 million out of the pockets of state taxpayers. Now, there are any number of good reasons to criticize the bill, which, with some shifting of revenue, is aimed at directing a total of $805 million to state roads and mass transit, and we'll get to some of those. But the governor's problem is, of course, that it's just not enough. His issue is that it would allow tolls on the Massachusetts Turnpike west of Route 128 to expire as scheduled after January 1st, 2017. Oh no, not that. Of course, as Senate President Therese Murray noted, that's actually something the governor never bothered to put in his bill, although his effort to take a whopping $1.2 billion out of our wallets for transportation left few other revenue sources untapped. The legislative effort already raises the gasoline tax by 3 cents, with future increases tied to inflation, the cigarette tax by $1 a pack, and it would impose a troubling sales tax on computer and software design services. The latter is troubling in part because it could be a damper on a thriving part of the state's innovation economy. But it has become even more problematic because there is growing concern over its draftsmanship and how much would really be brought in by the tax. Lawmakers insist it will cost business about $161 million a year, but the Massachusetts High Technology Council insists the real burden on software companies will be more like $500 million a year. That's a far more serious issue than the governor's little tiff over turnpike tolls, and one that should merit some language to limit that tax burden. It's sadly typical of Patrick to come in at the 11th hour, stamp his foot, and basically call legislative leaders liars for not extracting enough money, this time from drivers. Doing it from out of town while lawmakers are hard at work ought to win him even more friends at the State House.
The following articles are from the Herald's opinion page. What are you taxing and why? As revenues pour in, Beacon Hill grabs more, by Michael Graham. Remember when then-candidate Barack Obama lifted Governor Deval Patrick's just words line? The massive $500 million per year tax hike approved by the House and Senate this week gives Massachusetts the chance to lift a line from D.C. You have to pass it to find out what's in it. Beacon Hill's Democrat supermajority has passed a bill that's going to take at least $2.8 billion out of taxpayers' pockets over the next 5 years, if not much more, and they can't even answer the simple question, what are you taxing? Yes, you're taxing cigarettes by another $1 a pack. This should be called the New Hampshire Border Town Stimulus Bill. Even without a sales tax, the price advantage in New Hampshire on most products isn't big enough to change most shoppers' behavior. But when a single carton of cigarettes is $40 cheaper and just 20 minutes away, there will be many more smokes and booze runs to the Granite State. And yes, you're taxing our gasoline, but even that is complicated. Today, 3 cents a gallon hike, taking us up to 24 cents a gallon at the state level, goes up every year along with inflation. Since we don't know what the inflation rate will be in 5 years, Beacon Hill is literally voting for the unknown tax rate. That's
right here. Oh, yeah, that's right.
They fill them up to leave them on the side of the road. We'll wait till 8:30.
Good morning. Thank you for coming out here and videoing us on this special day. I'm A.J. Dooley, the owner of Dooley Disposal, and I'm here with Jack Oppolette, town historian. And we're glad to be able to go out today and clean up the streets and put our best foot forward to get the streets nice and clean for you guys.
And this is the most incredible turnout you can imagine. A total cross-section of the community, from the very young to some of us more mature people, different clubs and organizations, sports teams, everybody. They're all out here, and spirits are flying high. It's a great day.
I'm Josh. I'm Cole. I'm
Superstar Madonna. This is supposed to be a Boy Scout activity. Basically, 2:30 till we're gonna clean up.
Foxborough, yeah.
We're gonna go clean up the town of Foxborough and get community service out
I'm Joe D'Antona. Talk from Mass. I play football. These are all football players like Tim, soccer player. Help clean up Foxborough on this. Yeah! Woo! School spirit. Zach. Nice to meet you.
I'm Sam. I'm Jesus. That's Ashley.
We're here to pick up trash.
Yeah. Get the job done. We don't have groups yet, so it's about it.
Our time. Last minute, and look at the turnout we got. This is phenomenal.
Right.
Clean up Foxborough Day! Yay!
That's what I got.
That's how you found that.
Oh, Mrs. Sweet got a fire.
I would put that on the side over here.
Yeah, we're working the bag for them.
What, should we? There's a wire. We found a TV.
It's gonna work too well.
Oh, well, what's my phone? You found a TV.
What's happening? What?
We got a cushion here.
Joy, I found you some soup.
Guys, look what I found. It's an orange fries. I did the day or two. Okay? That's awesome. What?
I'm leaving some stuff for you, honey. Hello?
Jim DeVellis. We're just trying to pick up along the roads, helping out AJ in the town and Jack Othelette on the clean Foxborough day. So it's good, quite a group. Nice turnout. So it's I think if this turns into a once a year event, I think that's spectacular. A lot of little kids are getting into it, and hopefully it comes back year after year. Lottery tickets, beer bottles, nips, you name it. It's car parts. You know, we're having some success.
A lot of wine, a lot of alcohol.
Sutter Home to be exact.
So it's kind of sad, but you know, we're out here having a good time in our town. It's a great day. That's what our town has been reduced to.
What's the weirdest thing you picked up today? Roadkill.
found about 100 little Smirnoff bottles.
Pieces of card.
And DQ.
Fast food. And KFC.
Ketchup packets.
It's hot out. Really hot. It's like 94 degrees.
I mean, it's not that bad when you're in the shade.
Picking up trash.
Cleaning up Foxborough! Yeah. We found 69 shot glasses.
Yeah. And a bunch of beer cans, cigarettes.
A lot of dip spit containers.
Lighters.
A lot of Gatorade bottles.
Oh, beer cans.
It wasn't anything nice. It was a lot of stuff that people don't want to take home with them.
Found the front of a car.
Yep. Go Warriors!
Went good, huh?
Yeah, it went real well. I think I did. I was with Jim about. They're going to brighten up the fun.
He once told a reporter about Whitey, "You have no idea how dangerous he is." In 1995, Mr. White called Morris at the FBI Academy and gave him a tongue lashing so severe that Morris keeled over with a heart attack. But that was then, and this is now. After this F-bomb, prosecutor Brian Kelly stood up and pointed a finger at Whitey as he angrily addressed the judge. I know he spent his whole life intimidating people, including 15-year-olds in Southie, but he can keep his little remarks to himself. Little remarks? J.W. Carney bowed his head in mock reproach and said he'd have a discussion with his client. Whitey and Stevie Fleming derisively called Mars Vino because of his taste for the grape. Yesterday, 67-year-old Morris told the court that he's employed part-time as a wine consultant, a wine educator. Boy, did they own Vino. At least 3 times yesterday, he referred to Zip Connolly as his best friend. Now Vino lives in a retirement community in Florida, and so does Zip, in a gated community, prison. All the other bent FBI agents were Boston boys. Zip, Paul Rico, Dennis Condon. Morris was from somewhere out in the heartland. He thought everything was on the level. No wonder Whitey figured he could still push him around after all these years. First they gave Vino a case of wine. Then they got him drunk at the Colonnade in a room where he was playing Whitey and Steve Mafia tapes from the doghouse. Vino was so loaded he forgot to take the tape back. Whitey had to drive him home. After that, they owned him. He'd gone native. And then the married Vino wanted to take his FBI secretary/girlfriend on a junket to Glencoe, Georgia. He went to Zip and asked him if Whitey and Stevie could give him a grand. Vino recalled how Zip had told him, "These guys really like you. If there's anything you ever want or need, just ask." And I did. I knew that I was clearly compromised. And Mr. White owned him all these years, until yesterday, when Brian Kelly put Whitey in his 83-year-old place.
Path of a Jihadi. Federal prosecutors yesterday presented what they say Zohar Tsarnaev did before, during, and after the deadly April 15th Boston Marathon bombings. A jihadi's indoctrination. On or before April 15th, Zohar Zarnaev downloads a jihadi library, including the terrorist do-it-yourself pressure cooker bomb-making guide in al-Qaeda's online Inspire magazine, and titles such as The Slicing Sword Against the One Who Forms Alliances or Allegiances with Disbelievers and Takes Them as Supporters Instead of Allah, His Messenger and the Believers, with a foreword by slain American Yemeni al-Qaeda propagandist Anwar al-Awlaki. Defense of the Muslim Lands, the First Obligation After Imam, by Abdullah Azam, known as the father of global jihad. Jihad and the Effects of Intention Upon It, by the extremist At-Tibyan Publications. A Jihadi's Actions, February 6th. Zohar's slain older brother, Tamerlan Zarnaev, goes to Phantom Fireworks in Seabrook, New Hampshire, and buys 48 mortars containing approximately 8 pounds of low-explosive powder. March 20th. Zohar and Tamerlan visit a firing range in Manchester, New Hampshire. Zohar rents 2 9mm handguns, purchased 200 rounds of ammunition, and had target practice for an hour. April 5th. Bomb components ordered over the internet by Tamerlan are delivered to the brothers' Cambridge apartment. April 14th. Zohar opens a prepaid cell phone account under the name Zohar Sarni. April 15th. 2:40 p.m. The Zarnaev brothers go to the Boston Marathon finish line and split up. Zohar leaves a backpack with an IED in front of the Forum restaurant at 755 Boylston Street among a dense crowd of marathon spectators that included men, women, and children. 2:48 p.m. Zohar uses his prepaid cell phone to call Tamerlan. They speak for several seconds. Then Tamerlan detonated the bomb he had placed in front of Marathon Sports, killing Crystal Marie Campbell. Zohar detonates his bomb in front of the Forum restaurant, killing Martin Richard and Lindsay Liu. April 18th, 8:45 p.m. After TV shows his photo, Zohar texts a college classmate, "If you want, you can go to my room and take what you want." 10 p.m. The brothers take 5 IEDs, a Ruger P95 9mm semi-automatic handgun, ammunition for the Ruger, a machete, and a hunting knife, and drive their Honda Civic to MIT. 10:25 p.m. Zohar and Tamerlan execute MIT police officer Sean Collier with the Ruger P95 9mm and try to take his service weapon. 11 p.m. The brothers carjack a Mercedes ML 350 and force the driver, identified as DM, to withdraw $800. 12:15 a.m. The driver escapes and calls 911. The brothers go to Watertown. 12:43 a.m. The Zarnaevs get into a gunfight with Watertown police, detonating 4 bombs. 12:50 a.m. Tamerlan is tackled by 3 Watertown police officers. Zohar drives the stolen Mercedes at them. He barely misses Sergeant Jeffrey Pugliese, who is attempting to drag Tamerlan Zarnaev to safety. Zohar runs over his brother's body, seriously injuring him and contributing to his death. Zohar also caused MBTA officer Richard Donahue to sustain serious bodily injury. Early morning, Zohar abandons the Mercedes and hides in a boat in a Watertown backyard until police find him late in the afternoon.
Experts duo a win for Al-Qaeda by Orion Johnson. Accused terrorist brothers Zohar and the slain Tamerlan Zarnaev were textbook examples of the lone wolves that Al-Qaeda seeks to inspire and have to be counted as a victory for the Islamic Jihadi movement, security experts said about the detailed evidence trail laid out in Zohar's 30-count federal indictment. The 74-page document lists a series of Muslim extremist texts that Zohar 19 downloaded to his computer, as well as a terrorist's do-it-yourself bomb-making guide published by the Al-Qaeda online magazine, Inspire. They put all this stuff online to inspire people to action, said John Pike, of globalsecurity.com about al-Qaeda's long-standing strategy of inspiring individuals worldwide to launch attacks of their own. It makes it difficult to track who is doing what, whereas if they try to organize something like September 11, they get caught. And the Zarnev brothers were a clear win for al-Qaeda, said James Walsh of MIT's Security Studies program. If you are trying to encourage violence and you're putting that stuff out there, you're going to count that in the win column, Walsh said. U.S. Attorney Carmen Ortiz unveiled a 30-count federal indictment against Dzhokhar Zarnev yesterday that charges him with terrorist acts, including using a weapon of mass destruction and a gun in 4 murders. 17 of the charges carry the death penalty. In addition to the federal indictment, Middlesex District Attorney Marion Ryan said a grand jury had returned a 15-count state indictment charging Zarnev with the murder of MIT police officer Sean Collier and the April 1819 carjacking and gun battle in Watertown. Today's indictment is about recognizing the sacrifice of Officer Collier and working towards providing some sense of solace for his family, Ryan said. She said no date had been set for Zarnev's state arraignment and trial. Zarnev is being held in a federal prison medical center. Ortiz said he is expected to be arraigned on the federal charges July 10. The federal indictment stated that Dzhokhar Zarnev placed and detonated the bomb by the foreign restaurant on Boylston Street, which killed Martin Richard, 8, and Lindsay Liu, 23. His brother Tamerlane's bomb in front of Marathon Sports killed Crystal Marie Campbell, 29, the indictment said. In a statement scrawled as he hid from police, Dzhokhar Zarnev said, "The U.S. government is killing our innocent civilians. I can't stand to see such evil go unpunished."
Dredging may put pots in peril. Lobstermen worry about livelihood in $300 million harbor plan by Chris Cassidy. While the head of the Massachusetts Port Authority tried to sell the city's business elite yesterday on a 4-year, $300 million plan to dredge Boston Harbor, the state's lobstermen worried that the underwater big dig could hurt their catch. You can't just come charging in with your dredgers and say, "Hey, you guys, get out of the way," said Bill Adler of the Massachusetts Lobstermen's Association. They're trying to make a living. Massport CEO Thomas Glynn told the Greater Boston Chamber of Commerce yesterday it will soon make a $300 million decision whether to deepen the harbor and its channels to accommodate bigger cargo ships and stay competitive with rapidly modernizing ports such as New York and New Jersey. Crews plan to finish widening the Panama Canal by 2015 to make way for ships that could soon carry between 12,000 and 15,000 containers, much larger than the 5,000 to 8,000 they carry now, said Glynn. Bigger ships need a deeper draft so they can dock, Glynn said. This is a big decision for ports all over the East Coast, including Boston. Glynn said Massport plans to gauge public opinion over the next few weeks and months. It's our intention to try to convince people that this is a good idea and a good investment, Glynn told the Herald in an interview. As much as $200 million of the project would be paid through federal dollars and require an act of Congress, while the rest would be paid for by Massport, said Mike Keegan of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. The project could start as early as 2015 and last 3 to 4 years, he said. Adler said the lobstermen aren't opposed to the project, but they have serious concerns about whether dredging would interfere with fishing vessels and kill vulnerable lobsters that migrate to the harbor in early summer to shed their shells. It'll depend on the lobster fishermen being able to sit down with the company and try to design when this can be done and how the fishermen can keep going, Adler said. Keegan said the dredging will actually improve lobster habitat and that their vessels will have more than enough access in and out of the harbor. Truthfully, they'd like the government to pay them not to lobster during periods we work, said Keegan, and that's not viable for us.
Equality Will Help Pay Bills for PAIR by Tenley Woodman. It took nearly 10 years, but Nancy Gill and Marcel Letourneau, who sued the government over Gil's federal benefits are equal with their neighbors at last. When we got married, I wasn't thinking that I wasn't going to be able to put Marcel on the insurance, Gil told the Herald this week, after the U.S. Supreme Court struck down the Defense of Marriage Act this week, giving same-sex married couples the same spousal access to federal benefits as heterosexual couples. Gil and Letourneau were the lead plaintiffs in one of the first cases to challenge DOMA, Gil versus Office of Personnel Management. Gil, 55, a U.S. Postal Service employee, said Letourneau, 52, a scheduler for the Brockton Visiting Nurse Association, kept their cell phones at their sides in anticipation of the news. It's like a weight has been lifted. It's almost like a relief, Letourneau said. The women married in 2004, but have been together for 32 years. They have 2 children, 20-year-old Tyan and 13-year-old Will Gil Letourneau. We are not rich, but our kids are loved. We are just trying to live our lives, Gil said. The need for health care kept Letourneau working part-time to raise their kids, but the ruling will finally allow Letourneau to join Gil's plan. Dollar-wise, it's about $150 to $200 more in our family budget, which is huge, Gil said. I'm about 6 years from retirement. I have a pension I've been paying for 26 years. I want my wife to have the annuity if I predecease her. Now it's not a question. But the news is more than just dollars and cents. Discrimination is discrimination, Letourneau said. You can't discriminate against a group of people who are married. Married is married. Though the journey has been long, both women said they were confident this day would come. It's a good feeling to be equal, Gil said.
Economists. Fed budget policies hurt Massachusetts, by Jordan Graham. The state economy, despite performing well compared to the rest of the country, has begun to stall due to federal tax and budget policies, a group of local economists said yesterday. The Mass Benchmarks editorial board, made up of economists from around the state, said in a statement released yesterday that the state's economic growth has slowed, and if the federal policies put in place in January remain, that slow growth is expected to continue. Citing federal policies such as tax increases and sequestration, the board said the problems are not reflected in some oft-cited economic indicators, such as the unemployment rate. Those numbers are not especially impressive, however. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, state unemployment figures remain a full % below the nation as a whole, but that gap was 1.5% at the beginning of 2012, suggesting that jobs are not being added at the same rate in Massachusetts as the rest of the country. The state economy is being undermined by federal tax and budget policies, the board said. We've essentially had no employment growth since January, said Alan Clayton Matthews, a member of the board and economist at Northeastern University. Clayton Matthews said employers are not cutting jobs, but they aren't hiring at a higher rate either, leading to the slow growth. Underemployment, people who work part-time but want a full-time job, has risen every month this year, the board said. Everything's pointing to a very weak second quarter, Clayton Matthews said. Still, the board did see some positives. The housing market continues to be the most prominent sign of a recovery, and households are willing to spend.
Myriad benefits will have to be defined by Jordan Graham. The Supreme Court's decision to strike down the Defense of Marriage Act will allow legally married gay couples to receive more than 1,000 federal rights and benefits, but the specifics of how that will happen have not been determined. Ranging from immigration rights to tax filing status, gay couples who married in the 12 states and District of Columbia where such unions are legal will be afforded the same rights that heterosexual married couples have. Some of the biggest changes are things like survivor benefits for Social Security, said Scott Squillace, an estate planning attorney who specializes in gay couples. Still, there are details that need to be worked out. It's still up in the air in terms of the timing of the implementation, said Lil Gonzalez, an accountant based in Stoughton, who also specializes in gay couples. And for married gay couples who live in a state that does not recognize their union, they will have some rights, but not all. Some laws, including those that govern taxes, look at where you live, according to gay and lesbian advocates and defenders, GLAAD. The next big step of this issue is in these 38 other states that don't recognize gay marriage, Squillay said.
And that's all we have time for today. As always, thanks for listening and have a wonderful weekend.
Welcome to Isla Earth. Now playing in Australia, Invasion of the Monster Toads. Today's story began back in the 1930s when Australia's sugarcane farmers had a problem. Beetles were chewing up the fields, so they imported the South American cane toad, a creature that devoured beetles like a movie monster. But things didn't work out quite the way they planned. Instead of playing a helpful role, the poisonous toads acted like space aliens in a 50s thriller. They overwhelmed Australia's ecosystem, killing millions of native animals, even small crocs. It seemed that resistance was futile. Then a group of environmental heroes leapt onto the scene. The folks at Frogwatch hunted the toads, blinding them with bright lights and capturing them where they sat. In a recent raid, the Toadbusters caught one the size of a football, weighing almost 2 pounds and measuring more than a foot long. Frogwatch puts all captured aliens on ice. A special process turns the toads non-toxic and voila, into fertilizer. The group's success story is a happy ending in the making to what had been an environmental horror story. Learn more about halting the spread of invasives at islaearth.org. Isla Earth is produced by the Catalina Island Conservancy with support from its Fund for a Sustainable Planet, because Earth is an island.
This is the Massachusetts Reading Network. WVBF 1530 AM Middleborough, WDJM 91.3 FM Framingham State University, WRRS FM 88.5 Middleborough, WUML Lowell, Leo 103, WLLO Londonderry Schools, and streaming online at ticnetwork.org.
Stay tuned to your radio reading service. The time is 11 o'clock.
It's time for the Christian Science Monitor here on the Massachusetts Reading Network. Read up on national and global news each day at this time.
Hello, and welcome to the Christian Science Monitor. This is Chuck Burrell reading the Friday, June 28th edition. We're going to start with our first article titled, EU Leaders Win Breakthrough on Budget Deal. This is by Jürgen Baetz and Rafe Cassette from the Associated Press, dated June 28th. European Union leaders reached an outline deal on Friday on the 27-country bloc's $960 billion Euro $1.3 trillion 7-year budget, overcoming a British-French dispute to sign off on the agreement. British Prime Minister David Cameron had held out for the same financial conditions already promised him months ago, overshadowing a summit meant to focus on the continent's youth unemployment problems. However, in the end, all 27 nations backed the budget deal. EU President Herman Van Rompuy said it is quite clear, yes, when it came to unanimous backing of the 2014-2020 spending plan. Beyond the 7-year spending plan, which still needs full parliamentary approval, the EU nations also agreed on the shape of future bank bailouts, injecting a sense of fresh credibility into the efforts of the leaders to control the region's economic problems. But the budget deal also highlighted deep divisions among European countries over whether to spend or cut their way out of crisis. The UK is seeking reassurances that it won't have to contribute too much at a time of belt squeezing across the continent.
Good morning. Thank you for coming out here and videoing us on this special day. I'm AJ Dooley, the owner of Dooley Disposal, and I'm here with Jack Oppolette, town historian. And we're glad to be able to go out today and clean up the streets and put our best foot forward to get the streets nice and clean for you guys.
And this is the most incredible turnout you can imagine. A total cross-section of the community, from the very young to some of us more mature people, different clubs and organizations, sports teams, everybody. They're all out here, and spirits are flying high. It's a great day.
The ice.
I'm Josh. I'm Colt. I'm Trish.
Superstar this is supposed to be a Boy Scout activity. It's 2:30 till we're gonna clean up.
Foxborough, yeah.
We're gonna go clean up the town for Foxborough, big community service
I'm Joe D'Antona, Foxborough, Mass. I play football. These are all football players like Tim, soccer player. Help clean up Foxborough on this. Yeah! Woo! School spirit.
Nice to meet you. I'm Sam. I'm on Jesus. That's Ashley. We're here to pick up trash.
Yeah.
Get the job done.
We don't really have groups yet, so that's about it.
Last minute, and look at the turnout we got. This is phenomenal.
Right.
Clean up Foxborough Day! Yay! Thanks.
That's what I got.
Credit for my turn there. That's how you found that. Oh, Mrs. Sweet, not fire.
I will put that on the side over here.
Yeah, we're working the bag for them.
What do we? There's a wire. We found a TV.
I don't think it's gonna work too well.
Oh, well, what's my phone? You found a TV.
What do you have? What?
We got a cushion here. Hello?
Jim DeVellis. We're just trying to pick up along the roads, helping out AJ in the town and Jack Othelette on the clean Foxborough day. So it's good, quite a group. Nice turnout. So it's I think if this turns into a once-a-year event, I think that's spectacular. A lot of little kids are getting into it, and hopefully it comes back year after year. Lottery tickets, beer bottles, nips, you name it. It's car parts. You know, we're having some success.
A lot of wine, a lot of alcohol.
Sutter home to be exact.
So it's kind of sad, but you know, we're out here having a good time with our town. It's a great day. That's what our town has been reduced to.
What's the weirdest thing you picked up today? Okay.
Doing our part. We found about 100 little Smirnoff bottles.
pieces of cards.
And DQ.
Fast food. And KFC.
Ketchup packets.
It's hot out.
Really hot.
It's like 94 degrees.
I mean, it's not that bad when you're in the shade.
Picking up trash.
Cleaning up Foxborough!
Yeah.
We found 69 shot glasses.
Yeah.
And
bunch of beer cans, cigarettes.
A lot of dip spit containers.
Lighters.
A lot of Gatorade bottles.
Oh, beer bottle. Beer cans.
It wasn't anything nice. It was a lot of stuff that people don't want to take home with them.
Found the front of a car.
Yep. Go Warriors!
Went good, huh?
Yeah, it went real well. I think I did. I was with Jim about. They're going to brighten up this morning. You guys
lobby and religious beliefs, he said. And because the contraceptive coverage requirement places substantial pressure on Hobby Lobby and Mardell to violate their sincere religious beliefs, their exercise of religion is substantially burdened within the meaning of RFRA, he wrote. Tipkovich noted the government lawyers have said the government's interest in mandating universal health insurance coverage is to advance the twin goals of public health and gender equality. The judge said the government had not explained, quote, how those larger interests would be undermined by granting Hobby Lobby and Mardell their requested exemption, close quote. Quote, Hobby Lobby and Mardell ask only to be excused from covering 4 contraceptive methods out of 20, not to be excused from covering contraception altogether, the judge said. The government does not articulate why accommodating such a limited request fundamentally frustrates its goals. The case is Hobby Lobby versus Sebelius, 12-6294. This is just a reminder to the Christian Science Monitor on the Massachusetts Reading Network. I'm Chuck Farrell, reading from the Friday, June 28th edition. We'll continue with our next article titled Pentagon Slammed for $1 billion Deal with Banned Arms Dealer. With Africa's eyes on Obama trip, a continent takes stock of its progress. This is by the Monitor's editorial board and dated June 27, 2013. For too long, the rest of humanity has viewed Africa as a final but frustrating frontier to end war, tyranny, and poverty. Yet over the past 15 years, the continent has begun to reverse that image. President Obama's 6-day trip to Africa reflects a new perspective. His visit offers more of a slap on the back for African countries doing well than the old gesture of a helping hand. The 3 stops on his trip, Senegal, South Africa, and Tanzania, reflect Africa's progress since the late 1990s in curbing poverty, ending civil wars, and improving governance. For the first time, the percentage of Africans living on less than $1.25 a day has declined. Sub-Saharan Africa is now home to 11 of the 20 fastest growing economies. It also has both the youngest and fastest growing population in the world, which has caught the eye of big companies such as Walmart in search of consumers in fast-growing markets. And instead of the 20th century pattern of wealthy nations competing for influence with aid, rising countries from Brazil to China are vying for the new opportunities in trade and investment. It is the United States that has been slow to catch on. Since 2009, for example, China has surpassed the U.S. in trade with Africa. The U.S. accounts for only 10% of the continent's foreign investment. Mr. Obama's visit is a way to play catch-up with China and others. The U.S. has not been idle, however, in the pursuit of one American interest. It helped fell a dictator in Libya, sent Marines to hunt down the Lord's Resistance Army in Central Africa, helped quell Islamic militants in Somalia, and set up a drone base in Niger to track al-Qaeda-linked militants in Mali. North Africa's struggle with violent Muslims and other militants will still need U.S. aid. But in many cases, African militaries are doing the job. Most of the continent's old woes remain, reflected in the fact that it is home to about half of the world's children who die before the age of 5. Too many countries have leaders with authoritarian streaks or poor human rights records, and Africa is a laggard in manufacturing exports, despite the lure of low wages. But a rising middle class that is plugged into global commerce with cell phones has firmly emerged, a cause for many of the positive trends. Within 20 years, most Africans will live in cities rather than rural areas. As Africa welcomes America's first black president, it can look at how far, too, it has come in achieving what was once not expected. For that, it deserves a slap on the back. Do browsers need to be more touch-friendly? Microsoft thinks so. This is by Matthew Scher, and it's dated June 27, 2013. On Wednesday, Microsoft introduced a preview version of Internet Explorer 11, a browser it called fast, fluid, and perfect for touch. In order to try out the software, you'll have to download and install the Windows 8.1 preview. So what's new on IE 11? Well, the most noticeable difference is the rejiggered interface, which now boasts side-by-side browsing windows and permanent tabs. Tabs, in other words, that travel with you from one device to the next. So let's say you're looking up the prices of Red Sox tickets on your Windows 8 equipped tablet. When you turn on your PC and boot up IE 11, you'll see that's that same window on your desktop. In addition, Microsoft exec Dean Harsamovich wrote yesterday, you'll be able to keep up to 100 tabs open per window. There will be, quote, independent tab suspension for efficient use of memory and battery. Mr. Harsamovich added, and faster switching with tabs that are there when you need them, out of your way when you don't. Responding to the feedback, IE 11 has a new option to always show your tabs and address bar for faster, easier access within the mouse or finger. Other niceties on IE 11 include plug-in free HTML5 video, better 3D web graphics, and built-in Skype support, which will make it easier to instantaneously dial up any phone number embedded on a site or in an email. For now, Internet Explorer 11 will be available only on Windows 8 and Windows 8.1 machines. But according to Brad Mullen of Engadget, Microsoft is planning to eventually release IE 11 for Windows 7 devices too, although Microsoft is remaining mum about the timing. Thus, Mullen writes, quote, it is possible that we may not see it or show up on Win 7 until after it's had some time to bedazzle those who are already packing Windows 8.1. For more tech news, follow us on Twitter at venturenaut.com. Ford Tremor Potent Sport Truck, Better Fuel Economy. This article is by Vignesh Vayayanthriyan and is dated June 27, 2013. Ford University's popular F-150 SVT Raptor now has a little brother in the form of the all-new 2014 F-150 Tremor. The newcomer is the Ford Motor Company's first EcoBoost-powered F-150 with a short wheelbase, regular cab design, and is aimed at buyers looking for a potent sport truck with decent fuel economy. Under the hood is the familiar 3.5-liter EcoBoost V6, which combines direct injection, variable cam timing, and turbocharging technologies to help deliver 365 horsepower and 420 pound-feet of torque. Our favorite attribute is the torque band. 90% of peak torque is available from 1,700 to 5,000 RPM. Fuel economy is said to be 16 to 22 miles per gallon city highway for the rear-wheel drive model. Opting for all-wheel drive will diminish those figures slightly. The engine is paired with a 6-speed automatic and a launch-optimized 4.10 rear axle, the shortest final drive ratio offered in an EcoBoost F-150. An electronic rear differential is also fitted as standard. To give the vehicle that sporty look, designers have added the F-150's FX appearance package, which comes with matte black accents, 20-inch black wheels, and body graphics. Inside there's leather and Alcantara trim, brushed metal accents, and the My Ford Touch with sync connectivity system. Sales of the 2014 F-150 Tremor commence this fall. Look for pricing and EPA-rated fuel economy figures closer to launch. NASA launching IRIS, a new eye on poorly understood region of the sun. This is by Pete Spots, who is a staff writer, dated June 27, 2013. NASA is set to launch a space telescope Thursday night that is designed to explore the sun's version of Terra Incognita, a region between the sun's lower atmosphere and its expansive outer atmosphere, blandly dubbed the interface region. Indeed, for understanding some of the sun's processes, solar physicists didn't need to know what was going on there, earning the title Ignosphere, notes Ed DeLuca, a solar physicist at the Harvard-Smithsonian Center for Astrophysics in Cambridge, Massachusetts. But over the past 5 to 10 years, as physicists developed models to more fully represent the sun's processes, it became clear that the ignosphere could no longer be ignored. It's the region that generates most of the ultraviolet light the sun delivers to Earth, affecting everything from suntans to atmospheric chemistry and its climate. It's thought to play a key role in the solar outbursts that can disrupt power grids and satellite navigation. And mysteriously, it's the region where temperatures in the sun's atmosphere soar. At the top of the sun's lower atmosphere, known as the chromosphere, temperatures rise from about 10,000 degrees at the sun's surface to roughly 36,000 degrees. Processes in the interface region, only about 200 miles thick, kick those temperatures up to 1 million degrees Fahrenheit, feeding an even hotter outer atmosphere, or corona. There, temperatures are comparable to those in the sun's core. Getting a handle on what's happening in the interface region is challenging because the region is so thin and because the processes taking place there are so fast. And with more mass than all the matter in the corona or in the solar wind currently flowing through the solar system, the interface's region density can make it hard to observe. Hints of just how fast processes have come from Japan's Hinode orbiting solar observatory. Taking one image every 4 seconds, the craft delivered data that allowed researchers to produce a short video starring a dense forest of hair-like tendrils of plasma rising through the interface region. These represent the central cores of jets of hot gas that rise to give the top of the interface region the look from a distance of rolling hills. The hair-like cores are about 100 miles wide and some 10,000 miles long, said Alan Teitel, a solar physicist with Lockheed Martin Corporation and the mission's head lead scientist during a pre-launch briefing. They rocket up through the transition region at about 270,000 miles an hour and last for about 10 minutes before vanishing, only to be replaced by fresh tendrils. The images Hinode captured were scientifically useful, but seeing them, scientists also realized, quote, for the first time that 4-second exposures and one wavelength of light wasn't enough to see the full structures, Dr. Tittle said. NASA's new solar telescope, known as IRIS, aims to remedy that. Still, to understand the corona's energy budget and the role magnetic fields play in transferring energy from the sun's surface to the corona, getting a handle on the interface region is important. It's all got to go through the chromosphere and interface region, he said. That's all the time we have for the Christian Science Monitor this Friday, June 28th edition. Happy 4th of July. Thanks for listening, and we'll see you next time.
Don't touch that dial. Stay tuned for more programming on the Massachusetts Reading Network.
Stay tuned to your radio reading service. The time is 11:30.
Stay with us now for USA Today Life and Money right here on the Massachusetts Reading Network.
Good morning. This is Melanie reading the USA Today, Friday, June 28, 2013. This is the money section. In the left-hand money line column, 3 short articles. Less dazzling. Gold prices fall below $1,200. Gold fell below $1,200 an ounce for the first time since August 2010, as traders anticipated the Federal Reserve's winding down of its economic stimulus program. It settled at $1,211.60 an ounce, down 1.5%. Gold traded at $1,350 an ounce before the Fed announced June 19th that it could end its bond purchases of $85 billion a month in mid-2014 if the economy keeps improving. Second article, authorities shut down 1,677 online pharmacies' websites. U.S. and international regulators seized more than $41 million in illegal medicines and shuttered 1,677 websites in a crackdown on counterfeit drugs sold over the Internet. The Food and Drug Administration said it used court warrants to seize website domain names. It's also posting messages with a link to a website, www.fda.gov/BeSafeRx. That explains the risks of fake online pharmacies. A study by the National Association of Boards of Pharmacy, which accredits online pharmacies, found that only 257 of the 10,275 online pharmacy sites it examined looked legitimate. Thirdly, Macy's settle employment charges. Macy's agreed to change its employment practice to resolve Justice Department allegations that it imposed discriminatory document requirements on immigrant employees to verify they were eligible to work. Federal law bars employers from demanding more or different identification documents from employees due to immigration status. Macy's will pay $175,000 in civil penalties, create a $100,000 back pay fund to compensate employees and provide training to human resources workers. The Dow Jones average closed at 14,910 and ended up at 114.35 yesterday. New article. Prognosis varies for self-insured under new health law. Older, sicker consumers to get a break. Gail Harriman's health insurance costs rose 4 times in slightly more than 2 years, from $550 a month to $1,171, an amount more than my mortgage. But when the self-employed San Francisco resident tried to switch insurers, she was rejected because of a minor health problem. Harriman, 60, is among the estimated 15 million Americans who buy their own insurance and face far bigger hurdles getting and keeping it than those with job-based coverage. Most people who work for a company have absolutely no clue about what goes on with people who buy their own insurance, said Harriman. I would never consider going without, but there have been moments when I feel it's the bane of my existence. Most of the debate on how the law will change the individual market has centered on whether consumers will experience rate shock or higher premiums when key changes go into effect next year. But there's a flip side. New rules that broaden benefits prohibit discrimination against those with health issues and cap consumers' out-of-pocket costs, which can cut far deeper than premiums. Currently, about 1 in 5 plans sold to consumers makes them responsible for at least half their medical costs after they've paid premiums and met deductibles, according to an analysis of government data by U.S. News & World Report, Kaiser Health News. It could not be determined how many consumers have such plans. The individual market before and after January 1 will be fundamentally different places, said Robert Lazuski, a former insurance executive who now consults for the industry. Get a break or pay more. The new rules bar insurers from rejecting applicants with health problems, set limits on how much more they can charge older residents, and require most Americans to carry coverage or face a fine. Whether individuals will be better or worse off under those rules depends on their age, health status, where they live, and perhaps most important, whether they end up needing substantial medical care in the coming year. Generally speaking, those who are younger and healthier will pay more than they would have in the old market, while older and sicker people are likely to be better off. Coverage under the health law will still require cost sharing, potentially running into thousands of dollars, but those amounts will be clearly laid out, helping those who now might buy insurance that looks cheap, but when they get sick they realize they didn't read all the fine print, and it doesn't cover what they thought it did, said Hugh Reinhardt, a Princeton economics professor. The single biggest change is that insurers will no longer be able to reject people with health problems or charge them more based solely on their health history, a practice that has effectively barred some people from the market and prevented others from being able to switch plans. Insurers were already forbidden from doing that to enrollees in group health plans, such as those sold to employers. The change will be a huge relief for Maureen Mitchell, 58, of St. Augustine, Florida, who has spent most of the past decade uninsured after being rejected for coverage because of a heart rhythm abnormality. Last September, Mitchell awoke with a stabbing pain in her chest and did a mental calculation. If she called for help, she would face large bills for hospital care and the ambulance ride. If she didn't call, she might die. I just didn't have that money, said Mitchell, who did not call 911.
Good morning. Thank you for coming out here and videoing us on this special day. I'm AJ Dooley, the owner of Dooley Disposal. historian, and we're glad to be able to go out today and clean up the streets and put our best foot forward to get the streets nice and clean for you guys.
And this is the most incredible turnout you can imagine. A total cross-section of the community, from the very young to some of us more mature people, different clubs and organizations, sports teams, everybody. They're all out here, and spirits are flying high. It's a great day.
The ice.
I'm Josh. I'm Colt. I'm Trish.
Superstar this is supposed to be a Boy Scout activity.
Foxborough, yeah.
We're gonna go clean up the town of Foxborough and get community service out there.
I'm Jody Atona. Talk from Mass. I play football. These are all football players like Tim, soccer player. Help clean up Foxborough on the street.
Yeah! Woo!
School spirit.
Nice to meet you. I'm Sam. I'm Jesus. That's Ashley. We're here to pick up trash.
Yeah.
Get the job done.
We don't really have groups yet, so about it.
Last minute, and look at the turnout we got. This is phenomenal.
Right.
Clean up Foxborough Day! Yay! Thanks.
That's what I got.
Credit for my turn, man. That's how you found that.
Oh, Mrs. Sweet, not a fire.
I will put that on the side over here.
Yeah, we're working with the bag for them.
What there's a wire. We found a TV.
It's gonna work. Oh, well, what's my phone? We found a TV. What? We got a cushion here.
Joy, I found you some soup.
That's what I found. It's an orange fries. That's a day or two. Okay? What? I'm leaving some stuff for you, honey. Hello?
Jim DeVellis. We're just trying to pick up along the roads, helping out AJ in the town and Jack Othelette on the clean Foxborough day. So it's good, quite a group. Nice turnout. So it's I think if this turns into a once-a-year event, I think that's spectacular. A lot of little kids are getting into it, and hopefully it comes back year after year. Lottery tickets, beer bottles, nips, you name it. It's car parts. You know, we're having some success.
A lot of alcohol.
Sutter home to be exact.
So it's kind of sad, but you know, we're out here having a good time in our town. It's a great day. That's what our town has been reduced to.
What's the weirdest thing you picked up today? Roadkill.
Doing our part.
We found about 100 little Smirnoff bottles.
Alcohol and pieces of cards.
And DQ.
There's fast food.
And KFC.
Ketchup packets. It's hot out. It's really hot. It's like 94 degrees.
I mean, it's not that bad when you're in the shade.
Picking up trash. Cleaning up Foxborough. Yeah. We found 69 shot glasses. Yeah. And a bunch of beer cans, cigarettes. A lot of dipspit containers. Lighters. A lot of Gatorade bottles. Oh, beer cans. It wasn't anything nice. It was a lot of stuff that people don't want to take home with them. Found the front of a car. Yep. Go Warriors.
Rachel, 37%, Martha Stewart, 32%, Guy Fieri, 17%, and Emerald Lagasse, 14%. New article. 1800 mourned Gandolfini at New York church. Actor James Gandolfini was remembered Thursday as a private but generous man who, despite struggles, created one of TV's most indelibly iconic characters. The Sopranos star's funeral at the Cathedral of St. John the Divine was attended by 1,800 friends, family members, and fans who streamed in on a steamy day to hear eulogies and prayers. Gandolfini died June 19 in Rome from a heart attack. He was 51. Among those in attendance were co-stars Edie Falco, Steve Buscemi, Michael Imperioli, and a pregnant Jamie Lynn Sigler. New Jersey Governor Chris Christie, NBC's Brian Williams, and actors Alec Baldwin and Juliana Margulies. The actor was remembered by his widow, Deborah Lynn Gandolfini, as a kind and loving man who was always secretly helping someone. Longtime friend Susan Aston fondly recalled my teddy bear friend, who told her he'd turned down a movie role for this summer, saying it was more important than it's ever been to spend time with my family and friends on the Jersey Shore and in California. He said, I don't want to lose this time with children, Michael and Lily. Sopranos creator David Chase, addressing Gandolfini as if reading a letter, said he always felt we were brothers. We had different tastes, but there were things we both loved: family, work, people in all their imperfection, food, alcohol, talking, rage, and a desire to bring the whole structure crashing down. The church's dean, James Kowalski, said mobster Tony Soprano's vulnerability was a key to his humanity. If you took Tony's scenes with his therapist, Dr. Melfi, out of the show, Gandolfini once told him, you wouldn't care about this man as much or care about anything that happened to him. Chase remembered a vision of Gandolfini while shooting on a hot summer day that reminded him of their shared roots as Jersey-raised Italian Americans. You were sitting in an aluminum beach chair with your slacks rolled up to your knees, black socks, and black shoes. That's not a good look. And I thought, I haven't seen that since my father, my uncle, and my grandfather used to do it. I was so proud of our heritage to see you do that. New article. John Goodman feasts on film roles. Just 3 years ago, it was a different story. Los Angeles. John Goodman has grown used to the feast or famine nature of acting, so he's trying not to take his full plate for granted. Just 3 years ago, he couldn't get a call back from studios, Goodman says. Despite hits like the animated Monsters, Inc., the Coen Brothers, The Big Lebowski, and the TV comedy series Roseanne, the actor says he had fallen out of favor with Hollywood's casting gods. There's no real rhyme or reason to it, says Goodman, 61. Things will be going great, and then all of a sudden the phone stops ringing. Aside from supporting roles in the 2010 TV movie You Don't Know Jack and the forgettable film Drunk Boat, Goodman's career had stalled. Then he picked up a script for a low-budget silent film, The Artist, and landed the role of studio exec Al Zimmer. The Artist would go on to win the Best Picture Oscar, and Goodman's phone hasn't stopped ringing. Nor is it likely to stop ringing anytime soon, since Goodman is coming off the best debut of his career in Monsters University, the Pixar prequel that opened to $82.4 million last weekend. The animated comedy marks the third film this summer for Goodman, who also appears in The Hangover Part 3 and The Internship. Other than Dwayne Johnson, I'm not sure there's an actor who is in more movies this year, says Paul DeGarabedian, box office president of Hollywood.com. He's become Hollywood's good luck charm. Indeed, Goodman is coming off another Best Picture Academy Award winner, Argo, and will star in his latest Coen Brothers collaboration, Inside Llewellyn Davis, due out December 6th. On December 18, he stars in George Clooney's World War II story, The Monuments Men. I know what it's like to not get a job, so I'm grateful they still let me work, says Goodman, who has a daughter with wife Annabeth Hartzog and lives in New Orleans. You take the jobs you can because you can't take anything for granted. Even the fortunes of a Pixar film, Goodman says that while he has been waiting for a sequel to 2001's Monsters, Inc. for more than a decade, I know that the studio takes its time with a story, especially one they never intended to have a sequel. But fans and stars kept pushing for another installment of the adventures of James Sully Sullivan, voiced by Goodman, and Mike Wazowski, Billy Crystal. Crystal says Goodman is such a physical actor. You need to be in the room with the guy to play off him. And he insisted the two tape their scenes together, a rarity in modern animation. The first time I heard his voice, I knew I couldn't pretend I was interacting with him. Goodman says that there's no secret to his success aside from a willingness to take any film that punches you in the gut with a good script. Including Monsters, Goodman says he'd do another Monsters movie in a heartbeat if they call. I work on their clock. New article. They drop big names, each other's. Channing and Eric, who? In the house? New York. There's something about Channing Tatum that makes those around him spontaneously break into song. Perhaps it's his presence, at once disarmingly genial and physically imposing. Or maybe it's his illustrious moniker that leads Tatum and his buddy White House Down co-star Jamie Foxx to tap into their inner Barry Manilow's in the midst of an interview. They're singing the song the two released online that puts a goofily perverted spin on Tatum's name, and it's one you've been hearing quite a bit lately. Tatum, 33, has been having a major moment since he, fronted last year's male stripper saga, Magic Mike, based on his own experiences. Tatum is back, this time as a cop, protecting both the ambushed Capitol and his daughter in White House Down, a thriller starring Jamie Foxx as the president. The two are pals in real life and wrote the song together. He does have a very interesting name, says Fox, 45. The Enchanted Tatum. He's cool, too, because he embraces the joke. Sobriquets are important to both Tatum and his wife, Jenna Dewan Tatum, who named their newborn daughter Everly. Jenna just heard it. She's a little fairy, and she hears things in her head. She just heard Everly, and it seemed kind of magical, Tatum says. There are so many little nicknames you can give. I'm all about nicknames. I have 25 for Jenna. Everly is going to have an embarrassing amount of them. Tatum plans to direct at some point soon, something Fox also aspires to do. Given the breadth and length of Fox's career, what's his key to staying focused? Going by his given name of Eric Marlin Bishop, while off the clock, for starters. You surround yourself with great people, people who actually tell you that your nose is running, he says. My sister is very good at not letting me slip up and get a big head. She never called me Jamie Foxx. She always called me Eric. That's the best way to stay grounded.
USA Today Life and Money is presented Monday through Friday here in the Massachusetts Reading Network at 11:30 a.m.
Here's a look at the forecast. We'll see showers and some thunderstorms possible today. Highs in the upper 70s. Tonight, more scattered showers and possibly another thunderstorm. Lows in the mid-60s. And for Saturday, showers will continue. And for Saturday, showers likely, possibly a thunderstorm, with highs in the 80s. You're listening to the Talking Information Center. Stay tuned for more shows heading your way next.
Literacy is the foundation for learning for every child, blind and sighted. National Braille Press will usher in spring with a reading event at Hill House on Boston's Beacon Hill. Blind and sighted children are invited to come hear Make Way for Ducklings being read from National Braille Press's print Braille edition of this classic storybook. A print and Braille reader will take turns reading passages of this book. The event is free and starts at 1 p.m. To reserve your spot, call Kimberly at 888-965-8965. National Braille Press helps blind children achieve literacy for life.
90% of Americans age 2 and older eat too much sodium. Too much sodium can increase your risk for high blood pressure, which often leads to heart disease and stroke, two leading causes of death in the U.S. Most of the sodium we consume does not come from the salt shaker. It comes from foods prepared in restaurants and processed foods. Since sodium is added when foods are processed, you can't remove it. You can reduce the amount of sodium in your diet by taking several small steps. Prepare fresh foods at home as often as possible and limit processed foods. Eat more fresh or frozen fruits and vegetables, which are naturally low in sodium. Read labels while shopping to find the lowest sodium options. When eating out, request that no salt be added to your foods during cooking. And work with your school or workplace to lower sodium in cafeteria foods. Learn more at www.cdc.gov/vital signs.
This is the Massachusetts Reading Network, WVBF 1530 AM Middleborough, WDJM 91.3 FM Framingham State University, WRRS FM 88.5 Middleborough, WUML Lowell, Leo 103, WLLO Londonderry Schools, and streaming online at ticnetwork.org.
Stay tuned to your radio reading service. The time is 12 o'clock.
And good afternoon and welcome to this edition of TikTok Live, coming to you from the studios at the Talking Information Center. My name is Katie Crocker and I'm joined in the studios by...
I'm John Shea.
And I'm Jennifer Dallaire.
Welcome to TikTok Live. It's not our usual day for TikTok Live. It was supposed to be the Ottawa Local Ledger on Cape Cod, but something came up and we said, why not? We'll jump in, we'll fill in.
Yeah, absolutely. We always take every opportunity where we can reach out to our listeners. I love it. I always jump at the chance.
I do too. I just love live radio, and being able to do something like this is just fun for me.
Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to it. And just in thinking about the weather, when they say when it rains, it pours, not only that, but in Boston sports, when it rains, it pours. And
yeah, no kidding.
And
who's having the worst week, the Patriots, the Bruins, or the Celtics?
I don't know. Well, for me personally, it would be the Bruins, but I thought it was pretty classy how the Blackhawks put that page in the Boston Globe.
Yeah, the thank you letter, which was really sweet. They just thanked the city for being so supportive and for, standing behind them even though we got our butts kicked.
Yeah, well, honestly, I mean, when you think about certain rivalries and everything, it's like sports, and I follow hockey. I was even saying to actually Bob, there wasn't any one in particular that I didn't really like on the Blackhawks. They were a skilled team. They were great, and clearly they were very classy to put that ad in. So.
And they won fair and square. It wasn't
really
like it was.
yeah.
We didn't get cheated or anything like that.
No.
It was an amazing series, and
yeah,
I just couldn't take my eyes off it.
Yeah, just a major heartbreak. But anyway.
Speaking of that letter, actually, I believe I was just telling you this, Jen, right before we came on, that one of our readers read it on the air this morning, so our listeners had a chance to hear that.
Oh, very good. It was really, really nice.
And then, of course, the Patriots, which I won't even...
Oh, my gosh, yeah, that's another...
Yeah, I'm sure you've heard about that during the morning newspapers, but yeah, Hernandez is... it's not looking good for him right now.
Well, don't they usually say things come in threes sometimes? So, you figure...
Yeah. You had to bring that up, didn't you?
I know. But I mean, well, first they arrest him, and now they're finding something else. So now everyone's kind of speculating what's the next thing to kind of pop up, or is there going to be a new twist?
Yeah, the Red Sox are up next for some type of dramatic activity.
Oh, I know. And Celtics and Doc Rivers and stuff. But, well, then, I said to my husband, you turn the news on, and usually there's like one highlight or feature in the news that you're kind of drawn to, like one. If you think about it right now, Hernandez, the Boston Marathon, they're having, they talked about him the other day and all the indictments they had against him, and the Whitey Bulger case. Those are pretty high-profile cases going on.
And then the Celtics just made that epic trade with
Kevin
Garnett and Paul Pierce, and
it's just it's kind of crazy.
Or are they going to the Nets or something like that? Or I forget what team they're going to, but if all the details work out the way they want them to, the Celtics could have a major trade happening at any moment.
Yeah, that's one thing. I don't know.
The free agency details and all that stuff, which I
can't follow. Yeah,
it's too much information for me to handle, especially on a Friday.
Yeah, I know. Happy Friday, and of all Fridays, really, 4th of July. I guess the only way it could really be better right now if the sun was coming out a little bit more. But I always do like a Happy Friday dance, and I'm going on vacation after today. I'm very excited, although I'm not really.
Lucky you.
It's like a staycation.
Staycations are nice, though, sometimes. I mean, it's really relaxing. You don't always want to be on the go necessarily, and just get a chance to relax, spend time with family. It's good.
I can't do staycations. If I'm taking a vacation, I have to go somewhere, get as far away from this area as humanly possible.
I think I'm going to
leave the cell phone and the computer.
Yeah, right, John. I'll believe that one when I see it. I'm going to try, though. I'm going to try this thing out. I have to visit some colleges with Ashley, so I'm looking forward to it.
Talk to Bob. Bob's the king of staycations.
Well, I know, but I think he really likes it. He gets a lot of stuff done. It makes a lot of sense. I guess I'll report back next time when we do our TIC program. I'll let everybody know how I did I get anything actually accomplished?
And you mentioned the 4th of July. What do you guys have planned for the 4th of July? Any parades or any fireworks in the future?
This is the week I take a family vacation, and usually we go to Maine, the beach, and, we'll see fireworks right on Old Orchard Beach and stuff, but this 4th of July week is unusual in that I'm doing a staycation, so I really don't know what to do with myself. Where to go or what to do. I was actually just trying to research some, things to tell our listeners about what's going on, but it looks like there's a lot to do in Boston. What about you, Katie?
Oh, there's always a lot to do in Boston. I've never actually seen it. Usually I spend my 4th down on the Cape. Back in Wareham, where I grew up, they have a really nice firework display. For such a small town, people come from everywhere to see it. So I'll be doing that, and I think I might be headed down to Rhode Island, maybe. So
God, I
nice.
love Rhode Island. Yeah. Well, my favorite place in Rhode Island is Newport. But yeah, so there's, just to tell all of our listeners a little bit about some of the things that are going on in Boston. Boston Harbor Fest. Are you familiar with that, Katie? Harbor Fest?
Oh, definitely.
Have you been familiar with it?
I've heard about it. I've never actually been.
I've never done it either, but this may be a first for me now with this whole staycation thing. Fireworks, they have
the Esplanade, the kind of events going on at the Esplanade. It's all over the city. They have things.
They do. They have a chowder fest, which anything to do with food, I'm like, sign me up.
Gotta love clam chowder.
Oh my gosh, they have the clam chowder fest. They have a Liberty fleet of tall ships where there's sail cruisers and sunset cruises. It is there's a lot.
A lot of the things along the Freedom Trail too. All those kind of iconic Boston places. They tend to have all their own events going on too. There's going to be tours of all kinds. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, so if you're looking for something to do, and definitely head into Boston for Harbor Fest. It starts July 2nd, runs through the 7th. So yeah, I would just head yourself in there and try to explore. Excuse me. So thinking about events and moving into TIC, TIC news and what's going on.
And there's a lot.
I am happy to say there actually is a lot of new things going on and what just happened. The middle of June, we were approached by an organization called Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap.
Which could be one of my favorite business names of all time.
We have any ACDC fans out there, but believe it or not, this woman, her business, Dirty Deeds, she goes into people's homes and helps them organize, reorganize, and clean them out. And what happens a lot of times is she is left with some really nice furniture that the people can no longer use. So what she has done in the past is always donated it to a shelter or someone that's needed it, and has always given it away free. So she started this thrift store called Good Deeds instead. And so after all the expenses are paid, she donates it to a charity, and TIC were the lucky recipients last month. Jeez, I'm already fast-forwarding a year.
You just skipped right over 2013 and right into 2014.
Oh my God! Yeah, no, it was. She invited
right over winter.
Yeah, I know.
That's great.
That would be a good thing. Yeah, and maybe fast forward past this rain. But she invited us in. She let me talk to. She had a grand opening. She let me talk about TIC and the services that we have to offer, and invited me up to where she was speaking and presented us with a check over $1,000.
That's amazing.
I was pretty
That's
happy.
Really cool.
It was excellent. So
it's really nice of her to think of us and think of our listeners. So it's definitely a great thing.
Yeah. So I definitely big plug for Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap in Pembroke and her thrift store, Good Deeds. So that was fantastic. And I think when I wasn't here, you guys had mentioned on our last show about the memorial celebration.
We did. We talked about the butterfly release, which was a really cool event.
It was amazing. Those butterflies were beautiful.
Yeah, so it's a special event because it's everything about it. I think it's really meaningful. So
one of the things we talked about, we really weren't quite sure of the details, and you can kind of maybe fill us in, is how the butterflies actually got from the location where they were shipped to us.
Oh man, you didn't tell our listeners all about that? Wow, that's like this is definitely one of the most stressful events. We do about 4 events a year. We do have a volunteer appreciation breakfast. We usually do a golf tournament. We do this butterfly event and our wine dinner. Of all the events, each comes with its own little stress factor for me.
And not all of them, you're dealing with living creatures, too.
Oh, my God. Well, this is so stressful because it's such a special event. We're honoring someone that has passed away, and so you want it to be so memorable, and you don't want it to be memorable because the butterflies didn't make it. So, but they shipped up Federal Express overnight. They come with a long list of instructions that I have to, Bob and I kind of have to remove the cooler packs. We have to replace the cooler packs with fresh ones so that we keep the butterflies dormant. And they can only be released within a certain temperature. So we have to, when we're going to try to release them, we have to start warming them up so the cooler packs come out, and we basically place them in my office because my office is 80 degrees. And then
it's like being in the rainforest in Jen's office.
Yeah, but the nerves, it is, and I love it that way. But, I have no control over the weather, so I can follow all these instructions. And remember the day before the butterfly release? It was downpouring. Yeah. So if it's windy, raining, or below 70 degrees, we can't release them. So I'm telling you, I think there were a lot of angels out there smiling down on us, and it really turned out nice.
Yeah, I know they have to be chilled when we get them, but I didn't realize that it has to be a certain temperature outside for the release to happen.
Oh, yeah.
That's interesting,
I think we only had 2 casualties. We did. We had 2 little butterflies that didn't make it, but we had some extras, so everyone was okay there that way.
It was fun. As you mentioned, I believe at the release, you got these were painted lady butterflies, and what's nice about them is they kind of hung out for a little while, so everybody's having, refreshments afterwards, and you see the butterflies are still kind of, still flying around. You see a couple of them, like, on the building. They were over on the sidewalk, so all the children, they were,
And that is the difference. I mean, I had the option to purchase Painted Lady or Monarch, and I never in my life thought I'd be this verse in butterflies. But Painted Ladies, that's right, they hang around. They're smaller in size. Or I could have gotten Monarch butterflies, which are a larger butterfly, more, vibrant, and they, right from the release, they'll just take off. And so I thought it would be a little bit more special if they kind of,
hung around a little bit.
Yeah, and they do.
Had a few drinks at the party.
Yeah. They did. They kind of sat there and.
Good morning. Thank you for coming out here and videoing us on this special day. I'm AJ Dooley, the owner of Dooley Disposal, and I'm here with Jack Oppolette, town historian. And we're glad to be able to go out today and clean up the streets and put our best foot forward to get the streets nice and clean for you guys.
And this is the most incredible turnout you can imagine. A total cross-section of the community, from the very young to some of us more mature people, different clubs and organizations, sports teams, everybody. They're all out here, and spirits are flying high. It's a great day.
I'm Josh. I'm Colt. Superstar this is supposed to be a Boy Scout activity. It's 2:30 till we're gonna clean up. Foxborough, yeah. We're gonna go clean up the town of Foxborough, big community service.
I'm Joe D'Antona, Foxborough, Mass. I play football. These are all football players like Tim, soccer player. Help clean up Foxborough on this. Yeah! Woo! School spirit. Nice to meet you. I'm Sam. I'm on we're here to pick up trash.
Yeah. Get the job done. I don't really have proof yet, so it's about it.
Last minute, and look at the turnout we got. This is phenomenal.
Right.
Yes.
my God. He was.
Credit for my trip, man. That's how you found that. Oh, Mrs. Sweeney found fire. Found fire.
I would put that on the side over here.
Yeah, where we put the bag for them.
What do we? There's a wire. We found a TV.
I don't think it's gonna work too well.
Oh, well, what's my phone?
We
found a TV.
What do you have? What?
We got a cushion here.
Joy, I found you some soup.
Not what I found. It's not right. I did the day or two. Okay?
I'm leaving some stuff for you, honey. Hello?
Jim DeVellis. We're just trying to pick up along the roads, helping out AJ in the town and Jack Othelette on the clean Foxborough day. So it's good, quite a group. Nice turnout. So it's I think if this turns into a once-a-year event, I think that's spectacular. A lot of little kids are getting into it, and hopefully it comes back year after year. Lottery tickets, beer bottles, nips, you name it. It's car parts. You know, we're having some success.
A lot of wine bottles.
A lot of alcohol.
Sutter home to be exact.
So it's kind of sad, but we're out here having a good time in our town. It's a great day. That's what our town has been reduced to.
What's the weirdest thing you picked up today? Okay.
Doing our part. We found about 100 little Smirnoff bottles.
Alcohol and pieces of cards.
And DQ.
Fast food. And KFC.
Ketchup packets.
It's hot out.
Really hot.
It's like 94 degrees.
I mean, it's not that bad when you're in the shade.
Picking up trash.
Cleaning up Foxborough.
Yeah.
We found 69 shot glasses.
Yeah.
And
Bunch of beer cans, cigarettes.
A lot of dipspit containers.
Lighters.
A lot of Gatorade bottles.
Beer cans.
It wasn't anything nice. It was a lot of stuff that people don't want to take home with them.
Found the front of a car.
Yep. Go Warriors!
Went good, huh?
Yeah, it went real well. I think I did. That was what Jim was about. They're going to brighten up the fun.
Great familiarity with him being the undefeated heavyweight champion that he was. And I don't think the boxing scene in Brockton is as active as it once was. And to be honest, when I got in there, I was a little surprised because even the sports shows that they'd run at the time, they didn't devote too much time to talking about that. And I expected that they would. that they would have more of a connection to that heritage, because they were significant champions, both Hagler and Marciano. They weren't fringe contenders by any stretch. So it would be great to see boxing come back to Brockton in a stronger sense. I would like to see that still to this day.
Do you box at all?
I don't myself, no. I must say I've never stepped into a ring to take on an opponent, no.
Is that something you'd like to try and do eventually?
I don't think so. I think, there are a lot of women's boxing aficionados now. It's kind of picked up some steam as it's gone along. But I've never really been too interested in women's boxing. I'm more on the men's side with it.
Very cool. So besides boxing and classical music, what are some of your other interests? Because those are two almost polar opposites.
Yeah. Well, I love to read in my free time, which makes it great to be here, because I, get to sit and read material to the listeners, which is great. So in my spare time, I spend a lot of time reading. I also love to cook. I spend a lot of my time cooking. I try to cook meals every night. I really enjoy that. Getting new recipes, trying new things. I don't do too much of watching television, that kind of thing. I like print media. I like to read, so.
Well, it's good to have you here then, because
this is
what
perfect,
we do.
Isn't it? This is perfect.
Speaking of being here at TIC, how are you enjoying this position so far? How do you enjoy the job?
I love it. I love the job. I love the opportunity to meet the people, to record different text that we're reading for people to send out there. I love to do that. It's a great environment. The people are very, very friendly. They've been very welcoming to me, so I've been very fortunate. It's quite a different environment from the environment I come from, and so I'm very appreciative of the kind of welcoming feeling that I get here.
What part of the job do you like the best?
I think I like the reading the best. I like going into the little room, sitting in front of the microphone, opening whatever it is I'm going to read, the magazine, the newspaper, and just getting to work and just narrating the text. I really enjoy doing that.
That's really what radio is theater of the mind.
It's
kind of just, painting a picture, especially when the listener on the other end of that microphone is listening because they need the information. The information is very relevant to how they live their life day to day.
Absolutely. The fact of this being the service that it is, it's such a wonderful thing to have available to people who need it. But as I know I've told you before, John, it's great really for everybody, not only for people who might be, visually impaired or print impaired, but it gives an opportunity, even people who might be driving in their cars, who might not have had an opportunity to pick up the paper, or haven't gotten the latest issue of this magazine, to just tune in and let somebody read to you. It's just a nice thing to be able to sit down and listen to somebody read to you.
Totally agree. So we're running just about out of time. Before we go, one last question. What do you want to accomplish that you haven't accomplished yet?
Well, I'm very happy being here. So as far as work goes, employment, I can't believe that I was able to find a place like this. So I'm truly very excited about that. I would like to get a little more active in the boxing writing again. I've stepped away from that for a while, but that was gratifying while I was doing it. Going out to the live fights, that kind of thing. I'd like to do a little bit more of that. But other than that, I have to say I'm fairly satisfied with the way things are going in my life right now.
Excellent. Well, we're glad that you made it here.
Thank you so much.
All right. And that was Julie Cochran, our mystery guest for this surprise edition of TikTok Live.
Right, absolutely. Surprise, surprise.
And I had no idea she was into boxing, which is kind of cool. We learned something new. I just heard her talking about that the other day.
I think we should do one of these on all of us. We'll do profiles of the staff.
So, yeah, we are very much over today, but we want to leave you with a joke, as we always do. And I kind of smiled when I read this one. What did one flag say to the other?
I don't know. What did he say?
Nothing. It just waved.
Oh.
There you go. Happy 4th of July.
Happy 4th of July, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the show.
Take care, everybody. Have a good weekend.
In the small town of Elmira, New York, a boy was born into an all-American family. The odds of him opening his own clothing store at the age of 18? 1 in 138,000. Excited to be a part of pop culture, he packed for the big city. The odds of finding someone to invest in his vision? 1 in 4.5 million. The odds of him achieving his dream in the fashion industry? 1 in 23 million. The odds of having a child diagnosed with autism? 1 in 88. I am Tommy Hilfiger, and my family is affected by autism. I encourage you to learn more at autismspeaks.org/signs. Early diagnosis can make a lifetime of difference. Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
Turning print into sound, this is the Massachusetts Reading Network.
Stay tuned to your radio reading service. The time is 12:31.
It's time here in the Massachusetts Reading Network for the World of Computers.
Good day, this is Gene, and welcome to the World of Computers, where each week we bring you the latest news from the world of computers. We look at the products and services being offered, as well as future innovations being planned, to keep you informed and to aid you in any decisions you may be considering regarding purchasing or upgrading. We review regulatory and security issues which arise and are important concerning safety and identity theft on the Internet. The world of computers has become such a part of our everyday work and leisure activities, and our goal is to keep you well informed on all issues impacting those activities. And periodically, we will look at financial implications from the world of computers, since it has become such an important player in the global economy, and especially here in our own New England and Boston areas. If you have any comments, suggestions, or questions, you can email us at general@ticnetwork.com. That's GENERAL@ticnetwork.com. We have a lot of material today covering a wide-ranging ground, so we're just going to put a very brief plug in for VIBUG, that organization that I talk about after the intro every week. VIBUG is VIBUG, Visually Impaired Blind User Group. They were formerly part of the Boston Computer Society. Terrific organization that does a lot of good work. Check out their website. It's called VIBUG.org, and you'll see how to join, become a member, what their meetings are about, and what they have for links around. So again, VIBUG.org, VIBUG organization, terrific company doing good work. Well, we've been focusing a lot on the cybersecurity issues, along with some of the products being done, along with what's happening in the various release of new products and updates. So we thought we'd continue that this week. There was an interesting article in the Monday, June 24th, Marketplace Wall Street Journal. Several articles that we're going to talk about today. One of them was a series of cyber attacks point to sites inside India. Now, it's by Jeffrey Fowler and Jennifer Valentino de Vries. The reason this cybersecurity has become such a big topic with me recently, and I'm just going to give a little editorial introduction to this. My credit card was compromised back in February and March, and then there were some issues about another website that contains health information had been hacked into. So I have for about a year and a half, 2 years, free coverage in case anything happens with identity theft. So having worked in IT for a number of years and having come this close, I've always done appropriate backups because, as many of you who listen to the show know, I'm a big believer in doing multiple backups. You do the backups scheduled, and you do them at your desktop, and then I also store off-site a complete duplicate copy. So I decided it was time to just beef everything up. So there is I bought a couple of what they call ebooks, and it's by a company that I've brought them before. I'm not putting in a plug in for them. They tend to write from Macworld, and since I have Apple computers, and they were the Taking Control series. So I got an update of Taking Control of Your Passwords by Joe Cassell, and I also went and bought Taking Control of Your Backups by Joe Cassell again, and this was a brand new edition he put out. I've been buying this this particular book for about 5 years now, and it's where I received most of my information. So the whole cybersecurity thing has become very, very high up in my studying. So at some point in the future, I'll go into a little more detail about what they're saying on passwords. But the cybersecurity thing, in a nutshell, what's happening is that as we sign on to more sites, as more things are done by computers, there are the hackers and the criminal element who gather profiles on us, which starts off with our email address. And then they just start adding data on that they collect via what's in the public. This doesn't have to be anything stolen. You can go down to various town halls, pick up census data, pick up certain valuations about housing. And so little by little, you can build a profile up of Mary Smith or Joseph Jones. And at some point, what they do is they then run it against the financial institutions with these password security cracking software programs to just see if they can get a hit with Mary Smith or Joe Jones at Bank of America, at Fidelity, or at some local little bank, just always looking for the little loopholes and to steal identities or just to crack an ATM or password. So we're going to get a little bit more into it because this is starting to become a real serious problem. So what caught our attention about this article and why I'm bringing it to your attention is if you think of how much of our work was done off-site, overseas, just outsourced, and how much of it's coming back now. Yours truly, on a number of occasions, has spoken with people in India, Montreal, Canada, the Philippines. One time I was even speaking with somebody in Albania about Alitalia plane tickets. So there is data on us stored all around the world. So it behooves us all to just know where it's coming from, understand what to do about it, and how we can protect ourselves. So now on to the article. For the past 3 years, organizations around the globe have been hit by computer strikes that seem to originate in a country that's rarely associated with targeted hacking. That's India. Private computer security investigators on 3 continents have been examining the situation for months, they say. Their evidence? It suggests the targets of the attacks have ranged from Pakistani state interest to the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. A common refrain in the security world is that, quote, it's always the Chinese, unquote, said Snorre Fagerland of Norman Shark, a computer security firm that began studying the strikes this spring. But when his firm dug into the available data, he did not see any of the usual telltale Chinese traces, the researcher said. Instead, we started seeing other traces, like typical Indian names inside software designated to steal data, they said. Even as security firms and victims have come closer to identifying the source of the attacks, the mysteries linger, underscoring the realities of policing in the cyber age. What seems to be fundamental, figuring out who is responsible for computer espionage, remains difficult. The production and deployment of tools for large-scale hacking is rapidly spreading to new countries such as India. The hackers allegedly use decoy emails and documents in techniques known as spear phishing, SPARPHISNIG, to trick specific government and business employees into running malicious software, the researchers said. That software, known as malware, would steal data from computers, even logging every keystroke, and then send the data back to computers around the world. It is not clear what the hackers did inside the systems they breached, but they appeared to have been interested in documents from researchers and businesses based on the documents they did take. Norman Shark, a division of the security firm Norman AS that also makes antivirus software, found evidence that hackers used more than 600 different websites, and many of them registered in India, to distribute their malware and receive stolen information. Norman Shark found that the victims of the attacks may have included Norwegian Telecom's communication Telenor ASA, the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, Pakistani National Disaster Management Authority, and China's Tsinghua University. Telenor said Norwegian police are still investigating a March attack. The CME reported an attempt to spoof its email addresses to the United Nations arbitration body last year, and the CME declined to comment. Representatives for Pakistani's NDMA and Tsinghua University in China did not comment. While many of the hacking targets were in Pakistan, there is no evidence that the activity is sponsored by Indian or any other government, said researchers. Gulsham Rai, the head of CERT-IN, which is Indian government body that coordinates responses to computer security incidents, said, the government of India does not engage in any malicious activities of any nature in cyberspace. It does not encourage anyone to launch cyber attacks from cyberspace of the country, adding, the government would not hire any actors to attack infrastructure of any other country. It's not like the old days where the nuclear missile went off and you knew which country was involved, said Dickie George, a senior advisor for cybersecurity for Johns Hopkins Applied Physics Lab, who retired from the U.S. National Security Agency in 2011. Mr. George reviewed the Norman Shark research for the Wall Street Journal and said it's the first, quote, thorough analysis, unquote, he has seen tying international computer theft to India. Norman Shark sells security analysis services. Late last year, it published a report on cyber espionage network in the Middle East that allegedly used malicious software to spy on Israeli and Palestinian targets. 4 other security researchers working independently found similar patterns to those seen by Norman Shark. CrowdStrike Incorporated, which is a United States security firm, said it has been tracking the Indian hacking group for 18 months. Other companies that found malware tied to the group included Slovakian security firm, an Indian firm, and a F-Secure Corporation, which is based in Finland. In India, some people contest the researchers' findings. And it's a lengthy article, but it goes on to say that in recent attacks, the hackers covered their tracks by registering domains under false names, including those of Bollywood stars, and hiding behind privacy protections. They may have used computers that belonged to other people or internet addresses that changed over time. One word, Appin, A-P-P-I-N, appeared repeatedly within the software's code and on the malicious computers studied by Norman Shark, CrowdStrike, and other network intelligence. Each firm found different variations of the Appin name. Appin is also the name of the New Delhi security company, Appin Security Group, and it has 650 employees providing defensive computer services and training. It denies any role in any of the attacks. It said someone, possibly an ex-employee, had been using its name. The company also said it's not the only firm in the world to use the name Appin as part of its business. So it goes on later on, and it ends with this. The hacker's ability to attack underscores just how easy it is for new players to get into, quote, the cyber game, unquote, said Mr. George, the former NSA official. The types of attacks being used would not be time-consuming or expensive. There are about $5,000 of which they said the malware seen in the attacks, and there's not a company on earth that cannot afford to do that kind of work. So again, the cyber attacks are pointing to inside India. Now, to continue more with the cybersecurity or the computer virus idea, on the front page of the Wall Street Journal Friday, June 14th, a couple of weeks ago, patients put at risk by computer viruses. And this is by Christopher Weaver. Again, a front page article. The Food and Drug Administration is warning makers of heart monitors, mammogram machines, and myriads of other medical that their gear risk of being infected with computer viruses that can endanger patients. We are aware of hundreds of medical devices that have been infected by malware or dangerous computer software, said Bill Mizell, senior official at the FDA's device unit. Although the agency does not know of deaths or injuries resulting from this, he said, it is not difficult to imagine how these types of events could lead to patient harm. For the first time, the agency recommended that manufacturers submit security plans to ward off cyber attacks when seeking FDA approval for their products. The agency also advised hospitals to be more vigilant in reporting cybersecurity failures, which can be tough to detect. The risk of computer viruses in hospitals and clinics is one of the side effects of the efforts to digitize healthcare and develop smarter medical devices. Malware in critical medical systems is widespread, but little understood according to interviews with engineers and hospital executives and the government documents that were reviewed by the Wall Street Journal. For instance, previously unreleased Department of Veterans Affairs records showed that since 2009, malware infected at least 327 devices at VA hospitals. More than 40 viruses hit devices, including X-ray machines. And this was equipment that was made by companies such as General Electric, Philips NV, and Siemens AG. In one case, a VA catheterization laboratory was temporarily closed in January of 2010, the VA official said. At that New Jersey facility, the record showed that the malware had infected computer equipment needed for procedures to open blocked arteries after heart attacks. And separately, at a private Boston hospital, a virus caused the device to potentially expose sensitive patient information by sending it out to outside servers. It's such a complex issue that there's not a silver bullet, said Lynette Sherrill, a health
Good morning. Thank you for coming out here and videoing us on this special day. I'm AJ Dooley, the owner of Dooley Disposal, and I'm here with Jack Oppolette, town historian. And we're glad to be able to go out today and clean up the streets and put our best foot forward to get the streets nice and clean for you guys.
And this is the most incredible turnout you can imagine. A total cross-section of the community, from the very young to some of us more mature people, different clubs and organizations, sports teams, everybody. They're all out here, and spirits are flying high. It's a great day.
I'm Josh. I'm Cole. Superstar this is supposed to be a Boy Scout activity. We're 32. We're going to clean up. Foxborough, yeah. We're going to go clean up the town of Foxborough, the community service.
I'm Joe D'Antona. I talk from Mass. I play football. These are all football players like Tim, soccer player. Help clean up Foxborough on this. Yeah! Woo! School spirit. Zach. Nice to meet you. I'm Sam. I'm Austin. That's Ashton. We're here to pick up trash. Yeah. Good job, guys. I don't really have groups yet, so it's about it. Our time.
Last minute, and look at the turnout we got. This is phenomenal.
Yeah, right.
Clean up Foxborough Day! Yay!
Credit for my turn. That's how you found that. Oh, Mrs. Sweeney found fire. Found fire.
I would put that on the side over here.
Yeah, where we'll put the bag for a bag for them.
What should we? There's a wire. We found a TV.
There's a wire.
I don't think it's gonna work too well.
Oh, well, what's my fault? You found the TV. What do you have? What? We got a cushion here.
Joy, I found you some soup.
Guys, look what I found. It's orange fries. I did the dinner too. Okay? That's awesome.
I'm leaving some stuff for you, honey. Hello?
Jim DeVellis. We're just trying to pick up along the roads, helping out AJ in the town and Jack Othelette on the clean Foxborough day. So it's good, quite a group. Nice turnout. So it's I think if this turns into a once-a-year event, I think that's spectacular. A lot of little kids are getting into it, and hopefully it comes back year after year. Lottery tickets, beer bottles, nips, you name it. It's car parts. You know, we're having some success.
A lot of wine, a lot of alcohol. Sutter home to be exact.
So it's kind of sad, but You know, we're out here having a good time in our town. It's a great day. That's what our town has been reduced to.
What's the weirdest thing you picked up today? Okay.
Doing our part.
We found about 100 little Smirnoff bottles.
Alcohol and pieces of cards.
And DQ.
Fast food. And KFC.
Ketchup packets.
It's hot out. Really hot. It's like 94 degrees.
I mean, it's not that bad when you're in the shade.
Picking up trash.
Cleaning up Foxborough!
Yeah.
We found 69 shot glasses.
Yep.
And a
bunch of beer cans, cigarettes.
A lot of dipspit containers.
Lighters.
A lot of Gatorade bottles.
Oh, beer cans.
It wasn't anything nice. It was a lot of stuff that people don't want to take home with them.
Found the front of a car.
Yep. Go Warriors!
Went good, huh?
Yeah, it went real well. I think I did. That was what Jim was about. They're going to brighten up the fun.
It's been happening in the smartphone tablet world, so we thought we'd just check in with what's going on with the computers, following on the heels of last week's 2 laptops that came out with tremendous growth in their battery power that Walter Mossberg reviewed. Samsung's computer and Sony computer and the MacBook Air. Well, taking a look at the clock, we see that's all the time we have for this week's show. So we just kind of gave you a roundup and a little editorial comment of yours truly on a couple of items. And so as we sign off each week and we say, hey, let's be careful out there. Let's practice safe computing.
The computer program here on the Massachusetts Reading Network is read each Friday at 12:30 p.m. and again 2 p.m. Saturday afternoon.
This is the Massachusetts Reading Network. WVBF 1530 AM Middleborough, WDJM 91.3 FM Framingham State University, WRRS FM 88.5 Middleborough, WUML Lowell, Leo 103, WLLO Londonderry Schools, and streaming online at ticnetwork.org.
Stay tuned to your radio reading service. The time is 1 o'clock.
It's time to read up on the latest reflections on the economy with Economist Magazine, read each week at this time. The Economist starts right now.
This program is made possible by the IAAIS Program Share and produced by Mind's Eye Information Service, serving the St. Louis area. Mind's Eye, bringing the printed word to life.
Welcome to The Economist. This is the edition for the week of Saturday, June 22nd, 2013. This week's cover articles: Can Iran be stopped? Brazilians take to the streets. Is China changing on Tibet? End of empires. Media giants break up. And Henry Cecil, high-class horse whisperer. First cover article: Iran's nuclear program. Breakout beckons. Neither Iran's elections, nor sanctions, nor military threats are likely to divert it from the path it is on to getting nuclear weapons. The resounding victory of Hassan Rouhani, the most moderate and outward-looking of the presidential candidates, deemed fit to contest the election by the supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, has raised hopes for a nuclear deal between Iran and the international community. As the Islamic Republic's nuclear negotiator for nearly 2 years, from October 2003, he showed a degree of flexibility that was depressingly absent in the most recent talks between Iran and the UN Security Council's 5 permanent members, plus Germany, P5 plus 1. Mr. Rouhani seems pragmatic enough to know that Iran needs relief from sanctions to revive its economy and that a more constructive negotiating stance on the nuclear program will be needed to get that. Nevertheless, the change in Iran's top civilian office is unlikely to bring an end to the interminable Iranian nuclear crisis. Even if Mr. Rouhani wanted to do the kind of deal that would be acceptable to the West, and there is nothing in his past to suggest that he might, the guiding hand behind Iran's nuclear policy will remain that of the supreme leader, whose introspective, suspicious view of the world outside Iran has not changed. The die is already cast. Nothing is likely to stop Iran getting the bomb if and when it decides it wants one. The last set of talks between the P5 plus 1 and Iran, the 5th of the current round of negotiations, were in early April and ended on a downbeat note. They followed a proposal in February to allow a modest easing of sanctions in exchange for restrictions on Iran's uranium enrichment program and more comprehensive inspections by the IAEA. Intended as a prelude to a more far-reaching deal, the offer represented a slight softening of the Six Powers position by allowing Iran to keep a small amount of uranium enriched to 20% for use in a reactor to make medical isotopes, and calling for only a suspension of enrichment at Fordow, a plant buried deep within a mountain, rather than its closure. Iran's negotiator, Saeed Jalili, an unsuccessful presidential candidate close to Mr. Khamenei, replied that he wanted a suspension of all sanctions in exchange for only a temporary halt to 20% uranium enrichment in an impossible demand. Mr. Rouhani's elections means that the next round of negotiations will be conducted in a better atmosphere. But to what end? The answer is that the process serves a purpose for everybody. For Iran, the continuation of talks is a means of getting some easing of sanctions in exchange for concessions that will have little impact on its nuclear program. For America and its allies, the absence of progress up to now has kept the international community lined up behind the sanctions. Both sides, preferring to avoid a military confrontation, have an interest in demonstrating that the diplomatic path to a solution has not yet reached a dead end. Yet the inconvenient truth is that while the talks seem destined to continue, Iran is close to what is known as critical capability, the point at which it could make a dash to produce enough weapons-grade uranium for one or more bombs before the IAEA or Western intelligence agencies would even know it had done so. Despite the severe economic pain that the tightening of sanctions has inflicted on Iran's people and their evident desire for change, Iran's strategic calculus has not shifted. The nuclear program is worth almost any sacrifice because it guarantees the regime's survival against external threats, as America's differing policies towards Libya and North Korea illustrate. Speeding up. How close is Iran to critical capability? British and American intelligence sources think it is about a year away from having enough fissile materials to make a bomb, and further still from mastering the technologies to make a nuclear warhead small enough to fit into one of its Shabab-3 ballistic missiles and carry out the test needed to be confident that the system works. But two of the most respected independent analysts, David Albright, a former UN weapons inspector, who is president of the Institute for Science and International Security, and Greg Jones, a RAND Corporation researcher who writes on Iran for the Non-Proliferation Policy Education Center, NPEC, believe that time is running out more quickly. Mr. Albright thinks that by mid-2014, Iran will be able, from a standing start, to produce enough fissile material for a single bomb in 1 or 2 weeks. Mr. Jones reckons that later this year, Iran will be able to produce within about 10 weeks enough weapons-grade uranium for a couple of nuclear weapons. If Iran has a small clandestine enrichment facility designed to enrich uranium from 20% to 90%, highly enriched weapons-grade uranium, or HEU, it could be quite soon be able to manufacture enough material for 5 bombs in about 14 weeks, using a new generation of advanced centrifuges it has already begun to install in its main enrichment site at Natanz. Mr. Jones, in a recent report for NPEC, says that although a secret facility would put Iran in breach of the IAEA safeguards, the time needed for Iran to produce HEU by this method is becoming so short as to make it doubtful that any effective action could be taken before Iran obtained a nuclear weapon. For both Mr. Albright and Mr. Jones, what matters most is the relentless pace at which Iran is adding to its enrichment capabilities, and thus the speed at which it can produce the fissile material needed for an implosion device, the most common form of a nuclear bomb. As Mr. Albright puts it, the critical component for a fissile material dash is the quantity and quality of Iran's centrifuges. Despite wide-ranging attempts by the West and Israel to delay or sabotage the nuclear program, Iran has installed around 9,000 new centrifuges at Natanz and Fordo in less than 2 years, more than doubling its previous enrichment capacity. Reflecting the surge in capacity, Iran's stockpile of 3.5% or low enriched uranium has gone from about 2,500 kilograms to around 4,300 kilograms in the same period. In March, Iran announced that it was also building 3,000 of the new, more advanced centrifuges, known as the IR-2M, that are said to be up to 5 times more efficient than the older IR-1 design. Nearly 700 of the new centrifuges have already been installed. Iran is also making progress with its heavy water reactor at Arak. Capable of producing plutonium, it could provide an alternate route to a bomb at the end of next year. Paradoxically, these developments are proceeding without Iran appearing to risk crossing either red line announced by Barack Obama or the most recent limit set by Israel's Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu. Both men have threatened that the consequence of Iran crossing their respective lines would be attacks on Iran's nuclear infrastructure, but neither line has been drawn clearly. In Israel's case, the ultimatum set by Mr. Netanyahu in September last year was that Iran must be prevented from having enough 20% or medium-enriched uranium, MEU, to allow it to produce the 20 or so kilograms of HEU required for a nuclear weapon. But how much is that? More than enough for a bomb. Mr. Netanyahu has since suggested that if Iran had 250 kilograms of MEU, it would have crossed his red line. But that seems a very high figure for a single nuclear device. He may have been referring to MEU in the form of uranium hexafluoride that Iran's enrichment process produces, rather than the amount of 20% enriched uranium itself. That is because 250 kilograms of hexafluoride would produce about 165 kilograms of MEU, which is about right for one bomb. Mr. Jones reckons the amount of MEU needed for a single bomb could be between 94 kilograms and 210 kilograms, depending on how the enrichment to the HEU is carried out. Since Iran started producing MEU just over 3 years ago, it has produced 219 kilograms of 20% enriched uranium, of which over 40% has been converted to uranium oxide, some of which has been made into fuel rods for a research reactor in Tehran. However, that still leaves a 123 kilogram stockpile of MEU, enough for a bomb if Mr. Jones is right, and therefore already well across Mr. Netanyahu's red line. In the last quarter, Iran converted 67% of its MEU production into oxide, but still increased the stockpile by 10 kilograms. Even though Iran is managing its MEU stockpile carefully to keep the negotiations going and preserve ambiguity, on any reckoning it is likely to be well over the line set by Israel before the end of this year. Does that suggest that Israel will carry out a military attack on Iran's nuclear facilities sometime in the next 6 months? Probably not. Israeli red lines have come and gone in the past. A while ago, Israel wanted it to be thought that Iran would face attack if it gained the capability to build a nuclear weapon. That point was probably passed some years ago. Making a bomb depends on Iran's ability to convert HEU into a metal sphere for the weapon's core, to make a reliable detonator, and then create a warhead small enough to put on a ballistic missile, a process known as weaponization. Mastery of the techniques required is not beyond Iran's engineering capacity. Western intelligence agencies used to reckon that Iran had suspended work on weaponization in 2004. But after the IAEA published a report in November 2011, since when Iran has refused to allow the agency's inspectors into the Parchin Military Research Complex facility, that assumption has been challenged. In December 2011, Mr. Jones estimated that Iran could produce an implosion-type device within 2 to 6 months, thanks in part to the help it is thought to have received from Vyacheslav Danyelenko, a former Soviet nuclear weapons designer. North Korea is also believed to have given substantial technical help. Israel subsequently came up with another red line that its then defense minister, Ehud Barak, called the Zone of Immunity. This referred to the moment when Iran had enough centrifuges in the Fordo facility, which is impregnable to Israeli conventional weapons, to continue enrichment even after an attack. That line was probably crossed a year or more ago. As Iran's nuclear program has advanced, Israel has become less confident of its ability, acting alone, to do more than temporary damage to it. Michael O'Hanlon of the Brookings Institution says that Israel might have attacked 3 or 4 years ago, but that it is less likely to do so now. Until last year, Mr. Netanyahu appeared to hope that if Israel struck first, America would be forced, whatever its initial reservations, to step in and use its greater military resources to finish the job. After being warned unmistakably by Mr. Obama that he could not count on any such thing and that America would not be complicit in such an attack, Mr. Netanyahu came perilously close to trying to influence the presidential election in favor of his friend, the more hawkish Mitt Romney. Clear enough? Since then, Israel's prime minister has concentrated on keeping up the pressure on Mr. Obama to honor his commitments on Iran. When the president visited Israel in March, both leaders said they shared a common assessment on how close Iran was to getting the bomb and were equally determined to prevent it from doing so. Mr. Netanyahu said his red line might be crossed before Mr. Obama's, and Mr. Obama ceded Israel's right to defend itself as it saw fit. But the reality is that Israel will contemplate a unilateral strike on Iran only if it comes to believe that America has betrayed it by ruling one out. Even then, suggests Mr. O'Hanlon, the intention might be to signal to Tehran that